When the mongrel dog named Air Huang dashed out, Tang Zheng was still clutching the rough hemp rope covered in. The rain-soaked ridge was slippery and muddy with sludge clinging to his cloth shoes. Air Huang spotted a wild rabbit leaping through the grass, and its hind legs suddenly tensed like a fully drawn spring. Before Tang Zheng could react, the brute force sent him flying. He fell hard, his forehead smashing against the bluestone edge of the field ridge with a dull thud. Lying in the muddy water, his ears rang with a buzzing sound, his vision blurred, and Air Huang barked wildly in the distance. Just then a voice drilled into his mind. Check-in system binding successful. Tang Zheng wiped the mud from his face, thinking he had hallucinated from the impact. Current progress 0. Daily check-in will be performed at exactly 2400. Tang Zheng sat up, supporting himself with his hands. A large lump had swollen on his forehead, and it throbbed painfully. Did I hit my head and go crazy? He muttered inwardly. It was the summer after his elementary school graduation, and from that day on his life held a secret no one could know. Every night at 2400 the voice would show up on time, sometimes indicating a 1 increase in the activation progress bar, sometimes a single or 10 points. But most of the time it only indicated obtaining points of unknown use, while the so-called activation progress bar crawled upward like a snail. This progress bar continued for 6 years. In June 2023, the entrance to Anqing one high school was crowded with parents picking up their children. When Tang Zheng walked out of the exam hall, his faded white uniform was soaked with sweat. Unlike other students who were searching for answers or rushing to their waiting parents, he walked alone. He headed to the bike-sharing station by the school. An orphan raised in Anqing orphanage in Anqing, his life had always been simple, yet he had grown into a handsome, fair-skinned young man standing 183 meters tall. Had it not been for his cold personality, he could have changed girlfriends many times over with the love letters he received in high school. Now he had to ride back to the partitioned room he rented 2 months ago in a village. He wouldn't have moved out so urgently, but the orphanage had taken in 6 new children, causing a shortage of space. Thinking that after the college entrance exam, he would turn 18 and be expected to leave, he proactively moved out, renting a cheap room for 300 yuan a month. The bike chain made a dry clicking sound. Tang Zheng parked the bike under a crooked tree at the alley entrance, pressed the lock, and the phone screen lit up, deducting 0.5 yuan. A thunderstorm had just passed. The narrow alley was filled with a wave of heat rising from the ground, mixed with the greasy smell of gutter oil from a roadside stall. Tang Zheng walked along the potholed concrete road. Passing a barber shop with pink lights, several women cracking sunflower seeds at the door glanced at him and spat out shells with a laugh. He ignored them and walked straight into the dark stairway next door. The stair railing was coated with a thick layer of black grime. Tang Zheng pressed his body against the wall, climbed to the 4th floor, and pulled out a brass key, inserting it into the lock of 402B. The room was less than 10 square meters, partitioned by the landlord with cheap plywood. In summer it was as stuffy as a steamer, with the only ventilation being a palm-sized window near the ceiling. The walls were so thin that he could hear the creaking of the next room's bed frame and the heavy breathing of a man. Tang Zheng threw his faded canvas bag onto the hard wooden bed, walked to the sink, turned on the tap, and let the sun-heated water flow. He cupped water to wash his face 3 times, droplets dripping down his high-bridged nose. He walked to the induction cooker, boiled himself a bowl of noodles, ate, and then lay on the bed to sleep. After months of intense exam preparation, he was exhausted. With the whirring of the fan, he fell into a deep sleep. At 2340, after sleeping for 6 hours, Tang Zheng woke up and checked his phone. 20 minutes remained until his 18th birthday. He sat on the edge of the bed, watching the red numbers jump on the clock. 6 years. From that summer after elementary school, when he bumped his head on the ridge and bound this so-called check-in system, a full 6 years. The progress bar moved slower than a snail. Every night at 2400, it would pop up exactly, sometimes giving 1 progress, sometimes just a few useless points. He wondered what it would give today. The noise from next door stopped, followed by the sound of a lighter clicking a cigarette. Tang Zheng stared at the clock, his breath gradually calming from excitement. 2359. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. Midnight. The soulless mechanical voice arrived punctually in the depths of his mind. Daily check-in successful. Activation progress obtained 10. Current activation progress 100. System activated successfully. Granting activation welcome gift. Please host check your inventory. Usually only a dry line or 2 would appear, but tonight the voice rang 5 times in his head. Before Tang Zheng could process what the so-called gift package was, a violent tearing sensation exploded from the depths of his marrow. He toppled directly from the bed edge onto the cement floor. His knees hit the rough ground with a dull thud, followed by a sickening crack from every bone in his body. Muscle fibers seemed to be violently torn apart by a brute force, then rapidly reknit and healed in an extremely short time. Tang Zheng clenched his molars, his mouth instantly filling with a strong, iron taste of blood. He dug his fingers into the wooden edge of the bed leg, his nail beds filled with splinters from excessive force. It was excruciating, not like being punched or stabbed, but as if someone had reached into his flesh, crushed his bones inch by inch, and then pieced them back together. Sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall hitting the floor. The sweat was mixed with gray-black impurities, emitting a strong stench. The entire process lasted over 10 minutes. When the power completely reseated, Tang Zheng looked as if he had been pulled out of water. He collapsed on the floor, gasping heavily. Then he pushed himself up, his legs still shaky, and rushed into the tiny bathroom, twisting the shower knob. Cold water poured down, washing away the sticky black grime. Tang Zheng wiped his face and looked up at the cracked mirror on the wall, its edges blackened with age. The person in the mirror stunned him for half a second. His height had increased. Originally 183 meters, he was now definitely over 187. His shoulders, once thin from long-term malnutrition, had fully broadened into a perfect inverted triangle. The muscle lines on both sides of his abdomen were carved like knives, not bloated, but full of leopard-like explosive power. Even more striking was the change in aura. The awkwardness and rawness of a high school student, an orphan, had vanished completely. His facial features were deeper, more sculpted, his jawline sharp enough to cut through the night. He clenched his fist joints, cracking like popping beans, power surging through every muscle. This was the first reward of the gift package. Tang Zheng put on a clean white t-shirt and walked out of the bathroom. On the previously empty hard wooden bed lay a heavy craft paper file bag, its opening tightly sealed with red wax shimmering mysteriously under the light. He walked over, tore open the wax seal, and dumped the contents onto the bed. A string of bronze keys, ancient in color and finely patterned. 2 thick property ownership certificates and land use certificates. More than a dozen equity transfer agreements and legal documents stamped with various official seals. Tang Zheng picked up the top property certificate and opened it. Location within the second ring road of Jingdu, near Shikahai. Seeing this address, Tang Zheng was taken aback. Inside the second ring road of Jingdu, that was an area where land was worth a fortune. Area approximately 600 square meters, of which the mansion occupies about 300 square meters and the gardens about 280 square meters. The mansion is divided into 3 sections, east, central, and west, each composed of multiple courtyard compounds. He pulled out his second-hand Android phone with a cracked screen and typed the detailed address from the property certificate into the search bar. After a few seconds of loading, a news headline jumped into his eyes. Former Qing Dynasty Princess Mansion, overseas Chinese tycoon, spends $1.5 billion on restoration, creating top-tier private courtyard in Jingdu. $1.5 billion. Tang Zheng stared at the number on the screen, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the rough edge of the phone. Although he knew that courtyard houses in Jingdu were valuable, a compound with such deep historical background covering thousands of square meters and having undergone top-level restoration had a value far beyond what money could easily measure. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, suppressed the shock inside him, and opened the thick legal document underneath. The system was meticulous in its execution. The documents clearly showed that due to the restructuring of the underlying assets of the family trust fund, the overseas tycoon had legally and unconditionally gifted the compound to Tang Zheng. All taxes and transfer procedures had been completed a day earlier. That meant right now, as long as he took the keys to Jingdu, he could open the vermilion door of the Princess Mansion study. The system reminded him that the key was for the study in the mansion, and apart from the tycoon himself, no one had ever known what was stored inside. Tang Zheng tossed the property certificate aside, took another deep breath, and picked up the second document. Absolute Controlling Equity Transfer Agreement of Huanyu Entertainment Group Co., Ltd. Huanyu Entertainment. Seeing this name, even the usually composed Tang Zheng could not help but be slightly moved. In Huanyu, anyone with internet access would have heard of this name. As one of the top 3 entertainment empires in the country, Huanyu Entertainment gathered most of the top-tier celebrities in the entertainment industry. From film investment to hit variety show production, it covered the entire industry chain, wielding immense power in entertainment circles. Tang Zheng read the agreement terms carefully. It was clearly written that through a series of complex cross-shareholding via offshore companies and the execution of a gambling agreement, 100% of Huanyu Entertainment's equity had been consolidated under his name. Tang Zheng did not laugh or jump up in excitement. He smoothed the documents on the bedboard, pulled over a broken plastic chair, and sat down. A windfall often crushes those who open their mouths waiting to be fed. Huanyu Entertainment was a behemoth worth tens of billions, and the internal interests would be deeply intertwined. The executives in the boardroom, the agents holding resources, the stars backed by capital. Each one was a hardened veteran in the business world, devouring others without a trace. He was just an 18-year-old orphan without any background. If he swaggered into the Huanyu building tomorrow with the documents and told them, "I am your new boss," there would be only one outcome. Those people would gang up to sideline him, or even stage an accident to make him disappear forever. The primitive accumulation of capital was always bloody, and the transfer of capital power even more so. What benefit can I get from this? If it goes wrong, how do I get out? Tang Zheng calculated carefully in his mind. The legal documents from the system were a talisman, but also a death warrant. His greatest advantage at the moment was that the enemy was in the light while he remained in the dark. The people inside Huanyu must have already received the notice of the equity change. They must be even more panicked than he was. When people panic, they expose weaknesses. Tang Zheng put the documents back into the craft paper bag and stuffed it into the broken suitcase under the bed. He lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and focused his attention on the system panel in his mind. Counting the points he had accumulated piecemeal over the past 6 years, he now had a total of 3960 points. As for the true function of these points, he was still unclear. However, on the right side of the panel there had unexpectedly appeared a new option shop. He used his mind to close. Dozens of categories were densely arranged in the list, but most options were grayed out and unclear. Only 2 main categories were highlighted: technology and pharmaceuticals. Tang Zheng first looked at the first row of pharmaceuticals. Targeted cell repair solution, price 50. Description: precisely repairs aging and diseased cells in the human body with a complete curative effect on all currently known malignant tumors. Seeing this description, Tang Zheng's breath stopped for half a second. A medicine that could cure all cancers. Once released, it would cause a level 10 earthquake in the global medical system and pharmaceutical giants. The super-rich, willing to empty their fortunes to stay alive, would swarm like mad dogs. After all, one had to admit longevity was the ultimate dream of all humanity. Suppressing his inner excitement, he shifted his gaze to technology. Room temperature superconductor material synthesis formula and production process, price 100 points. Description: completely eliminates power transmission loss applicable to fields such as magnetic levitation and nuclear fusion. Carbon-based chip, 1 nanometer process, complete blueprints and lithography machine production plan, price 120 points. Tang Zheng leaned against the headboard, staring at the dim yellow bulb on the ceiling. Compared to the Courtyard House and Huanyu Entertainment, the items in this shop were the real trump cards that could overturn the table. In certain circumstances, what was money in front of this shop, money might be worth less than toilet paper. He now had 3960 points, enough to redeem 1 item, but he didn't. An innocent man possessing a priceless treasure is a crime. Without matching strength and networks, bringing these things out would be like a child parading gold bricks through a busy market, and he wouldn't even know how he died. He needed a springboard or an opportunity. Huanyu Entertainment might be the best starting point the system had. In the complicated world of entertainment, some used it to amass capital, some to build networks, and some to trade secrets. Listening to the creaking sound of the cheap electric fan in the adjacent room, Tang Zheng slowly fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Tang Zheng opened his eyes. The gray light just began to break through outside the window. He sat up from the wooden bed and casually put on a white t-shirt that was stacked on the bedside. The transformation he underwent last night, which felt like a complete rebirth, had already sculpted his muscles to fit the previously loose old clothing. The fabric clung to his back, clearly outlining the young man's inverted triangle silhouette. He walked to the sink and turned on the rusty faucet. The water flowed over his face, carrying a faint hint of bleach. Drops cascaded down his sharp jawline, splashing into the slightly cracked basin. He picked up the second-hand Android phone on the bed and glanced at the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. At this moment, the village and the city had already awakened. The shouts of a tofu seller drifted up from downstairs, mixed with the sounds of a man cursing as he started a tricycle. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and walked down the greasy stairs. The breakfast stall at the end of the alley was steaming with hot air. Boss, 2 baskets of soup dumplings and a bowl of soy milk. Got it. Take out or eat here. Eat here. Tang Zheng pulled over a greasy red plastic stool and sat down. Just as he snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks, his phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He took out his phone, and a strange number registered to Kyoto flashed on the screen. Tang Zheng stared at the string of numbers for 5 seconds. Over the years, his social circle had been as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Apart from the orphanage director, even his classmates rarely called him. He pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. A faint static sound was followed by a woman's steady, cold voice tinged with a hint of probing. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Tang Zheng?" "It is." Tang Zheng took a bite of the dumpling, the meat juice bursting in his mouth as he chewed slowly. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Far away in Kyoto, in the executive office on the top floor of the Huanyu Entertainment Building, Xinqing stood by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling morning rush hour traffic below. She tightly clutched a share transfer confirmation document received overnight. The edges of the paper were nearly crumpled by her fingers. As the executive president of Huanyu Entertainment, she had navigated through the entertainment industry for over a decade, encountering all kinds of capital tycoons and second-generation elites. But everything that happened last night was completely beyond her comprehension. Huanyu Entertainment, valued at hundreds of billions, had its 100% absolute controlling stake transferred to an 18-year-old boy named Tang Zheng within just a few hours through the cross-operations of dozens of offshore companies without anyone noticing. There were no warnings, no negotiations, and even the routine checks by the Securities Regulatory Commission seemed to have been directly erased by some terrifying force. She worked overnight to leverage all her connections to investigate this Tang Zheng. The calls reached the Education Bureau of Anqing and the street office where the orphanage was located. The result was only a thin file. Born in Anqing Orphanage, he had just taken the college entrance exam yesterday. Xinqing's intuition was going off like crazy. Looking at the clean resume on her desk, which even detailed days of sick leave in elementary school, a chill ran down her spine. Having been in the capital circle for so many years, she was all too familiar with the tactics of those powerful figures who could cover the sky with one hand. This file had definitely been deliberately covered up. The exposed pathetic and ordinary background was all fake, a disguise meant to mislead others. The goal was to conceal the true trump card beneath the surface. This Tang Zheng could be a spokesperson pushed to the forefront by a colossal entity that even she could not imagine, or perhaps he himself was someone she could never provoke. Mr. Tang, hello. Xinqing took a deep breath, thoroughly suppressing the panic in her tone, and replaced it with an impeccable professional demeanor. I am Xinqing, the current executive president of Huanyu Entertainment. Tang Zheng swallowed the dumpling in his mouth and lifted the plastic bowl to sip some soy milk. Is there something you need? The brief question resonated through the phone line to Xinqing's ears. Her breath stopped for half a second. Too calm. There was no sudden joy of becoming rich, no awkwardness from a young man facing a higher-up. Not even a trivial question like, how did you get my number? This was not the demeanor of an ordinary 18-year-old. The confidence that trampled everything beneath its feet made Xinqing even more certain of her suspicions. Mr. Tang, erase the thing. Xinqing carefully considered her words. In 10 days it will be the 20th anniversary celebration of Huanyu Entertainment. According to tradition, the company will host an internal appreciation dinner. At that time, all members of the board, first-tier artists, and several heavyweight investors will be present. She paused for a moment. As the new absolute controlling shareholder of the company, the board hopes to invite you to attend and preside over the event. Tang Zheng's hand holding the chopsticks froze midair. What benefit could this bring? What if it went wrong? How could he extricate himself? He quickly calculated in his mind. 10 days later. Huanyu's internal situation must be chaotic right now. Those factions that had fought separately would certainly band together to test the waters with a mysterious boss who had suddenly dropped in. This anniversary celebration might also be a banquet of doom. To attend would mean facing those cunning capital old foxes who would eat him alive. To not attend would be seen as weak and timid, after which they would unceremoniously undermine him. All right. Tang Zheng set down his chopsticks and pulled out a low-quality tissue to wipe his mouth. Upon hearing this response, half of Xinqing's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. Great, Mr. Tang. When would you be available to set off? I will arrange a private jet to pick you up immediately, and the hotel and security team in Kyoto will also be ready. No need. Tang Zheng refused firmly. I will go by myself, though I will contact you once I arrive. But Mr. Tang, this is not in accordance with the rules given your current status. This is my rule. Tang Zheng interrupted her. See you in 10 days. After saying that, he directly pressed the hang-up button. The phone emitted a busy signal. Xinqing slowly lowered her phone, looking at her reflection in the glass window. A thin layer of sweat had already formed on her back. This young new boss was more troublesome than she had anticipated. Not revealing even a hint of his itinerary. Was he guarding against them, making moves halfway, or planning to visit incognito to gather intelligence? Xinqing turned around and quickly walked to her desk, pressing the intercom. Notify the security department to raise the security level for the anniversary celebration to the highest and check all flights and high-speed rail information from Anqing to Kyoto for the next 10 days. Mark all those named Tang Zheng. Anqing at the village breakfast stall. Tang Zheng threw his phone onto the greasy table and continued to tackle the remaining dumplings. At the next table sat a few workers just off their night shifts, loudly discussing the 5 million jackpot from the lottery last night. If I won 5 million, the first thing I'd do is rip that scoundrel contractor's mouth apart. Oh please, you can't even afford 5 yuan for a cigarette, and you're talking about 5 million. Laughter echoed through the narrow alley. He hadn't even taken 2 bites. The phone screen lit up. A new message popped up. The sender was Huaxiao Bank. Tang Zheng casually glanced. That glance made him stop chewing entirely. He put down the chopsticks, picked up the phone, and opened the message. Dear customer, your savings account ending with 7319 has received a transfer of 10 USD today at 0715. After the transaction, the balance is. As the words from the table next to him hit the ground, he stood there with his mouth slightly open, the flickering light in his eyes shaking violently, and the surrounding noisy background seemed to be completely drained in that moment. This card was issued by the school during his first year of high school to facilitate the distribution of work-study allowances and originally contained less than 200 yuan. Now an extra 100 million USD. According to the current exchange rate, that's nearly 700 million Chinese yuan. He thought about it. It seemed that there was some initial fund reward mentioned in the activation gift package yesterday, stating it was legal funds provided by the system, but did not specify the exact amount. Tang Zheng took a deep breath and flipped his phone screen down on the table. He picked up the bowl of warm soybean milk and gulped it down in one go. Money in essence is just a string of numbers in an account. To turn it into a shield is what truly matters. He now held equity in Huanyu Entertainment and property certificates from the former Qing Dynasty Princess residence, but those are all fixed assets. This 100 million USD is the actual cash flow he can use. Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Tang Zheng stood up and scanned the code to pay 8 yuan. Just as he stepped out of the alley, his phone rang for the 3rd time. This time it was a local landline number. Tang Zheng answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Tang Zheng? A humble, even somewhat flattering middle-aged male voice came through. Which one? Hello, Mr. Tang. I am Gaokao, the branch manager of Huaxiao Bank's Anqing branch. The other party spoke quickly, fearing Tang Zheng would hang up. I apologize for disturbing your rest. The situation is this: our system just detected a large overseas fund transfer into your account. To ensure the safety of your funds and provide more tailored exclusive services that match your identity, our head office hopes to upgrade your ordinary savings card to a top-tier private black card. Zhao Kong swallowed hard. Would you be available today? I will personally bring a team over to assist you with the upgrade procedures. Tang Zheng paused, standing beside a garbage bin that exuded a rancid smell. He looked at the nearby hair salon glowing with pink lights. Convenient. Tang Zheng provided the address of his partitioned room in a village within the city. 4th floor 402B, knock when you arrive. A black Maybach S680, like an incongruous black beast, slowly drove into the urban village in the eastern suburbs of Anqing. The wheels rolled over the bumpy concrete road, splashing a puddle of muddy water. The mud splashed onto a small cart selling starch sausages by the roadside, provoking a flurry of curses from the vendor. Inside the car, the air conditioning was set to maximum. Zhao Kong, the president of Huaxiao Bank in Anqing, sat in the back seat, gripping a silk handkerchief, constantly wiping away non-existent sweat on his forehead. At 45 years old, he had held this position for 5 years and had encountered numerous wealthy individuals. However, the encrypted phone call from the head office this morning nearly made him drop the purple clay teapot in his hands. 100 million USD. Through offshore accounts spanning over a dozen countries and undergoing extremely complex laundering procedures, it finally landed clean and legitimate into an ordinary savings account in Anqing. The entire risk control department at the head office conducted an urgent investigation and even utilized their connections, concluding with just 4 words: no abnormalities found. What does this mean? It means that the energy behind this money is so substantial that even the highest echelons of Huaxiao Bank dare not inquire further. Moreover, the account owner, according to the data, is merely an 18-year-old orphan who just completed the college entrance examination yesterday. Zhao Kong glanced at the girl sitting in the passenger seat. Huang Chengqing, 24 years old, a master's degree in finance from Harvard Business School, experienced in investment banking on Wall Street, fluent in 4 languages. She was just introduced to the head office as a special talent last month and dispatched to the Anqing branch for gilding, preparing to take on a role in the future private banking department. This girl is proud and arrogant, usually not paying much attention to someone like him, the branch manager. But today Zhao Kong forcibly pulled her into the car. Ching. Zhao Kong cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound steadier. When we meet Mr. Tang later, you need to rein in that arrogance you learned on Wall Street. No matter what requests he makes, as long as they don't violate principles, agree to all of them. Do you understand? Huang Chengqing flipped through the thin file in her hands, her brows furrowed into a knot. Manager Zhao, this doesn't seem right. She turned her head, her exquisitely perfect face revealing unabashed skepticism. An 18-year-old orphan suddenly has an extra 100 million USD in his account. this looks like a money laundering operation by an underground bank or a white glove for some corrupt official. Shouldn't we freeze the account to cooperate with the investigation instead of going to give him a black card? Shut up. Zhao Kong raised his voice, suddenly startling Huang Changqi. Is this something you can casually comment on? The head office said there's no problem, so there's no problem. Just remember this, Mr. Tang is now one of our biggest ancestors at the Anqing branch. The Maybach was forced to stop at the entrance of a narrow alley. Ahead was a crooked tree under which shared bicycles were parked haphazardly, blocking the way. Manager, we can't get in. The driver turned his head and said somewhat awkwardly. Zhao Kong pushed the car door open, and the heat mixed with the smell of sewage and rancid odor hit him immediately. He glanced at the surrounding environment. The walls were plastered with posters advertising heavy rewards for children and drainage services. Not far away at the entrance of a hair salon, several scantily clad women leaned against the glass door, their eyes fixated on this luxury car worth several million. Huang Changqi stepped out of the car in her 7-centimeter high heels. The heel of her shoe immediately sank into a mud pit. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, carefully pulling her foot out the expensive stockings now stained with black mud. Manager Zhao, are you sure this is the right place? Huang Changqi looked at the address in her hand. 4th floor 402B. There isn't even a proper property management here. Stop the nonsense, grab the equipment, and follow me. Zhao Kong straightened his custom suit, took a deep breath, and led the way into the dark corridor. The stairway railing was coated in a thick layer of black grease. As soon as Zhao Kong placed his hand on it, it recoiled as if electrocuted. He took out his handkerchief, tightly covering his mouth and nose, and struggled to climb up. 4th floor. The corridor was filled with the musty odor of mildew. Zhao Kong stood at the door, taking 3 deep breaths, striving to produce the most standard and amiable smile. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened swiftly. There was no anti-theft chain, no peephole. The moment the door swung open, Huang Changqi instinctively took a half-step back. She had expected to see a timid, frail, impoverished student. Yet standing behind the door was a young man, nearly 6 feet tall. He wore a faded white t-shirt, and his broad shoulders nearly filled the door frame. The dim light of the corridor fell upon his chiseled features. In his eyes there was neither the ecstatic thrill of sudden wealth nor the smugness of having the bank president at his beck and call. Only a stillness like a stagnant pool remained. That stillness carried an oppressive scrutiny. Huang Changqing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Hello, Mr. Tang. Zhao Kong reacted swiftly, immediately bending down and presenting his business card with both hands. I am Zhao Kong from the Huaxia Bank Anqing branch, and this is our senior financial consultant Huang Changqi. We apologize for the intrusion. Tang Zheng did not take the business card. His gaze swept over Zhao Kang's sweat-soaked suit, then fell on Huang Changqing's mud-stained stockings. Come in. He turned and entered the room, allowing a path. Zhao Kong nodded repeatedly, leading Huang Changqi into the less than 10-square-meter partitioned room. The stifling heat inside the room was even worse than outside. A hard wooden plank bed, a shabby canvas wardrobe, a creaking electric fan, and a broken chair made up the entire furniture. There wasn't even a decent place to sit. Zhao Kong awkwardly stood in place, still holding the business card he had yet to present. Tang Zheng walked to the bedside and kicked the broken plastic chair toward Zhao Kong. Sit. No, Mr. Tang, ill stand. Zhao Kong dared not sit down. He hurriedly took the black leather briefcase from Huang Changqing's hands and unzipped it. Mr. Tang, this is the black gold card specially customized for you by the headquarters. Zhao Kong presented a delicate black velvet box with both hands, offering it to Tang Zheng. Inside the box lay a pure black metal card, quietly resting. The card's surface bore no flashy designs, only a series of embossed golden numbers and a small emblem in the bottom right corner representing the highest authority of Huaxia Bank. Tang Zheng took the box, extracted the card, and toyed with it between his fingers. The metallic texture felt heavy with edges sharpened to a fine point. The initial password is the last 6 digits of your ID card, and you can modify it at any time through our dedicated customer service line. As Zhao Kong spoke, he discreetly signaled Huang Changqi. Huang Changqi immediately stepped forward, retrieving a thick stack of documents from the briefcase. Mr. Tang, this is the service manual and the relevant authorization agreement for the black gold card, which requires your signature. Huang Changqing's voice was melodious, carrying the quality of professional training. She spread the documents on the wooden plank bed and offered a Mont Blanc fountain pen. Tang Zheng did not take the pen. He picked up the top service manual and casually flipped through it. The rustling of the pages sounded unusually clear in the cramped, stuffy space. Sweat began to bead on Zhao Kang's forehead again. He could not grasp this young man's intentions. He was too composed to the point of being frightening. Mr. Tang Gaokao said, cautiously breaking the silence as he watched Tang Zheng flip through the. This black gold card not only attests to your financial might, but also serves as one of the entry passes into the country's highest echelons of wealth. He swallowed and continued his introduction. Beyond unlimited overdraft privileges, world-class airport VIP services, and private medical evacuation, our headquarters occasionally hosts private exchange banquets for black gold card holders. Hearing the words private exchange banquets, Tang Zheng's finger paused for half a beat as he turned the page. Who attends those? He asked, lifting his eyelids to fix his gaze on Zhao Kang's overly cheerful face. They are the foremost figures in the nation's business and political spheres. Zhao Kang lowered his voice, his tone laced with mystery. Certain projects, certain policies often leak at those banquets before they reach the press. That is the power. Although his words were somewhat exaggerated, it was true that such private gatherings circulated information unknown to outsiders. Tang Zheng returned his gaze to the papers. Though he held the shares of Huanyu Entertainment, he was for now a lone commander without real backing. If he could, through Huaxiao Bank's private banquets, touch the higher tiers of capital, it would undoubtedly aid him in taking over Huanyu, and later in leveraging the extraordinary technologies from the system marketplace. What else? He asked, flipping to the next page. There is bespoke wealth planning, Zhao Kang replied hastily, pushing Huang Chengqing forward. Miss Huang Chengqing is our bank's top wealth advisor, a Harvard Business School graduate, and from now on, she will be your dedicated advisor. Whether it is establishing family trusts, allocating cross-border assets, or orchestrating complex tax planning, she can provide you with onion-own customized strategies. Tang Zheng's gaze finally settled on Huang Chengqing. She was undeniably beautiful, with delicate featured skin like snow, tall and proportioned, her precisely tailored suit tracing her silhouette to perfection. But Tang Zheng looked at her as one would regard a well-suited tool. Harvard graduate? He asked, and tossed the documents onto the bed. Yes, she answered, meeting his gaze and lifting her chin in an effort to reclaim a trace of elite pride. I interned at J.P. Morgan Chase headquarters on Wall Street for a year and participated in 2 cross-border M&A deals, each valued at $1 billion. Mr. Tang, whether you plan offshore trusts or high-leverage secondary market investments, I can provide the optimal solution. She attempted to summon the pride of the elite with a litany of credentials and jargon inside the cramped, shabby partitioned room. Tang Zheng regarded her. No need for such fuss, he said. There is a matter you can handle right now, and Zhao Kang eagerly stepped forward. You say the word, Mr. Tang. As long as it is compliant, our Anqing branch will execute it impeccably. If necessary, we can involve headquarters. Tang Zheng slid the black gold card into the faded pocket of his jeans. Transfer 50 million RMB from my account and donate it anonymously to the Anqing South Anqing orphanage, he instructed. The two almost thought they had misheard. Huang Chengqing's hand poised to take the tablet froze midair. The professionally smiling expression on Zhao Kang's face registered a sudden stunned pause. 50 million. A donation. An anonymous. Mr. Tang, you mean donate 50 million anonymously? Zhao Kang swallowed, his voice dry. Yes, anonymous, Tang Zheng said again with a calmness, as if remarking on having had breakfast. Donate anonymously, you do not transfer the funds directly into the orphanage's public account. Have Huaxiao Bank oversee it and establish a dedicated fund supervision team. The 50 million must be used solely to improve the orphanage's accommodations, medical facilities, and the children's education fund, and every expenditure must pass your audits and accounting. Tang Zheng paused and fixed his gaze on Huang Chengqing. Weren't you a Harvard graduate? He asked. You will lead this supervisory team. If I discover a single yuan of this money has slipped into someone else's pockets, the consequences will be far worse than simply forcing restitution. Huang Chengqing's breathing quickened. She had managed philanthropic donations for wealthy clients before. Those people stage charity as spectacle. Donating $1 million requires a press conference, a crowd of photographers, as if they wanted the benevolent benefactor label pasted on their foreheads to attract attention. Yet this 18-year-old spoke of an anonymous 50 million donation and the need for strict fund oversight. This was neither the scale nor the vigilance of an ordinary high school student. Mr. Tang, the sum is enormous, Huang Chengqing inhaled. Establishing a dedicated oversight account requires charging a management fee proportional to the funds, and Huang Chengqing. Zhao Kang snapped, cutting her off sharply. When he turned back to Tang Zheng, his smile had shifted from professional politeness to genuine admiration. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, our branch will take this on, and the management fee will be completely waived. I will personally call upon the most capable personnel from risk control and audit to assist Huang Chengqing in forming a special task force. We will monitor every penny flowing to the Anqing orphanage with absolute vigilance. Zhao Kang had spent 20 years in banking and understood the weight behind such a gesture. Anqing had many rich people, but almost none would toss 50 million in cash around like water. Tang Zheng nodded, then turned to the sink, twisted the rusty tap, and washed his hands as the water ran, and scraped away rust with a loud gurgle. I dislike fuss, he said, grabbing an old towel to dry his hands. If you handle this properly, I can guarantee that from now on at least 300 million in cash will remain as base deposits in your branch each year, not to be transferred out. The declaration landed heavily. Zhao Kong was jolted. 300 million was roughly what his branch of hundreds of employees might struggle to gather in half a year. With that 300 million in demand deposits, Zhao Kang's position as branch manager would be as steady as a mountain, and a promotion next year might cease to be a fantasy. He looked at Tang Zheng as at a living god of wealth. Rest assured, he vowed, the Anshin orphanage matter will be handled with a formal pledge. It will be executed flawlessly. Tang Zheng tossed the towel back on the rack. The orphanage's matron had long been unwell, and the building leaked in several places whenever it rained. The 50 million was his repayment to the place that once put food in his mouth. Why not give it directly to the matron, some might ask. Money stirs the heart. A sudden 50 million windfall landing on an orphanage with no backing would invite legions of greedy scavengers. The matron could not possibly protect that sum alone. Only by enlisting Huaxiao Bank as a shield and employing professional financial oversight to control the flow could the funds truly be used for the children. This was the plan he had devised upon receiving the money. Very well, thank you, Manager Zhao, he said. Polite words that also gently implied it was time for them to leave. Zhao Kong nodded repeatedly and tucked his briefcase under his arm. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his gaze flicked to the blackened mold in the corner and the rickety, sagging fan overhead. A thought rapidly emerged in his mind. He turned around, and his expression had already shifted to one of sincere concern for his friend. Mr. Tang, there is something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. Zhao Kong glanced at the dilapidated surroundings. Considering your current identity and status, it is indeed inappropriate for you to continue living here. It's not just a matter of living conditions. More importantly, there are safety risks. This urban village is crowded with all sorts of people from various walks of life. Zhao Kong lowered his voice. At our branch, we happen to have a few internal listings of high-quality local properties that were kept by real estate developers, all of which are rare top-tier options on the market and have high security levels. Look, it's almost mealtime. Why don't I treat you to a meal in a quiet place, and I can have Chung Chung go over the property information with you? Tang Zheng did not respond immediately, quickly calculating in his mind. Zhao Kong was right. Previously, economic conditions did not allow it, but now that he had the means, a comfortable living environment was still very important for someone his age. He indeed could no longer stay in this urban village. His own princess mansion was far away in the capital. Although he would most likely not attend university in Anqing, he still needed a place to stay there, a spot he could return to occasionally. He currently had $100 million. He certainly could not continue sleeping on this hard wooden board bed. All right. Tang Zheng nodded. Let's go. Hearing Tang Zheng's agreement, Zhao Kang's face broke into a wide smile. Great. After you, Mr. Tang. Zhao Kong quickly stepped aside to let him through the door. The three of them walked out of the partition room in single file. The corridor was still permeated with the nauseating smell of decay. They all went downstairs together, with Huang Chengcheng bringing up the rear. She was wearing a high-end professional skirt suit and was stepping in a pair of 7-centimeter high heels. Such shoes were a symbol of elegance on the polished marble floors of Wall Street. But stepping on the stairs of the urban village, which were covered in black grease and unknown liquids, was nothing short of a disaster. Clack! Just as she reached the halfway point on the third floor, Huang Chengcheng's heels suddenly landed on a sticky, rotten vegetable leaf. Her ankle twisted, and she instantly lost her balance, falling forward. She instinctively let out a short gasp and reached out desperately with her hands. Tang Zheng, who was walking ahead of her, didn't even turn his head. He merely tilted his shoulder slightly, as if he had eyes on his back, precisely avoiding Huang Chengcheng's grasp. Huang Chengcheng's hand grasped at nothing, and she was about to fall face first onto the filthy steps. Zhao Kong, who was at the front, was startled and quickly turned around, grabbing Huang Chengcheng's arm and pulling her back with all his might. What's wrong with you? Can't you walk properly? Zhao Kong lowered his voice, teeth gritted, as he scolded Huang Chengcheng. He thought to himself, what does this woman want? Now is not the time to reach for high branches. Huang Chengcheng steadied herself against the wall, her heart racing like a drum. She looked up and saw Tang Zheng's back as he walked ahead. That man could have easily helped her, yet he chose to sidestep instead of extending a hand. That indifference was genuine. He never regarded her as significant. Huang Chengcheng bit her lip tightly, a faint metallic taste rising in her mouth. She steadied her mind and followed him silently. As they exited the decrepit building, several middle-aged women on the street were sorting vegetables with plastic basins. Aunt Wang snapped a stalk of hollow vegetable in her hand, preparing to complain to Aunt Li beside her about today's vegetable prices. Upon raising her head, she froze the hollow vegetable dropping to the ground. Her mouth half open, her eyes wide as saucers, she stared fixedly at the few people walking out of the building. At the front was that high school student who had moved in a few months ago, right? Now lagging half a step behind him was a middle-aged fat man who was obviously wealthy, grinning widely. Following them was a beautiful woman with an shaped figure. She stared in disbelief as they walked towards the black luxury car that had suddenly appeared today. That car was something she would never forget in her lifetime. This morning Aunt Wong was riding her dilapidated electric scooter, which made noise except for the bell, with her son, who had just entered the second grade, on the back preparing to send him to school. As she reached the end of the alley, she saw the black sedan blocking the road like a wall. The road in the urban village was already narrow, with the car parked there. Only a gap of less than half a meter remained. Aunt Wong was in a hurry and thought that the car being dark was not a sports car, so she figured she could squeeze past it. Just as she turned her electric scooter into the gap, Lu Daju, who was behind her carrying soy milk, suddenly rushed forward like a madman. Lu Daju was usually honest and timid, even trembling at the thought of killing a chicken. But at that moment, he unleashed an astonishing strength, kicking the back wheel of the electric scooter. Both he and the scooter sent Aunt Wong and her son tumbling into the nearby ditch. Aunt Wong was furious at that moment. Climbing out of the muddy water, she was ready to fight Lu Daju. Lu Daju's face turned pale, and he gripped the handlebars of the electric scooter tightly, pointing at the logo on the hood of the black car, his voice nearly cracking. "You wasteful woman. Are you trying to get yourself killed? That's a Maybach. It costs several million. If your broken scooter scratches a bit of paint, we wouldn't be able to pay for it, even if we sold everything we own." Aunt Wong's mind went blank at that moment. A car worth several million. Such cars rarely came here. And now it was parked right at the entrance of their dilapidated urban village. From the morning until now, Aunt Wong's heart had been lodged in her throat, fearing that the owner of that car might. And now she watched as the well-dressed middle-aged fat man quickly walked over to the several million-dollar luxury car to welcome the high school student. He even personally opened the rear door for him. The high school student calmly sat inside. Then the beautiful woman also climbed into the passenger seat. The black Maybach let out a low rumble and slowly drove away from the alley, leaving behind a cloud of exhaust and several astonished women. The Maybach stopped in front of a high-end private dining restaurant in Onshing called Inlu. The staff, dressed in cheongsams, led the three of them into the innermost private room on the second floor. The room was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance with excellent sound insulation that completely isolated the bustling noise from the outside. Zhao Kong pulled out the redwood chair at the main seat and invited Tang Zheng to sit down. In no time, a table full of sumptuous and delicious dishes was served, filling the entire dining table. Zhao Kong picked up a bottle of aged Matai that had long been prepared on the table, opened the cap, and a rich and mellow aroma of liquor instantly wafted through the air. He held the bottle and personally poured a full glass for Tang Zheng, and then poured some for himself. He raised his glass, lowering the mouth of the cup, gently clinking it against the base of Tang Zheng's glass. "Mr. Tang, for this first cup I toast to you. This drink is not a tribute to your wealth, but to your vision. A young philanthropist like you with such a kind heart is truly the first of your kind in the city." Zhao Kong beamed with a smile and immediately tipped his head back, downing the glass of white liquor. Tang Zheng raised his glass and took a sip, then picked up his chopsticks, grabbing a piece of the steamed grouper on the table and placing it in his mouth. The fish was tender and smooth, melting in his mouth with a faint aroma of scallion oil and exquisite flavor. "Director Zhao, you're being too kind." Zhao Kong had already downed several cups of liquor, his face flushing with color. He glanced around, sensing the mood was right, and decided to steer the conversation towards business. He discreetly signaled to Huang Chengsheng beside him, urging her to take action quickly. Chengsheng hurried and introduced the property details to Mr. Tang. Receiving Zhao Kang's signal, Huang Chengsheng immediately leaned slightly towards Tang Zheng, the faint scent of her elegant wooden perfume wafting into his nose. She deftly activated the tablet screen, pulling up the internal files from the bank, and smilingly said, "Mr. Tang, these are the 3 best internal properties we have available in City, all with complete documentation ready for transfer and move-in at any time." She pushed the tablet towards Tang Zheng, her finger gently gliding across the screen. The first property, located in the west suburb at Tsu Villa, is a standalone villa covering 2 acres, complete with a private pool and a wine cellar. The security is of the highest level, with only 38 households in the entire area. Most of the notable wealthy individuals in city-owned properties here, ensuring great privacy. The screen displayed an aerial view of the villa with large swathes of greenery contrasting beautifully with the azure lake. Tang Zheng glanced at it and shook his head. "Too remote. The west suburb is more suitable for retirement or occasional leisure." Living there alone would inevitably feel too desolate. Although I grew up in an orphanage and am used to solitude, it does not mean I enjoy such loneliness. Huang Chengqing said nothing more. She swiped the screen to bring up the details of the second property. The second property is a duplex penthouse located in the South District at Jinshan Lake Park, covering 300 square meters with a large terrace. It is surrounded by high-tech enterprises filled with young people, and the living amenities are very complete. Tang Jing only glanced at the area and floor plan before shaking his head, not to my liking. Seeing this, Huang Chengqing quickly pulled up the details for the last property. This was a real photo capturing the night view of a city with dazzling lights illuminating the city. The third property is Yunding Tianhui, located in the core area of the city center CBD on the 36th floor, covering 380 square meters, fully smart home equipped, allowing for a panoramic view of the entire city center. It is available for 9 million and can be acquired immediately. Tang Jing stared at the actual view taken from the living room angle, a glint of satisfaction flashing across his eyes. I'll take this one. When can I move in? Tang Jing pushed the tablet back to Huang Chengqing. Huang Chengqing was taken aback. After all, this property was worth nearly 10 million. Did he really decide after just one glimpse at the picture? Unable to restrain herself, she asked, Mr. Tang, don't you need to see it in person? No need. Tang Jing replied, taking another bite of abalone, the taste exquisite, causing him to nod slightly. The payment can be directly deducted from my card. Upon hearing this, Zhao Kong quickly kicked Huang Chengqing under the table and leaned in with a broad smile. Rest assured, the keys and access cards are at our bank. They can be handed to you shortly, and you can move in tomorrow. As for the transfer procedures, I will have Chengqiang take someone to the Housing Administration office to expedite the process, ensuring you won't waste a single minute. All right. Tang Jing nodded, putting down his chopsticks. This meal was nearly over. Let's go. As he reached the door of the private room, he paused, turning to look at Huang Chengqing, who was packing her briefcase. Let's add each other on WeChat. Tang Jing took out his slightly worn domestic phone with a damaged screen edge. Huang Chengqing felt a surge of joy, quickly took out her phone and scanned the QR code on Tang Jing's phone. Ding! The friend request was successfully added. Tang Jing glanced at Huang Chengqing's WeChat profile. Her avatar showed her back in business attire with the Harvard University gate in the background, indicating her pride in her education. Please send me the documents needed for the transfer tomorrow via WeChat, Tang Jing said, then stuffed his phone into his pocket and pushed the door open. As the Maybach drove back into the dilapidated alley of the village, the dark clouds in the sky caused the June day to dim, gradually heralding the arrival of summer rain. Mr. Tang, do you really not need Chengqing to help you pack your belongings? Zhao Kong, sitting in the front seat, turned back and asked with a smile. No need, just a few pieces of clothing. I can manage it myself. Tang Jing declined their offer, pushing open the car door. A wave of hot summer wind mixed with the stench of the sewer hit him. See you next time. He casually closed the car door and walked towards the stairway. The Maybach slowly reversed out of the alley. Just as he turned onto the third floor and took a few steps, his pace suddenly halted. The hallway was dimly lit, and at the corner of the third floor there was a dark shadow pressed against the wall, completely motionless. Had it not been for Tang Jing's exceptional eyesight, he might have never noticed the person hiding there. Meanwhile, in the Maybach, Zhao Kong and Huang Chengqing sat inside, with Huang Chengqing looking at Tang Jing's WeChat profile picture on her phone, her lips curling up slightly, thinking he was the one who took the initiative to add her. Seeing this, Zhao Kong couldn't help but remind her, Chengqing, you must take good care of Mr. Tang. He is a big client. If you do well, our bank's performance and your promotion will be guaranteed, and you won't have to worry about it at all. Huang Chengqing lifted her head. Director, Zhao, don't worry, I know what to do. As she spoke, she began to draft a WeChat message in advance, preparing to send the required documents for the transfer to Tang Jing, while also remembering to add some emoji at the end of the message. Back in the village, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Tang Jing drew closer to the dark shadow, and as he reached the corner of the third floor, the shadow suddenly moved. A wave of pungent, low-quality perfume rushed over him. Hey, little Tang, you finally came back. The shadow darted out from the corner and grabbed Tang Jing's arm. Tang Jing's muscles tensed instantly, nearly throwing a punch. In the faint light, he recognized the face. It was the landlady, Fat Lu. She was wearing a garish nightgown and holding a fan, looking at Tang Jing with a beaming smile. Aunt Lu, what are you doing standing here in the middle of the night? Tang Jing pulled his arm from her grip and stepped back nonchalantly. I was waiting for you. Fat Lu leaned in closer, her lips painted with cheap lipstick stretching almost to her ears. This morning Aunt Wang said she saw you get into a luxury car worth several million. I thought you must have met some wealthy benefactor. Is there any trouble? I waited here specially to ask if you had eaten yet. I just made some ribs at home. Tang Jing looked at her shifty eyes. This landlady, when she came to collect rent, would squeeze every last drop of oil from a person's bones and would cut off the water and electricity for a day late. Now she was actually offering to treat him to ribs. No need, I've eaten already. Tang Zheng sidestepped her and continued walking upstairs. Hey little Tang, don't go. Fat Lu hurriedly followed behind him. Aunt Lu wants to discuss something with you. You seem to be doing well now, knowing a big boss who drives luxury cars. Aunt Liu's deadbeat husband Lu Tieju has been struggling with work lately. His salary is low. Can you help and speak to the big boss, maybe arrange a security guard or driver position for him? It's not a high request, just a monthly salary of 10,000. Tang Zheng stopped at the door of 402B. He took out the key and inserted it into the lock. Aunt Lu. Tang Zheng turned his head to look at the landlady following behind him. I will be moving out tomorrow. You can keep the deposit and this month's rent as thanks for not kicking me out these past few months. After saying this, he twisted the door lock and pushed the door open. With a bang, the door was closed. Lu Panzai stood outside the door, stunned for quite a while. Once she realized what Tang Zheng had said, the disappointment on her chubby face was instantly washed away, replaced by sheer joy. Oh my gosh, the deposit plus rent amounts to nearly $1,000. She slapped her thigh, almost jumping in delight in the hallway. That kid has really struck it rich. I must go home and tell my spouse about it. We have to send him off tomorrow morning, and I should bring my daughter along. Who knows, we might just establish some connections. Lu Panzai mumbled to herself while waving a fan, happily heading downstairs. Inside the door, Tang Zheng leaned against the door panel, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. He walked to the bedside and pulled out the tattered canvas suitcase from under the bed. Unzipping it, he found only a few sets of clothes, some high school textbooks, and a faded metal pencil case. This was all he possessed in this world. Tang Zheng stuffed the items haphazardly into the suitcase. He picked up the phone on the table, and the screen lit up. On the WeChat interface, Huang Chengsheng sent a message. Mr. Tang, this is the electronic authorization code for Yunding Tianwei. You can check in at any time tomorrow. A complicated string of numbers and a QR code followed. Tang Zheng replied with a simple OK. He tossed the phone onto the bed, walked to the window, and pushed open the glass pane covered in dust. Outside was still that dirty and chaotic urban village. But starting tomorrow, none of this would concern him. It was 6:30 in the morning. The morning market in the urban village had not fully awakened yet. There were only a few vendors cooking breakfast in the alley, and the acrid smell of coal smoke seeped through the window cracks into the room. Tang Zheng zipped up the tattered canvas suitcase. The zipper got stuck at a corner, making a loud screeching noise. With a slight tug, the rusty metal zipper head flew off and hit the wooden bed. The suitcase barely closed. Tang Zheng ignored the flying zipper head and glanced around the partitioned room he had lived in for a few months. Mold stains on the walls, a wobbling electric fan, and the sink that had never been cleaned of rust. There was no sentimentality. He lifted the suitcase with one hand, pushed the door, and walked out. Just as he reached the corner of the third floor, he heard a deliberately lowered argument. You little girl, hurry up and comb your hair. Wear this skirt, yes, this pink one. When you see him later, be sweet and call him Brother Tang. Mom, I'm only in the second year of junior high. What do you want me to do? I want go. Smack. A crisp slap echoed. You know nothing. He is now a wealthy person. If you can establish a connection, our entire family won't have to stay in this dreadful place. That kid even gave me nearly $1,000 in deposit directly. Aren't you always saying he's the top student in your school? What's wrong with getting close to him now? If he ever shares a little, it could sustain you for a lifetime. Tang Zheng carried the suitcase down the stairs. At the door of a room on the third floor, Lu Panzai was tightly holding on to a little girl in a pink dress. The little girl's face was Halford, her eyes teary, biting her lip hard to keep the tears from falling. Upon seeing Tang Zheng come downstairs, the fierceness on Lu Panzai's face instantly transformed into a radiant smile. Oh, little Tang, you're leaving so early. She pushed the little girl forward. Quick, call him Brother Tang. The little girl stumbled forward, nearly bumping into Tang Zheng's suitcase. She looked up timidly at Tang Zheng and quickly lowered her head. Tang, brother, hello. Tang Zheng noticed the slap mark on the little girl's face. The expressions of the newly rich, or those who see others suddenly become wealthy, are often uglier than rats in a sewer. Lu Panzai treated her own daughter as a pawn to attach herself to the powerful, even if the other party was just a junior high student. He placed the suitcase on the ground and felt around in his pocket for 200 yuan bills. That was the last cash he had. He stuffed the money into the little girl's hand. Use this to buy something you like to eat. After saying that, he ignored Lu Panzai's beaming face, picked up the suitcase again, and strode down the stairs. Hey, little Tang, come back and visit often. Auntie will make you rib soup. Lu Panzai shouted from upstairs. Tang Zheng did not look back. Upon exiting the alley, he hailed a taxi by the roadside. Driver to Yunding, Tianwei. Tang Zheng opened the rear door, tossed the suitcase into the trunk, and sat down. The driver, who was sipping goji berry water from a thermos, trembled, nearly spilling the scalding water on his lap. He glanced at Tang Zheng through the rearview mirror. A very handsome young man, much better looking than the pale-faced boys his daughter chased on television, but he wore a faded t-shirt, old jeans, and a pair of unknown brand sports shoes, not to mention the tattered canvas suitcase he just tossed into the trunk with a broken zipper. Young man, what are you going to Yunding Tianwei for? That's the wealthiest district in Anqing. Are you delivering something or doing cleaning? Let me tell you, security there is very strict. They don't even let takeout into the community, and don't even think about encountering a rich woman. The driver said while starting the car in a tone of someone who's been there. Going home. Tang Zheng leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. The driver scoffed, mentally cursing, acting like a big shot. He pressed on the gas, merging the taxi into the flow of early rush hour traffic. The car was filled with a mix of cheap car air freshener and tobacco, and the air conditioning vents seemed to blow out a gasoline smell. Tang Zheng leaned back in the seat, quickly calculating in his mind. Now he had a cash flow of $100 million, a top-tier flat in the city center, and his material needs were essentially met. The next most important thing was to figure out the system's provision for Huanyu Entertainment. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of an imposing grand gate. The gray-white granite gate was inlaid with 4 golden characters, Yunding Tianwei. On both sides of the gate stood tall walls densely packed with infrared security cameras flashing red lights. At the entrance, 4 security guards in white uniforms stood tall, their postures straight, sharp gazes with walkie-talkies and electric batons at their waists, clearly professional personnel who had undergone training. Tang Zheng paid the fare and pulled out his shabby suitcase from the trunk. He walked up to the gate's turnstile. Sir, please hold on. The burly security guard on the left stepped forward and blocked Tang Zheng's path. His gaze scanned Tang Zheng's faded clothes and the shabby suitcase, lacking disdain, but filled with professional scrutiny. This is a private residential area. May I ask who you were looking for? Do you have an appointment? Tang Zheng didn't waste words. He directly took out his phone and pulled up the electronic authorization code QR code Huang Chengqing sent him last night. I am the homeowner. Here is the relevant authorization code. The security guard paused briefly. Homeowner. In this attire. With this shabby suitcase. But he still took out the scanner from his waist and scanned the QR code on Tang Zheng's phone. Ding. The scanner's screen instantly displayed a long string of green information. Homeowner identity confirmed, Mr. Tang Zheng. Property information, 36th floor, building 1, sky high flat, 380. Permission, level highest, black gold. The security guard's eyes widened more and more as he looked at the information on the screen. The 36th floor of building 1, that unit with the best view in the entire community, was sold. Wasn't it always vacant? When did it get sold? I didn't hear about anyone viewing the property. Moreover, the permission level is the highest, black gold, and the homeowner is so young. The security guard's heels snapped together, producing a dull sound. He stood straight, raised his right hand, and performed an extremely standard military salute. Hello, Mr. Tang. Welcome home. His voice was loud, filled with utmost respect. This shout startled another security guard who was checking the items of a delivery man nearby. The turnstile opened in response. Do you need help with your luggage? No need. Tang Zheng carried the suitcase and walked through the gate. Watching Tang Zheng's figure disappear around the corner of the landscaped area, the burly security guard immediately took out his walkie-talkie. He lowered his voice, speaking urgently. Calling the manager. Calling Manager Zhang. A crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, followed by a calm male voice. Received. What's the matter? The owner of that unit on the 36th floor of building 1 has moved in. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Have you confirmed the identity? Confirmed, and it's the highest, black gold permission level. The homeowner's name is Tang Zheng, a very young guy, just dressed a bit differently. Understood. Notify all posts to be on high alert. I will check the surveillance immediately. The security guard hung up the walkie-talkie and let out a long breath. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Luckily, he had been polite earlier and didn't look down on others. Someone like this was definitely not someone a small security guard like him could provoke. At this moment, Tang Zheng had already crossed a meticulously trimmed French garden and arrived at the foot of Building 1. Building 1 was the best located building in the entire community, with no obstructions in front and an extremely wide view. The lobby doors were automatic. As Tang Zheng approached, the heavy glass doors slid open to both sides. Inside lay a shiny marble floor, and a massive crystal chandelier emitted a soft glow. A faint scent of white tea wafted through the air. Tang Zheng walked towards the elevator area. There were 3 elevators, one of which was marked as Owner's Private Exclusive. He pressed the up button. The elevator doors opened, revealing a red carpet inside with walls covered in walnut veneer. Tang Zheng stepped in and scanned the QR code on his phone. The elevator began to ascend smoothly. There was no sense of weightlessness and not even a hint of noise could be heard. The numbers flickered rapidly on the display screen. Finally, it stopped at 36. With a ding, the elevator doors slid open. What met the eye was a massive pair of armored double doors. As the password was entered, a muffled mechanical click echoed from the lock, and the heavy armored door automatically sprang inward, opening a narrow gap. Tang Zheng pushed the door open and stepped inside. The entryway's motion-sensing system activated instantly. "Welcome home, mister." Tang, a gentle female voice emanated from concealed ceiling speakers. Then, like dominoes toppling in sequence, the lights illuminated one after another, from the entryway through the corridor and into the living room. Before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, the double-layered motorized blackout curtains glided smoothly apart to either side. Unobstructed sunlight flooded in, bathing the entire living room in brilliant crystalline clarity. Tang Zheng stood in the entryway, his gaze sweeping slowly across the expansive 380-square-meter space before him. The living room was astonishingly spacious, its floor paved with seamless Italian gray-veined marble, its subtle distinctive grain mirroring the minimalist fixture-free lighting design suspended from the ceiling. At its center sat a set of creamy white leather sofas, exquisitely soft and supple. Opposite them rose an entire wall of walnut bookshelves, beside which was embedded a massive screen, nearly half the wall's width, serving as a television. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling windows, he took in city CBD core in its entirety, skyscrapers piercing the sky, streams of vehicles crawling like ants below, a vantage point that evoked the illusion of holding the entire metropolis beneath one's feet. Tang Zheng dropped his suitcase carelessly onto the carpet beside the sofa and collapsed into the plush leather seat like a sack of softened clay. The sofa instantly conformed to the contours of his body, enveloping him in profound, almost sentient comfort. A sensation worlds apart from sleeping on the rigid wooden plank bed in his former urban village dwelling. He closed his eyes and drew a deep, deliberate breath. Gone was the sour, moldy stench of stagnant drains that haunted his old neighborhood. Instead, the air carried only the faint, warm aroma of new timber and the crisp, purified breath of the central HVAC system. This immediacy of sensory transformation was wealth made tangible. It could purchase silence by space and erase every trace of indignity. A low vibration hummed twice in his pocket, the quiet stillness of the apartment shattered by his phone. Tang Zheng retrieved his phone. A WeChat friend request appeared with the note, "Zhang, High Property Manager, Yunding Tianwei." He tapped accept and immediately received a lengthy message. "Dear Mr. Tang, welcome to your new home. I am Zhang, High Property Manager of Yunding Tianwei, honored to serve you. Your registration has been completed. Each floor of Tower 1 is assigned a dedicated platinum concierge, available 24 hours a day. Whether you require meal reservations, dry cleaning, vehicle maintenance, or even private event planning, we are at your service at any hour. Additionally, Mr. Tang, a heavy-duty anti-explosion built-in safe has been pre-installed in the master bedroom's walk-in closet. Its default access code is 6/8. Tang Zheng did not reply. Instead, he rose and followed the layout of the apartment toward the master suite. The master bedroom was equally staggering in scale. A colossal king-sized bed anchored at its center, commanding the space like a sovereign throne. Beyond it lay a walk-in closet. Ding-dong. A crisp chime reverberated through the cavernous living room. Tang Zheng turned toward the entrance and strode to the foyer, tapping the smart video intercom screen mounted on the wall. The screen displayed the exterior surveillance feed. Zhang Hai, the property manager who had just messaged him, stood outside. He held an elegantly arranged fruit basket, his face wreathed in ingratiating smiles, eyes gleaming with quiet anticipation. "Mr. Tang, are you in? It's Zhang Hai from Property Management. I've brought some fresh fruit for you." His voice, carefully modulated, carried a faint undercurrent of deference. Tang Zheng pressed the intercom button and replied calmly, "Leave it at the door." His voice, transmitted through the outdoor speaker, remained utterly unruffled, as though stating something perfectly ordinary. Outside, Zhang Hai froze momentarily, his smile stiffening, then swiftly reassembling itself. Without another glance toward the door, Tang Zheng turned and walked back toward the master bedroom. Tang Zheng peeled off his faded t-shirt and stepped into the bathroom. Warm, precisely regulated water cascaded from the shower head, drumming against his back and tracing the firm lines of his musculature, washing away days of accumulated exhaustion. 100 million U.S. dollars rested silently in his bank account. He contemplated the path ahead. University admission loomed, and based on his projections, a minimum score of 620 seemed assured. Peking University might be an excellent choice. Yet the first law of society remained immutable: appearance defined perception. Drawing himself, he pulled on his worn clothes once more. He exited the bedroom, rode the elevator directly to the lobby, and strode out of the residential complex without pause. A security guard snapped to attention and rendered a flawlessly executed military salute. Tang Zheng hailed a taxi at the curb. IFS Guojin Center, he instructed. The driver stole a glance through the rearview mirror. This young man had emerged from Yunding Tianhui. Though dressed plainly, the driver dared not utter a word. Anyone stepping forth from those gates, even a scrap collector, was beyond his reckoning. And hadn't he just witnessed the guard salute? Clearly the young man lived there. No fool would miss that. 30 minutes later, the taxi halted before the most opulent shopping destination in city, the IFS Guojin Center. Cool scented air rushed forth, rich with refined woody fragrance. No shouts disrupted the hush. Polished marble floors mirrored the towering logos of global luxury houses. Tang Zheng entered an Italian haute couture men's boutique bearing no Chinese signage. Thick woolen carpets swallowed sound beneath his footsteps. Two female attendants in sleek black business suits stood behind the counter reconciling accounts on tablets. One with a sharp bob cut lifted her gaze. Her eyes traveled over Tang Zheng, pausing for half a second on his sneakers, their soles patched with visible adhesive. She lowered her eyes again and resumed studying her tablet. For luxury sales staff whose livelihood depended on commissions, attire served as the most immediate ledger of wealth. Wasting time on a student who had clearly wandered into the wrong establishment would be a grave betrayal of performance targets. A round-faced intern wearing a badge labeled trainee approached nervously. "Sir, may I assist?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with uncertainty. Tang Zheng moved to a rack of seasonal bespoke suits. His fingertips grazed the fabric. Its texture was leagues beyond anything sold at street markets. 3 business suits, 3 casual ensembles, 1 formal evening gown, tailored to my measurements. The trainee stood frozen. "Sir, our garments are priced individually. Each suit averages around RMB 1200. Bring them." Tang Zheng uttered a single word, tone flat and uninflected. The trainee swallowed hard and hurried off for a tape measure. 10 minutes later, over a dozen garments hung on mobile racks wheeled before Tang Zheng. The bobcut attendant paused her work and approached frowning. "Shaolin, why have you taken out this season's limited edition pieces? If they're damaged, can you afford to replace them?" Her warning was unmistakable. Her gaze fixed on Tang Zheng conveyed clear dismissal. Tang Zheng did not glance at her. "Calculate the total." The trainee scrambled to tap numbers onto her tablet. "Sir, the total comes to RMB 986500. Tang Zheng withdrew a black gold card issued by China Construction Bank and extended it. The attendant's eyes widened. The black gold tier. How could this youth dressed like a pauper possibly possess such a card? It had to be counterfeit or stolen. She opened her mouth to summon security, but the trainee had already swiped the card across the POS terminal. A soft beep sounded. The machine began printing a long, pristine white receipt. Transactions. The short-haired salesgirl's breath hitched, her nails dug into her palm. 980,000. The commission from that sale would see her through 2 months. "Sir, your card." The round-faced girl returned the card to Tang Zheng with trembling hands. "They'll leave an address. Have someone deliver it." Tang Zheng picked up the pen on the counter and wrote on the back of the receipt, "Yunding Tianhui, Building 1, 36th floor. Call this number. Property manager Zhang Hai. He'll open the door for you." He slid the note across, turned, and headed for the door. "Mr. Tang, have a good day. Please come again." The short-haired salesgirl bowed abruptly, her voice resonating through the shop. Tang didn't look back as he pushed the door open. Clothes sorted, only a watch remained. In the adult world of status and vanity, men are read by their watches and women by their bags, the most direct markers of class. He stepped up to the Patek Philippe counter on the mall's 2nd floor. Light struck the glass cases, throwing off a cold metallic gleam. The air felt sharper than it had in the clothing shop below. A manager in a deep blue, double-breasted suit approached. His gaze swept over Tang. Though Tang's clothes were plain, word had already spread in the mall's high-end VIP circles about a mysterious black card customer on the 1st floor who had just charged nearly $1 million. The luxury world was small. A gossip moved faster than the paparazzi. "Good afternoon, sir. I'm the store manager. How may I assist you?" The manager's manners were impeccable. "I want a watch that's in stock. Price is no object." Tang eased into the leather chair before the counter. The manager's eyelid twitched. "Sir, the finest piece we have in stock is the Calatrava 5208, or a carbon fiber case with a bezel set in a ring of delicate natural diamonds, each facet crystalline and perfect, priced at 315000. The manager turned and took a velvet box from the heavy safe behind him. Gloved hands opened it with the utmost. A silvery gray dial and complex mechanics moved beneath the lights, an exquisite synthesis of industry and art. Tang tried it on. It fit flawlessly and looked entirely at home. "This is the one." Tang pushed his black gold card across the counter. He wore a hint of indecision, his hands folded before. Mr. Tang, one more matter. This watch was reserved by a customer surnamed Chu 2 weeks ago. He paid a 100 deposit and was due to pay the balance at noon today, but the time has passed, and he has not shown up. Tang leaned back in the chair. The appointment was at noon, it's now 1:15. The manager glanced at the wall clock, bit his lip, and said, he did breach the agreement. The watch is unclaimed. It would be an honor for it to accompany you, sir. He picked up the card reader to process the payment. Wait, a sharp voice rang from the counter's entrance. A young man in a floral shirt and sunglasses strode in, trailed by a hulking bodyguard. Young Master Chu. The manager's hand trembled, and the terminal clattered against the glass counter. Chu Tianyao removed his sunglasses and fixed his gaze on the manager. You dare to sell my watch twice. Are you out of your mind? Fine beads of sweat formed on the manager's brow. Young Master Chu, your appointment was at 12. It's now past the time. This gentleman. When Chu pushed through the door, his swagger nearly disturbed the climate-controlled air of the counter. Behind him, the bodyguard loomed like an iron tower, the black suit stretched tight, clearly a professional enforcer. Cold sweat trickled down the manager's temple, his hand shook on the terminal. In the Guijin area, who did not know this young master of the Chu family? He was notorious for being a docile dilettante, yet if provoked he could easily wreak havoc in the Guijin center. Young Master Chu, please see how this has escalated. The manager's voice fell to a thin whine. The appointment was at 12, it's now past 1. You know our policy. Late arrivals are not waited for, and this gentleman is ready to pay. Chu removed his shades, revealing an unnaturally pale, immaculate face. Ignoring the manager's explanation, his keen eyes fixed on Tang, scanning him head to toe 3 times over. Tang remained in the leather swivel chair, without so much as lifting an eyelid, his fingertips lightly stroking the 3 million watch case. The carbon fiber felt cool, austere, the very essence of industrial severity. You're the kid who just spent nearly $1 million on the first floor? Chu asked suddenly, his tone stripped of earlier menace and threaded with irrepressible curiosity. Tang glanced at him. The young man looked no older than 17 or 18, though garishly dressed. His eyes were clear and free of the hollow emptiness vice leaves behind. The watch is mine, Tang said coolly, and slapped his black gold card onto the terminal. The manager looked toward Chu with a pleading expression more pitiful than tears. Chu did not lose his temper. Instead, he leaned in to study Tang's face. He calculated swiftly, this guy had a hard, unvarnished kind of handsomeness. Not the sugar-coated pretty type, but a bone-deep composure and nobility. Most strikingly, he wore an old t-shirt and battered sneakers, yet could casually flash a black gold card to buy a 3 million watch. What on earth was this? It was authenticity returned to its purest state, top-tier taste. Hey, don't process it yet. Chu clamped the manager's hand to stop him, then turned to Tang with a brilliant smile that bared a row of white teeth. Brother, don't misunderstand. I was only teasing the manager earlier. It was my fault for being late. The watch is yours, absolutely yours. The manager and the bodyguard were stunned. Tang frowned slightly at the abrupt reversal. Allow me to introduce myself, Chu Tianyao, an Anqing local. Comfortably at ease, Chu pulled over a chair and sat, lowering his voice. Man, you're truly handsome, just like me. Really, when I saw you sitting at the door, I thought another low-key brother like myself was in disguise. I originally bought this watch as a comingafage gift, but since you've taken a shine to it, perhaps it's fate between us. Tang withdrew his hand and moved a little farther away, voice still calm. If you don't want it, then charge it. Charge it. Quickly process this for our brother. Chu shot the manager a look, then turned with a fawning expression toward Tang. Brother, may I ask your surname? I suppose your outfit was a deliberate test of these salespeople's discernment. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Tang scoffed inwardly. Was this fellow an idiot? And wasn't his imagination a touch overactive? Tang had merely been poor before and hadn't had time to change his clothes. Tang Zheng. A fine name. A name that evokes lofty years and commanding presence. Chu slapped his thigh, eager enough to pledge brotherhood on the spot. Brother, to be frank, I have few pastimes beyond befriending capable, handsome people. Today's mishap was my fault. Hey race, what'll do? Ding Lu San Yuhong is on me. Consider it my apology to you and an opportunity to show you the ropes, he added. He stared at Tang Zheng, his clever eyes spinning around like a cunning little fox. Brother, let's go. I'm really a good guy. If I trick you, I'm just a little dog. Besides, there's truly a beautiful woman up there. Just consider it a chance to have some fun together. I swear I mean no harm. Chu Tianyao said, raising his hand and dramatically holding up 3 fingers. Tang Zheng stood still, not moving immediately. He looked at Chu Tianyao's excited face, which was slightly flushed, and quickly calculated in his mind. After all, just yesterday, he was still a high school student living in a cramped room in a city village, meticulously counting every penny of his few hundred yuan rent, leading a mundane and even somewhat strained life. And the wealthy circle represented by this second-generation rich kid was completely unfamiliar to him. He had no idea what their daily lives were like, what they liked to talk about, or what they enjoyed doing. Moreover, the system had suddenly thrust the universal entertainment upon him, and he still hadn't grasped the specifics of the situation. In this talent-laden 21st century, merely being rich was far from sufficient. This second-generation rich kid, who seemed as friendly as a golden retriever, was just the opportunity he needed. All right then. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile as he uttered these words. Chu Tianyao immediately burst into joy, quickly waved to his bodyguard behind him, and then hurried to Tang Zheng's side, grabbing his arm, and heading towards the top floor of the Guijin Center, chattering non-stop. "Brother, you're definitely going to love it up there. The food is delicious, and my sister and her friends are quite entertaining." The two entered the elevator, which smoothly ascended, hardly giving a sensation of weightlessness. Chu Tianyao leaned against the elevator wall like a machine that had opened its mouth, continuously pouring out words. "Bro, your idea today is really great, playing dumb to take down those salespeople. I'll try this next time. I tell you, my sister always scolds me for only looking at appearances and not substance, saying I'm a shallow guy. Today I'm bringing you along to let her see what true Loki looks like. She'll definitely be speechless then. I tell you, my sister always scolds me for only looking at appearances and not substance, saying I'm a shallow guy. Today I'm bringing you along to let her see what true Loki—" Yeah, we're fraternal twins. She was born 2 minutes before me, but she always uses that to suppress me. Chu Tianyao pouted, showing a helpless and disdainful expression, his tone filled with grievance. "She's quite the fighter, practicing Sanda since childhood, and now she's into extreme sports. She's really strong, I can't even beat her. My parents are at a loss with her and take it out on me instead. A few days ago we just celebrated our 18th birthday, and she insisted I sign some unequal treaty, saying that if I get into trouble, I can't use the family name. I mean, she's a girl always involved in fights. Who would dare to date her in the future?" Tang Jing turned his head to glance at Chu Tianyao and couldn't help but tease. "You little rascal, if you were born in ancient times, you'd definitely be a master at selling your sister for glory. We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes, and you've already spilled all your sister's secrets. Haha, brother, it's just that we hit it off, and there's nothing to hide about my sister. You'd find out sooner or later." Chu Tianyao chuckled, feeling there was nothing wrong with his behavior. With a ding, the elevator reached the top floor. The elevator doors slowly slid open, and a faint scent of jasmine mixed with the refreshing cool air from the central air conditioning rushed in. San Yuhong, a renowned restaurant in Anqing with an average cost exceeding 2,000 yuan, is considered a high-end dining place in Anqing. It is said that the head chef here is a first-generation heir of state banquet cuisine with culinary skills that are truly exceptional. However, since Master Wang only personally comes to the restaurant once every 2 weeks to taste the dishes he prepares, one must rely on snatching them. If it weren't for Chu Tianyao's sister pulling some strings with a prominent family elder to secure a private room, they probably wouldn't have had the chance to eat Master Wang's dishes at all. The floor of the restaurant was covered with thick handmade wool carpets. As Tang Jing stepped on it, he felt it soft underfoot with no echo at all, as if all sounds were absorbed by the carpet. Some abstract paintings hung on the walls. Tang Zheng couldn't comprehend the content of the paintings, but could still feel an artistic aura emanating from them. Chu Tianyao pulled Tang Zheng through the long corridor beside the hall, and quickly stopped in front of a private room named 9 Heavens. He pushed the door open, and in the middle of the table several people were gathered around playing do di zhu. A girl wearing a tight sports tank top and black multi-pocket cargo pants sat at the main seat. She held a set of playing cards, her short hair slightly damp with sweat sticking to her fair cheeks, giving her an exceptionally capable look. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on her arms, where her muscle lines were smooth and firm. When she threw the cards, her movements were crisp and clean, exuding a wildness and strength. "Wang Jia!" The girl shouted loudly, slamming the cards in her hand onto the table, a hint of pride on her face. "Sister, look who I brought!" Chu Tianyao shouted at the top of his lungs, instantly breaking the previously focused atmosphere in the private room. Chu Tianyu turned her head to look, and only then did Tang Zheng see her appearance. Her facial features were about 70 to 80% similar to Chu Tianyao, but her eyes had a much stronger aggressiveness. Those bright eyes were like a vigilant leopard, as if they could see through a person's thoughts. In addition to her, there were 2 men and a woman sitting on the genuine leather sofa beside her. Upon hearing Chu Tianyao's voice, the 3 of them stopped their actions and turned their gazes toward the door. Hearing Chu Tianyao's voice, the 3 people also paused their movements. A boy dressed in a white Givenchy short-sleeve shirt held half a glass of whiskey with ice. His gaze swept over Tang Jing's outfit, revealing a look of surprise and confusion, his expression momentarily frozen. Another boy with hair curled in tinfoil directly asked, "Little Yao, who is this friend you brought along? Weren't you supposed to go downstairs to get the watch? Where's the watch?" Chu Tianyao laughed nonchalantly as he walked over with Tang Zheng plopping down on the sofa next to the boy with the curled hair and casually lifted his feet, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is my new buddy Tang Zheng." "Tang, you don't mind this kid. He just loves to talk nonsense and is a bad influence." Tang Zheng smiled casually and nodded at everyone, saying, "Hello, I'm Tang Zheng, a local from Anqing." Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, everyone looked at him a few more times. At this moment, Chu Tianyu noticed the watch on Tang Zheng's wrist, and her gaze instantly sharpened. Wasn't this the watch her brother had been yearning for half a month? Just now Chu Tianyao was in such a hurry to get the watch. How is it now on Tang Zheng's wrist? Did you give the watch to him? Chu Tianyu stood up and walked in front of Chu Tianyao, elbowing him in the shoulder, without any hesitation, her eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. "What do you mean by let? This is a perfect match of a treasure watch with a hero. With my charisma, this watch truly reveals its value only when worn by me." Chu Tianyao retorted defiantly, puffing out his neck. Chu Tianyue smirked slightly, revealing a half-smile, and said, "My brother is a bit slow-witted and easily deceived. Sorry about that." There was a hint of helplessness in her tone, along with a touch of affection for her brother. Tang Zheng waved his hand nonchalantly, a gentle smile on his face as he said, "This time it's truly not me stealing someone's love. Your brother willingly gave it up. He said he was late and breached the agreement just when I was already paying, so this watch belongs to me now." His words carried an undeniable certainty. His tone was soft, yet it held an undeniable assurance. She then unwrapped a mint lollipop and popped it into her mouth, crunching it with a crunch, and said, "I know it's probably my silly brother's fault. He's always so careless, often forgetful, so it's not surprising that he would do something like this." Chu Tianyao, listening nearby, squirmed in his seat and quickly said, "Sister, can you not start a fight as soon as you come in? It really has nothing to do with Brother Tang. I was late and breached the agreement, so the store must sell the watch to someone else." As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Tang Zheng, his eyes showing a hint of appeasement, afraid that Tang Zheng would be influenced by his sister's words and affect his next plan. Chu Tianyue rolled her eyes at him, bemused, secretly wondering whose side is this brother on, always speaking up for others. However, she did not pursue the matter further and shifted the topic, asking, "Handsome guy, how old are you?" Tang Zheng replied with a teasing tone, 18, just finished the college entrance examination. His tone carried a hint of lightheartedness and pride, as the college entrance examination is a significant event in every student's life, and he had just successfully completed this challenge. Once he finished speaking, the movements of several people in the private room instinctively paused. The boy with the foil hairstyle was the first to react, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, "A candidate? You took the college entrance exam this year too? We just finished ours this year as well." As he spoke, he casually rested his arm on Tang Zheng's shoulder, seemingly closing the distance between them, and enthusiastically asked, "Which school are you from, bro?" "We are from Anqing Foreign Language College." Tang Zheng smiled and replied, "I'm from Anqing No. 1 High School." "Anqing No. 1 High School. I see, no wonder we haven't seen you before." The boy with the foil hairstyle nodded in realization and continued, "I heard that No. 1 High is strict with a focus on rote learning, but with your style, bro, you don't seem like a bookworm." He looked Tang Zheng up and down, his eyes filled with teasing. Tang Zheng was well aware that these second-generation rich kids, while appearing enthusiastic, were inherently guarded and had their own boundaries when it came to strangers. But he didn't mind, simply smiling and politely responding to their words. Just then the waiter pushed the door open and entered. Leading the way was a head waitress in a cheongsam, followed by 6 waiters carrying trays, entering the private room in an orderly fashion. "Miss Chu, these are the 8 main dishes personally prepared by Master Wang today, all served for you." The head waitress' voice was gentle and pleasant as she lifted the huge blue and white porcelain lid in the center. In an instant, a rich aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by the unique depth and sweetness of dried tangerine peel, immediately whetting everyone's appetite. Inside the dish lay a 6-pound wild yellow croaker from the East China Sea, its body shining with a brilliant golden hue under the light, resembling a piece of artwork. The sauce was thick like melted amber, exuding an enticing sheen. "This is a great dish with 50-rolled Xinhui dried tangerine peel paired with wild yellow croaker. This is Master Wang's specialty." Chu Tianyue introduced as she picked up the serving chopsticks, looking at Tang Zheng and saying, "Come on, Tang Zheng, give it a try." Chu Tianyao was already impatient, his eyes were fixed on the yellow croaker. Hearing his sister's words, he immediately grabbed the chopsticks, picked up a piece of fish, and popped it into his mouth, instantly revealing a satisfied expression as he exclaimed, "Delicious. Brother Tang, you must try this. I've been looking forward to this dish for a long time. Tang Zheng picked up his chopsticks, just about to grab a piece of fish belly meat. Just then the heavy door of the private room suddenly made a loud bang. Bang! With a loud crash, the door lock was flung off, smashing into a nearby blue and white porcelain ornament, shattering it into pieces and creating a chaotic scene. A bald man in a tight black shirt with a pinky-sized gold chain around his neck strode in. Behind the bald man were four burly men in black suits, their sturdy physiques and oddly synchronized walking, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. I want to see who has the audacity to intercept my meal that Lu Laosan has arranged. Lu Laosan's rough voice echoed in the private room, causing everyone's ears to ring, filled with thick anger and arrogance. The air in the private room instantly turned cold. Chu Tianyao slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up, glaring at Lu Laosan as he said, "Lu Laosan, what are you going crazy about? We booked this private room half a month ago. What are you doing barging in here?" His face was filled with rage, fists clenched tightly, seemingly ready to charge at Lu Laosan to argue. Lu Laosan rubbed his bald head and sneered. "I thought who it was. Turns out it's the young master of the Chu family." His gaze swept across the table and finally landed on Chu Tianyue, his eyes becoming sticky with ill intentions. "Oh, Miss Chu is here too. What's this? Throwing a party with a few pretty boys. You have quite an appetite, having 3 guys serving just one of you. Last time I invited you to my place for drinks, why didn't you come? Our families have known each other for so many years." As soon as he said this, the faces of several boys in the private room changed dramatically. The boy with the foil hairstyle turned red with anger, grabbing a glass from the table and hurling it at him, shouting, "Watch your mouth." However, the glass was swatted away in midair by a bodyguard behind Lu Laosan. The glass shattered against the wall, whiskey and ice spilling everywhere, flowing down the wall, as if narrating the anger and dissatisfaction in the private room. Chu Tianyue remained silent. She stood up, her gaze icy, casually picking up a pure silver long needle, used for picking crab meat from the table. She fixed her eyes on Lu Laosan and coldly said, "Lu Laosan, I'll give you 3 seconds to take your dogs and get out. You are not welcome here." Her voice was calm, yet it carried a sense of undeniable anger. Lu Laosan spat on the ground disdainfully, saying, "Pa, don't push your luck. Your father is still out there begging for investment, thinking your Chu family is still the king of Anqing." Then he paused, chuckling twice with a lecherous glint in his eyes, saying, "Today I'm going to claim this situation and clear these little rabbits out. As for Miss Chu, stay behind and drink a few with me. Do you dare to hit me?" Chu Tianyu's face darkened, and the anger in her heart could no longer be suppressed. She directly leaped over the table, charging like an enraged lioness, and kicked fiercely towards Lu Laosan's face. Having practiced free fighting since childhood, her kick was swift, accompanied by a whoosh of wind striking Lu Laosan like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, she had only one thought in her mind: to make this foul-mouthed scoundrel pay the price. However, Lu Laosan showed no signs of panic. A burly man behind him reacted, quickly stepping forward and firmly catching Chu Tianyu's kick with his arm. Lu Laosan took advantage of the opportunity, shamelessly reaching out to touch Chu Tianyu's foot. A nauseating smile plastered on his face as he said, "Little Yaya, your temper is quite explosive, but your foot is really tender." Chu Tianyu's face turned crimson with both shame and anger, wanting to retract her foot, but the burly man held her tightly. The burly man's lips curled slightly in disdain, and with a gentle push of his arm, Chu Tianyue lost her balance and staggered backward. Her waist slammed hard against the edge of the dining table, and with a crash the dishes on the table toppled down, creating a chaotic scene. "Sister!" Chu Tianyao saw his sister get hurt, and immediately turned red with rage. The anger in his heart reached its peak, erupting like a volcano as he picked up a chair and smashed it down fiercely at the others. However, the people across were clearly practiced fighters, easily dodging the attack. One of them even stepped forward and kicked the chair, resulting in a loud crack as the wooden chair shattered, splinters flying everywhere. One piece landed right where Chu Tianyao was rushing and causing him to fall directly onto it, blood immediately gushing from his elbow, turning his face pale with pain. Seeing this, the others in the private room were equally furious and rushed forward, wanting to avenge the Chu siblings. However, they were no match for these professional fighters. These individuals had spent years acting as thugs, rich and experienced, striking swiftly and accurately. In less than 3 seconds, the ones who rushed forward were all knocked to the ground, crying out in pain. This was clearly a battle of unequal strength, with both sides not even in the same league. Sitting aside, Tang Zheng was leisurely enjoying his meal, holding chopsticks in his hand. The system had only just been activated, and he had just begun to enjoy the life of a wealthy person. He actually didn't want to cause trouble. However, Lu Laosan's foul mouth had gone too far, even insulting him. How could he tolerate that? Moreover, since the system activated, his physical attributes had improved. How could he allow himself to be bullied? Thus Tang Zheng picked up the unopened bottle of Macallan whiskey from the table, swinging his arm with all his might, unexpectedly smashing the heavy glass bottle onto Lu Laosan's head. With a loud bang, the bottle shattered. Amber liquid mingling with blood trickled down Lu Laosan's. Lu Laosan never expected that this seemingly inexperienced young man would suddenly strike. In his impression, someone with such an extraordinary demeanor must have an impressive background, and those from such backgrounds would be most cautious about inviting trouble. He had thought that this youth would not intervene, but he clearly misjudged the situation. With a scream, he covered his head with both hands, blood seeping through his fingers, nearly collapsing to the ground. Do you dare to hit me? Lu Laosan held his head, glaring at Tang Zheng with disbelief and anger in his eyes. He couldn't understand where this person found the courage to strike him. He knew that in this city Lu Laosan was somewhat of a prominent figure, usually making others fear him. He had never faced such humiliation before. At this moment, Tang Zheng still held the bloodied glass bottle neck in his hand with jagged glass shards protruding. He looked coldly at Lu Laosan and said, "Not only do I dare to hit you, but if you don't leave today, I will make you look worse." His voice was calm, but it carried a powerful intimidation, as if there was an undeniable force behind. Lu Laosan was intimidated by Tang Zheng's gaze, a hint of panic rising within him. However, having been in this underworld lifestyle, face mattered more than anything, and he still spoke harshly, saying, "Do you know who I am? Do you dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid of bringing trouble upon yourself? I, Lu Laosan, am not someone to be trifled with in this area. If you are wise, quickly apologize, or I will make you regret it." Tang Zheng let out a cold laugh and replied, "I don't care who you are. In front of me, bullying my friends is unacceptable. If you want to fight, go ahead. Let's see whose fists are stronger, yours or my methods." Having been an orphan since childhood, Tang Zheng had been bullied countless times over the years. Thus he had learned a principle: in a fight, one must not back down. Those who value their lives are the ones who stand until the end. Today he would let these people know that he wasn't someone to be easily provoked. Seeing Tang Zheng's confident demeanor, Lu Laosan felt increasingly uneasy, but he gritted his teeth and signaled for his men to attack. The leader, Lai, exchanged glances with the other three and charged towards Tang Zheng. Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. In his view, this young man was just an arrogant kid who didn't know his limits. Even if he had some strength, he could never be their match. Tang Zheng slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging a bodyguard's straight punch, then swiftly thrust the glass bottle neck towards the opponent's thigh. With a dull thud, the glass pierced into the flesh, causing the bodyguard to let out a grunt. His face contorted in pain as his movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Zheng kicked the side of the bodyguard's knee, and with a crack, the bodyguard knelt down, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Just then, Lai was already in front of him. He let out a loud roar, delivering a powerful whip kick towards Tang Zheng's side, the speed fast enough to create a whooshing sound in the air. Tang Zheng quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Lai's kick missed, but he did not stop the attack and immediately followed with a punch aimed at Tang Zheng's face. At that moment, Tang Zheng suddenly felt a chill coming from behind. He cursed inwardly, quickly diving to the left. A burly man drew a dagger from his waist. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been stabbed. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Host, danger detected. You can exchange for a top-tier foreign mercenary with legal security credentials and weapon permits for just 200 points. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Zheng immediately replied, "Exchange." Ding. 200 points deducted. Exchange successful. Personnel identity has been legalized and implanted. Will arrive at the scene within 10 seconds. Please hold on a little longer, host. The system's prompt sounded. Tang Zheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He knew reinforcement. Several people coordinated their attacks from different directions, and even though Tang Zheng was quick on his feet, he still received a few punches, causing him to frown in pain. Just as Tang Zheng was about to collapse, the door of the club was suddenly slammed open. A towering man standing at least 193 centimeters tall barged in like a grizzly bear. Clad in a form-fitting black tactical vest that strained against bulging muscles, his thick forearms crisscrossed with pale, jagged old scars. As the knife-wielding thug froze mid-thought, Ivan was already upon him. Without hesitation, Ivan's massive palm clamped down on the man's wrist, the one gripping the blade, and wrenched it sharply backward. A sharp, sickening crack echoed, the bone nearly piercing through the skin. Before the man could even cry out, Ivan drove his right knee hard into his chest. The brute flew backward like a sack of grain, shattering an antique blue and white porcelain floor vase in the corner of the private dining room, and collapsing unconscious. Eyes rolled back in his head. Alexei, sensing imminent disaster, abandoned Tang Zheng and launched a whip-like roundhouse kick toward Ivan's neck. Ivan didn't flinch, letting the blow strike squarely against his shoulder. He merely shook his neck, then extended two thick fingers and seized Alexei's ankle with surgical precision. You lie down too. Ivan's Mandarin carried a heavy rolling trill. With one arm he hoisted Alexei, over 70 kilograms of raw muscle, like a sandbag, and slammed him headlong onto the solid marble dining table. The tabletop fractured into a spiderweb of cracks. Alexei spat a gout of blood and slumped motionless. The remaining two bodyguards exchanged glances, legs trembling, utterly paralyzed, unwilling to step forward. The entire sequence lasted less than 5 seconds, fluid, lightning-fast, seamless, leaving every onlooker stunned into silence. Tang Zheng leaned against the wall, catching his breath, and wiped several droplets of spattered blood from his chin. Those 200 points were well spent. This Russian was nothing short of a humanoid tank. Ivan strode up to Tang Zheng, lowered his head slightly, and gazed at him with earnest gray-blue eyes, like a loyal hound, before bowing respectfully. Boss, the situation is under control. Are you unharmed? Tang Zheng nodded. You arrived just in time. His gaze slid past Ivan, locking onto Lu Laosan, who now cowered in the corner of the room. Gone was Lu Laosan's earlier arrogance. His bald scalp glistened with blood, one hand pressed tightly against his wound, the other braced against the floor as he scrambled backward, desperate to retreat. Don't come near me. Let me tell you, I have powerful connections above. Tang Zheng walked over, kicked aside a shard of broken glass, and looked down at him, cold and unyielding. I have no interest in who stands above you. Weren't you just threatening to make me regret this? Lu Laosan swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, while cold sweat and blood mingled on his forehead, dripping steadily downward. Brother, this was all a misunderstanding. I concede defeat. Medical expenses are on me. After all, rivers and mountains meet again. Tang Zheng said nothing, only tilted his head slightly. Instantly comprehending, Ivan stepped forward, seized Lu Laosan's collar with one hand, and lifted the overweight man, nearly 80 kilograms, off the ground as effortlessly as if he were a chick. Lu Laosan dangled helplessly, kicking wildly, his face purpling from lack of air. I'm actually quite easygoing, as long as no one provokes me. Tang Zheng tapped Lu Laosan's greasy cheek lightly. But you made two unforgivable mistakes, insulting me and cursing my friend. Meanwhile, Chu Tianyao staggered upright, clutching his bleeding arm, staring at Tang Zheng with awe, as though gazing upon a mythical beast. Brother, where did you find this guy? His combat prowess is downright monstrous. Chu Tianyao rose from the floor, still gripping his wounded arm, eyes wide with shock and reverence. Brother, where did you find this man? His fighting ability is simply beyond reason. Chu Tianyao steadied herself by gripping the edge of the table. Her feline eyes locked first on Ivan, then flicked to Tang Zheng, bewilderment churning deep within her gaze. Who exactly was this man? An 18-year-old high school student, yet accompanied by a foreign bodyguard of such extraordinary skill. Even the heirs of Anqing's most elite families would struggle to secure protection of this caliber. Tang Zheng paid no mind to the Chu siblings' astonishment. He was already calculating the implications of today's incident. Though the system had granted Ivan full legal status, the blood-soaked floor and mangled limbs presented a scene far too visceral. He hoped to avoid excessive official scrutiny, because even with justification, entanglement with authorities would bring endless complications. Put him down, don't kill him, Tang Zheng ordered calmly. Ivan released his grip, and Lu Laosan collapsed onto the floor like a deflated sack, gasping raggedly, too terrified to utter another word. At that moment, chaotic footsteps thundered down the corridor, accompanied by the piercing wail of police sirens. Freeze! Police! Several uniformed officers burst into the private room, shields raised. Their commanding officer held his service pistol steady, its black muzzle trained directly on Ivan, the largest and most imposing figure standing at the center of the room. The restaurant owner cowered behind the officers, peering out with half his face exposed, then recoiled, knees buckling at the sight of the carnage within. The lead officer swept his gaze across the room, pausing for 2 seconds on the motionless forms sprawled across the floor, faces, pale limbs twisted unnaturally, his brow furrowing into a tight, grim knot. This wasn't a brawl, it was a slaughter. He barked, voice sharp with authority, hands on your heads. Kneel down. Ivan remained immobile, but his gray-blue eyes narrowed coldly at the officers. His torso leaned forward slightly, every muscle coiling taut in readiness. To a former Special Forces operative being aimed at with a firearm triggered primal reflexive resistance. A dangerous aura radiated from him, like a predator moments before launching its lethal strike. Tang Zheng's heart lurched. He stepped forward instantly, placing himself squarely between Ivan and the officers. He knew full well, if Ivan clashed with law enforcement here, the fallout would be catastrophic. Raising both hands, Tang Zheng spoke with calm composure. Officer, please, no misunderstanding. We're victims. Victims. The officer frowned, gesturing toward Lu Laosan, face drenched in blood, and the groaning, broken-limbed bodyguards sprawled across the floor. We'll verify that soon enough. Tang Zheng explained with measured clarity. We were quietly enjoying dinner when these men violently forced their way in, smashing the door, threatening us physically. Our response was purely defensive. Simultaneously, Tang Zheng turned to Ivan and issued a quiet command in Russian. Note: Russian was among the 6 languages granted upon system activation: Chinese, English, Russian, French, Thai, and German. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's order, Ivan gradually relaxed his stance, placed his hands behind his head, and yet his gaze remained edged with simmering resentment. The officer's gaze shifted to Tang Zheng, then lingered on Chu Tianyue and Chu Tianyao beside him, recognizing them immediately. Miss Chu, Master Chu. Anqing's social circles were small, and the Chu family wielded considerable local influence. The officer had met the siblings before. Chu Tianyue stepped forward, dabbing blood from her clothes with a tissue, and addressed the officer, Officer Wang. Today's incident was instigated entirely by Lu Laosan. He led men into our private room by force and assaulted us. My employer intervened solely to protect us. There's surveillance footage in the hallway. You may review it. We'll examine the footage, Officer Wang replied, holstering his weapon, but his expression remained stern. Still, 5 men are down, 2 critically injured. Regardless of who struck first, everyone present must accompany us to the station for formal statements. Tang Zheng nodded, fully expecting this outcome. Understood. We'll cooperate fully. Officer Wang gestured, and 2 officers advanced, handcuffs ready for Ivan. Ivan's brow furrowed, instinctively resisting. Ivan, let them cuff you. Tang Zheng commanded, voice low but firm. Only then did Ivan exhale, slowly extend his wrists, and submit silently as the steel clicked shut. Lu Laosan was hauled upright by 2 officers. As he passed Tang Zheng, blood-blurred eyes locked onto him. Jaw clenched, voice a venomous whisper, boy, this isn't over. Tang Zheng glanced at him, saying nothing. This fool still hasn't realized the situation. A group of people was led out of the Sanyuhong restaurant. At this moment, the hall was filled with onlookers. When they saw several police officers escorting a nearly 2-meter-tall foreign giant out, a suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd. Tang Zheng and the Chu siblings were arranged in the same police car, while Ivan was separately escorted into another armored vehicle. The police car started heading towards the Anqing City Public Security Bureau. The interior of the car was very quiet. Chu Tianyue's arm wound had been simply bandaged. He felt no pain at all, his mind filled with the image of Ivan's rampage just moments ago. A few minutes later, Chu Tianyao couldn't help but lean over and ask in a low voice, Brother Tang, your bodyguard is amazing. Where did you find him? Can you introduce him to me? It would be so impressive to show him off. Chu Tianyue perked up her ears, equally curious about Tang Zheng's identity. Tang Zheng leaned back in his seat, watching the street scenery fly by outside. This question was difficult to explain. He couldn't just say he bought it with 200 points from the system. I happened to meet him online before. I think he was a retired officer. It's not as exaggerated as you might think, Tang Zheng casually deflected. Seeing his brother's evasiveness, Chu Tianyao clearly didn't believe him. All right, brother, you can keep pretending. Who told you to be the brother I recognize? Tang Zheng looked out the window. As long as the authorities weren't directly targeting him, he really didn't take ordinary criminal forces seriously. When soldiers come, let the soldiers handle them. When water comes, let the earth cover it. The police car soon entered the courtyard of the city's Public Security Bureau, where Tang Zheng and the others were taken into different interrogation rooms. Sitting on the cold iron chair, Tang Zheng stared at the 8 large characters on the wall, saying, confess for leniency, resist for severity. He quickly calculated in his mind whether the legal identity the system arranged for Ivan could withstand official scrutiny. At this moment, the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. It was not Officer Wang from earlier, but a sharp-eyed, middle-aged man in plain clothes. The man pulled out a chair and sat down, holding a thin file, which he spread out on the table. You are Tang Zheng. The middle-aged man stared at Tang Zheng, pointing at the file. That Russian is your bodyguard. This person's identity is quite interesting. Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a composed expression. Officer, I don't understand what you mean. The middle-aged man flipped through the file and pulled out a paper stamped with a red seal. Ivan Petrovich, former captain of the Russian Special Forces, joined the top international security company Blackwater after retiring, then suddenly left and disappeared a year later. He holds an internationally recognized Class A firearm permit and special defensive exemption. We checked you. You were just a recently graduated high school student. How did you two meet? How did you hire him? Tang Zheng looked at the bright red seal on the paper, his mind slightly jolted. Wasn't the system's identity implantation too excessive? This wasn't just an ordinary security personnel, it was practically a walking strategic deterrent weapon. Facing the scrutinizing gaze of the middle-aged man, Tang Zheng leaned back the hard iron chair, digging painfully into his spine. The system's identity implantation service was indeed crude, simply throwing an eye-catching strategic weapon over and leaving him to fabricate the aftermath. He needed to be more cautious about this transaction in the future. Officer, this is actually quite absurd. The middle-aged man's palm slammed onto the table with a dull thud. Stop talking nonsense. A retired Russian Special Forces soldier comes to Anqing to be a bodyguard for a recently adult student. Do you think this is a Hollywood blockbuster? Tang Zheng didn't even blink, looking sincerely at the thin file on the table. A few years ago, while playing an international competitive game online, I happened to team up with him for a few months, and we got to know each other. The man across from him furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes still locked on him. Later he came to China for tourism and happened to fall ill in Anqing, collapsing next to the filthy ditch near my house. By the way, he had severe post-war PTSD. I happened to pass by and helped him out during that time. I even brought him 2 meals of pig's trotter rice every day. Tang Zheng spread his hands, speaking at a measured pace. Unexpectedly, after he got better, he insisted that I saved his life and insisted on being my person, claiming that he wanted to recognize me as his boss. I occasionally cook him a few good meals a month. If you encountered such a top-notch labor force for free, would you push him away? The middle-aged man stared into Tang Zheng's eyes for a full half-minute, trying to find the slightest hint of panic, but the young man before him was remarkably calm and confident. He picked up the file, pulled out a chair, and walked out of the interrogation room. In the monitoring room at the end of the corridor, the ashtray was filled with cigarette butts. The middle-aged man, known as Zhao, pushed the door in and pulled over a chair to sit down. Did the Russian say anything? The young officer responsible for interrogating Ivan ran his fingers through his hair, looking utterly skeptical about life. Zhao, that Russian is simply impossible to communicate with. He won't speak Chinese. The young officer pointed at the giant sitting in the specially designed interrogation chair on the screen. He speaks Chinese better than I do, and with a bit of a northeastern accent. We asked him why he used such heavy force, and he kept repeating one sentence: someone wants to harm the boss. The young officer sighed heavily. When we asked how he knew the boss, he said the boss is a good person, the boss feeds him, pays him, and the boss, Zhao, I've interrogated so many serious offenders, and that kind of fervor in his eyes is unmistakable. He truly regards that high school student named Tang as his faith. This is really bizarre. Zhao flipped through the materials in his hand, which indeed noted that Ivan Petrovich had severe post-war trauma and had undergone 6 months of enforced isolation treatment in the Far East 3 years ago, before mysteriously recovering and being discharged. Later he came to Longhua for relaxation, and the timeline barely matched what Tang Zheng mentioned. Go check Tang Zheng's background again, focusing on any foreign-related records. The technical officer responsible for information networks typed a series of keystrokes on the keyboard. A green progress bar popped up on the screen. Just as the progress bar reached 90%, the screen suddenly flickered twice, and the entire interface turned bright red. A giant golden shield icon hovered in the center of the screen. The technical officer's voice became dry, his throat bobbing. Zhao, it seems something's not right. Speak. The technical officer pointed at the red code on the screen. Tang Zheng's personal core file is encrypted, and we don't have the authority to view it. It also has a national-level triple confidentiality lock. Moreover, our city's system not only can't access it, but also triggered a counter-tracking alarm. If we forcefully parse it, the national security in Kyoto will take over our server. In the monitoring room, only the hum of the mainframe's fan remained. Zhao stared at the golden shield on the screen, his finger holding the cigarette, hovering in midair. Ash fell onto his pant leg, burning a small hole, but he showed no reaction. A recently graduated high school student has a triple confidentiality file. This water had already risen above his head. Zhao extinguished the cigarette, his voice low as he took a deep breath, saying, go check the surveillance of the Sanyuhong restaurant. Don't worry about Tang Zheng, just focus on today's case. 10 minutes later, the surveillance video from the restaurant's corridors and private rooms was laid out frame by frame on the table. The footage clearly showed Lu Laosan leading 5 thugs wielding sharp blades, forcibly kicking open the private room door, provoking first. From a legal standpoint, these students did indeed act in self-defense. It's just that the combat strength of the defenders exceeded the realm of ordinary recognition. Captain Zhao, how should we handle Lu Laosan? Zhao stood up, wiped his sweat, adjusted his shirt, and spoke with undeniable authority. Lu Laosan is suspected of provoking trouble and wielding a weapon to injure others. Once he comes out of the orthopedic ward, he will be sent directly to the detention center for a month. As for Tang Zheng and that Russian, once the paperwork is done, they are to be released immediately. The glaring fluorescent lights in the police station interrogation room were harsh. Tang Zheng stretched his body as he exited the police station. The experience inside was uncomfortable, but fortunately, he himself had no issues. On the bench at the entrance, the other people from the private room were waiting outside. Chu Tianyao had a fresh white bandage wrapped around his arm, kicking the tiled seams on the floor out of boredom. Upon seeing Tang Zheng come out, he immediately jumped up from the bench and ran over. "Brother Tang, you're finally out." Chu Tianyao followed behind, holding 2 bottles of water, handing one to Tang Zheng. "The police didn't give you a hard time, did they?" Tang Zheng took the water, opened it, and took a sip, his demeanor calm, as if he were just an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. He replied casually, "Just a formality. The surveillance footage is crystal clear. We are the victims, and the officer understands that." Chu Tianyao looked into Tang Zheng's eyes, her tone serious. "Regarding today's incident, the Chu family owes you a favor." "Thank you." Lu Laosan and his gang were quite ruthless. "If it weren't for your bodyguard, we would have been in serious trouble in that private room." Chu Tianyao appeared calm, but internally she was already in turmoil. This Tang Zheng not only had an unfathomable bodyguard, but also faced the threats from the police and Lu Laosan with such composure, as if he had anticipated it. This was not something an ordinary high school student could possess. There must be a formidable background behind him, and he was someone to befriend. Tang Zheng quickly calculated in his mind. The Chu family was influential in Anqing, and fostering a connection would only benefit future endeavors. No need for thanks, it was just a small effort. Chu Tianyao then took out her phone and pulled up her WeChat QR code. "Let's add each other as friends. In Anqing, if you encounter any troubles, the Chu family's name can still shield you from some storms." Tang Zheng did not refuse, taking out his phone to scan the code. The profile picture was of a girl climbing, and her nickname was simply You. With a crisp sound of ding, the friend request was approved. Just as Tang Zheng was about to put his phone back in his pocket, a pair of arms wrapped in fresh, white bandages suddenly interjected. Chu Tianyao shoved her phone screen, displaying the QR code right under Tang Zheng's eyes, the screen's light illuminating his face. "Big brother, skimmy." Tang Zheng glanced at Chu Tianyao's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and thought to himself that if this kid had been born in ancient times, he would surely be a shameless troublemaker. He said little else, and took out his phone to scan. A few other rich second-generation individuals who had also been in the private room quickly gathered around, all smiles, eagerly introducing themselves. "Brother Tang, I'm Zhang Haoyuan. My family does renovations. I can handle your home renovations in the future and give you discounts, big discounts." "Brother Tang, I'm Li Zixuan. Our family is an import and export trade." Tang Zheng welcomed them all, adding each as a friend. He was very clear in his mind Anqing was neither too big nor too small. The Chu siblings seemed decent, and the others also looked loyal. Although today's meal was bloody, it allowed him to meet many new friends from Anqing's upper circles. Just after adding the last person, a WeChat notification popped up. "Chu Tianyao invites you to join the group chat Future Big Brothers and Sisters Training Class." Tang Zheng looked at the flashing group name on the screen, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The naming creativity of these rich second-generation individuals was indeed a bit tacky. He clicked to agree, and as soon as he entered, a flurry of red envelopes poured into the group. Chu Tianyao led the way, sending out more than 10 top-tier red envelopes of 200 each, all marked with "Welcome, Brother Tang, to guide us." "Brother Tang, it's getting late. Where are you staying? I can have my family's driver take you back." While Chu Tianyao was sending emojis in the group, he looked up and asked. Just as Tang Zheng was about to speak, a heavy set of footsteps could be heard from the revolving glass door of the Public Security Bureau behind him. The sound was so heavy that each step echoed on the marble floor like a heavy object striking one's heart. Several people instinctively turned their heads to look. Ivan's massive frame squeezed through the glass door. The restraints on his wrists had been removed, but red marks still lingered on both sides. As soon as he stepped out, his muscles tensed instantly, and his gray-blue eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, emanating an aura of suffocating murderous intent. Chu Tianyao had experienced the destructive power of this human tank in the private room. Seeing Ivan walk out now, he instinctively shrank his neck and took a step back. After confirming that there was no threat around, Ivan's gray-blue eyes passed over the crowd, precisely locking onto Tang Zheng, and then the terrifying aura around him suddenly receded. This nearly 2-meter-tall Russian giant, who could break bones with his bare hands, walked up to Tang Zheng, slightly lowering his head, his gaze revealing a disturbing obedience, like an oversized Siberian sled dog waiting for its master's command. Tang Zheng looked at Ivan's demeanor, his temples throbbing. The contrast was simply too great. Had Captain Zhao, who interrogated him earlier, witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly question his life. "No need to send me off." Tang Zheng turned to Chu Tianyao and pointed to Ivan behind him. "I'll leave with him." Chu Tianyao swallowed hard, glancing at Ivan's arms thicker than his own thighs, and nodded repeatedly. Understood. Brother Tang, take care. If there's anything, just let us know in the group." The streets of Anqing were somewhat deserted at this hour. Office workers had not yet gotten off work. Tang Zheng hailed a taxi with an empty license plate. The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, initially smiling and ready to greet, but his smile froze when he saw Ivan forcibly squeeze into the back seat, crowding the spacious rear space so much that the car's back invisibly sank. The driver's smile vanished instantly, and he swallowed. Where to? You too. Tang Zheng mentioned the name of the Yunding Tianwei. The car fell into a dead silence. Ivan sat straight with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily like an old bellows. The driver dared not glance at the rearview mirror, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, driving more cautiously than during a driving test. Tang Zheng leaned against the passenger seat, gazing blankly at the buildings rushing past outside, indeed just daydreaming. He had not yet figured out how Ivan would arrange things next. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the community. As the two got out, the driver pressed the gas pedal, and the car shot away like an arrow with black smoke billowing from the exhaust. Tang Zheng led Ivan into Yunding Tianhui, where the security guard at the entrance saluted them. After returning home, Tang Zheng walked to the water dispenser, filled 2 cups of water, and handed one to Ivan. Where do you plan to stay tonight? Do you have a place to go? Tang Zheng sat on the sofa in the living room, watching Ivan as he surveyed the entire room. According to the system's settings, hired personnel would have their own places to stay. Ivan took the cup of water, gulped it down, without caring that a drop dribbled down his chin into his vest, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Tang Zheng. Where's the boss? I am, and I need to protect the boss' safety 24 hours a day. His Chinese carried a strong northeastern accent, and his tone was firm. Tang Zheng thought for a moment and pointed in the direction of the second bedroom. All right, that room is yours. Ivan glanced at the direction of the room Tang Zheng pointed to. Okay, boss, as long as there's a place to sleep, it's fine. After a brief silence, Ivan tossed the paper cup into the trash, and then rubbed his large palms together, his massive body somehow giving off a sense of awkwardness. He looked at Tang Zheng, his Adam's apple bobbing. Boss, do you still have money? Tang Zheng paused, his hand reaching for his phone, halting in midair. What do you mean? Ivan lowered his head, staring at the tips of his tactical boots, his voice muffled, as if speaking underwater. I have no money left, boss. My account has been entirely closed to avoid international tracking. I don't have a penny now. I haven't had a full meal in 2 days. As he spoke, his stomach cooperatively let out a deep rumble akin to thunder. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, feeling a bit of pressure in his chest. He quickly recalled the system's explanation in his mind. The system only provided a legal identity and absolute loyalty, but these summoned individuals were still living beings who needed to eat, sleep, and consume resources. So he had summoned a top-tier bodyguard using 200 points, yet not only did he not come with provisions, but he also had to support him financially. Tang Zheng looked at the aggrieved giant before him, feeling a bit helpless as he took out his phone. Give me your card number. Ivan's eyes lit up, and he quickly recited a string of local bank card numbers from Longhua. Tang Zheng operated for a moment and directly transferred 200,000. With a chime, Ivan's phone in his pocket rang. He pulled out an old Android phone with several cracks on the screen. After glancing at the text notification, a radiant smile spread across his stern face. Even the scar at the corner of his eye seemed to crinkle. Thank you, boss. You are truly a good person. With this money, I can buy the best ingredients to make you authentic Russian stew, and even get 2 sets of top-tier tactical bulletproof vests from the black market. Ivan clutched the phone tightly, as if fearing Tang Zheng might change his mind, and swiftly darted into the second bedroom, moving with the agility of a nimble rat. Tang Zheng listened to the creaking sound of the bed under the weight of Ivan from the second bedroom, rubbing his throbbing temples. 200,000 wasn't a big deal to him right now. As long as Ivan was happy, it was fine. However, he hadn't expected Ivan to have such a personality, indicating that his exploration of the system's functions was still far from adequate. The next morning, Tang Zheng was awakened by the incessant vibrations of his phone. He picked it up, and the screen was filled with unread messages from the future big brother and sister training class. After he fell asleep last night, Chu Tianyao and others had sent a flurry of 200 yuan red envelopes. In the past, Tang Zheng might have thought this was a windfall. But now, sitting on a fortune of hundreds of millions of yuan, he felt no stirrings within. He casually opened the transfer interface and immediately sent out 50 red envelopes of 200 yuan each in the group. Instantly, the group erupted in excitement. Chu Tianyao, wow. Thank you, Brother Tang. Brother Tang is generous. Zhang Haoyuan, boss, is confused. No, the boss is mighty. Immediately after, Chu Tianyao sent another message. Tang Zheng, big brother, tomorrow night there's an underground car race at the abandoned mine in the western suburbs. A few of our friends are going, and this time there are professional drivers who have ranked in the top 3 in Huagua. Do you want to join us for some fun? Following that were Zhang Haoyuan and Li Zishuan's echoes. Zhang Haoyuan, yeah, Brother Tang, the stakes are high this time. Tian Yao has invested heavily to modify his GTR ready to sweep the board. Li Zishu and brother Tang come and have some fun. I'll bring a few pretty girls along. The scene will definitely be lively. Tang Zheng leaned against the headboard watching the messages scroll endlessly on the screen. Underground Racing. A game where rich second-generation kids seek thrills. He had read about it in novels, but had never seen it in reality. However, he had plans for tomorrow. Tang Zheng, I won't be going this time. I need to make a trip to Kyoto. As soon as he sent the message, the group fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Shu Tianyao, huh? Big brother, is there something going on? Do you need the brother's help? After pondering for a moment, Tang Zheng added, I have some personal matters to attend to. When I return from Kyoto, let's gather again. After sending this message, Tang Zheng ignored the group's please lock the screen and tossed the phone onto. With a thought, he summoned the system panel, his gaze landing on the item in the inventory. The deed of the former Qing princess residence lying quietly. Beside it was Huanyu Entertainment. He threw off the covers and got out of bed, stepping out of the room. In the living room, Ivan was earnestly sitting on the sofa reading a cookbook. A faint smile crept onto Tang Zheng's lips as he gazed out the window towards the north, thinking to himself, it's time to see my new home. The flight from Anqing to Kyoto was scheduled to depart at 2 in the afternoon. In the airport VIP lounge, Ivan had changed into a black suit he had just bought for 50,000 yuan. The fabric of the suit was excellent, but on this nearly 2-meter-tall Russian giant, it was stretched tight, like a second skin over his explosive muscles. At this moment, he was devouring the 5th plate of French pastries provided for free in the lounge, swallowing them whole, without even chewing. Tang Zheng sat on the opposite sofa, scrolling through the Kyoto map on his phone, listening to the sound of gulping that resembled a food processor, his temples throbbing. Spending 200 points for a top-tier bodyguard was indeed a bargain, but the system hadn't mentioned that this thing was an insatiable bottomless pit. Eat less sweets. Tang Zheng locked his phone screen and tossed it on the table. Don't get so fat that it affects your muscle response speed. Ivan's hand reached for the 6th plate of pastries, but immediately recoiled as if shocked. He stood up abruptly, feet together, his stern face marked with scars now filled with seriousness. Understood, boss. The other business people in suits in the waiting room were startled by the loud voice, spilling their coffee and looking over with expressions of disbelief. Tang Zheng raised his hand to signal him to sit down. Has this Russian's post-war stress disorder transformed into some form of attachment syndrome? The level of loyalty was a bit awkward. As the boarding announcement sounded, Tang Zheng led Ivan through the VIP passage and directly into the business class of this Boeing 787. The two found their seats. The business class on this flight had a 121 herringbone layout. Tang Zheng sat in seat A by the window while Ivan took seat C across the aisle. As Ivan squeezed his large frame into the spacious airline seat, the panel in front was knocked impatiently. Hey, you big guy in the back, could you please tuck your feet away? You're infringing on our artist's space. A sharp female voice came from the front. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze from the window and turned his head to look. In the row ahead there were two women. The one by the aisle was a short-haired woman in her early 30s, dressed sharply, glaring disapprovingly at Ivan. The woman by the window was fully armed, wearing a black fisherman's hat, pulled low sunglasses that obscured most of her face, and a black sun protection mask. However, even with such a thorough disguise, the long, fair neck and the fingers casually resting on the armrest revealed that her foundation was exceptional. Ivan's gray-blue eyes widened instantly. He ignored the short-haired woman and turned to Tang Zheng, waiting for instructions. It seemed that as long as Tang Zheng nodded, he was confident he could twist the neck of the woman in front into a twist within 3 seconds and flush her down the toilet. The space is limited and his legs are already tucked in. Tang Zheng leaned back in his seat, his voice calm. If you find it cramped, you can take a chartered flight. The short-haired woman reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, her voice rising by 8 degrees. How can you speak like that? Do you know who our Wanxiu is? She was heading to Kyoto to sign a major contract, and if she didn't rest well and delayed her schedule, could you afford the compensation? Wanxiu. Tang Zheng mentally ran through this name, vaguely recalling a trending star named Lin Wanxiu, who had recently gained fame from an ancient costume drama, wondering if this was the same person. But what did that have to do with him? I can't afford it. Tang Zheng pulled a blanket over his legs and closed his eyes. So I suggest you get off the plane now and switch to a safer mode of transport. The short-haired woman abruptly stood up and pulled out her phone. Change seats. They'll give you 20,000 yuan. You go to economy class and take your bear-like bodyguard with you. 20,000 yuan. Tang Zheng didn't even open his eyes. He had several small goals lying in his bank account, and this woman throwing 20,000 yuan in front of him to make a scene was simply absurd. Seeing that Tang Zheng completely ignored the two, Ivan slowly leaned away from the chair's back. He didn't speak, just leaned forward slightly. The palpable killing intent that seemed to roll out from a pile of corpses surged toward the short-haired woman with the cold air from the air conditioning. Her words caught in her throat, and her face turned pale as she stumbled back, collapsing into her seat. At this moment, the fully armed woman who had been silent raised her hand to stop the assistant who was still trying to struggle and make threats. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a pair of extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an innate cold beauty. Indeed, it was Lin Wanxiu. Sorry. The woman's voice had a slightly husky quality. Although her tone wasn't as arrogant as her assistant's, it wasn't overly sincere either. My assistant has been under a lot of pressure lately, and is not in a good mood. This gentleman is fine. She glanced at Ivan, a hint of subtle wariness flashing in her peach blossom eyes, then her gaze fell on Tang Zheng's exceptionally young, yet remarkably composed face. This high school-looking boy didn't even blink at the temptation of 20,000 yuan cash, and beside him was this foreign bodyguard, who could give anyone nightmares with just a glance. Which wealthy heir was this in the capital? Lin Wanxiu's mind raced through the list of aristocratic families in Kyoto, but couldn't match a name. Control your dog. Tang Zheng opened his eyes, his gaze resting on Lin Wanxiu's face for half a second. If it continues to bark wildly, I can't guarantee that my bodyguard won't have an extreme reaction. His temper is not very good. Ivan grinned in perfect cooperation, revealing a mouthful of white teeth as he smiled at the assistant. She shuddered all over, tightly shutting her mouth. A flash of anger crossed Lin Wanxiu's eyes. After so many years of struggling in the entertainment industry, even first-tier stars would give her some face, yet this boy directly insulted her assistant as a dog. But she held it in. On this trip back to Kyoto, she faced a huge problem of terminating her contract with her old agency, with a penalty fee as high as 200 million. If any scandal broke out on the plane, those investors and haters lurking in the shadows would tear her to shreds. Taking a deep breath to adjust her expression, Lin Wanxiu put her sunglasses back on, turned her head, and stopped speaking. The plane taxied on the runway and quickly soared into the sky. During the 2-hour flight, the cabin was unusually quiet. Lin Wanxiu's assistant curled up in her seat, like a quail, not even daring to go to the restroom. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the flight landed smoothly at Kyoto International Airport. T3 terminal of Kyoto International Airport. The automatic glass doors slid open and a wave of heat mixed with the simultaneous screams of hundreds of people slammed into the eardrums. As soon as Tang Zheng stepped out of the corridor, he felt his eardrums buzzing. The reception area outside was completely submerged by a crowd filled with young boys and girls holding glowing signs and banners that read, "Wanxiu Starshine, always with you." Lin Wanxiu and the short-haired assistant walked at the forefront, with several airport security personnel holding up a barrier being pushed around by the frenzied fans. The sound of camera shutters from various DSLRs rang out in a chorus, and the flashes were so bright, they were blinding. "Wanxiu, look this way. Wanxiu, I love you." The crowd had completely lost its mind, and those on the outskirts were desperately pushing and turning the originally spacious passage into a narrow gap, where turning around was difficult. Lin Wanxiu kept her head down, guarded by several bodyguards, and struggled to move forward. He looked at the tightly packed wall of people in front of him. This group was blocking the way, and taking the regular passage would surely take half an hour. If Ivan forced his way through and accidentally injured a few diehard fans, then trending on social media and having to write a statement would only waste more time. He needed to get out quickly. "Boss, do you need me to clear the area?" Ivan took a step forward, his gray-blue eyes fixed like a hawk on the male photographer, who was jumping around wildly, snapping pictures with fervor. His large hands instinctively clenched into fists, the joints making a subtle cracking sound. "No need." Tang Zheng frowned slightly and raised his hand to press down on Ivan's wrist. "Find a place with fewer people and don't bump into anyone." Ivan nodded, his massive frame resembling a moving small mountain as he pushed directly in front of Tang Zheng. At that moment, he resembled a human bulldozer. Although he didn't use his hands, his explosive muscles were taut, forcing their way through the gaps along the edge of the crowd to create a path. A girl beside him holding a light board was about to complain about being pushed when she turned and met Ivan's cold, scarred face. The curse that was on the tip of her tongue was instantly swallowed, her face paling as she instinctively took 2 steps back, pulling her companion away with her. The people around felt this palpable sense of oppression, unconsciously stepping aside, as if Moses were parting the Red Sea. Tang Zheng followed closely behind Ivan, his steps unhurried, passing through the most crowded core area without a scratch. Just as they were about to exit the arrivals hall, a staff member outside, holding a DSLR, was blindly shooting the back of Lin Wanxiu. Lin Wanxiu was one of the hottest female stars in the entertainment industry at the moment. As long as she could be captured in a candid shot at the airport, her fanbase would surely surge. The staff member's camera wobbled just in time to frame Tang Zheng and Ivan walking by. She glanced at the screen replay, and her fingers suddenly froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face displaying an incredulous expression. Who is this stunningly handsome passerby? The staff member marveled inwardly. Without even retouching the photos of Lin Wanxiu, she directly clipped the 3-second video and posted it on Weibo with the caption, "Picking up Wanxiu encountered a stunningly handsome passerby. Unfortunately, the bodyguard next to him is too intimidating, and the shot was shaky." This Weibo post, tagged with the trending topic Lin Wanxiu arrival, hit the internet like a stone thrown into water, instantly stirring up massive waves. Within 2 minutes, the comments section exploded. Holy crap! Who is this guy? With that looks and temperament, he should just debut on the spot. Am I the only one noticing that bodyguard next to him? That suit looks like it's about to burst from those muscles. If this guy went to fight in the UFC, he would definitely be a champion. Which wealthy heir is this young man? In 3 minutes, I want all the details on this man. Comments flooded in like a tide on Weibo, countless netizens drawn in by Tang Zheng's looks and charisma speculating about his identity. The airport's stunning passerby and his imposing bodyguard quickly became a hot topic online. Outside the airport's VIP parking area, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase was quietly parked in a space, its body shimmering with a low-key, yet luxurious glow under the sunlight, the license plate ending with the conspicuous number 999, as if flaunting the owner's extraordinary status. A middle-aged foreign man dressed in a bespoke tailcoat and wearing snow-white gloves stood by the car door, his eyes exuding a sense of professional demeanor. Seeing Tang Zheng approaching, he immediately stepped forward, slightly bowing, and spoke in fluent Chinese. "Mr. Tang, hello, I am Charles, the exclusive butler for the presidential suite at the Kyoto Yunk Hotel. I will be at your service for the next few days, and your vehicle is ready." Tang Zheng nodded, offering no additional words, merely glancing at Charles. Charles promptly opened the rear seat door, holding his hand at the top edge of the door as a sign of respect. Tang Zheng settled into the spacious back seat, where the luxurious interior immediately caught his eye, with top-grade leather materials and exquisite wood-grain decor exuding opulence. Ivan walked to the front passenger seat, glanced at the meticulously crafted leather seat, and squeezed his massive frame inside, causing the leather to creak under the strain. Charles's eyelids twitched slightly, but his face maintained a flawless professional smile as he gently closed the car door, then walked around to the driver's seat and started the vehicle. The car smoothly exited the airport highway, the air conditioning inside set to a perfect temperature. Charles retrieved a bottle of Evian mineral water glistening with droplets from the car fridge, twisted off the cap, and handed it to Tang Zheng along with a warm damp towel. He said, "Mr. Tang, the 10D top-floor presidential suite you booked has been fully prepared. The hotel has provided you with a 24-hour private chef team, and we have also upgraded your security level. No one can access the top floor without your permission." Charles' voice was calm and filled with deference. Tang Zheng took the towel to wipe his hands, casually accepted the water, took a sip, and nodded slightly, saying, "Well done." For Tang Zheng, the $2 million for 10 days of rent was nothing more than a drop in the bucket, but the convenience and tranquility it bought were tangible. 30 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of the Kyoto Yunk Hotel's lobby. This hotel is hailed as a representative of Kyoto's new-style hotels, featuring a lobby adorned with extensive black and gold marble and high ceilings, exuding a sense of luxury while maintaining a subtle restraint. The front desk manager had already received notice from the butler and was personally standing behind the counter wearing a professional smile. Upon seeing Tang Zheng enter, he immediately presented a gold-embossed black room card with both hands. Charles took the room card and respectfully said to Tang Zheng, "Mr. Tang, this is your room card, and your exclusive elevator is this way. Please follow me." At that moment, the revolving door of the hotel abruptly swung open, a clamor of footsteps and noise shattering the lobby's tranquility. A dozen hotel security guards were firmly blocking the entrance, keeping dozens of frenzied fans at bay outside the glass doors. The fans were loudly chanting Lin Wanxiu's name while desperately trying to rush into the hotel, the scene quickly descending into chaos. Lin Wanxiu, still wearing those oversized sunglasses, strode in briskly under the protection of 4 bodyguards, the sound of her high heels clicking sharply against the marble floor. Her short-haired assistant was sweating profusely, directing the bodyguards to shield the outside fans' view while anxiously rushing toward the lobby front desk. "Where's your manager? Arrange a room for us immediately. Those paparazzi are following us here." The short-haired assistant slammed her hands on the mahogany counter, her voice sharp, her face a picture of anxiety and anger. The front desk manager glanced at Tang Zheng, bowed apologetically, then turned to the assistant, maintaining a professional smile, as he said, "Hello, ma'am. Miss Lin Wanxiu's team previously booked 2 executive suites, and we have prepared them for you." The executive suites won't do. The assistant waved her hand sharply, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. It's too chaotic outside and the floor of the executive suites is too low. The security level is simply insufficient. I need your hotel's top-floor presidential suite. Only there can wonkiest absolute privacy be guaranteed. The front desk manager's smile remained unchanged, but his tone was firm. I'm very sorry, ma'am. The top-floor presidential suite has already been booked by another guest. We cannot provide you with an upgrade. Booked. The assistant was taken aback, turning to scan the lobby. Her gaze quickly locked onto Tang Zheng, who was standing nearby with a gold-embossed black card along with the towering giant. She recognized Tang Zheng, recalling how he had not given them a good face on the plane, and now he unexpectedly appeared here, having booked the presidential suite they desired. The assistant's mind raced. With Wanqiu facing a contract termination crisis and experiencing severe anxiety, if they could not settle the matter today, her state would surely affect the negotiations at Huanyu Entertainment's headquarters tomorrow. Therefore, no matter what, they had to secure the room. The assistant adjusted her attire and walked up to Tang Zheng in her high heels. Sir, it's good to see you again. She forced out a smile she considered polite, her chin still slightly raised. This presidential suite is very important for our Wanqiu. How about this? If you let us have the room, we'll transfer you the full rate, plus we'll additionally compensate you with 10 signed photos of Wanqiu. And after that, Wanqiu will treat you to a meal to express our gratitude. She believed that this young man, who could easily afford a 10,000 per night presidential suite, must have some considerable status, and such a young person would surely not refuse an opportunity to dine with a major star. However, Tang Zheng didn't even glance at her, simply coldly stating, Ivan, let's go, before turning toward the exclusive elevator. His attitude was so indifferent, as if the assistant and her words held no value to him. The assistant was instantly provoked by this complete disregard. She felt she had lowered herself enough, giving Tang Zheng ample respect, yet he remained unappreciative. She quickened her pace in her high heels, reaching out to grab Tang Zheng's arm, shouting, why are you like this? Her hand had not yet touched Tang Zheng's sleeve when a palm as large as a fan suddenly reached out from the side, clamping onto the assistant's wrist with the precision of a steel pincer. Ivan's gray-blue eyes fixed on her unwaveringly. Though he exerted no great force, the bulging veins on the back of his hand and the deadly aura honed through countless life-and-death battles transmitted directly through their skin contact. If you hesitate any longer, you can forget about keeping your hand. Ivan's voice was rough like sandpaper, tinged with a peculiar northeastern accent echoing through the spacious hall. The assistant felt her wrist gripped as if by hydraulic pliers, her bones crying out in agony. Her face instantly turned pale, a cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. She tried to scream, but no sound came out and her legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Stop! Lin Wanqiu could no longer stand it. Realizing she could not avoid the situation, she hurried over, removing her sunglasses and mask. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with both flattery and exhaustion. Sir, please forgive me. My subordinate acted impulsively. I ask that you have him release her. Tang Zheng halted, casting a cold glance at Lin Wanqiu. This woman was indeed beautiful. Even in her extreme fatigue, her aloof temperament captivated all who looked upon her, holding their gaze firmly. Yet, no matter how exquisite the shell, if the heart within is foolish, it is nothing but an empty vessel. Verdict: brainless. Do you think I lack anything that money can buy? Tang Zheng's tone was calm, devoid of anger or mockery, as if stating a fundamental physical law. Control your dog. This is my second warning. There will be no third. Tang Zheng spoke coldly, then nodded toward Ivan with a jerk of his chin. Ivan understood immediately and released his grip. The assistant collapsed onto the floor, clutching her reddened wrist, gasping heavily. She dared not look at Ivan again, genuinely frightened, and thoroughly learned her lesson. Lin Wanqiu stood motionless, watching Tang Zheng and his bodyguards enter the exclusive elevator leading directly to the top floor. As the elevator doors slowly closed, the young man never glanced back at her. Sister Wanqiu, my hand hurts so much. The assistant sobbed weakly and pitifully from the ground. Lin Wanqiu massaged her throbbing temples, her voice turning cold. Enough. Shut up. Aren't you ashamed enough? Grab your room card and leave immediately. She turned and hurried toward the front desk, her steps quickened as she silently vowed that once she became a globally renowned actress, she would make this man pay dearly. The exclusive elevator doors slid open silently, and several people entered the opulent president. Stepping onto the thick Persian carpet, Butler Charles respectfully opened the double pearwood doors. Inside was a 300-square-meter duplex with soaring ceilings and an entire 10-meter-long curved floor-to-ceiling window that captured the bustling splendor of half of Jingdu. The outside traffic and urban clamor became Tang Zheng's private panorama. As soon as they stepped inside, Ivan began silently scrutinizing every corner of the room. Mr. Tang, this is your private space. Without orders, neither the chef team nor the cleaning staff will disturb you, Charles said, hands folded respectfully in front, maintaining a perfect bow. Tang Zheng approached the wine cabinet, which was filled with an array of rare red wines and spirits resembling a small museum of liquors. Feigning familiarity, he took out 2 wine glasses, poured half a glass of red wine for each, handed one to Charles, then leaned against the bar counter. Suddenly he asked, "Charles, how many years have you been in Jingdu?" 12 years, sir, Charles replied with a hint of pride. For him, a long tenure in Jingdu was a matter of honor. Tang Zheng continued, "How well do you know Huanyu Entertainment?" Upon hearing the name, Charles maintained his professional smile, yet his eyelid twitched slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Mr. Wu Changfeng, the director of Huanyu's artist department, is a regular guest at our hotel. He rents an executive suite on the 18th floor. Mr. Wu is well liked and often hosts various young male and female artists late into the night to discuss scripts, sometimes for entire nights." Tang Zheng paused mid-sip, uttering a faint, "Oh." He stared at the bubbles clinging to the rim of the glass. Huanyu Entertainment was now a wholly owned enterprise under his name. This old Wu fellow drew a high salary, yet engaged in such unsavory dealings. Such rats within the company must be thoroughly eradicated. Since Wu liked to discuss scripts at the hotel, he would be the first to be targeted. Keep an eye on the 18th floor for me these days. Tang Zheng placed his wine glass on the marble countertop with a crisp clink. Record precisely who Mr. Wu brings back when they enter and when they leave. Charles immediately bowed, replying, "Understood, Mr. Tang." Half an hour later, in the private dining room on the rooftop terrace, a 5-meter-long table was laden with Wellington steak, blue lobster, and French oysters, all personally delivered by the hotel's executive chef. Before Ivan lay 7 or 8 empty plates. Now gripping a lobster claw thicker than an adult's arm, he cracked the hard shell with his bare hands. No special tools needed, and sucked the tender white meat into his mouth, his face brimming with satisfaction. "Boss, this tastes way better than the raw Siberian bear meat." Ivan mumbled indistinctly, his mouth full of lobster meat, his speech slightly slurred. Tang Zheng cut a small piece of steak and savored it. The texture was tender and juicy indeed. He cast a faint glance at Ivan's gluttonous remark, then finished the food on his plate. Wiping his hands with a napkin, he dismissed the nearby waiter with a wave. Left alone in the dining room, Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, casually sipping red wine. With a thought, he summoned a system panel visible only to him. His gaze locked onto the skills section of the system shop. Business expertise skill pack, price 200 points. What he lacked most now was professional knowledge and experience. To fully take over and command a multi-billion valuation group like Huanyu Entertainment relying solely on textbook knowledge was like striking a stone with an egg, purely suicidal. Without hesitation, Tang Zheng issued the command, "Redeem." At the instant the system confirmed redemption successful, a sudden tightening gripped the back of his head. Massive data encompassing top global financial auditing models, equity cross-structures, micropsychological game techniques, and countless blood-spattered cases of business warfare and acquisitions transformed into tangible streams of information brutally crashing into his brain cells via his neural pathways. Tang Zheng's hands clenched the armrests of the sofa with such force that his fingers scraped out a harsh information wildly reorganized in his mind. Stomach acid surged to his throat. He clenched his mouth tightly, sweat beads densely forming on his forehead. 30 seconds later, he lifted more than half a glass of ice water from the table and gulped it down. The cold liquid surged down his esophagus into his stomach, forcibly suppressing the bursting pain. "Boss!" Ivan threw down the lobster cracker and suddenly stood up, knocking over the chair behind him. His gray-blue eyes instantly filled with murderous intent as one hand reached toward his back waist. "Was the water poisoned? I'll kill those bastards." "I'm fine, sit down." Tang Zheng raised a hand, pressing his throbbing brow. Closing his eyes, he took 3 deep breaths. When he opened them again, the clear, youthful eyes bore an added layer of chilling depth and scheming, rendering them inscrutable. After a while, he closed his eyes once more, then reopened them, the original clarity of his gaze restored. The next morning, warm water splashed on his face, dripping down his chin onto the exquisite wash basin. Tang Zheng grabbed the white towel beside the wash basin to wipe his face, and the throbbing pain in his head, which felt as if it were about to burst from the overwhelming data, had completely faded, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. The vast business cases, equity structure models, and key points of business decision-making now felt as if he had personally experienced them, firmly etched in his muscle memory. Now, with just a thought, the relevant data would automatically replay in his mind. The 200 points spent were worth it. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling metropolis that had completely awakened. There was no rush for the matters concerning Huanyu Entertainment. Today, he planned to attend to another important task. The The princess mansion awarded by the system had been fully transferred to his name. It was time to take a look. Charles, Tang Zheng called casually as he walked into the living room. The butler who had been waiting outside immediately entered, slightly bowing. Arrange for a car. Do I need to go out? Yes, mister. Tang, I will inform the car team right away. Charles did not ask any further questions and turned to make arrangements. 30 minutes later, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly entered a wide bluestone alley. Although it was within the second ring of Kyoto, the streets here were noticeably quieter than the bustling commercial districts outside, lined with tall locust trees, their dense canopies filtering the early autumn sunlight into dappled patches. The car stopped in front of an imposing wide gate. The crimson gate was tightly closed, the brass nails on either side still shining brightly. Two half-human-sized white marble lions stood on either side, and the steps showed no signs of moss, indicating they were regularly maintained. After a few people got out of the car, Ivan was the first to open the door. He walked to the front of the gate, pressing both hands against the heavy wooden doors as the weighty hinges slowly creaked open. Hearing the long-forgotten sound of the gate being pushed open, an old man in the courtyard paused his actions, slowly raising his head. Though aged, his eyes still sparkled with intelligence. He wore a clean gray Zhongshan suit and held a large broom, meticulously sweeping the fallen leaves from the ground before the arrival of the guests. Though he swept slowly, each stroke of the broom precisely gathered the leaves into a pile, suggesting he possessed some degree of strength. As he gazed in the direction of the newcomers, the old man's sight passed over Ivan and directly locked onto the young boy entering behind him. Mr. Tang. At that moment, less than 30 meters from the gate, a middle-aged man, wearing a navy blue mandarin jacket, was leisurely strolling with a redwood birdcage. Upon hearing the commotion, he abruptly halted. The middle-aged man squinted, astonished, as he stared at the leading Rolls-Royce with license plate number 999. Wasn't that the car from the Yunk Hotel in Kyoto? Old G returned to Kyoto. He hadn't heard any news about it, and the figures inside didn't seem like members of the G family. Could they be his major clients? He was very familiar with this princess mansion, which had been empty for at least a decade in his memory. Normally, not a single bug could be seen entering or exiting the grand entrance. Only occasionally would someone emerge from the small door to buy supplies, and the eccentric old man inside always refused visitors, saying, "The master is not home." Countless dignitaries in Kyoto wished to spend money to acquire this exquisite residence, yet none had managed to ascertain who the owner was. Today the grand gate had been opened in a most formal manner from the outside. The middle-aged man was accompanied by a burly man with a buzz cut. Seeing his boss stop, he thought something unexpected had occurred, and instinctively reached for his waist, stepping forward slightly. "It's nothing, stand down," the middle-aged man quietly scolded. He raised his hand to stroke the stubble on his chin, staring at Tang Zheng's back, and turned to the buzz-cut man, instructing, "Investigate this young man's background. The door of the princess mansion has been opened. It seems a storm is brewing in Kyoto." Having said that, he continued to stroll with his birdcage. The buzz-cut man nodded and silently retreated into a nearby alley, disappearing. At this moment, Tang Zheng was unaware that someone outside was probing into his affairs. He stepped over the threshold and entered his own princess mansion. Before him stood a massive white marble screen, intricately carved with a pattern of bats playing in water. As he walked around the screen, he entered the first courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood an ancient ginkgo tree, so large that 3 people could embrace it. The old man was currently standing beneath the ginkgo. Upon receiving Tang Zheng's confirmation, Sun Fu leaned the broom he was holding against the ginkgo tree. He rubbed his hands on the sides of his gray Zhongshan suit to brush off the invisible dust. Turning around, he walked with a slightly unsteady gait toward a nearby room. About a minute later, Sun Fu emerged holding a brass-bound camphor-wood box and handed it to Tang Zheng. "Mr. Tang, my name is Sun Fu, the former steward of this princess mansion. Inside are the relevant contracts of the entire princess mansion, the design plans for various areas, and spare keys for the 3 courtyards and 72 rooms. The previous master instructed me to hand these over to the new owner upon their arrival, so my duties here can come to an end." Seeing this, Ivan took the box. Sun Fu continued, "Mr. Tang, since this is your first visit, the old man will guide you and introduce you to the general situation of the princess mansion." Sun Fu's voice carried a steadiness honed by time. He turned and walked at a leisurely pace, maintaining a half-shoulder distance behind Tang Zheng, never overshadowing the new master of the princess mansion. This residence consists of 5 courtyards covering an area of 4,500 square meters. The previous master excavated 2 additional floors 10 years ago. Although the layout still resembles the princess mansion from 100 years ago, the entire residence is equipped with the latest specifications for water, electricity, gas heating, central air conditioning, and fresh air systems. Additionally, vibration-sensing fiber optics are embedded within the outer walls, and the courtyard surveillance cameras cover all blind spots with overlapping fields of view. As Sun Fu walked, he kindly brushed away leaves falling from the nearby trees for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng followed behind his gaze, sweeping over the intricately carved beams and painted pillars of the courtyard as he asked, "Steward Sun, how many years have you been in this residence?" Hearing Tang Zheng's question, Sun Fu's tone was filled with reminiscence and reluctance as he replied, 12 years. Now that you've come, I should be leaving this princess mansion. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment and said, "Steward Sun, if you have no other place to go, please stay and help me manage this residence. I will double your salary and benefits." Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Sun Fu was moved to tears, stepping back half a pace to bow deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you, master." Sun Fu's voice was filled with excitement. "This old man's life has long been tied to this residence. I was worried about having nowhere to go after leaving through this door. If you are willing to provide me with a meal that is Sun Fu's fortune, rest assured in the future I will guard this princess mansion well for you." Tang Zheng waved his hand, correcting him. "From now on, don't call me master anymore. Oh, just call me young master. I am only 18. Where is the study?" Sun Fu straightened up, turning and pointing toward the east, where a tightly closed study door was located. "That room is equipped with a special mechanical lock. In the past 10 years, besides the previous master, no one has entered, only they possess the spare keys." "I understand. You may leave now." Tang Zheng dismissed Sun Fu and Ivan, walking alone along the corridor toward the study. Arriving in front of the study door, a heavy golden silk Nanma door was tightly closed, and indeed the lock was not a traditional brass lock, but a modern-looking black metal panel beneath, which concealed a cross-shaped mechanical lock hole. Tang Zheng reached into his pocket and took out the special key obtained from the system. He inserted the key into the cross-shaped lock hole, experiencing no resistance. With a slight twist of his wrist, he turned it 3 times to the right and 1.5 times to the left. Immediately, a heavy metallic clanking sound echoed from within the door, the weighty physical feedback traveling from the key into his palm and then to his brain. Shortly after, the door opened. As he pushed open the door, he was not greeted by the musty smell of old dust or the dampness of an old house. The study appeared somewhat dim under the natural light, but the interior space was nearly 100 square meters. Tang Zheng fumbled to press the brass switch on the wall, and the chandelier above him instantly illuminated the entire room. This hardly resembled a study, it was more akin to a small private museum. 3 walls were lined with towering rosewood bookshelves densely packed with various bound books, hefty foreign original materials, and rows of documents sealed in craft paper bags. The craft paper bags bore no names, only a series of irregular numerical codes. In the center of the room stood a massive yellow-hued Wang Wali writing desk and a grand armchair. The surface of the desk was spotless, evidently maintained by a modern air circulation system equipped with powerful industrial-grade dust filtration. Although this study had not been opened for years, it still retained a certain level of cleanliness. At the center of the desk lay a solitary dark gold metal safe, approximately 50 centimeters tall and 70 centimeters wide, with a sealed envelope beneath it sealed with golden wax. Tang Zheng approached and sat down in the wide grand armchair. He did not rush to open the safe, but first tore open the envelope. The letter was written on handmade rice paper with a slightly grainy texture, its edges a bit rough, and the words were penned in a sharp script, each stroke seeming to pierce the paper. "To the unfamiliar young man, I knew I could not hold on to this residence. It would one day return to its rightful owner. The contents of the box are my gift to you. Good day." Following this, Tang Zheng placed his palm on the surface of the metal box, feeling the cold touch, as if it were made of some high-strength aerospace alloy. The front of the box had a cross-shaped lock, which looked somewhat familiar, resembling the lock hole of the study door. He took out the key he had just found, tentatively inserting it into the lock and twisting it 2 turns to the right. Click! The lid of the box opened a crack. Tang Zheng lifted the heavy lid, revealing dozens of wooden jewelry boxes of varying sizes neatly arranged inside. He casually opened the largest rectangular box on top. Blinding light instantly flashed before his eyes, revealing a massive sapphire necklace, the main diamond impressively large, surrounded by a multitude of smaller diamonds. 2 seconds later, a precise set of data automatically surfaced in Tang Zheng's mind: Kashmiri untreated blue sapphire weighing 48.5 carats with a total weight of 85 carats for the accompanying diamonds. The star item at the 2010 Christie's Geneva Spring Auction ultimately sold for $24 million to a mysterious buyer. Tang Zheng stared at the necklace in astonishment. Was he really given something worth over $20 million from over a decade ago, just like that? He then opened the second square box, which contained a complete set of imperial green jade jewelry, and necklace, earrings, and a wide bracelet. The rich green hue seemed almost ready to drip with moisture, and under the light, not a single speck of cotton-like impurity could be found. Data flickered in his mind again. Top-grade glass-type jadeite from Myanmar, cut from a 12-kilogram premium rough stone currently valued at over 100 million RMB. Next, Tang Zheng began to open each box in the safe one by one. Pink diamond brooch, Colombian emerald ring, and various top-tier jewels, whose names he couldn't even recall, but the brilliance alone indicated their immense value. This safe could be deemed a small mobile treasury. Collectively, it was conservatively estimated to be worth 3 billion RMB. If criminal gangs were to find out about this, why rob a bank when they could directly hit this and face lower risks with greater rewards? What level of big shot was the former owner of this place? What had the system done behind his back to make him willingly gift such valuable items to himself? Tang Zheng pushed the dazzling jewels aside, his gaze landing on the two small brocade boxes at the bottom of the safe, which appeared very antiquated in craftsmanship. He reached for the left box and opened it directly. A plain, uncarved charm bracelet lay quietly on the yellow silk. It was not jade, it was jadeite. Tang Zheng picked up the bracelet, feeling its smoothness and delicacy akin to a baby's skin, the jade's whiteness devoid of any blemish, exuding a natural oily sheen. Top-grade sheep, fat white jade. Such items are practically extinct in the current market. Even with wealth, one cannot purchase genuine goods, let alone such a large piece, without any flaws from old material. For some reason, this unadorned charm bracelet, untouched by modern intricate craftsmanship, appealed to him more than those sparkling diamonds. Tang Zheng slid the bracelet onto his wrist. The cool sensation against his skin instantly alleviated a significant amount of fatigue from the day. Comforting. He then opened the last brocade box, revealing a men's ruby ring. The ring's band was made of heavy matte platinum with a rugged design free of any superfluous diamonds, featuring a square-cut ruby at its center. The color of the ruby was extremely deep dark red, like congealed blood. Top-grade pigeon blood red. Tang Zheng took out the ring and slipped it onto the index finger of his right hand. The size fit perfectly as if it had been custom-made for him. The weight of the platinum pressed against his finger joint, providing solid physical feedback. He clenched his fist. The edges of the ring were polished smoothly, not hindering the movement of his finger at all. It looked good, though it exuded a somewhat exaggerated dominance. It was better to keep it hidden for everyday use. Tang Zheng closed the metal box filled with billions worth of jewels and locked it again. These items did not need to be liquidated for now. His cash flow was sufficient, and keeping these top-tier jewels might prove invaluable in the future. Tang Zheng closed the door and exited the study, passing through the corridor back to the front yard. Sun Fu was carefully wiping the relief on the white marble wall with a clean cloth, working meticulously, not missing even the gaps in the bat's wings. Upon hearing footsteps, Sun Fu quickly stopped his work, folded the cloth neatly, tucked it into his pocket, and stood straight to the side. "Young master." Tang Zheng walked to the ancient ginkgo tree in the center of the courtyard and looked at Sun Fu. "Is there anyone else in this residence besides Yue?" Sun Fu's voice was steady as he replied, "Young master, yes there is. The estate has a long-term property management team employed. The cleaning staff comes every morning before 7 a.m. to clean the entire estate, and security personnel are on duty 247 to monitor safety issues inside and outside the estate. Give me your bank account number." Sun Fu was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Tang Zheng took out his phone, opened the banking app, and conducted a transaction. 1 minute later, ding! Sun Fu's phone received a text notification. 5 million has been deposited. Tang Zheng tucked his phone back into his pocket. "This is for the upcoming living expenses of this residence along with your salary. If it's not enough, come find me." Sun Fu took several deep breaths, put away his phone, and bowed deeply. "Rest assured, young master." Tang Zheng did not say more, and he waved to Ivan, who was standing guard nearby. "Ivan, let's go." The Rolls-Royce drove into the most bustling CBD area of Kyoto. Tang Zheng looked at the congested traffic outside the window, and suddenly noticed a huge vertical screen advertisement nearby. "Charles, pull over. You guys head back to the hotel first." "All right, mister." Tang Zheng got out of the car with Ivan at the intersection. Not far ahead was the Kyoto International Exhibition Center, adorned with giant car posters on its exterior, hosting the annual large-scale International Auto Show. He suddenly thought of how he would likely study in Kyoto in the future, planning to register at a driving school in a few days to obtain a driver's license. He could buy a car to keep at the princess residence to use as his own means of transportation later. Taking Ivan with him, he said, "Let's go take a look at the cars." The two walked into the exhibition hall along with the crowd. The outer area was filled with ordinary joint venture brands and new energy vehicles, crowded with people and various influencers waving selfie sticks in front of the car models. Tang Zheng didn't linger and took Ivan directly through the crowded budget exhibition area, heading towards the ultra-luxury brand pavilion separated by glass barriers at the back. The air was significantly better here with half as many people. In front of the booths of Ferrari, McLaren, Lamborghini, and Aston Martin, there were attractive models in revealing outfits and salespersons in suits welcoming visitors. Tang Zheng's gaze skipped over several brightly colored sports cars, locking onto a vehicle positioned right at the center of the Ferrari booth. It was a Ferrari Enzo, not in the classic red, but in a stunning liquid metallic silver. The light reflected off the vehicle's body with its sleek aerodynamic lines, exuding a cool mechanical beauty resembling a static weapon. Tang Zheng walked over and stepped over the isolation belt on the ground. A short-haired female salesperson in a black professional suit hurriedly approached. She quickly scanned Tang Zheng's attire. While there was no visible logo, the fabric and cut were evident. Upon seeing the imposing foreign bodyguard behind him, the female salesperson straightened her back instantly, her smile adjusting to the most standard reception arc. The car model beside her posed even more exaggeratedly. "Hello, sir, are you interested in this Enzo?" Tang Zheng walked around the car, pausing to admire the full carbon fiber front lip and side skirts. "Is this one available, eh?" "Yes, sir." The female salesperson followed Tang Zheng at a slight distance, her voice soft and professional. "This is the only liquid metallic silver option available in the Greater China region, and globally there are only 9 units painted in Nürburgring silver. The entire vehicle is fitted with carbon fiber components, and the interior features a mix of Alcantara and genuine leather with a price tag around 42 million yuan. Outside the booth, several automotive influencers with DSLR cameras were trying to come closer to photograph this silver beast. Ivan stepped forward, his massive frame blocking the front of the car, his eyes coldly scanning the muscles straining against his suit as if ready to burst. The influencers were taken aback by the intimidating aura and exchanged glances, retreating to a distance of 3 meters. Tang Zheng opened the driver's side door and sat inside. The highly enveloping racing seat firmly secured his body. He grasped the carbon fiber steering wheel covered in various functional buttons, his thumb brushing over the red start button. His nostrils were filled with the unique faint bitterness of high-end genuine leather. No young man could resist the allure of this machine, which commanded 1,000 horsepower. Tang Zheng released the steering wheel, pushed open the door, and stepped out. "Swipe the card." He took out the black bank card from his pocket and handed it to the female salesperson, who hadn't yet detailed the performance parameters. The female salesperson experienced a moment of blankness, her mouth agape in shock. Having worked in the luxury car sales industry for 3 years, she had seen all sorts of wealthy individuals, from those who brought mistresses to haggle for hours, to second-generation rich kids consulting feng shui masters about color choices. She thought she had seen it all. But someone who didn't even test drive and just swiped the card after a quick look. This was a first. "Sir, are you paying in full? No need to know about financing options, or?" "Yes. Full payment, let's handle the paperwork, I'm in a hurry." Tang Zheng's tone was completely flat, as if he were buying a bottle of mineral water at a convenience store. "All right, please wait a moment, I will immediately find the finance manager to expedite the highest authority channel for you." The female salesperson gripped the bank card and hurried away in high heels, disregarding her demeanor. 20 minutes later, the temporary license plate was affixed and all the paperwork was handed over to Tang Zheng in a delicate leather document holder. The backdoor security passage of the exhibition hall slowly opened. Roar! The liquid metallic silver Ferrari Enzo emitted a deafening low growl, the sound of its quad-turbo V12 engine reverberating through the exhibition hall. Ivan awkwardly squeezed his massive body into the driver's seat, his long legs curled up. Tang Zheng sat in the passenger seat. Unfortunately, having just turned 18, he hadn't had the chance to take the driving test, so this time he had to let the burly Ivan take the wheel. Ivan pressed the accelerator, and the silver car shot forward like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the surrounding traffic and merging onto Kyoto's main road. In a VIP lounge on the second floor of the exhibition hall, a young man in a white suit watched the distant silver Ferrari, playing with a goblet in his hand. "Go find out who took that Enzo." The silver Ferrari tore through a gap on the second ring road, the roar of its engine causing nearby private cars to vibrate. Ivan's large frame was cramped in the driver's seat, his fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly. He was used to driving a bulletproof SUV, and without the boss in the car, this supercar that hugged the ground made him feel a bit constrained. His long legs had nowhere to go. "Boss, this car has such a low chassis that if an emergency occurs, it can't even go over a curb," Ivan complained, focusing on the road ahead. Tang Zheng leaned against the carbon fiber seat of the passenger side, glancing at the retreating street view outside the window. "Do you think you are in the wilderness of the Middle East? In Kyoto's second ring, what do you need to jump a curb for? No one is chasing after me right now. He took out his phone to check the screen. It was very clean with no missed calls or text messages. Since that call from Xinqing, there had been no further news from Huanyu Entertainment. It seemed that this executive president was currently entangled in something, leaving no time to connect with him, the new boss, or perhaps harboring other thoughts. Upon returning to the Yonk Hotel, Tangzhong threw the car key to the valet who approached. Fill it up with gas and have it ready at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, parked at the lobby entrance. 9 o'clock in the morning the next day. In the lobby of Huanyu Building. The decor here is infused with a strong modern cinematic style, with a whole row of large posters of popular celebrities hanging on the walls. Fashionable men and women dressed to the nines walk briskly through the lobby, and the air seems to be mixed with various expensive perfumes. Tangzhong is wearing a simple, white casual outfit today, paired with a tailored dark patterned casual suit. Ivan is still in a black suit, keeping a distance of 2 steps behind. Tangzhong walks up to the gray-golden reception desk. At the reception area stand 2 girls with exquisite makeup. The girl on the left is busy checking a delivery slip, while the short-haired girl on the right is inspecting her own makeup. When she turns her head and sees Tangzhong's face, her signature pin slips from her hand and clatters onto the marble surface. What an attractive guy. The short-haired girl quickly picks up the pin, glancing back and forth between Tangzhong's face and Ivan behind him. Hello, are you the new intern reporting today? The artist department is on the 18th floor and the elevator is over there. The short-haired girl's voice unconsciously softens and she kindly points in the direction. Tangzhong places his hand on the cool marble countertop, lightly tapping twice with his index finger. I'm here to see Xinqing. Hearing this name, the 2 reception girls exchange glances. The short-haired girl lowers her voice, leaning slightly forward, the badge on her chest lightly clinking against the edge of the countertop. Handsome guy, you must be the newly signed trainee, right? Mr. Shin won't meet a new trainee, and besides, there's a big scene in the artist department today. I advise you to stay low and hide out there for now. The president is often at the company, and you can meet him any day. It's better not to provoke bad luck today. Tangzhong stops tapping on the desk and looks at her. What do you mean? The short-haired girl glances toward the elevator, confirming no higher-ups are passing by before speaking quietly. There's a commotion upstairs right now. Lin Wanxiu and Director Wu Changfeng from our artist department are in Mr. Shin's office. I heard it's quite noisy, and they even smashed a cup inside. Tangzhong ponders silently. Lin Wanxiu, the brainless celebrity assistant on the plane. He had seen her resume online before. She became famous in the past 2 years thanks to 2 fantasy dramas, and she is currently at the peak of her earning potential. Wu Changfeng, the director of the artist department, holds a significant portion of the company's film resources and talent management team. These 2 together probably won't produce anything good. What do they want to do? This is quite intriguing. He was worried about who to target to establish his authority after taking over the company, yet these 2 have conveniently delivered themselves to his doorstep. How long has it been going on? Tangzhong asks nonchalantly. Almost an hour. When Mr. Shin's assistant came down to get some documents, her eyes were red. The atmosphere upstairs must be very tense. If you want to report today, it would be best to wait until the afternoon. You're so good-looking, you'll be fine. The receptionist girl kindly reminds him while sneaking glances at him. Thanks. Tangzhong pulls out his phone from his pocket and takes a step back from the reception. He turns towards the lounge area on the side of the lobby, sits down on a leather sofa, and directly dials Xinqing's number. The phone rings for 10 seconds before being answered. Hello, boss. Xinqing's voice sounds a bit hoarse, and in the background a sharp female voice can be faintly heard shouting words like resource allocation and contract termination. I'm in the lobby. Come down to get me. Tangzhong only says this and directly hangs up the phone. He leans back on the sofa, looking at the large LED screen in the lobby that continuously plays music videos of the company's artists. The screen just cut to Lin Wanxiu's face, her makeup exquisite, but her eyes reveal a hint of arrogance. Ivan stands beside the sofa, his hands clasped in front of him, scanning the people coming in and out of the lobby like a radar. The short-haired receptionist is still sneaking glances this way, whispering with her companion, presumably speculating about which talent scout brought back this gem. In less than 3 minutes, the VIP elevator at the back of the lobby dings open. Xinqing steps out quickly in high heels. Today she is wearing a sharp silver-gray business suit, her hair pinned up. However, her expression seems somewhat displeased and her chest is slightly heaving, clearly suppressing her anger. Boss. Xinqing walks up to Tangzhong, slightly lowering her head, her voice carrying a hint of professionalism. The 2 reception girls in the distance watch this scene, their mouths agape, able to fit an egg inside. The usually authoritative and decisive President Shun is actually showing such respect to this seemingly. Tangzhong ignores the gazes from afar and gestures to the sofa across from him. Let's not rush to go upstairs. Is there something going on at the company today? Xinqing adjusts her breathing and quickly begins to explain. The contract of the top star Lin Wanqiu is expiring next month, and Wu Changfeng is using her as a bargaining chip, demanding that the company assign her as the lead in both of next year's two-level self-produced dramas and increase Wu Changfeng's team's profit share from 30% to 50%. Otherwise, they will collectively jump ship to another company with the artists. Tang Zheng chuckles, turning to look at Xinqing, and says, using the resources provided by the company to threaten the company in return. Boss, it's my mismanagement. Lin Wanqiu is currently a top-tier traffic star, and Wu Changfeng holds most of the talent management in the artist department. Additionally, some people within the company are secretly eyeing the company's equity changes, trying to take advantage of the situation to carve out a piece for themselves. Xinqing speaks rapidly, her high heels making crisp sounds on the tiled floor. Tang Zheng doesn't respond immediately. He walks toward the elevator with Ivan following closely like a wall. Let them make a scene. Xinqing stands frozen for a moment as she watches the elevator doors open, quickly stepping inside and pressing the button for the top floor chairman's office. Boss, the 28th floor is your chairman's office, and I'm on the 27th floor. In fact, the 28th floor was originally just the chairman's office, but the previous chairman never came to the company, so it remained vacant. She is a smart person. Seeing the situation, she understands that this young boss working style may be completely different from the previous chairman who never came to the company. Wu Changfeng and the others are likely going to hit a brick wall this time. The elevator stops on the 28th floor. When the door opens, a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows comes into view, showcasing the bustling CBD of Kyoto. The office is ridiculously spacious, complete with a mahogany desk, leather sofas, a wine cabinet, and a lounge area, even with a washroom, next to which is a smaller office labeled Secretariat. Tang Zheng walks to the desk, pulls out the executive chair, and sits down. The leather feels soft and enveloping. Compile the financial reports, project contracts, and quarterly report data for the past 5 years, and move all the paper copies to this desk. Send all the electronic copies to my email. Tang Zheng points to the desk. Boss, these materials add up to several hundred documents. Are you going to look at them all by yourself? Xinqing is somewhat uncertain about his intentions. For the next few days, I won't see any clients. Anyone who comes to find me will be kept outside. Ivan, you guard the door. Tang Zheng leans back in the chair, pulling out a cigar from the box on the desk and smelling it at his nose. Not unpleasant, the scent of capitalism. For the next 5 days, the 28th floor of Huanyu Entertainment became a special restricted area. On the afternoon of the first day, Chief Financial Officer Lu Deming arrived with a few subordinates, pushing 2 small carts loaded with stacks of ledgers and documents. Lu Deming was a balding, middle-aged man, his belly straining against his shirt. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and moved the files onto the desk, one stack at a time. Chairman, these are the accounts from the past 5 years. Since you just took over the company, you might not be clear on many bad debts that are historical issues. Would you like me to summarize them for you? Lu Deming wore a broad smile, but his eyes were scrutinizing Tang Zheng, inwardly muttering, this young man truly has no idea of his own limitations. Tang Zheng casually flipped open the topmost acquisition contract. No need, just leave it here. Lu Deming hit a soft spot and had to force a laugh as he retreated. Back in his office, he immediately called Wu Changfeng. Old Wu, that young kid is looking at the accounts. I doubt he even knows where to start with the balance sheet, just putting on an act. For the past few days, Tang Zheng had not left this office. He was living and eating here, and whenever he was hungry, he would have Xinqing order takeout. His fingers danced over the keyboard, quickly calculating the dense numbers on the screen and the data on the paper. After finishing the calculations, he indeed discovered many surprises. Wu Changfeng held the artist department, and Lu Deming was his distant relative who together they had left numerous hidden holes in the company's accounts. Falsifying promotional expenses and accepting kickbacks were minor issues, and there were even dual contracts. Did these two really think Wanyu's money came from the wind? Late in the night on the second day, Tang Zheng pulled out a promotional contract for the Sword Shadow project and circled it with a red pen. He pressed the intercom on his desk. Xinqing, checked the legal information of these 3 shell companies. I want to see the results by tomorrow morning. By noon on the third day, Wu Changfeng could no longer hold back. He rushed to the 28th floor with Lin Wanqiu's agent urgency etched on his face. Wu Changfeng shouted in the corridor, Chairman, there's an urgent matter that needs your immediate attention. The contract of the company's top artist Lin Wanqiu is about to expire. Why not sign her contract first? She has over 100 million fans, and many of them online are speculating why her renewal hasn't happened yet. Are you planning to abandon your own artist? Ivan stood like an iron tower blocking the office door, arms crossed. The boss is busy and won't see you. Ivan's voice boomed like thunder. What do you think you are? A mere guard dares to stop me. Wu Changfeng reached out to push Ivan's shoulder. Ivan seized his wrist and pressed down. A sharp crack echoed as bone met bone. Oh, let go, let go, Wu Changfeng grimaced in pain, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, his legs buckling as he knelt on the ground. Ivan hoisted him up like a chick and tossed him into the nearby elevator, effortlessly pressing the button for the first floor. On the morning of the 5th day, Tang Zheng threw the last promotional report onto the desk, the papers sliding and knocking over the penhole. 50 million in promotional fees, 15 million spent on trending topics, and the remaining 37 million went into the accounts of several shell companies under Lu Deming's name. Shen Qing entered holding a new document. She had also been under immense pressure these past few days, with several executives urgently requesting to meet Tang Zheng, her eyes bloodshot. Boss Wu Changfeng sent another email yesterday saying that if we don't agree to their conditions today, Lin Wanxiu will unilaterally terminate her contract tomorrow and take away the business resources of 3 level projects. Tang Zheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the stream of cars below like ants. Notify all senior management that there will be a meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon in Conference Room 1. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Conference Room 1. The long redwood conference table was filled with people, the air thick with tension and apprehension. Wu Changfeng sat in the first position on the left, his wrist wrapped in a bandage. He toyed with a gold-plated pen, exchanging glances with Chief Financial Officer Lu Deming across the table. For the past 5 days, the new boss had not shown his face in the company, hiding away on the 20th floor. Wu Changfeng had calculated that a rich second generation who was barely 20 years old knew nothing about management. Today's meeting was surely a plea for peace, and once he lowered his head, he would have to cough up more. The door to the conference room swung open. Tang Zheng walked in first, followed by Ivan, with Shen Qing bringing up the rear. Tang Zheng pulled out the chair at the head of the table and scanned both sides of the long table. Everyone was present, yet silence reigned. Director Wu, do you have anything to say? Tang Zheng called out directly, his tone as indifferent as if he were asking about the weather. Wu Changfeng paused his fidgeting with a pen, leaning back against the chair. Tang, since we're having a meeting today, let's be straightforward. Wanxiu is the company's cash cow. External film companies are offering up to 80% of the revenue to poach her, and we only ask for 50%, which isn't unreasonable, right? Also, the 2 level drama's leading ladies must be included in the contract. Tang Zheng did not respond, turning to Chief Financial Officer Lu Deming. Director Lu, last month the final payment for the promotional expenses of the Sword Shadow project was approved for 20 million. Lu Deming's heart sank, but he still held his ground. Tang, promotional expenses flow like water. It costs a lot to buy trending topics, and 20 million was calculated with great care. Tang Zheng nodded, pulling out a stack of A4 papers from the folder in front of him and slamming them onto the long table. The papers spread out, sliding toward Wu Changfeng and Lu Deming. The legal representative of the external promotional company for the Sword Shadow project is Wang Zhengwo, your new brother-in-law, Director Lu. Of the 20 million, 16 million was transferred to an overseas trust account 3 hours later. The air in the conference room instantly froze. Wu Changfeng snatched the paper from the table, glanced at it, and his face turned pale. Tang, what do you mean by this? You think you can smear us with a few forged transaction slips? Wu Changfeng suddenly stood up, the chair legs screeching against the carpet. Ivan, Tang Zheng called out. Ivan stepped forward, his large palm pressing firmly on Wu Changfeng's shoulder, forcing him back into his chair. Wu Changfeng gasped in pain, unable to utter a word. Tang Zheng continued flipping through the documents in his hand. Director Wu, in the year before last year, and this year you abused your position, colluding with Lu Deming and Deputy Director Zhang, how through falsifying project budgets and intercepting artist business shares, a total of 43 million was misappropriated from the company's accounts. Tang Zheng slammed the last piece of paper on the table. The evidence is irrefutable. This amount of money would keep you 3 busy sewing for a lifetime. The door to the conference room was pushed open once more. Several uniformed economic investigation police officers strode in. Wu Changfeng, Lu Deming Zhang, how we have received a formal complaint that you are suspected of embezzlement and commercial fraud. Please come with us to cooperate with the investigation. Cold handcuffs were slapped onto the wrists of the 3 men. Only then did Wu Changfeng realize that the new boss had not come out of the 28th floor out of fear, but rather was investigating their backgrounds. Tang Zheng, you little brat, what do you know? Without me, the artist department of Huanyu will be paralyzed tomorrow. Lin Wanxiu will terminate her contract immediately, and the company can just wait for the losses. Wu Changfeng was dragged out by 2 police officers, shouting wildly. Tang Zheng remained seated, not even turning his head. Take them away. In an instant, the remaining high-ranking officials in the conference room fell silent, their hearts pounding with fear. The department managers who had just been cheering with Wu Changfeng now dared not even breathe, terrified that they might be the next to meet their demise. Tang Zheng tapped his fingers on the table. Everyone in the company does not harbor parasites. Those with talent will be well compensated. For those seeking to engage in shady dealings, they are the next to go. Meeting adjourned. A major purge was completed in less than 40 minutes. Shen Qing followed Tang Zheng back to the 20th floor. Boss Wu Changfeng and the others have been taken in, but Lin Wanxiu will definitely not let this go easily. The company will need to focus on handling this matter next. She holds several major endorsements. If we forcibly terminate the contracts, it will severely damage the company's reputation. Shen Qing placed a public opinion monitoring report on the table. Tang Zheng walked to the wine cabinet and poured a glass of ice water. Has she made any moves? Shen Qing took out her tablet, swiped through a few pages, and handed it over. Someone witnessed Wu Changfeng being taken away, and the news has already gone viral. Lin Wanxiu just posted a long article on Weibo accusing the company's upper management of instability, suppressing veteran employees, and coercing artists into signing unequal contracts. She even collaborated with several other popular stars from the company to share it. Fans online are going crazy. Many artist fans are boycotting Huanyu, and some have even threatened to vandalize the company building with paint. Tang Zheng took the tablet and glanced at the overly sentimental long article. The comments section was filled with fans' accusations and curses. Capitalist vampires, give us justice for Wanxiu. Boycott all of Huanyu's shows, let this broken company collapse. We feel for our Qiuqiu exploited by this foul company. Tang Zheng threw the tablet onto the sofa. The stage was set, and the leading role was on stage. Lin Wanxiu truly considered herself the irreplaceable pillar of the company. Shen Qing, contact the legal department. Tang Zheng turned around, took a sip of coffee, and looked at Shen Qing, saying, sue Lin Wanxiu for breach of contract, demanding 200 million in damages. Additionally, gather all her evidence of bullying, contract violations, and diva behavior over the past 2 years. Since she enjoys stirring up public opinion, it'll let her stay trending for as long as possible. Hearing Tang Zheng's decision, Shen Qing reminded him, boss, directly tearing apart the relationship will expose the company to considerable social pressure from public opinion. Tang Zheng set down his coffee cup, saying, to cure the poison, one must endure the pain of bloodshed. At this moment, 20 kilometers away from Huanyu building in a luxury villa, Lin Wanxiu, wearing a silk nightgown, sat in front of the makeup mirror applying a face mask while scrolling through her phone. Her manager, Sister Li, was anxiously pacing beside her. Wanxiu, Director Wu has really been taken in. The Economic Investigation Department caught him directly in the conference room. Wasn't our recent long article a bit too aggressive? What's there to be afraid of? Lin Wanxiu rolled her eyes, tearing off the face mask and tossing it into Wu Changfeng got caught due to his own dirty deeds. Oh, what does that have to do with me? I am the company's cash cow. Without me, Huanyu's financial report for next year will look grim. The new boss knows nothing. He arrested Wu Changfeng to establish authority, but now the whole internet is criticizing him, and he won't be able to withstand the pressure. By the time he comes to me begging, I won't settle for 50%, I'll demand 70%. She picked up her phone, took a selfie with slightly red eyes, captioning it, no matter how the world is, one must remain strong even when wronged, with a crying emoji, and hit send. Within 2 minutes, the comment section was flooded with tens of thousands of sympathetic messages. At that moment, Sister Li's phone began to vibrate violently. She answered the call, listened for a moment, and her face turned ashen. Wanxiu, something has happened. What happened? Did the company call to soften their stance? Lin Wanxiu casually adjusted her hair in the mirror. No. Huanyu's official Weibo just released an announcement declaring a total ban on you across the internet, and they submitted a lawsuit to the court for breach of contract demanding 250 million in damages. And Sister Li swallowed hard, her voice trembling. And they posted all the evidence of you forcing the second female lead out of the cast in Reborn, this time, I Want to Be the Queen, and bypassing the company to take kickbacks online. The comb in Lin Wanxiu's hand fell to the ground with a loud crack, breaking into 2 pieces. She stared intently at her phone screen, the cold light illuminating her pale face. At that moment, the top trending topic had already changed. Huanyu Entertainment bans Lin Wanxiu nationwide. Below it were 2 other dark red trending topics. Huanyu Entertainment terminates Zhao Fei. Huanyu Entertainment terminates star Zhang Chuchu. The 3 announcements in red with white text not only demanded an exorbitant breach of contract fee of 250 million, but also clearly laid out recordings and transaction records of tax evasion, kickbacks, and bullying on set involving these 3 individuals. There were no redactions whatsoever. Even the last digits of the bank account numbers were displayed. Wanxiu, it's over. The company is taking us down together. It's all over. Manager Sister Lee's legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the carpet. Her phone slipped from her hand, the screen illuminated with messages from partners terminating their contracts. Lin Wanxiu abruptly grabbed an expensive perfume bottle from the table and hurled it against the wall. The glass shattered everywhere, and the sharp scent of roses immediately filled the room. Has he gone mad? Lin Wanxiu screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice cracking like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. I am the company's cash cow. Without me, where will he find someone to replace me? Sister Lee lay on the ground, too weak to even pick up her phone, her teeth chattering. Wanxiu, the court summons has been sent to my email. They have applied for asset preservation, your bank cards, and the villa under your name are all frozen. Lin Wanxiu suddenly turned her head, the veins on her neck bulging. The calm demeanor she had while selling her misfortunes online vanished completely. At the same time, the internet erupted. The fan clubs of Lin Wanxiu, Zhao Fei, and Zhang Chuchu quickly gathered. A large number of brainwashed fans, without even looking at the overwhelming evidence, insisted that their idols were being persecuted by evil capitalists. The fans were incredibly powerful. In less than half an hour, they revealed the identity of Huanyu Entertainment's current boss. Fortunately, Tang Jing's personal information had been specially encrypted by the system, and these fans could only find a name with no access to any other information, such as age, background, or home address. Found it. Huanyu's new boss, Tang Jing, capitalist. Vampire. Everyone storm Huanyu's official Weibo. Report them to the business bureau. Boycott all of Huanyu's projects. Let this broken company collapse. Outside the glass doors of the first-floor lobby of Huanyu building, hundreds of extreme fans gathered, some even carrying plastic buckets filled with red paint, attempting to splash it on the revolving doors. 3 hours later, the official website and WeChat account of Huanyu Entertainment updated a message, a heartfelt apology letter addressed to the public and partners. The content of the letter was simple, yet the wording was sincere. In essence, the company admitted to significant internal management flaws during its rapid development over the past few years, with Wu Changfeng and others brazenly involved in criminal misconduct, which has now been legally transferred to the National Public Security Department. This is undoubtedly irrefutable evidence of the company's poor oversight and accountability. What shocked netizens the most was the final paragraph. The chairman of Huanyu Entertainment decided to donate all recovered illegal gains and the company's profits for the month, totaling an astounding 500 million yuan, to the National Hope Project. This substantial fund will be used to build 30 Hope primary schools in remote areas. Once this move was made, the public opinion online surged like a runaway horse, completely out of control. Donating 500 million. Is that for real? This has to be a joke. Is Huanyu trying to wash itself clean through bankruptcy? Don't be fooled by that, it's clearly a diversion. What about Lin Wanxiu's situation? Exactly, using charity as a shield. How disgusting. In the chairman's office, Su Jiyun, the manager of the PR department, looked at the tablet as negative comments scrolled frantically, her palms already drenched in cold sweat. Boss, the criticism hasn't diminished, it's actually getting worse. Additionally, I've received news that several competing entertainment companies have spent heavily to hire internet trolls, now spreading claims that we are fake charity and merely putting on a show. Su Jiyun's voice trembled, her eyes filled with anxiety. Tang Jing sat casually in a large office chair, toying with a cigar. Let them criticize. The internet has little memory, but emotions can be easily stirred. The sentiment hasn't peaked yet. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Look at it this way: ensure that the 500 million is in the account by the end of tomorrow, and send out the receipt. The next 3 days felt like years for the employees of Huanyu Entertainment. The entrance of the company building was besieged by angry fans, completely blocking the way. Delivery personnel, seeing this situation from afar, were too scared to approach with their deliveries. Lin Wanxiu's most devoted fans even started a live-streamed hunger protest online, demanding Huanyu Entertainment withdraw from the entertainment industry and shouting that boss Tang Jing must come live to apologize to their sister, or she would starve herself, leaving one to wonder if her family knew. On the fourth morning, as public opinion reached its boiling point, the winds changed suddenly. CCTV's 7 o'clock morning news released a 5-minute in-depth report. The report showcased the clear evidence chain of the Wu Changfeng case, verified by the Economic Investigation Department with undeniable proof. There were also concrete recordings provided by Huanyu Entertainment of artists being released from contracts, each phrase ringing loud and clear. Finally, it included an official payment receipt from the Hope Project with a bright red seal that boldly declared the truth to everyone. The closing statement of the report was even more resonant. The entertainment industry is by no means a lawless zone, nor should it become a breeding ground for corruption. Huanyu Entertainment's recent surgical treatment serves as a benchmark worth emulating for the entire industry. Clatter. Su Jian's cup of water suddenly fell on the table, without warning, leaving her stunned. Boss, the situation has reversed. It is all reversed. Her voice trembled as she hurriedly handed the tablet to Tang Zheng. As expected, the trolls who had been clamoring online suddenly went silent, and the competing companies that had been hiring trolls swiftly deleted their posts. In their place, the internet was flooded with praise with labels like Hardcore Shield, Conscientious Company, and Cleanser of the Entertainment Industry, instantly plastered all over Huanyu Entertainment's official WeChat account. Tang Zheng glanced at the screen, his expression unperturbed, as if everything had been anticipated. Get used to such small scenes in the future. Gather the people from the film department for a meeting. Tang Zheng's tone was flat, as if the recent crisis was not a storm threatening his company. 5 minutes later, several heads from the film department cautiously entered the office. In recent days, they had all been somewhat terrified by Wu Changfeng's incident, fearing that the new boss' anger had not yet subsided and that they might be the ones to pay for it. Xinqing gently placed a stack of project proposals in front of Tang Zheng, saying, "Boss, here are the 5 film projects the company is currently preparing." The one Wu Changfeng was most optimistic about was Xian Jianqi Yuan 2, which was specifically tailored for Lin Wanqiu, rated as an S-level project. There was also the modern urban drama, The Boss Pet Wife, rated as a level. Tang Zheng took it and flipped through, finding the flashy titles to be akin to garbage, until he flipped to the last proposal, which was buried at the bottom, lacking even a cover page. Qingyun. Tang Zheng, intrigued, carefully read the contents and asked who wrote this. He pointed at the proposal, his eyes filled with curiosity. Zhao Jigang, the film department manager, nervously wiped his sweat and cautiously replied, "Mr. Tang, this was written by a new screenwriter and belongs to the genre of alternative history. The content is somewhat peculiar. It's described as time-traveling, yet the background resembles both the future and ancient times. After our assessment, we believe the audience might be quite niche, and such ensemble dramas require significant investment and carry high risks. Therefore, we temporarily rated it as level, planning to reconsider once there's a budget later. The theme is quite good, but the current setting is somewhat rigid and can be optimized and adjusted." As Tang Zheng spoke, he picked up a red pen and forcefully crossed out the level designation, neatly writing an S next to it. Zhao Jigang was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. "S-level? Mr. Tang, this carries too much risk. Moreover, regarding the setting of that temple in the script, we feel it is overly fantastical and the audience may not understand it, so we plan to change it to an ordinary sect." Zhao Jigang attempted to persuade Tang Zheng to reconsider. Changing it to an ordinary sect would ruin the essence of the script. Tang Zheng decisively interrupted him, his tone firm and unquestionable. "I believe this temple is precisely the soul of the entire story. It represents the cycle of civilization and reverence for the unknown. The character Fan Xian is not meant to be a poet in ancient times, but to challenge the decaying imperial society with modern thinking. Elevate the setting of the Qing emperor. He is not an ordinary emperor, but the greatest master and overshadowing figure that Fan Xian can never surpass, but must confront." As Tang Zheng spoke passionately, he quickly sketched several key plot twists on paper. "What I want is not a low-budget fantasy drama with cheap effects. I want depth storytelling that allows the audience to experience the taste of political intrigue through every pore and a sense of exhilarating satisfaction." Zhao Jigang listened entranced. Those aspects he had previously deemed unremarkable suddenly became brilliant through Tang Zheng's concise words, as if a light had been turned on, making everything crystal clear. The several planners who had accompanied Zhao Jigang also looked on in admiration, not expecting that Mr. Tang was not only tough in managing the company, but also had a more sophisticated aesthetic and narrative control than seasoned producers. "All right, revise according to my instructions. For casting, keep a close eye. Absolutely no hiring of those stars who can only stare. I want capable actors even for supporting roles who can hold their ground." After sending the others out, Tang Zheng called Xinqing, saying, "Xinqing, keep a close watch on the Qing Union project. You are also fully responsible for the company's other daily affairs. If something major happens, call me or send an email." Xinqing was momentarily stunned, asking in confusion, "Boss, what are you planning?" Back to In City. Tang Zheng pushed aside the project proposal for Qing Union on the table, looking at Xinqing as he said, "The college entrance exam results will be out the day after tomorrow. I need to go back for a while. In addition, there's a girl whose birthday is today. You will still be in charge of things here at the company. Your responsibilities remain unchanged, and I won't interfere too much." Xinqing was a smart person, not asking further questions, and immediately began to check flight information on her tablet. Soon she found a suitable flight and raised her head to say, "There's a flight to In City this afternoon, and there are first-class seats available. I will book the ticket for you right away." Do you need me to arrange for someone to pick you up? Tang Jing shook his head slightly, saying, no need, we can go by ourselves. After saying that, he pushed open the office door and walked out with Ivan following closely behind like a loyal shadow. 6 hours later, in City IFS Guojin Center, Tang Jing stood in front of the Van Cleef Arpels counter, his gaze quickly locking onto a particular item. He extended his finger and lightly tapped on the glass twice, directly saying, take this out for me to have a look. Inside the glass counter lay a diamond-studded platinum 4-leaf clover bracelet, exuding a charming luster under the light, resembling the brilliant stars in the night sky. The salesgirl, dressed in a well-tailored black uniform, folded her hands at her waist and quickly scanned Tang Jing with her eyes. Although this young man wore no conspicuous logos, the imposing foreign giant beside him, reminiscent of a brown bear, emanated a powerful aura that made her dare not show any negligence. Sir, you have a great eye? This is a limited edition of the season platinum set with diamonds, designed to be youthful and very suitable for gifting to young women. The salesgirl's voice was sweet as she put on a pair of white gloves, carefully took the bracelet out, placed it on a black velvet tray, and presented it to Tang Jing. Tang Jing glanced at the bracelet, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The bracelet's design was understated with a slender platinum band and perfectly set diamonds, exquisite yet low-key, making it not appear out of place on the wrist of a young student, avoiding any impression of ostentation. He thought to himself, the girl Su Qingyue was quite stubborn. If he presented her with something too extravagant, she would definitely refuse it. This bracelet, however, was just right. This one, please wrap it up, Tang Jing said decisively, pulling out a black gold card and handing it to the salesgirl. The salesgirl was taken aback. This gentleman didn't even ask about the price. But she quickly regained her composure, maintaining a smile on her face as she took the card with both hands, saying, certainly, sir. The price of this bracelet is 108,000 yuan. Please wait a moment, I will wrap it up for you right away. As she spoke, she swiftly began processing the related paperwork, her movements noticeably quickening. 10 minutes later, Tang Jing walked out of the Guojin Center, holding a delicate, deep green paper bag. At this time, the sky had gradually darkened, and the city's streetlights began to illuminate the streets. Tang Jing glanced at the time. It was 6:30 in the evening. He knew that Su Qingyue should be at home by now. He took out his phone and called for a luxury car on a ride-hailing app. Soon a black phaeton slowly stopped in front of him. After Tang Jing and Ivan got into the car, he reported the name of an old neighborhood. The car slowly started cruising through the city streets. Inside the car, Tang Jing gazed at the rapidly retreating street scenery outside the window, his thoughts drifting to the past. Su Qingyue was the daughter of a neighbor from the orphanage, and during their childhood, they were the best of friends. Back then, Tang Jing often faced bullying from older kids, and each time, it was Su Qingyue, a brave girl with a ponytail, who was just a few days younger than him, who would stand in front of him with a broom, protecting him like a small guardian. Later, her parents divorced, and she followed her mother to remarry, moving to that old neighborhood. Since then, their meetings gradually became fewer. However, Tang Jing never forgot this little girl who had once given him warmth and protection. Fortunately, they were both placed in the same class again during their senior year. Ivan find a time to buy a car to keep in city. It's too inconvenient to take a taxi every time we go out. Tang Jing suddenly said, price doesn't matter. What's important is safety, comfort, and good performance. Ivan nodded and replied in slightly accented Chinese. Okay, boss, I will arrange it as soon as possible. The car bounced for half an hour on the uneven asphalt road before finally stopping in front of a row of red brick apartments. This place formed a stark contrast to the bustling Guojin Center from earlier. The buildings were old, the walls covered with signs of age, and the corridors were filled with a lingering smell of cooking oil and dampness from the sewer, making one feel somewhat uncomfortable. Tang Jing frowned and stepped up the steps covered in black grime, moving upward step by step. Soon he reached the 4th floor, stopping in front of a peeling security door. The door was not tightly closed, leaving a crack, and sharp arguing voices could be heard from inside. Qingyue, how can you be so ungrateful, child? Hasn't Uncle Zhang raised you for so many years with great difficulty? A middle-aged woman's voice, tinged with a cry, was that of Su Qingyue's mother, Wang Ping. Mom, what has he raised me with? Su Qingyue's voice was clear, but carried an obvious tremor filled with grievance and anger. I earned my high school tuition by working during winter and summer breaks. I covered my living expenses with my scholarship. Aside from taking money from you every month to support his useless son, what has he ever done for me? A dull thud echoed from the room, as if someone had slammed the table hard. Following that, a hoarse male voice erupted, carrying a condescending tone. Su Qingyue, is this how you speak to your elders? Your results will be out the day after tomorrow. With your grades, getting into a prestigious school shouldn't be a problem. But how much will tuition and accommodation cost? Your brother is now dating someone, and the girl is asking for a 30,000 yuan deposit to get married. You're a girl, or what's the use of studying so much? It would be better to apply for a local free normal school, or simply not attend school and work as a clerk in your brother's factory. You could send home 2,000 yuan every month, which would help the family. Tang Zheng stood outside the door, his expression gradually darkening, his fingers lightly stroking the handle of the paper bag in his hand, burning with anger inside. He thought to himself, they really calculated this well, wanting to sacrifice Su Qingyue's future to provide a down payment for a useless son. It was truly outrageous. I will not give up on going to university. Su Qingyue gritted her teeth and said word by word, her tone filled with determination. My aspiration is to attend the Yanjing Conservatory of Music, and I will definitely get in. Once the admission notice arrives, I will work in Yanjing to earn my tuition without you spending a dime. I can support myself. You dare. Zhang Jingguo became anxious, his voice suddenly rising as if he had touched a nerve. Your mother has to ask me for money, even to buy groceries. What will you use to go to Yanjing? If you dare to apply to a school outside, I will lock your ID card, and let's see how you will enroll. Zhang Jingguo, don't go too far. Su Qingyue shouted loudly, her voice carrying a hint of despair. Bang! A loud slap echoed in the cramped living room as if a heavy hammer had struck Tang Zheng's heart. He lifted his foot, his anger exploding in an instant, unable to be suppressed any longer. He kicked the half-open security door forcefully. Bang! The old security door let out a miserable wail, crashing against the shoe cabinet behind it, causing the wall plaster to fall off. The three people in the room were startled by the noise, turning simultaneously to look towards the door. The living room was small, with a peeling folding dining table in the center piled high with miscellaneous items. Su Qingyue covered her left cheek, her eyes red and brimming with tears, biting her lower lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out. She wore an old t-shirt that had faded, standing straight with determination and defiance in her gaze. Zhang Jingguo stood by the table, his hands still hovering in the air. He wore a yellowing sleeveless undershirt that revealed his flabby arms, looking exceedingly greasy. Wang Ping curled up in the corner of the sofa, covering her face and sobbing softly, her eyes filled with fear and resentment. Who the hell? Zhang Jingguo was about to curse, but when he saw the two figures standing at the door, the curse caught in his throat. The towering Ivan instinctively instilled a sense of fear in him. Tang Zheng walked in with a cold expression, his eyes as icy as if they could freeze the air. Ivan's massive frame blocked the door, casting a shadow that obscured most of the light from outside, making the cramped living room feel even more confined. Tang Zheng. Seeing Tang Zheng, Su Qingyue's eyes flashed with surprise and grievance, softly calling out. Her voice carried a hint of tears, as if she had found a support. In an instant, the tears that Su Qingyue had been holding back finally fell down in large droplets. She ran quickly to Tang Zheng's side, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly like a child who had suffered injustice and finally found a protector. Tang Zheng looked at the bright red handprint on her face and gently ruffled Su Qingyue's hair. He softly asked, "Does it hurt?" Su Qingyue shook her head, but her tears flowed even more fiercely. At this moment, Zhang Jingguo finally reacted. He recognized Tang Zheng. He sized up Tang Zheng with disdain and contempt. Humph, isn't he just that poor kid from the orphanage? He had often been brought home by Su Qingyue to share a meal, poor as can be. What achievements could he possibly have now? Although he didn't know who the foreigner that looked like a black bear was, how much could a recent high school graduate like him accomplish? Zhang Jingguo cleared his throat, puffed out his chest, and put on a facade of elder authority, sneering as he said, "I thought who it was. Turns out it's little Zheng. This is our family matter. You're an outsider barging in during broad daylight. Isn't that inappropriate?" As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, filled with pride and mockery, as if he believed Tang Zheng wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Tang Zheng ignored him, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. He walked directly to the broken dining table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Family matter. Trading someone else's future for your son's down payment. This is what you call a serious family matter. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his gaze sweeping across Zhang Jingguo's face. Zhang Jingguo felt a fluster at Tang Zheng's gaze, his jowls trembling like a fox that had its tail stepped on, angrily shouting, "What do you know, you little brat? We're doing this for the good of the family. Girls will eventually get married. After studying so much, isn't it all just to be someone else's daughter-in-law? It's better to start working early and help out the family." Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Jingguo's face, filled with greed and selfish entitlement, and felt a wave of disgust within. If this old man were simply a reckless rogue, it would be one thing, but he insisted on using a "for the sake of the family" excuse as a veil. It's useless to reason with such a person. One can only shatter the things he cares about most to make him understand the cost. Repay. Tang Zheng let out a cold laugh. His expression was emotionless as he said, As far as I know, Su Qingyu's biological father transfers 1,500 yuan every month to Aunt Wang's card. That money hasn't at all turned into your son Zhang Tao cigarettes and internet cafe fees. Upon hearing this, Wang Ping, who had been quietly sobbing, suddenly shrank back, as if someone had struck a sensitive spot. Zhang Jiangwo, like a cat with its tail stepped on, raised his voice furious. What nonsense are you spouting? That is our joint property as a couple. How dare you question how we spend it? Get out of here or I'll report you for trespassing. Tang Zheng couldn't be bothered to waste more words with him. He placed the dark green paper bag on the table and slowly pushed it towards Su Qingyue, his gaze instantly softening as he said, Qingyue, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday. Su Qingyue was momentarily stunned looking at the exquisite paper bag and shook her head repeatedly. Brother Tang Zheng, I can't accept this. It looks quite expensive. She understood that Tang Zheng had lived in hardship before, and even if he had changed a bit, now he shouldn't spend so much on her. Take it. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, but firm, his eyes conveying determination. Zhang Jingguo glanced at the paper bag, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, and he even brought a gift. What could a poor kid from the orphanage afford? It must be some plastic trinket bought from a street vendor for 10 yuan, right? Qingyue, don't be fooled by this impoverished kid. Tang Zheng did not respond to his mockery, calmly opening the paper bag and taking out the black velvet box. He gently pressed it, and with a pop, the box sprang open. Suddenly the dim light from the overhead bulb seemed to brighten, reflecting off the bracelet, and the numerous small diamonds instantly emitted dazzling light, like brilliant stars in the night sky. The platinum's texture fell out of place on the old shabby dining table, yet it was incredibly eye-catching. Although Zhang Jingguo was just a mechanic with little education, having mingled in society for many years, he had seen plenty of decorations worn by wealthy women and immediately recognized that this item was definitely not a street vendor's product. But he couldn't believe that Tang Zheng could afford the real deal, stubbornly saying, Did you get a high-quality counterfeit to show off? This glass junk is just to fool little girls. Zhang Jingguo scoffed. Tang Zheng said nothing, calmly pulling out the purchase receipt that was pressed under the box, pinching it between two fingers and lightly tossing it in front of Zhang Jiangwo, his eyes holding a hint of provocation, as if to say, You don't believe me? Then take a look. Take a look, see how much this glass junk is worth. Zhang Jingguo picked up the receipt with suspicion, his gaze scanning the item name, Van Cleef Arpels Vintage Alhambra Bracelet. Looking further down, the amount paid was clearly printed 1080000. Zhang Jiangwo's hand trembled violently, and the receipt fell onto the table. 88,000. His son Zhang Tao had insisted on 30,000 for the down payment, and this kid casually gave a birthday gift worth a third of that. This is impossible. Where did you get so much money? You must have stolen it. Yes, this money has unclear origins. I will report you. Zhang Jingguo pointed at Tang Zheng, his voice changing pitch, his eyes filled with jealousy and madness. Tang Zheng stood up, resting his hands on the table, looking down at Zhang Jingguo. How I got my money is none of your business. But listen carefully. Tang Zheng lowered his voice, his tone. Qingyu's aspirations are her own, she can fill out wherever she likes. I will cover the tuition for Yanjing University, and I will take care of her living expenses. From today onward, she has nothing to do with your broken family. You're dreaming. Zhang Jingguo slammed the table, causing the cups on it to rattle. Her household registration is still under my name. As long as I don't agree, she can't go anywhere. I will report her ID as lost tomorrow. Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Jiangwo's defiant face and revealed a mocking smile as he said, All right. Then your precious son Zhang Tao got into a fight at a bar in Nanjing last month and broke someone's nose. The other party is demanding 100,000 for a settlement, otherwise they'll go through legal proceedings. You guess if I offer 200,000 for the other party to fight to the end, how many years will your son have to spend inside? Zhang Jiangwo's face instantly turned pale, like a piece of paper soaked in water devoid of color. He felt his legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. He had kept his son's fighting incident a secret. How did this kid find out? In fact, it was a coincidence for Tang Zheng. Earlier at the Guijin Center, a girl happened to be discussing this matter, speaking authoritatively about waiting for her brother's compensation money to get a nose job. Tang Zheng had taken note of it, not expecting that now upon testing it was likely true. Zhang Jingguo struggled to hold on to his last breath. Tang Zheng pointed at the foreigner at the door, his eyes radiating a sense of intimidation. If you don't believe me, I can have him bring your son over right now for a confrontation. Or I can directly call the law firm. I want to hire the best lawyer to defend the victim. The living room fell into a deathly silence, with only Zhang Jiangwo's heavy breathing echoing. The man who had just been arrogantly domineering now looked like a ragged dog with its backbone pulled out, completely wilted, his face devoid of the previous arrogance and brazenness. He knew that the young man before him was no longer the poor kid who could be bullied at will. Qingyue, go take your ID and the materials needed for your admission and come with me. Tang Zheng turned to Su Qing. Su Qingyue hesitated not at all, but she had long grown tired of this cold and calculating home, turning to run into the small bedroom converted from the balcony. The bedroom was cramped, furnished with a shabby bed and a chipped wardrobe. This was the place she had once lived, filled with bitterness and grievances. In less than 5 minutes she emerged with a faded white backpack on her back filled with her dreams and hopes, as well as her aspirations for the future. Let's go. Tang Zheng picked up the bracelet box from the table, pressed it into Su Qingyu's hands, and turned. Wang Ping stood up from the sofa, watching her daughter's departing figure. Her lips moved, wanting to call her back, but glancing at Zhang Jiangwo's gloomy face, she opened her mouth, but ended up saying nothing. Su Qingyue didn't look back, following closely behind Tang Zheng. Stepping out of the painful family building, the air outside seemed to carry a refreshing clarity that could wash away all the gloom within her heart. Su Qingyue followed behind Tang Zheng. Each step she took was firm, as if she wanted to crush all the grievances she had endured over the years into the filthy concrete steps. In the living room on the 4th floor, the security door remained wide open, and the house was surprisingly quiet. Zhang Jingguo was curled up inside, not daring to chase after them, not even uttering a single curse. The overwhelming pressure that Tang Zheng had just imposed on him felt like a tangible wave, completely extinguishing the arrogance of this petty rogue who only dared to bully others in his own corner. On the roadside, the black phaeton remained parked, quietly waiting. Ivan stepped forward to open the car door, shielding the top with his hand. Tang Zheng got in while Su Qingyue hugged her faded backpack tightly and carefully slipped into the back seat. The car door closed, completely isolating them from the chaos outside. Inside, the car formed a tranquil and comfortable little world. The genuine leather seats exuded a faint scent of pine, filling the air and evoking a sense of luxury and serenity. Su Qingyue held the backpack tightly against her chest, her fingers still gripping the dark green paper bag containing the Van Cleef Arpels bracelet. Tang Zheng. Su Qingyue lowered her head, her voice very soft. This bracelet is too precious. I really can't accept it. I just couldn't stand Zhang Jiangwo's face earlier and couldn't bear the way he spoke to you, which is why I didn't return it to you on the spot. Let's return it to the mall tomorrow during the day. Tang Zheng looked out at the rapidly retreating streetlights, turned his head to look at her, and decided to tell a small lie to reassure her. Once this item is purchased, it doesn't support returns. Moreover, I have a habit of not taking back gifts once given. If you feel it's too much for you, just find a pawn shop tomorrow and exchange it for cash to cover your tuition. With these words, he cut off Su Qingyu's retreat. She knew Tang Zheng's temperament. Once he decided on something, even 10 bulls couldn't pull him back. Su Qingyue bit her lower lip, her delicate lips turning pale in an instant. Her fingers twisted around the paper bag's strap, conflicted. Then I'll keep it safe, and when I earn money in the future, I will definitely buy you an even better gift to repay. Su Qingyue raised her head, her eyes sparkling with determination, as if making a sacred vow. Tang Zheng nodded slightly, a hint of subtle satisfaction appearing at the corners of his mouth. The car fell into a brief silence. Su Qingyue stole a glance at Ivan in the passenger seat, and then at Tang Zheng, seemingly engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, she mustered her courage and looked directly into Tang Zheng's eyes. Tang Zheng, I want to ask. Su Qingyu's voice trembled slightly, laced with anticipation and anxiety. In a few days the results will be out. Based on my estimated scores, getting into a university in Yanjing will definitely be fine. However, applying for a student loan requires a guardian's consent, and they won't agree. I don't want to go back to that home. They won't give me a single penny. She paused, took a deep breath, and her tone became incredibly resolute. I want to borrow some money from you for my freshman tuition and living expenses for the past few months. Once the admission notice arrives, you'll find a part-time job in Yanjing. During university, I will definitely work hard to earn a scholarship, and I promise to repay you the full amount with interest before I graduate in my senior year. Tang Zheng looked at her stubborn expression and sighed internally. This girl has this character. She would rather bear all the pressure herself than take advantage of others. If I were to give her money directly, she would absolutely refuse and might even sneak away to sleep on the streets at night. All right, Tang Zheng agreed straightforwardly. Give me your card number. Su Qingyue was taken aback. She hadn't expected Tang Zheng to ask for her card number without asking how much she wanted to borrow. She hurriedly took out a savings card from the inner pocket of her backpack and recited a string of numbers. Tang Zheng took out his phone and opened the banking app. In less than 2 minutes, Su Qingyu's phone in her pocket vibrated. She took it out to see a bank deposit notification. Your account ending in 4721 was credited with RMB 50000 at 2015 on XX date. Current balance 50123. 50 yuan. 50,000. That's too much. Tuition and accommodation combined are less than 10,000. Su Qinghua panicked, holding her phone and wanting to return it. Take it. Tang Zheng interrupted her in an undeniable tone. The cost of living in Yanjing is not lower than in Anqing. You will need money for renting a place and working. This amount counts as a loan to you. I will calculate the interest at the maximum rate of student loans, and when you graduate you will need to repay the principal and interest in full, not a cent less. Is that all right? Upon hearing the mention of interest, Su Qingyu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. She nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude sparkling in her eyes. All right, I will definitely repay you. The phaeton eventually stopped in the underground parking lot of Yunding Tianwei. Tang Zheng instructed Ivan to take Su Qinghua to the guest room to rest while he took a shower, and then sat on the living room sofa to handle emails from the company. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the dining room. After breakfast, Tang Zheng leaned back on the sofa, contemplating his upcoming plans. Although Ivan could drive, he still needed to have a driver's license for convenience in future travels. As a law-abiding citizen, he would never drive without a license. Thus, after breakfast, Tang Zheng took Su Qinghua straight to Anqing's largest Pingqing driving school. At this moment, in Anqing, the scorching sun of June and July blazed like a giant fireball, roasting the earth, making the whole city feel like a massive furnace. On the driving school's training ground, dozens of Santana cars were exposed to the sun, their bodies heated to the point where they seemed capable of frying eggs. The registration area for the regular class was lined with a long queue, a group of students who had just finished their college entrance exams, mixed with middle-aged people, sweat continuously dripping down their faces, soaking their clothes. The air was filled with the sour smell of sweat mingled with the stench of low-quality cigarettes, making it nauseating and causing brows to furrow. Tang Zheng didn't even glance that way, leading Su Qinghua directly to a small building next door that had a sign saying VIP Reception Center. As he pushed open the glass door, a rush of cool air greeted them, instantly isolating the heat and noise from the outside world. The hall was empty, and a young girl at the front desk was focused on her phone, deeply immersed in a drama, not even lifting her head when she heard the noise. Tang Zheng walked to the front desk and tapped twice on the smooth surface. I'm here to register for a driving test. Oh, which class can get the certificate the fastest? The girl at the front desk didn't look up, lazily replied, the regular class is 380. You'll have to queue to practice, and it will take about 4 months to get the certificate. The VIP class is 8800, 4 people per car, and you'll get the certificate in about 2 months. That's too slow. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Is there a class that doesn't require queuing, unknown instruction, and takes the fastest track for all processes? Only then did the girl at the front desk lift her head and size up Tang Zheng. Seeing his plain clothes with no obvious brand, and then glancing at the stunning Su Qinghua beside him, she couldn't help but curl her lip, secretly thinking, here we go again, just another rich kid trying to impress a girl. There is indeed the supreme black gold class, 28000. Dedicated car service, gold medal coaches for unknown. You will pass every test, and you can get the certificate in 10 days. However, not many people can register for this class in a year. Are you sure you want it? Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Zheng directly threw the black gold card onto the table, producing a crisp sound of impact. Swipe the card for 2 people. Tang Zheng's tone was calm, as if announcing something utterly trivial. The receptionist girl jerked her head up at his words, eyes widening in astonishment and flustered embarrassment. She had never imagined this handsome young man would actually enroll in the most expensive premium black gold class, and not just for himself, but for 2. After all, the black gold class carried an exorbitant local price tag, rarely attracting serious interest. Why you? Please wait a moment. I'll process it right away, she stammered, her face instantly blooming into an effusive smile, her demeanor shifting 180 degrees. If this deal went through, her commission would be substantial. Fumbling hastily at her keyboard, her normally deft fingers grew clumsy with urgency. Keys were pressed incorrectly repeatedly. As she typed, she quietly picked up her phone and sent a voice message to her boss. Boss, major client at the front desk. Please come quickly. Half a minute later, the office door behind the lobby swung open. A middle-aged man with a prominent belly and a receding hairline hurried forth in quick mincing steps, his face wreathed in eager smiles. This was Zhao Pingqing, principal of Pingqing Driving School. He had watched the scene unfold on the surveillance monitor, then received the receptionist's urgent message, and upon seeing the gleaming black gold card, instantly recognized a high-value client. Oh my! 2 distinguished young gentlemen and lady. Please come in. Zhao Pingqing practically sprinted forward, his portly frame moved with surprising agility, his cheeks crinkling into a radiant chrysanthemum-like grin. Bypassing the reception desk entirely, he extended a business card with both hands. I'm Zhao Pingqing, principal of this school. You've chosen the black gold class. Absolutely no problem. I'll personally assign you our finest instructor. A Jetta is unworthy of your stature. We'll use our brand new Audi A6 for training. And for your final exam, I guarantee the earliest possible slot. Green lights, all the way. Not a single day of delay. Tang Zheng accepted the card with a casual glance, then slipped it nonchalantly into his pocket. Money is no object, but I have only one demand: speed. I'm not short of funds, but I refuse to waste time, and every step must comply strictly with regulations. Tang Zheng's voice remained serene, yet beneath its stillness lay unshakable resolve. Rest assured, everything will be handled transparently and flawlessly. Zhao Pengqing pounded his chest with solemn conviction, then personally poured tea and served water, watching Tang Zheng sign the contract and complete payment with unhurried composure. As the screen flashed, transaction successful, Zhao Pengqing's face lit up with unrestrained delight. Privately, he mused how lucrative this deal truly was, and perhaps even more importantly, how it might forge a lasting connection with this elite client, ensuring future prosperity. Leaving the driving school, Tang Zheng instructed Ivan to contact an auto dealership and reserve 2 vehicles, Volkswagen Phaetons. Yesterday's test drive had left a strong impression. One would serve as daily transport and launching the other ship directly to Beijing, where it would surely prove indispensable during university studies. Time slipped by like a white steed racing across a gap. Before anyone knew it, the third day had arrived. For countless Chinese high school seniors, this day held monumental significance: the National College Entrance Examination Gaokao score release. At 9 o'clock that morning in the living room of Yinding Tian Hui Tower 36th floor, Su Qinghua sat rigidly on the sofa, gripping her phone so tightly her knuckles turned bone white. Her gaze locked onto the screen, the login interface of the score-checking website, where the loading bar crept forward with agonizing slowness, each increment feeling like an eternity. Her breath quickened, her chest rose and fell in shallow, rapid pulses. Even her usual composure dissolved under the weight of this life-defining moment. Across from her, Tang Zheng sat calmly on the opposite sofa, holding a cup of coffee, his expression as placid as still water. Beside him, Ivan appeared even more tense than Su Qinghua. He rubbed his palms together incessantly, eyes fixed intently on Tang Zheng, silently praying his boss would achieve an outstanding result. He understood how pivotal the Gaokao was for every Chinese student. Even though his boss was already financially secure, who wouldn't yearn for an exceptional score, a brilliant stroke on the canvas of one's life? Suddenly the phone on the table buzzed, a vibration from the high school class WeChat group. Ordinarily dormant, the group now exploded with messages scrolling too fast to read. Guys, the site's frozen solid. I've refreshed 10 times and still can't get in, posted class president Lu Yu. Don't remind me. I borrowed a fiber optic gaming PC from the internet cafe owner, scored 412. Game over. Looks like I'll be joining the retake factory. Wishing you all success, chimed in PE monitor Zhang Chong. Wah, I only got 520, barely scraping past the first-tier university cutoff. I want to cry, lamented arts committee member Li Na, her voice trembling with tears. A chorus of despair echoed across the group, groans, sighs, and lamentations rising in waves. Just then Su Qinghua's phone screen flickered. Finally the page loaded. She stared at the numbers on screen, her eyes widening gradually. Then abruptly, she clapped a hand over her mouth as tears spilled forth uncontrollably. How much? Tang Zheng set down his cup and asked softly, his voice barely above a whisper, as if reluctant to shatter the fragile electric tension. Su Qinghua lifted her tear-streaked face, her eyes red-rimmed, yet her lips curving upward into a radiant, irrepressible smile. She turned her phone toward Tang Zheng and spoke, voice trembling with joy. Chinese language 135, mathematics 148, English 134, science comprehensive 285, total 702 points. With such a score, admission to any university in Beijing was guaranteed, and even the nation's most elite institutions stood wide open. At this figure, a faint smile touched Tang Zheng's lips. Well done. Then he retrieved his own phone. Let me check mine too. He entered his admission ticket number and ID. After 2 brief rotations, the results page appeared. Total 695 points. Slightly lower than Su Qinghua's, but still among the top 10 at Anqing No. 1 high school. Su Qinghua leaned over, eyes round with awe. Brother Tang Zheng, this score guarantees admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. You usually scored around 680 in mock exams. I always knew you'd shine. Tang Zheng tossed his phone onto the table, remarking coolly, one must take the Gaokao seriously. As if achieving such excellence required nothing more than a modicum of focused effort. Hardly worth astonishment. At that moment, homeroom teacher Mr. Wang suddenly appeared in the group chat. Students who've checked their scores, please post them here so I can compile the statistics. Also, special commendation goes to Su Qinghua, 702 points, currently ranked second in Anqing City's Science Division. Let's give her a round of applause. The group erupted instantly. Liu jumped in first. Whoa, 702. Is she even human? Goddess and scholar. Accept my deepest bow. Zhang Chong chimed in. Incredible. Qingyue's score means Tsinghua and Peking University admissions officers are probably already en route to launching. Li Na flooded the chat with congratulatory emojis. Congratulations, Qinghua. You're absolutely amazing. A flood of praise and astonishment filled the screen. Tang Zheng, observing the commotion, casually snapped a screenshot of his own results and posted it into the group. Tang Zheng image. JPG, the frenzied scrolling froze, as if the entire group had been paused for a full 15 seconds. Then messages exploded anew, faster and more fervent than before. Liu. Zhang Chong wailed, roommate, you're the real MVP. We've sat side by side for years, yet zero academic osmosis. Sobbing, handsome and brilliant. Arg. Li Na blurted out, Tang Zheng, are you dating yet? Could I possibly? The conversation swiftly veered off course, from academic achievement to playful teasing and effusive admiration for Tang Zheng. The thread spiraled delightfully astray. Tang Zheng exchanged a few light-hearted remarks in the group, then silenced his phone, tuning out the cheerful chaos. Turning to Su Qingyue across the sofa, he asked, have you decided which university to apply to? I want to apply to Beijing Conservatory of Music, she replied, her gaze steady and resolute. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. With your score, you could easily enter Tsinghua or Peking University's flagship programs. Though the Beijing Conservatory is a world-class arts institution, its academic requirements aren't nearly as demanding. Su Qingyue shook her head, her eyes shimmering with quiet aspiration and unwavering determination. It's my dream. Actually, my father graduated from the Beijing Conservatory. He was immensely talented, but fortune didn't favor him. Ever since childhood, music has been my compass. I wished to walk the path he began, but couldn't finish. A fleeting shadow crossed her eyes at the mention of her biological father, but it vanished almost instantly, replaced by luminous hope, as if she already saw herself shining brightly on the stage of musical mastery. Tang Zheng nodded. Everyone carries their own convictions, and if this was her unwavering path, he would offer no interference. The Beijing Conservatory is excellent, and conveniently close to the university I plan to attend. Su Qingyue tilted her head curiously. Brother Tang Zheng, where are you applying? Tsinghua or Peking University? Didn't you once say you wanted to study finance and earn vast wealth? Tang Zheng leaned back against the sofa, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window at Anqing's cityscape, and replied slowly, I'll apply to Kyoto University, Department of Physics. Physics? Su Qingyue wore an expression of bafflement. She simply could not fathom why Tang Zheng would make such a choice. Physics was notorious in their country and across the world for its difficulty, causing countless students to recoil in dismay. Moreover, after an undergraduate degree, unless one went abroad for further study or pursued a doctorate, finding a well-paid job in a relevant field was almost as impossible as climbing to the heavens. With Tang Zheng's scores, he could easily have opted for the more popular and less grueling fields like computer science or finance. His prospects would have been dazzling, with wealth and status within effortless reach. Tang Zheng lifted his cup, took a sip, and replied softly, his tone unusually calm. I don't need to rely on studying finance to make money anymore. Money for me need only be sufficient. I wish to study what I love, to probe the underlying logic of how the world operates. At the ends of physics, perhaps one can glimpse vistas others cannot see. A faint smile curved Tang Zheng's lips, and a fervent light flickered in his eyes. The hunger for knowledge, the yearning for the unknown. His words were part truth and part pretense. Only he knew that money had long ceased to be a concern. Huanyu Entertainment was generating profits for him every day, and he trusted that his assets would multiply many-fold in the years to come. The physics department at Jingdu University was the nation's finest, boasting the best laboratories and top-tier professors. Unquestionably the place most suited to him. In the blink of an eye, the day arrived to submit their college preferences. Tang Zheng lounged lazily on the sofa, his fingers tapping the touchpad of his laptop. The cursor blinked on the screen. He did not agonize over his choice. He opened the National Education Examination Authority's website and typed Jingdu University's physics program code into the first choice box with decisive, unhesitating motions. Su Qingyue sat beside him, hugging a cushion like a docile kitten, her chin resting on her knees as she watched Tang Zheng's purposeful movements. Her own preference list had long been completed. Yanjing Music Academy, the cathedral of her dreams, her only choice, chosen with the same steadfast certainty with which Tang Zheng had chosen physics. Tang Zheng pressed the enter key. Seconds later, a green prompt flashed across the web page: submission successful. He closed the laptop and pushed it toward the edge of the coffee table. At that moment, the phone on the table buzzed. The screen lit up with 3 impatient characters. Chu Tian. Tang Zheng picked up and answered. Tang Ji. The Gaokao results are out. Have you finished your preference? Chu Tianyao voice blared through the receiver, full of shouting and excitement. The roar of a sports car engine and the rush of wind formed a background score, as if he were racing along at full tilt. Just finished. Tang Zheng replied. Tang Ji, why don't you come out and stretch your legs? Chu Tianyao's volume was piercing nearly enough to deafen Tang Zheng. I'm taking my sister toward the west of the city. Yulong Shanzhuang has just opened an outdoor climbing club. My cousin runs the place. All natural rock faces, top-tier equipment, completely safe. Want to come over and work up a sweat? My sister's dressed really pretty today. Chu Tianyao jabbered like an eager megaphone, his voice laden. Tang Zheng smirked inwardly. A faint curve formed on his mouth. This kid still hasn't given up promoting his own sister. He glanced toward the window. July in Anqing felt like a vast steamer. Staying in an air-conditioned room too long made one feel as if every bone might rust. Send me the location. The call ended, and within 10 seconds a location pin and an electronic invitation to the villa popped up on WeChat. Tang Zheng rose and told Yiwan, who sat polishing a tactical folding knife on another sofa, Yiwan, go to the garage and prepare the car. We're heading out. Yiwan silently sheathed the knife, stood, and headed for the entrance. Then he looked at Su Qingyue and asked Qingyue, my friend's group is going climbing in the suburbs. Do you want to come? Su Qingyue shook her head, her smooth hair swaying gently. She reached for the study materials on the coffee table and gathered them together, her voice bright and bell-like, imbued with kindness and gentleness. Tang Ji, I won't go. I still have some driving school theory to review, and I want to organize these high school textbooks to bring to the brothers and sisters at the orphanage tomorrow. Tang Zheng did not press her, he only nodded lightly. He changed into light sportswear, picked up his phone from the table, and stepped outside. In the underground garage, a brand-new black Huating W12 was already running. Its engine thrummed low and powerful like a beast coiled ready to spring. It had been freshly acquired by Yiwan that morning. Not expensive by their standards, under 3 million, but it was the best choice available among the Huitings and Anqing's 4S dealership. It was the most outstanding specimen on the lot. Yiwan sat behind the wheel, hands on the steering wheel, his broad back filling the driver's seat. Tang Zheng took the rear and said to Yulong Shanzhuang, west of the city. The Huating glided out of the garage and merged onto the city's arterial road. Outside the windows, the urban scenery slipped by, towering buildings and streams of traffic, all passing like a dream. An hour later, the city's clamor fell away behind them. The buildings along the road gave way to dense foliage. The car wound up a mountain road and finally stopped before a vast mid-mountain estate. The estate gate was built of rugged natural stone, with no ostentatious signage, only a discreet wooden plaque at the entrance bearing a modest shield emblem. 2 security guards in black tactical vests stood by the barrier, eyes keenly scanning approaching vehicles. Yiwan rolled down the window and presented the electronic invitation sent by Chu Tianyao. The barrier rose slowly. The car entered the estate and stopped before a 3-story building whose facade was entirely glass. Tang Zheng pushed open the door and stepped out. The mountain breeze that met him carried the crisp bitterness of pine needles, refreshing and several degrees cooler than the city air. Tang Ji, over here. In the nearby equipment area, Chu Tianyao waved. He wore a garish fluorescent green quick-dry shirt, so bright it hurt the eyes. A jangling cluster of metal carabiners hung at his waist. Standing beside him was his twin sister Chu Tianyue, who had her hair in a high ponytail and looked particularly capable today. Her tight black climbing suit traced her well-developed curves as if a warrior woman were about to march onto the field, alluring and fierce. Behind them were Li Zixuan and Zhang Haoyuan, whom Tang Zheng had seen before. The two of them waved vigorously and grinned foolishly in greeting. Between the Chu siblings stood a tall young man who looked a few years older than the rest, exuding an aura of mature steadiness. He wore a black Arc'teryx outdoor outfit, his short hair neatly trimmed, and a Richard Mille watch graced his wrist. He was lowering his head to adjust a bag of chalk in his hand. Hearing Chu Tianyao call, he looked up with a gaze that mixed curiosity with self-assuredness. Tang Zheng walked over with Yiwan. Brother Tang, come here, let me introduce you. Chu Tianyao enthusiastically pointed to the young man, saying, this is my cousin Lin Shuyuan, who is here to inspect his business and decided to visit me. This club is part of his enterprise. Then turning to Lin Shuyuan, Chu Tianyao excitedly said, brother, this is Tang Zheng, whom I've mentioned several times. Brother Tang helped us with that troublesome issue regarding Lu Laosan. Lin Shuyuan looked Tang Zheng up and down, then lingered his gaze for a moment on the towering Ivan behind. As a prominent young master from the capital, he could tell at a glance that the foreigner resembling a steel tower was definitely not an ordinary bodyguard. The standing posture and the gaze indicated that he had seen blood. He wondered where this brother Tang came from. Seeing this, Lin Shuyuan retracted his scrutinizing gaze and smiled, extending his hand. Brother Tang, this kid Tian Yao has a rather exuberant personality. Thank you for looking after him, brother Tang. Tang Zheng shook his hand briefly. You're too polite. His tone was flat, lacking the expected enthusiasm, as if he were merely responding to an indifferent stranger. Sensing Tang Zheng's nonchalant attitude, Lin Shuyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Usually those second or third generation individuals he interacted with would be overly friendly upon learning that he was a young master from the capital, at least showing some warmth. Yet this young man before him was quite aloof. Instantly his curiosity about Tang Zheng grew. This young man, what exactly was his background? All right, let's not linger here. Chu Tianyue urged from the side. The sun is about to rise, hurry up and get on the rock face. I'll watch you climb from below. If the sun comes up and that rock gets blistering hot, we'll be in trouble. The group arrived at the base of the rock wall. It was a nearly vertical granite cliff about 30 meters high, covered in natural cracks and protrusions, with several routes of varying difficulty marked by different colored rock points. The coach brought over safety harnesses and climbing shoes. Tang Zheng fastened the harness around his waist and tugged at the main rope to test the lock's grip. Brother Tang, have you done this before? Lin Shuyuan casually asked while dusting his hands with magnesium powder. First time. Tang Zheng rubbed a handful of magnesium powder into his palms, the white dust filling the creases of his hands to keep them dry. Lin Shuyuan smiled and said nothing further. Climbing was an activity that required a great deal of core strength and body coordination. A novice, no matter how fit, would struggle to find their footing on the rock face and could only hang there like jerky. I'll start with a 5-10 route to warm up. You can do as you please. Lin Shuyuan turned around, grabbed the starting rock point with both hands, pushed off with his feet, and gracefully pasted himself onto the rock wall. His movements were smooth, each reach and step exuding a rhythm born from long practice. Chu Tianyao watched, pursing his lips. My brother loves to show off. Brother Tang, let's take that easier route for beginners with the assistive footholds. However, Tang Zheng looked up at the route Lin Shuyuan was climbing and noticed a line that had no artificial holds, relying solely on natural cracks. He walked under that line, saying, I'll try this one. His hands gripped a 2-finger-wide stone crack, and the muscles in his forearms bulged from exertion, clearly defined. He stepped on a tiny protrusion, with his toes propelling himself upward suddenly. His movements were devoid of any flamboyance, relying purely on strength and precise judgment. Each grip firmly locked onto the rock, and his body maintained a remarkable balance against the pull of gravity. Standing below, Chu Tianyue, who was initially prepared to watch the show, had her mouth slightly agape, forgetting to unscrew the cap of the water bottle in her hand. Hanging on another line, Lin Shuyuan heard the commotion beside him, turned to look, and immediately lost his rhythm in climbing, nearly missing his footing. Is this called a first-time attempt? This wild line, relying solely on finger strength to grip the cracks, required even him, an experienced climber with placements in amateur competitions, to be cautious. This kid was climbing like a gecko. 20 minutes later, at a man-made viewing platform halfway up the mountain, Tang Zheng leaned on the railing and jumped onto the platform. He tossed aside the magnesium powder bag hanging from his waist, his chest rising and falling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. In less than 2 minutes, Lin Shuyuan also climbed up, gasping for breath. He unclasped the safety lock, plopped down on the platform sofa, and drank nearly half a bottle of water. Brother Tang, you call this a first-time attempt? With your core strength, you really should be doing extreme sports. Lin Shuyuan wiped his sweat, his tone now lacking the earlier formality, replaced with genuine admiration. Tang Zheng leaned against the railing, enjoying the mountain breeze. Below, a wailing akin to a slaughtered pig resonated. Chu Tianyao was hanging about 5 or 6 meters from the platform, clutching a large rock tightly, his legs trembling in the air. Pull me up. Hurry up and pull me up. Coach, reel in the rope. The coach above operated the winch forcibly, pulling Chu Tianyao up to the platform like a fish. Chu Tianyao collapsed onto the deck, gasping for air, his fluorescent green clothes soaked with sweat clinging tightly to him. Chu Tianyue climbed up from a slightly easier route nearby, kicking Chu Tianyao once he got up. How embarrassing, making such a fuss. Chu Tianyao rolled his eyes, getting up from the ground and pulling out a small bag from behind him. What do you know? I'm doing this to protect the old man's lifeline. I brought this thing with me today. If I get hurt, he'll skin me alive. As he spoke, he took out a small box made of wali wood from the bag. The box was intricately carved with cloud patterns, exuding an air of considerable value. Seeing his actions, And then looking at the box, Chu Tianyu's anger was instantly ignited. You actually dare to bring this thing with you. Be careful that Dad doesn't beat you so hard you can't get out of bed. Chu Tianyao raised an eyebrow proudly. I secretly took this out from the old man's private stash to show you in advance. Tomorrow I have to fly to the capital to deliver this as a birthday gift for Grandma's 80th. This was something the old man fought over at the Poly auction last month, costing over 10 million. Lin Shuyuan, upon hearing this, also leaned in. Is that the pair of imperial green earrings that Uncle bought? I've heard friends mention it. They say it's a rare gem. With a crisp sound, he pressed the copper clasp at the edge of the box. The lid sprang open. Sunlight illuminated the black velvet inside the box, where a pair of jade earrings lay quietly. The emerald earrings were so richly green that they seemed to drip with water, their clarity revealing no trace of impurities, exuding a captivating magical allure. Seeing this reckless behavior from Chu Tianyao, Chu Tianyue reached out to snatch the box. You little rascal, quickly put that away. It's on the cliff, if it accidentally falls, just wait to be punished by the old man. She was well aware of the earrings' value and understood the old man's emphasis on their grandmother's birthday banquet. If anything happened to the earrings, the consequences would be unimaginable. In response, Chu Tianyao instinctively recoiled, trying to evade his sister's grasp. But he forgot that he was still wearing a metal lock and an 8-character ring on his waist. As he dodged, the metal lock clanged heavily against the bottom of the Wang Wally wooden box. Clatter! The sound was not loud. The wooden box slipped from his grip, helplessly flipping twice in midair before crashing heavily onto the ground where the tempered glass and metal grids met. The crisp sound of shattering echoed with the mountain wind clearly scraping past, everyone's eardrums tightening their hearts in an instant. Chu Tianyao maintained the gesture of holding up the box, his entire being frozen in place, his atoms, apple rolling up and down with great difficulty, unable to utter a sound, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Chu Tianyu's breath nearly halted from the sudden turn of events. She rushed forward, reaching out to paw at the overturned box. The black velvet cushion was tossed aside. The pair of priceless imperial green earrings lay exposed before everyone's eyes, one resting perfectly on the edge of the grid, while the other was less fortunate, having struck the sharp edge of the metal grid and shattered into irregular thirds, the broken surface still exuding that alarming deep green. Lin Shuyuan, who had been composed, now wore an expression of shock. He stepped forward, bent down to pick up the broken piece of jade, examined it briefly, rubbed his fingertip over the sharp fracture, and then helplessly placed it back in the box, slowly uttering 2 words, ruined. His voice was filled with resignation. Chu Tianyao collapsed onto the deck, gripping his hair, now tinged gray and white, his voice noticeably hoarse. It sounded like the creaking of an old bellows. It's all over. The old man will really peel my skin off. Tomorrow is grandmother's birthday banquet, and the old man had specifically mentioned that he would publicly announce this gift. His eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, as if he could already envision the old man's furious expression. Chu Tianyu's chest heaved violently with anger, and she kicked Chu Tianyao's calf, furious enough to want to personally kick this troublemaker off the 30-meter-high platform. I told you not to bring it, but you insisted on showing off. Let's see how you handle this now. Chu Tianyue gritted her teeth and scolded him in frustration. Tang Zheng leaned against the edge of the railing, idly playing with a bottle of mineral water, temporarily silent. After all, this matter wasn't one for an outsider to interfere in. However, as he looked at the broken jade on the ground, he was well aware that he had heard from Lu Laosan that the Chu family seemed to have encountered some trouble recently. Finding a piece of jade jewelry worth over 10 million within a day would not be easy. Seeing the situation of the Chu siblings, Lin Shuyuan, as their cousin, also took out his phone and began contacting people, hoping to find a solution. Hello, old Joe, it's me. Do you have any glass-type imperial green stock available? Earrings, bracelets, or pendants will do, as long as it's from an old pit, and the quality must be good. You can set the price, but I need it by tomorrow morning. A bitter laugh came from the other end of the line. Young Master Lin, you really know how to joke. Items of that grade are treasures for any shop, not something just anyone can have. Even if there were, they would have been pre-ordered by major clients. You need it so urgently for tomorrow. That's simply impossible to procure. Lin Shuyuan hung up and dialed another number. Manager Su, do you have any high-value items at Poly that haven't been auctioned off yet? Yes, fully green, preferably Xinjiang green or imperial green jewelry. Money is not an issue. I can arrange a private transaction, and it'll cover any fees. The auction house manager's voice came through with a sense of helplessness. Young Master Lin, it's really not a matter of money. The last batch of high-value items was the pair of earrings that President Chu bought. The next batch of premium items will have to wait until the autumn auction. You also know that these things rely on fate. It's not something you can just gather at the last minute. In 10 minutes, Lin Shuyuan made 5 or 6 calls leveraging almost all his connections in the jewelry and auction circles of Kyoto. The result was the same: none of them had the required items. Such top-quality jade could not simply be conjured up with money within 24 hours. Lin Shuyuan returned to the Chu siblings, shaking his head in resignation. Tianyao Tianyue, if we can't find a substitute, even settling for ice-type fully green won't yield a pair that can be presented. Hearing this, Chu Tianyao felt as if his world was crumbling. Just moments ago, when his cousin had called, they had also searched through all their friends, but to no avail. The Chu family was a prominent name in Anqing, but in Kyoto, among the Lin family, their own family had never been. The Lin family had been in commerce for generations, their power and scale far beyond what the Chu family could compare with. When his mother insisted on marrying his father, it created a rift with the Lin family. His mother had always wanted to mend that relationship, and this time the old man splurged to acquire those earrings, hoping to please his grandmother at the banquet. But now it was all ruined. Tang Zheng looked at the gloomy faces of the few people before him, quickly running through the jewelry in his princess mansion in his mind, recalling a set of old pit jade jewelry left over from the Qing dynasty. To him, this was just a pile of stone, something he had never paid much attention to. Now it might be better to sell a piece to the Chu family. He liked Chu Tianyue's character, and this deal would surely be profitable. Does the substitute you need have to be imperial green? Tang Zheng suddenly walked up to them and asked, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear amidst the wind on the platform. Lin Shuyuan turned his head, looking at Tang Zheng, who had a calm expression, and patiently explained, "Brother Tang, you don't understand. Our elderly lady knows her stuff. Ordinary materials simply do not catch her eye. The pair that shattered earlier was the highlight of the Poly Spring auction, carefully selected by my uncle, thinking the elderly lady would definitely like it, which is why he spent 21 million to bid on it." Lin Ziyuan's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, and the implication was clear: ordinary items worth several million would not meet the standards of their elderly lady. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow and remained silent, instead pulling out his phone from his pocket. He opened the album and pulled out a photo. It was an archived photo he had taken when Ivan organized the asset list of the Princess Mansion. He hadn't expected it to come in handy at this moment. He handed his phone to Lin Shuyuan and said, "Would this quality suffice?" Lin Shuyuan had no intention of looking. He doubted a young man barely older than his own cousin could possess such extraordinary resources. His gaze drifted idly across the screen, then froze. His spine snapped rigid in an instant. The photograph on the phone was taken casually. Its background a rosewood table upon which rested an open antique brocade box containing a pair of jade wuxia pendant earrings. No professional lighting or composition had been employed, yet the jade's luster shimmered like an unfathomable still abyss. Its hue was rich and pure. Most astonishing was its texture. Flawless translucence, utterly free of impurities, with faint luminescence edging its contours. Its glued, old-mine glassy variety, vibrant yang green verging on imperial green. And this carving, could it be the handiwork of the Qing dynasty imperial workshop? Lin Shuyuan's voice grew hoarse. He jerked his head up, locking eyes with Tang Zheng. "Brother Tang, where did this photo come from?" At the commotion, Chu Tianyue and Chu Tianyao rushed over. Holy hell, the green is blinding. Though only a novice, Chu Tianyao could still distinguish quality, and the piece in the photo dwarfed the pair he'd just shattered. "Given to me by an elder in my family." Tang Zheng retrieved his phone and dimmed the screen. "I happen to have a spare pair. If you need them, I can transfer them to you." Lin Shuyuan stared intently at Tang Zheng, scanning his youthful face for any trace of jest. But Tang Zheng's expression remained utterly natural, devoid of pride or flourish, as if he were merely mentioning an extra cabbage in his pantry. "Help yourselves if you'd like." Lin Shuyuan knew well how treacherous this world was. Many faked authenticity with stock images, but Tang Zheng's photo bore no digital alteration whatsoever, and that rosewood table in the background was unmistakably genuine to any connoisseur. "Brother Tang, surely you're not joking?" Lin Shuyuan probed cautiously. "Objects of this caliber are rare, even within elite auction circles. Are you truly willing to part with them? They serve no purpose where they are. Perfect timing, since you're in urgent need." Tang Zheng replied offhandedly. Chu Tianyue seized Tang Zheng's arm, as though grasping salvation itself, her voice trembling with excitement. "Brother Tang, where are these right now? How much?" "We'll buy them, immediately." Tang Zheng glanced at Chu Tianyue's hand gripping his arm. She recoiled instantly, cheeks flushing faintly, but her gaze remained fervent, fixed unwaveringly upon him. 10 million yuan. Tang Zheng named the figure. At once Lin Shuyuan's expression shifted, clearly startled. Chu Tianyao's shattered pair had fetched 12 million yuan, yet this wuxia set surpassed it unequivocally, in material quality, age, and provenance. At today's auction, its opening bid would start no lower than 15 million, and at autumn's premiere sale, it might fetch 25 million. 10 million yuan was tantamount to giving it away. Lin Shuyan, ever perceptive, realized that anyone who could casually produce jewelry worth tens of millions must hail from extraordinary lineage. This Tang Zhong was no ordinary dragon, but one that crossed rivers unseen, dwelling deep in uncharted waters. Agreed. 10 million. I'll wire it now. Fearing Tang Zhong might rescind the offer, Chu Tianyao whipped out her phone. She and Chu Tianyao's combined savings from last year were precisely enough. Tang Zhong raised a hand to halt her. No rush. The pieces aren't in Anqing. Their hearts lurched anew. Not in Anqing. Then where? The birthday banquet is tomorrow at noon. Brother Tang, will we make it in time? In Jingdu, Tang Zhong replied, meeting Lin Shuyuan's gaze. You're flying there tomorrow anyway, aren't you? Once you arrive, simply collect them. A flicker stirred in Lin Shuyuan's mind. In Jingdu, did this young man hold property there? Wasn't he from Anqing? Brother Tang, upon reaching Jingdu, where shall we collect the items? Lin Shuyuan's tones softened markedly, respectful, almost deferential. Tang Zhong exhaled calmly into the wind, uttering a single address, North Bank of Shicha High, Princess Mansion. Chu Tianyao, still fumbling with his phone to initiate the transfer, registered nothing, but Lin Shuyan stood frozen, struck as if by lightning. His eyes widened. He stared at Tang Zheng's silhouette, ears roaring with static. As a native scion of Jingdu's elite, he knew exactly what North Bank of Shicha High, Princess Mansion signified. Every grand siyuan in Jingdu sheltered a figure of immense influence, yet the Princess Mansion stood supreme among them. Originally bestowed upon a Qing-era Guruan princess, it spanned 60,000 square meters. Rumor held that its recent restoration cost 1,500 million yuan, and no one in Jingdu had ever glimpsed its current master. Could that enigmatic owner truly be this youth, barely 20 years old? Lin Shuyuan swallowed hard, mouth parched as dust. His gaze upon Tang Zhong no longer saw a regional magnate with modest connections, but a deity beyond reckoning, whose favor dared not be slighted. What's wrong, brother? Chu Tianyao asked, puzzled by his cousin's ghost-struck expression. Lin Shuyan draped an arm over Chu Tianyao's shoulder, turned toward Tang Zhong, and instinctively bent his posture, bowing slightly, his voice hushed with profound deference. Young Master Tang, rest assured, we'll fly to Jingdu first thing tomorrow to collect them at your residence. Even the honorific had shifted from Brother Tang to Young Master Tang. Chu Tianyao held his phone aloft, the banking interface still displayed. He glanced from his cousin to Tang Zheng's unruffled countenance, utterly bewildered. Brother, did something lodge in your throat? Young Master Tang, how stiff and formal. Chu Tianyao grumbled, tapping his screen. Brother Tang, just give me your account number. I'll send the money straight through. Signal's weak up here on the mountain. He waved the phone overhead, hunting for signal. Lin Shuyuan's eye twitched violently. He half wished he could kick his hapless cousin straight off the 30-meter cliff. This fool had no inkling of the sheer weight those 3 words, Princess Mansion, carried within Jingdu's innermost circles. Tang Zhong, however, seemed unperturbed by Lin Shuyuan's abrupt shift in demeanor, and recited a bank account number without hesitation. Chu Tianyao deftly completed the transaction. Within 2 minutes, Tang Zheng's pocket vibrated. A glance confirmed 10 million yuan fully credited. Done. Tang Zhong slipped the phone back into his pocket. Tomorrow, upon arriving in Jingdu, proceed directly to that address. I've already arranged everything. Simply state your names, and the items will be released. Lin Shuyuan nodded vigorously, hands clasped before him. Young Master Tang, this rescue is beyond gratitude. Should you ever require anything in Jingdu, my word stands ready. Just say the word. Within his mind, he calculated swiftly only a handful of individuals across all China resided within the Princess Mansion. And the surname Tang, among Jingdu's apex families which bore that name. Could it be that clan? No reports of such a young direct heir stationed in Anqing. Whoever he was, divine or terrestrial, this lifeline must be seized tightly, irrevocably, even if reduced to a mere ornament in his orbit. Chu Tianyao rolled his eyes beside him. Brother, did you take the wrong medicine today? Didn't you just say that you can walk sideways in Kyoto? Why are you talking like a chatterbox today? Chu Tianyao looked at his cousin with a ghostly expression, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, carrying a hint of teasing. Shut up. Lin Shuyan chided softly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, fearing that his dim-witted cousin might annoy the esteemed figure before them. Tang Zhong, uninterested in the convoluted banter, turned around and walked towards the elevator down the mountain. For the next half of the afternoon, Chu Tianyao insisted on dragging Tang Zhong to experience the club's live shooting range. Tang, good, just try it out. Shooting is so much fun, Chu Tianyao said, pulling Tang Zheng's arm like a child clinging to him. Tang Zheng had no choice but to go along. He hadn't handled a gun much. The last time was probably during high school military training when he touched a replica gun. Upon entering the shooting range, a faint scent of cold weapons greeted him. Looking at the rows of shiny firearms, curiosity welled up in Tang Zheng's heart. He casually picked up a gun and tried firing a few shots. The recoil jolted his hand, and almost all the bullets landed outside the target. Seeing this, Chu Tianyao burst into laughter just as he was about to pat Tang Zheng's shoulder and tease him. At that moment, Ivan, who had been following Tang Zheng like a shadow, suddenly took a step forward. "Boss, let me show you how it's done. It might be your stance that's the issue." Ivan's voice was low and powerful, filled with an undeniable confidence. Without any unnecessary movements, Ivan simply picked up a Beretta M92F from the table, effortlessly unloaded the magazine, racked the slide, and checked the chamber in a series of fluid motions that were so fast they could only be seen as a blur. Then he held the gun with one hand, knees slightly bent, body leaning forward. Without even aiming, he started firing directly at the target 20 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resonated like popping beans, crisp and loud. Shell casings jumped in the air and then fell onto the concrete floor, producing a sharp sound. Looking at the target ahead, a fist-sized hole had been blasted into the red center. Instantly, the entire shooting range fell silent, with only the hum of the exhaust fan remaining. Everyone was stunned. Chu Tianyao's smile froze on his face. His hand raised in the air, turned awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He swallowed nervously and stepped back. Lin Shuyuan stood at the back, watching the foreign giant, his throat bobbing up and down with envy. Just a moment ago, he had been wondering who this imposing figure lingering nearby was. Given his demeanor, he must be the bodyguard of young Master Tang. Such a formidable character, he wondered where Tang Zheng had found him. It would be great if he could hire one for his father in the future. They played until evening, and only then did they disperse at the entrance of the club. Lin Shuyuan hurriedly prepared to return to Kyoto for the birthday banquet with the Chu siblings. Before leaving, he stuffed a gilded private business card into Tang Zheng's hand, his face beaming with smiles, repeatedly assuring him that he would come to thank him personally after retrieving the items tomorrow. A few days later, on the outskirts of Anqing, in an abandoned logistics warehouse, sunlight streamed through the dust-covered glass skylight, illuminating the concrete floor, and the air was filled with a stale smell of mixed oil and rust, making it somewhat pungent. Bang! A muffled thud echoed in the warehouse. Tang Zheng flew out like a broken sack, landing more than 2 meters away, his back crashing heavily onto some stacked old tires, kicking up a cloud of dust. He felt as if the air had been knocked out of his lungs. A dull pain surged in his chest. He lay on the tires, gasping for breath, sweat rolling down like beads from his chin onto the dark rubber texture. "Boss, sorry, but your base is too unstable. You need to practice more." Ivan stood 3 steps away, bare-chested, with his muscular body marked with intersecting old scars. He didn't even take a breath, his tone tinged with helplessness and embarrassment, scratching his head. He felt quite out of place for beating his boss these days, but he knew it was to make him stronger. When facing an attack, the instinctive response is to retreat or dodge. But true killing techniques require you to advance, Ivan said, indicating his throat, temples, and lower ribs. On the streets or the battlefield, no one will give the opponent time to pose. Destroy those vital points of the enemy as quickly as possible. Even if your strength is less than theirs, as long as you strike accurately, you can still incapacitate them. Tang Zheng wiped the sweat from his face, gritted his teeth, propped himself up on the tires, and stood up, stretching his sore shoulders, feeling as if all his bones were about to fall apart. For the past few days, whenever he had free time, he would immerse himself in this abandoned warehouse, learning combat techniques from Ivan. Although it was called learning combat in the first few days, it was merely a one-sided beating. Ivan taught him not the typical routines for fitness or competitions, but rather street fighting techniques and military combat skills honed from many years of experience. "You little brat, all you've taught me are dirty tricks to send people straight to the morgue." Tang Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, bitterly smiling as he scolded. But deep down he understood Ivan's intentions. "Boss, you don't know, in this world kindness and mercy won't protect you, only your fists and the knife in your hand can," Ivan confidently declared, then handed over a bottle of mineral water. Tang Zheng twisted off the cap and drank half the cool liquid, flowing down his throat into his stomach, alleviating some of the heat and refreshing his mind. He knew Ivan was right, and that he genuinely cared for him. Ever since activating the system, he believed that he would soon be dealing with higher levels and money would come faster, inevitably attracting some greedy eyes lurking in the shadows. Having money in hand also required the ability to protect it, otherwise he would eventually become fish on the chopping block. Again, Tang Zheng threw away the water bottle, assumed a defensive stance, and fixed his gaze on Ivan's shoulder. He hadn't endured all those beatings for nothing. At the very least, he had learned to predict the trajectory of punches by observing the muscle contractions in his opponent's shoulder. Ivan nodded, his powerful thighs suddenly flexing as he charged forward like a heavy truck. By evening, Tang Zheng took a shower, changed into a clean set of casual clothes, and just returned to the entrance of Yunding Tianhui when he heard a sharp screech of tires. A flashy neon green Porsche 911 came to a stop by the roadside. The window rolled down to reveal Chu Tianyao face adorned with gray-white hair. "Brother Tang, get in the car." Chu Tianyao excitedly patted the steering wheel and shouted, "I heard you got your driver's license yesterday. Let's go, brother. I'll take you for a couple of laps on the mountain loop to celebrate. I'm an experienced driver. I could drive this road with my eyes closed." Tang Zheng opened the passenger door and sat down, casually tossing his freshly acquired driver's license onto the dashboard. "Did your grandma's birthday banquet finish? When did you come back?" Tang Zheng leaned against the leather seat of the 911 and casually asked. Mentioning the birthday banquet, Chu Tianyao's excitement immediately surged and his eyes lit up. "I just got off the plane this morning, brother Tang. You have no idea, those jade earrings you gave me were absolutely stunning. When my dad opened the box in front of everyone, that green light nearly blinded our relatives." Chu Tianyao pressed the accelerator hard, gesticulating animatedly, as if he were back at the banquet. Those uncles of mine who usually like to make sarcastic comments turned beet red, unable to utter a sound for a long time. My grandma was so happy that she downed 2 glasses of red wine, and even praised my dad a couple of times. My dad has been walking with a swagger these days, even too lazy to pursue the matter of me breaking the previous earrings. Tang Zheng listened to his vivid description and couldn't help but chuckle. Spending 10 million to buy a pair of top-quality imperial green earrings from the late Qing dynasty, the Chu family definitely made a huge profit, and the Lin family's old lady would surely recognize their value if she wasn't blind. "By the way, brother Tang." Chu Tianyao turned the steering wheel, the car veering onto a winding mountain road. "My cousin asked me to bring you his regards. He also mentioned that there seem to be a few flies buzzing around your princess mansion lately. He has already made arrangements to keep an eye on it, so you can rest assured." Tang Zheng looked at the rapidly retreating shadows of the trees outside. A slight smirk of disdain appeared on his face. Flies. A mansion of this caliber, having no owner for years, would certainly attract attention now that it has opened its doors again with the owner back in the capital. It's only natural for someone to be curious and investigate. As long as they don't disturb his luck, he couldn't be bothered. "Pull over." Tang Zheng suddenly spoke up. "Huh? What's wrong?" Chu Tianyao asked in confusion, quickly stepping on the brakes, bringing the Porsche to a steady stop by the roadside. "Switch seats." Tang Zheng opened the car door and got out. "I just got my license. I need to practice." Chu Tianyao was taken aback for a moment, then excitedly climbed into the passenger seat. "Come on, brother Tang, this car has a lot of power, so take it easy on the gas. There's no one on this mountain road at night. Just don't drive off the cliff, and you can drive however you want." Tang Zheng sat in the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, and gripped the suede steering wheel, feeling its warmth and texture. He didn't rush to hit the gas, but first quietly felt the vibrations of the machine. Then he shifted into gear and slammed the accelerator. The Porsche let out a low roar, the rear wheels kicking up a cloud of white smoke on the asphalt, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The sudden force pressed Chu Tianyao firmly into his seat. "Holy crap! Brother Tang, slow down. There's a sharp turn ahead." Chu Tianyao's voice cracked in the wind, his face showing an expression of terror. Tang Zheng didn't slow down, his gaze fixed ahead at the bend. Just as he entered the turn, he tapped the brakes with his right foot, sharply turned the steering wheel, and the rear of the car instantly lost grip, tires screeching loudly as the entire vehicle slid sideways at a dangerously acute angle through the corner. Chu Tianyao, sitting in the passenger seat, gripped the overhead handle tightly, his face pale as a sheet, his stomach churning violently, nearly retching up his bile. He swore he would never ride in a car driven by Tang Zheng again. This wasn't practice, it was clearly playing with his life. Half an hour later, the Porsche stopped at an intersection in Anqing. Chu Tianyao leaned against the car door, retching for a long time, nearly throwing up his bile, looking extremely weak. Tang Zheng tossed him the car keys and bought a bottle of ice water from the roadside, handing it to him with a faint smile. "Refreshing." On the way back, Chu Tianyao was shaking his legs, adamant about not letting him drive anymore, and pale-faced, he sent Tang Zheng back home. Seeing Chu Tianyao's terrified expression, Tang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. After all, the thrill of extreme driving was truly exhilarating. The following days passed quietly and routinely. Most of the time during the day, he trained with Ivan in an abandoned warehouse, and each time he was knocked down, Tang Zheng would grit his teeth, get back up, and continue to face Ivan's attacks. Occasionally, he would take Chu Tianyao sports car for a spin on the mountain road, experiencing the thrill of speed and excitement. In the evenings, he would study the functions in the system and the assets received from signing in. Since the system was activated, the daily sign-in rewards had become generous, with points accruing in the dozens or hundreds, and just 2 days ago Tang Zhong had even signed in for 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old wild ginseng and 100 pounds of dragon saliva, an extremely rare item that could fetch a sky-high price in the market. Until one day in mid-August, Tang Zhong had just returned from having breakfast outside when he saw a green delivery van with postal service markings parked at the security office. The delivery man was holding a thick red envelope verifying information with the property security personnel. Tang Zhong, right. Here's your university admission notice. Please sign for it with your ID. The delivery man smiled. Tang Zhong signed, took the red envelope upstairs, his heart filled with a mix of excitement and anticipation, his hands unconsciously trembling slightly. He ripped open the seal and pulled out the card inside. Bold golden letters were printed in the center of the notice: Kyoto University. Looking at these 4 characters, Tang Zhong couldn't hide his joy. This top university in the country was one that countless people struggled to enter. Relying on his years of hard study, he finally obtained his ticket in a reward for his years of effort. At that moment, his phone on the table vibrated, displaying the name Su Qingyue on the screen. He pressed the answer button. Brother Tang, I got my admission notice from Yinjing Music Academy. The voice on the other end couldn't conceal its excitement, mixed with the crisp sound of keyboard typing and the buzzing of a printer in the background. Congratulations. How are things settling down in Yinjing? Tang Zhong casually placed the admission notice on the coffee table, walking over to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling street below. Everything is great. Brother, I officially started my internship at Huanyu Entertainment today. The supervisor is very nice and has assigned me to help organize scores in the composition department. Su Qinghua paused for a moment, her tone carrying a hint of unease. But they are paying me 8,000 a month here, and they provide accommodation. As a new student who hasn't even enrolled yet, receiving such a large amount of money makes me feel uneasy. Did they make a mistake? Xiao Su, go downstairs and get me an iced Americano with 3 sugars, and be quick. A sharp voice from a woman suddenly came through the phone. Oh, okay, I'll be right there. Su Qinghua quickly responded, lowering her voice into the phone. Brother Tang Zhong, I can't talk anymore, I have to get busy. The call ended. Tang Zhong looked at the darkened phone screen, his fingers lightly brushing the edge. He had been worried that this girl might end up working part-time in a strange place like Yinjing and might get taken advantage of by unscrupulous agents. He remembered that Huanyu Entertainment happened to have a branch in Yinjing, so he directly arranged for her to intern in his own territory, which was safe. However, from the tone of the phone call, just now it seemed. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhong pulled out a number labeled Huanyu Yinjing person in charge Zhao Dong from his contacts and edited a message to send. Check the atmosphere in the composition department. The company strictly prohibits workplace bullying and mistreatment of interns. Those who violate this will be immediately dismissed to ensure a good and healthy work environment for employees. 3 seconds later, the other party replied, received President Tang, I'll take care of it right away. Tang Zhong put away his phone and turned to look at Ivan, who was standing in the living room. Have the tickets to Kyoto been bought? Yes, they have. You go to the Princess Mansion in Kyoto and wait for me. If anyone dares to cross the line, break their legs and throw them in the alley. If it's just to watch from the outside, let them watch. Also keep an eye on Su Qingyue, don't let anyone bully her. Ivan nodded and left through the door. There are still more than half a month before school starts, and the new students at Kyoto University will report on September 10th. Tang Zhong swept a few necessary items from the bedroom into his backpack and zipped it up. Yesterday, after checking in with the system, besides a few temporarily useless points, he also received a ticket for a luxury suite on the top floor of the Ocean Myth cruise ship. The journey is 10 days long, departing from Jinko, near Anqing, circling the open sea, and then returning. Just in time to enjoy the sea breeze and wash away the fatigue accumulated from being beaten in the abandoned warehouse during this time. 2 days later, at the private dock of Jinko, the white giant cruise ship loomed like a moving fortress on the deep blue sea. The sea breeze carrying a salty scent hit his face and made his clothes flutter. Tang Zhong was wearing a simple white t-shirt and casual pants from Givenchy, directly boarding the ship through the VIP passage. There were 2 rows of security personnel in white uniforms standing at the boarding entrance, their sharp gazes scanning every passenger boarding the ship. As Tang Zhong passed by them, his eyes quickly scanned their positions, the type of guns at their waists, and the blind spots of the surveillance cameras above. This was a habit Ivan taught him upon entering a new environment: always find the escape routes. The luxury suite was on the 15th floor, and there were only 4 rooms on that level equipped with a private deck and 24-hour butler service. He swiped his card and pushed the door open. The room was over 100 square meters, and the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offered an unobstructed view of the endless sea surface. Tang Zheng casually tossed his backpack onto the leather sofa and walked over to the bar to pour a glass of ice water. Just as he took a sip, the doorbell rang. Tang Zheng did not immediately go to open the door, but walked to the back of the door and took a look through the surveillance screen. Outside stood a young man in a Weinert suit, slicked back hair, impatiently adjusting his cufflinks. The door lock clicked open. The man in the red suit quickly scanned Tang Zheng, his gaze lingering for half a second on Tang Zheng's simple t-shirt, a hint of undisguised disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Is there something you need?" Tang Zheng did not let him enter, resting one hand on the doorframe. The man in the red suit took out a business card from his pocket and handed it over. "My surname is Sun. I am the assistant to the general manager of Jinhui Group. Our young master made a last-minute decision to board the ship today, but the 4 suites on the top floor are already full. I checked the passenger list, and Mr. Tang is traveling alone. Our young master wants to take this room." Tang Zheng did not take the business card and sipped his water. "No." The hand of the man in the red suit froze in midair, his face darkening instantly. "Mr. Tang, perhaps you didn't hear clearly. Our young master is willing to pay double the price for your ticket. Additionally, we'll arrange a sea view balcony room for you on the 12th floor. For this trip, you wouldn't need to spend any money and would even make a profit of 500,000. The tone of the man in the red suit carried an air of condescension. 500,000 for a young man in ordinary clothes was undoubtedly a sum he could not refuse. Tang Zheng looked into the man's eyes. "Jinhui Group. I haven't heard of it. However, since this person could access the passenger list for the top suite within half an hour of boarding and could directly come to him, it was likely that they had someone in the cruise management." 500,000. Tang Zheng placed the cup on the nearby console, producing a soft sound. "Do you think I need this 500,000? The man in the red suit sneered and took a step closer. "Young man, having backbone is good, but it depends on where. The ship is about to enter international waters. The winds and waves can be fierce, and it's easy for someone to have an accident while strolling on the deck. If you take the money and go relax downstairs, it would be good for everyone." This was a blatant threat. Tang Zheng remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the console. He quickly calculated in his mind that since the other party dared to be so arrogant, they must have brought quite a few people on board. If he acted now and threw this assistant out, that young master would immediately bring people to block the door. Although he had practiced with Ivan for a few days and could handle a few ordinary bodyguards, being watched on this ship for 10 days would be too bothersome. He needed to find a one-time solution. "Where is your young master now?" Tang Zheng asked. The man in the red suit thought Tang Zheng was yielding, a smile returning to his face as he adjusted his collar. "The young master is waiting for you at the cigar bar on the 13th floor. Bring your room card and follow me." 13th floor cigar bar. The strong smell of tobacco mixed with the malt scent of whiskey made one's eyes sting. The entire bar had been cleared out, and only the young man in a floral shirt sat on a curved sofa at the back with a voluptuous companion in his arms. Surrounding them were 4 bodyguards in black suits, looking very imposing. The man in the red suit led Tang Zheng over and slightly bent his waist. "Zhou Xiao, I've brought him here." The young man in the floral shirt exhaled a puff of blue smoke, not even glancing at Tang Zheng as he reached for a cigar on the coffee table. 500,000. Provide the card number to Assistant Sun. Once you receive the money, hurry and get lost." Tang Zheng did not reply, sitting down on the single sofa opposite and crossing his legs. The leather sofa emitted a faint scrape. Tang Zheng glanced once more at the 4 black-suited bodyguards standing behind young Master Zhou. Their positions were deliberate, nearly sealing off both aisles. Each man's right hand habitually hovered at the hem of his jacket, likely concealing a telescopic baton or a taser. "Too little." Young Master Zhou exhaled a smoke ring and rested his cigar on the rim of a crystal ashtray. "Assistant Sun, add another 100,000 for him. Same ship, make a friend." The woman nestled in Zhou's arms giggled coquettishly, tracing a circle on his chest with a fingertip. "Young Master Zhou is so generous. 600,000 would see an ordinary person through 10 years. Tang Zheng leaned back and shifted into a more comfortable posture. "I like this room. Am not moving." Zhou Hong's motion froze. He pushed the woman aside, inclined his body forward, and appraised Tang Zheng from head to toe. "Kid, I checked your boarding details. You came from Anqing alone, 18. Fresh graduate here to try your luck and chase girls, right?" There were many wealthy and influential people aboard this voyage. Though he had no idea how an ordinary student obtained a top-tier ticket, he shouldn't presume himself some prized catch. He stopped digging to avoid alerting his family. After all, the boy was only in his teens and traveling alone. How deep could his background be? Assistant Sun snorted beside him, his tone growing ominous. "Tang Zheng, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. This ship has left Jingang and will soon enter the high seas. There is no signal on the high seas if you break a leg or lose a vital part you won't even be able to make an emergency call. If you want think of yourself, at least consider your friends and family back in Anqing, won't you? If something accidental happens to them, that 600,000 will be enough to settle the funeral arrangements. You dare threaten me? Tang Zheng's voice ran cold, a chilling, murderous intent flashing through his eyes. He loathed being threatened above all. And what if I threaten you? Young Master Zhou scoffed casually, flicking ash haughtiness dripping from his tone. Believe it or not, with a single phone call, all your relatives and friends in Anqing would be unemployed by tomorrow and cast out onto the street. I've changed my mind. Vacate the room and kowtow to me as an apology. If I'm in a good mood, I might toss you some pocket money. TSK tisk, since you're not unattractive, I could even make an introduction. Before his words finished, Tang Zheng moved. If one is sick, one must be cured. I gave you a chance, you did not cherish it. Tang casually seized the whiskey tumbler on the table, half full of ice and liquor, and hurled it with surgical precision at the face of the nearest bodyguard to his left. Glass shattered explosively. The guard clutched his face and screamed as blood seeped through his fingers. Another reached for the stun baton at his small of the back, but before he could draw it, Tang Zheng had already surged forward. Thanks to system-enhanced physique and Yuan's relentless conditioning, these past days handling these ordinary bodyguards was effortless. Tang Zheng drove a savage fist into the man's lower ribs. A muffled crack echoed. The bodyguard curled up like a shrimp, rendered voiceless, and collapsed to his knees amid the strewn glass shards. From Tang's sudden eruption to felling two men took only 2 or 3 seconds. The other two guards now drew their batons and ready to pounce. Tang snatched a stainless fruit knife from the platter with a motion like an afterimage, the blade's tip pressed against young Master Zhou's carotid as he said coldly, "Weren't you being very arrogant just now? Say it again. Who did you want to make kowtow?" The icy touch made Zhou Hong shudder. The curse he was about to spit choked in his throat. Tang pressed his wrist downward. The blade nicked the skin, and a single bead of blood welled. Zhou's companion screamed and scrambled behind the bar in terror. Assistant Sun's face went deathly pale as he waved frantically. "Don't be hasty. There's room to talk. Everyone fall back." The bodyguards held their batons, but halted 2 meters away, unwilling to advance. Young Master Zhou's eyes had cleared. The stinging at his neck made each swallow cautious, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Keep the room, take the money. Let's be friends." Tang ignored him, his grip not relaxing an inch. He had long learned the temperament of spoiled heirs offend them, and you must not let them off easily, else they might strike from behind. You had to hurt them enough to make them afraid. At that moment, the cigar bar's closed door was thrust open from outside. Young Master Zhou, what swagger. Clearing out the best seat on the 13th floor. "Can't I just light a cigar?" A deep, middle-aged voice carried into the room. Tang cast a sidelong glance. The man who entered was a portly 50-something in a bespoke dark suit, rolling 2 walnuts in his hand. Several uniformed men followed him, seemingly the ship's stewards or overseers. Hearing the voice, young Master Zhou froze briefly, then, as if clutching a lifeline, shouted hoarsely, Uncle Zhao, help. This lunatic is trying to kill me." Zhao Kong strolled in unhurriedly, his gaze sweeping over the 2 fallen guards before settling on Tang Zheng, who held a knife to Zhou. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, the teasing expression drained from his face the instant he recognized Tang's features. He hurried forward, abandoning even his walnut rolling and stuffing them into his pocket. "Tang! Mr. Tang!" Zhao Kang's voice brimmed with surprise and a faint, scarcely hidden reverence. Young Master Zhou was stunned. Assistant Sun froze as well. Tang looked at the somewhat familiar middle-aged man before him and remembered. It was Zhao Kong, the branch manager of Huaxia Bank's Anqing branch. Tang even had this man's WeChat. "Manager Zhao." Tang's knife did not withdraw. His tone remained composed. Sweat beaded on Zhao Kang's forehead. The Zhou family's brat truly seemed to court death. Why pick a quarrel with this esteemed gentleman? "Mr. Tang, this is truly an unfortunate coincidence." Zhao Kong hastened to don a conciliatory smile, then turned to Zhou Hong, his face hardening. "Zhou Hong, where did you get the gall to be disrespectful to Mr. Tang?" Zhou Hong gaped, aggrieved almost to tears. "Uncle Zhao, are you blind? He's the one pressing a knife to Shut up." Zhao Kong barked, jabbing a finger at Zhou Hong's nose. "Do you know Mr. Tang standing? He is a righteous, exemplary young man, and our branch's youngest black gold VIP. Why would he assault you without cause? It must be you troublemaker stirring up incidents again. Apologize to Mr. Tang at once. If it weren't for the favors your father once did for him, I wouldn't even bother warning this brat." Zhou Hong gritted his teeth. He had some standing in their circle after all. now before his subordinates and companion being forced to apologize to a seemingly ordinary peer. Where was his pride to go? Uncle Zhao, my father is the chairman of Jin Hui Group, and this kid, just almost. Your father is nothing. Zhao Kong directly interrupted him, his tone extremely stern, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Hong, filled with disdain and contempt. Jin Hui Group has a 300 million loan maturing next month. I was originally planning to approve a rollover loan for you. If you can't come, Mr. Tang, today, tomorrow, I will have the credit department directly suspend your credit line. You know well what the situation is with Jin Hui Group's cash flow. At that time, when the company goes bankrupt, you can sleep on the streets. As soon as these words left his mouth, the entire bar fell silent with only a few breaths audible. A tense and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, as if it were the calm before a storm. Beside him, Assistant Sun, who had just been sycophantic, suddenly went weak in the knees, his face turning as pale as paper, nearly collapsing to the floor. He knew very well that if Jin Hui Group went bankrupt, his son Xiao Ho would lose his backing, and how would he establish himself outside then? Usually he had relied on his position in Jin Hui Group and his relationship with Zhou Hong to flaunt his power, antagonizing quite a few people. Zhou Hong's face also turned completely white, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks. At this moment he finally realized that he might have kicked a real iron plate today. He couldn't afford to provoke this person. Tang Zheng watched Zhao Kang's behavior, his heart clear as a mirror. Zhao Kang was protecting Zhou Hong while also trying to curry favor with him. Moreover, Zhao Kang had laid bare the trump card of Jin Hui Group, effectively handing Zhou Hong's lifeline. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth as he flipped his wrist, the stainless steel fruit knife spinning at his fingertips before casually tossing it onto the coffee table in front of him. With a crisp clang, the sound was particularly jarring in the silent bar. Zhou Hong's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Apologize. Tang Zheng's gaze was icy as he stared at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was completely out of temper, now scrambling to his feet and bowing deeply to Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, I'm sorry I was blind to your greatness. You can stay in the suite, and I'll go downstairs. From now on I will definitely avoid you in Anqing. His voice trembled, filled with fear. Tang Zheng pulled out a tissue, wiped the wine stains from his hands, and coldly said, Watch your mouth. I do not wish to hear any gossip about me. Otherwise I will return everything you just said as evidence to the Zhou family. Get lost. Understood. Understood. Zhou Hong nodded vigorously, fleeing the cigar bar with Assistant Sun and several bodyguards. Once the miscellaneous people had cleared out, Zhao Kang rubbed his hands together and stepped forward, his face beaming with a smile as he personally poured a cup of tea for Tang Zheng. Mr. Tang, I apologize for the scare today. Zhou Hong is just a spoiled brat from his family. Please don't take it to heart. Tang Zheng took the teacup but did not rush to drink, merely glancing at Zhao Kang indifferently. Why is Director Zhao also on this ship? Zhao Kang smiled and sat down on the sofa nearby, still wearing a smile. Our Huaxia Bank has a stake in this ocean myth, and I came to inspect as per routine for this inaugural voyage. I didn't expect to run into you here. It truly is fate. The two chatted casually. Zhao Kang was very tactful and did not pry too much into Tang Zheng's private matters, merely discussing the scenery at sea and the ship's facilities. Tang Zheng responded casually, wondering why this old fox just wouldn't stop talking. No good deed goes unpunished. Zhao Kang was putting in a lot of effort, definitely with ulterior motives. Sure enough, after finishing half a cup of tea, Zhao Kang got to the point. Mr. Tang, there's a small private banquet on the 15th floor tomorrow night. All kinds of business friends will be there, including many young talents like yourself. If you're feeling bored, why not come over tomorrow night for a couple of drinks, take a break, and meet a few more friends to exchange ideas. Saying this, Zhao Kang handed over a black and gold invitation. Tang Zheng looked at the invitation, pondering silently in his heart. He was out here to have fun, and taking this opportunity to connect more with the business world wasn't a bad thing. Alright, I will arrive on time tomorrow night. Tang Zheng took the invitation. Zhao Kang was overjoyed, his smile becoming even more radiant, and after a few pleasantries, he tactfully took his leave. Tang Zheng sat alone at the empty bar, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the deep blue night sky, where stars twinkled like gems embedded in a black canvas. The ship's body vibrated slightly, and a sweet female voice echoed over the loudspeaker. Dear guest, the ocean myth has sailed out of our territorial waters and officially entered international waters. We wish you a pleasant journey over the next 9 days. International waters, commonly referred to as a lawless no man's land. Tang Zheng played with the black gold invitation in his hand, tracing the raised patterns on it with his fingertip. The sea breeze scattered the symphony's melody. On the 15th floor open deck, a champagne tower reflected the light from the ceiling, dazzlingly bright, illuminating a series of glistening faces. Tang Zheng still wore his simple white t-shirt, one hand in his pocket, standing at the buffet table picking. Surrounded by luxurious custom suits and backless evening gowns, he looked like a delivery man who had walked into the wrong filming location. Several scrutinizing gazes swept over, and upon noticing the 5208 are worth over 3 million on his wrist, they looked at his unfamiliar face with surprise, their expressions filled with confusion and hesitation, eventually slowly looking away. Tang Zheng received all these gazes without a care, seemingly unaffected by the unusual looks. He continued leisurely to pick a piece of visually appealing Kobe beef with tongs and placed it on his plate. "Mr. Tang, isn't the scenery nice here?" Zhao King's voice came from behind, beaming with a smile. The branch manager of Huaxiao Bank in Anqing had changed into a dark-patterned Weinert suit today, combined with his somewhat plump physique resembling a cooked red shrimp. He approached with 2 glasses of Romanicani, smiling widely as he handed one over. Tang Zheng put down the tongs and took the wine glass, but did not drink. "The wind is strong, but it's easy to get your tongue caught." Zhao Kang's face twitched, and he chuckled awkwardly, pretending not to understand the sarcasm. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Mr. Tang is joking. On this ship, no one would overshadow. Come, let me introduce you to a few familiar faces from the business community in Anqing. They are all high-end clients of our Huaxiao Bank, and have been wanting to meet you since hearing about a new friend." Tang Zheng held the wine glass, nonchalantly responding. He was well aware that this old fox definitely had designs on him, not knowing what scheme was afoot. While they were talking, a middle-aged man hurried over. The man was in his 50s, his hair meticulously combed, but his tie was slightly wrinkled, giving him a disheveled appearance. He had large bags under his eyes, an empty wine glass in hand, and his fingers, having gripped too tightly, showed signs of bloodless nails. "Director Zhao, finally found you." The man spoke, his voice revealing an undeniable impatience, even struggling to catch his breath. Zhao Kang's smile instantly faded slightly, taking on a more formal and courteous demeanor. "Oh, old Zhang, why didn't you go to the card table tonight to play a few hands?" His tone carried a hint of teasing, but his eyes revealed a trace of impatience. Zhang Changfeng swallowed hard, quickly scanning Tang Zheng, and seeing just a casually dressed young man, he dismissed it and stepped forward, urgency evident on his face. "Director Zhao, can we talk for a moment? The loan funds we discussed on the phone yesterday." "Old Zhang." Zhao Kang cut in, his voice rising half a tone. He stepped aside just enough to fully reveal Tang Zheng, a faint knowing smile playing on his lips. "We will discuss business back in city. Come, allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Zheng, young Master Tang." Zhang Changfeng froze in place. The expression on his face hardened in an instant. After all, he was still the chairman of the Zhang family's group in city. Although industry had been brutal these past years and the cash flow was perilously tight, he remained a notable figure in the city's business circles. Ordinarily, Zhao Kang would afford him a measure of respect. Yet now to publicly deny his face for the sake of a brash youngster. But Zhang Changfeng had spent decades in commerce. His eye for nuance and quickness of adaptation remained intact. He adjusted his expression at once and forced a smile, extending his right hand toward Tang Zheng. "Young Master Tang, a pleasure. I am Zhang Changfeng. I do some business in building materials." Tang Zheng studied the man before him. Zhang Changfeng. He ran through the names in his head. Someone surnamed Zhang in city in the building materials trade. He seemed vaguely familiar. Not giving it much thought, Tang Zheng did not take his hand. He only raised his wine glass and lightly tapped it in the air in a polite gesture. "Mr. Zhang, a pleasure." Zhang Changfeng's hand froze midway, his face shifted through several colors before he could only withdraw it, awkwardly brushing at his suit trouser leg. He was inwardly furious, but dared not make a scene. Zhao Kang watched the whole exchange with a flash of keen interest in his eyes. He lifted his glass, sipped, and spoke at a leisurely pace. "Lao Zhang, it's not that I won't help with your funding gap. You know the head office's policy. The property market is bleak. The building materials sector is the first to suffer. Risk control has tightened the screws. Even as branch manager, I might wish to assist, but one cannot make a feast without rice." Hearing that, Zhang Changfeng became desperate. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. Manager Zhao, we've had over a decade of friendship. Zhang Group still has assets and a solid foundation. If this 100 million is in place to plug the hole on the South City project, once next month's receivables arrive, I will repay principal and interest at once. I will never make things difficult for you. Please have mercy and help a brother out this once. Friendship of 10 years is one thing, but rules are rules. Zhao Kang sighed, toying with his goblet, while keeping a steady, unhurried tone. However, Zhang Changfeng's eyes lit up. He clutched at what might be a lifeline. "However what? Speak." Zhao Kang did not answer directly. Instead, his gaze shifted slightly, his peripheral vision darting toward Tang Zheng, again his expression laden with implication. A few mornings earlier, just after he arrived at the head office had sent the routine blacklist client account. One account under the in-city branch had received a transfer of 200 million at months, and the remark read, "Only Huanyu Entertainment monthly revenue settlement." Zhao Kong had been stunned. He nearly crushed the walnut in his hand. Huanyu Entertainment. What a behemoth that was one of the country's top entertainment conglomerates. To be drawing tens of millions in monthly revenue from Huanyu. What level of person would that be? And the owner of that account was the young man before them, Tang Zheng, who still looked barely of age. A monthly cash flow of hundreds of millions. This was literally a walking, breathing god of fortune. Zhao Kong cleared his throat and gave Zhang Chongfeng a meaningful smile. Mr. Zhang, life-saving money in this world does not all bear the name Zhao. Staring at the bank's coffers alone is useless. It depends on whether you are willing to share what you hold. Zhang Chongfeng was taken aback. Following Zhao Kang's gaze, his eyes fell on Tang Zheng, who had not spoken. What did he mean? Was he being asked to cede shares? Zhang Chongfeng had built his enterprise half his life, or was he to cut into his own flesh, handing it to this unseasoned youth whose whiskers had barely come in? The thought felt like a knife to his heart. Zhang Chongfeng ground his teeth. The muscles in his cheek twitched, hands clenched into fists until his nails bit deep crescents into his palms. But he knew this was no time for rage. His company's survival hinged on that very money. Tang Jing took a sip of his drink, wiped his mouth with a napkin and frowned. The taste was so-so. The old fellow's greed was practically written on his face. Manager Zhao, the winds at sea are indeed. Tang Zheng set his glass on the side table with a crisp clink. I don't like noise. You two continue. I'll go get some air. Without waiting for Zhao Kong to stop him, Tang Zheng turned and climbed a spiral staircase to a higher private deck, leaving the two men with a clean, decisive back. Zhao Kong opened his mouth, then had to withdraw his hand and rub his nose. Zhang Chongfeng stared after Tang Zheng, grit in his jaw. Manager Zhao, this young Master Tang. What is his background? Did you mean I should sell shares to him? Zhao Kong sneered and slammed his glass down. What background? Lao Zhang, for the sake of our long acquaintance, I'll be blunt. The pocket money that went into his account yesterday could rescue Chu Group twice over. If you truly want to save your crumbling company, you must steel yourself and find a way to cozy up to the right people. Don't blame me for not pointing the path. After Zhao Kong spoke, Zhang Chongfeng inhaled a gust of sea air and felt cold sweat soak the shirt beneath his jacket. 16 decks up the top observation platform. There were no perfunctory toasts here, only the slap of waves against the hull and a dazzling canopy of stars overhead. Tang Zheng leaned on the railing. The breeze tousled his short hair, strands flying free. He took his phone from his pocket. The screen lit up. A few unread WeChat messages were waiting. Suqing Yue, Tang Zhenga, I'm off work. My supervisor praised me today for organizing the scores carefully. Suqing Yue, but Yanjing is so expensive. One bowl of noodles costs 30 yuan. I ate in the company canteen at noon. It was free, hee. Seeing her grinning emoji on the screen, Tang Zheng's mouth curved unconsciously. He typed quickly. Tang Zheng, work hard and don't sell yourself short. If you run out of money, tell me. Also, if anyone at the company dares to give you attitude, slap them silly. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. After sending the message, he pocketed the phone and exhaled. The girl was still easily pleased. He turned back to the railing, drew out a pack of cigarettes, took one between his lips, and reached for a lighter. A dull thud echoed from the shadow of the lifeboat around the corner, followed by the harsh sound of leather shoes scraping against the metal deck. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, taking the cigarette between his fingers, and quietly stepped a few paces closer. On this seemingly elegant cruise ship, such noises usually signified trouble or amusement. As he rounded the enormous lifeboat frame and beheld the scene before him, Tang Zheng halted. A woman clad in a flowing red halter dress stood with her back to him, the lightweight fabric contouring her form in breathtaking curves like an ember, silently burning in the night. Tang Zheng couldn't help but squint, slightly astonished at the woman's stunning figure. However, her current actions were anything but graceful. She was gripping a young man's collar, her knee pressed hard against his abdomen. The boy, appearing to be around Tang Zheng's age and dressed in an Armani suit, looked like a boiled shrimp, his eyes bulging from the pain, gasping like a broken windbag. Run. Aren't you quite good at running? The woman's voice carried a cold, domineering tone, sounding a few years older than Tang Zheng, radiating a crisp, dangerous aura. Beside them, a girl with neat short hair skillfully locked the boy's arms in a reverse joint hold, pinning him firmly against the deck railing. Sis, this guy still wants to throw something into the sea, said the short-haired girl angrily. Throw. I think he wants to jump in and feed the sharks himself. The woman in the red dress let out a cold laugh, swinging her hand back for a slap. The crisp sound echoed across the empty deck. The sharpness of the impact made Tang Zheng's cheek tingle, leaving him astonished at how fierce this woman was. Who gave you the guts to play such underhanded tricks in front of me? As she spoke, she extended her slender fingers, revealing a fruit knife that she brandished near the boy's legs, her movements sending chills down the spine. The blade glinted coldly under the light, and the boy's face turned pale instantly, his body trembling. Tang Zheng stood in the shadows, thinking to himself that this sister was indeed quite formidable. He instinctively leaned forward a bit to get a better look at the woman's face, only to accidentally step on a discarded soda can. Crack! The sound was crisp and clear. Who is it now? The woman in red reacted swiftly, almost instantly, turning her head, her wavy hair carving an arc in the air. Their eyes met. Tang Zheng clearly saw her face. An aggressively beautiful face with slightly furrowed brows, her eyes still harboring lingering anger and a hint of displeasure at being disturbed. Her crimson lips appeared especially enchanting under the cool-toned lighting. Seeing that the newcomer was a stranger boy, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Shen Yiking's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure, her gaze now filled with caution and scrutiny. Tang Zheng spread his hands, indicating the cigarette and lighter he held, feigning innocence. Just passing by, having a smoke, you all continue. The woman in red stared at him, her lips barely twitching. She observed the young man before her, his expression pure and clear like a deep pool of water, unfazed by the violent scene, instead exuding a natural sense of ease, which piqued her curiosity. Have you seen enough? Shen Yiqing quickly snapped back to reality, forcibly suppressing the inexplicable feeling in her heart, replacing it with a frosty demeanor. She wouldn't show any weakness or unusual emotions in front of a stranger. Releasing her grip on the limp boy, she leisurely smoothed out the wrinkles on her red dress and took a few steps towards Tang Zheng in her high heels. A faint cold fragrance immediately enveloped Tang Zheng's senses, the scent fresh and unique, catching him off guard as he inhaled deeply. Forget everything you just saw? She tilted her head slightly, her height a whole head shorter than Tang Zheng, yet exuding an imposing presence. As Tang Zheng caught a whiff of that fragrance, he thought to himself that the perfume had good taste, but maintained an expressionless facade. Forget what? Forget that you were acting heroically here, or forget your knee strike that was quite professional. Tang Zheng chuckled. The short-haired girl beside them couldn't help but let out a laugh, quickly stifling it. Realizing that laughing in such a situation was inappropriate, she lowered her head, pretending to examine the ground. The woman's cheeks flushed slightly, whether from anger or something else it was hard to tell. Less chatter. She extended a slender finger, poking Tang Zheng's chest, her nails impeccably rounded and glistening. Watch your mouth and eyes. If I hear even a whisper about tonight from outside, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it. Though her words were harsh to Tang Zheng's ears, they seemed to lack a bit of menace, rather sounding like a cover for some awkwardness. All right, I have a poor memory. They'll forget everything after I finish this cigarette. Tang Zheng smiled, lighting his lighter in front of her. With a click, the flame reflecting in their eyes. Shen Yiqing gazed at his smile, feeling as if her heart had been scratched by a cat's paw. She withdrew her fingers, snorted coldly, and turned to the short-haired girl, saying, "Tell Zhou Tu to take this trash away and inform him that if there's a next time, he'll directly seize the shares of the Jinhui Group, and he can deal with it himself." The Jinhui Group. Tang Zheng's heart stirred. Wasn't that the family business of Zhou Hong from earlier? He couldn't help but grow even more curious about this woman's identity, and being able to casually deal with the Jinhui Group indicated her standing was even higher than he had anticipated. "Not leaving yet. Waiting for me to buy you a drink." The woman turned her head back, giving Tang Zheng a glare that concealed an unexplainable arrogance. Tang Zheng waved his hand, leaning against the railing as he exhaled a puff of smoke. "No need for drinks. The smoke is good enough." The woman said nothing more and hurriedly left the deck with her companions, the red skirt fluttering in the wind like a fading sunset escaping the battlefield. Tang Zheng watched her departing figure, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. This is interesting. By the time the banquet dispersed, it was already past 11 at night. The cruise ship sailed steadily in the open sea, the low rumble of the engine being the only sound amidst the tranquility, with only the soft crashing of waves breaking the silence. Tang Zheng exited the elevator and retraced his steps down the long corridor, the thick carpet muffling all sound of footsteps. The alcohol had little substantive effect on his current physical condition, but he still habitually rubbed his temples, planning to take a shower and then sleep. Before he reached his door, he sensed something was off. A figure in red was crouching at the entrance of his room. As he approached a few steps, he recognized the person, his brow slightly furrowing. It was that woman in the red dress. However, she now looked completely different from the fierce woman who had wreaked havoc on the deck just hours earlier. She curled up at the doorway, her fiery dress appearing somewhat disheveled, with strands of hair sticking to her. Next to her lay a small shiny clutch, its contents strewn across the floor: lipstick, a small mirror, and a room card. As he drew closer, a strong scent of whiskey hit him. "Hey, wake up." Tang Zheng crouched down, and poked her shoulder with his finger. The woman let out a vague mumble, slowly lifting her head. Her once sharp eyes were now filled with a hazy mist, her gaze drifting before finally focusing on Tang Zheng's face. "It's you, little handsome guy." She chuckled softly, her voice hoarse, imbued with a characteristic drunken innocence. "How come? You ran into my dreams." Tang Zheng had a black line on his face, secretly wondering how much alcohol this woman had consumed to be in such a state. "This is in front of my room, you must be mistaken." "Nonsense." The woman struggled to stand up like a cat that had its tail stepped on, but lost her balance, and fell directly into Tang Zheng's arms. "Soft." This was Tang Zheng's first reaction. The warmth of her body seeped through the thin t-shirt, and the cold fragrance mixed with alcohol invaded his senses again, even more intense than before, with a hint of alluring sweetness that made his heart race. The woman instinctively wrapped her arms around Tang Zheng's neck, burying her head in his neck like a stray cat seeking safety, rubbing against him as she mumbled, "The room card. The room card is broken, it won't let me in." Mumbling, her other hand was randomly groping for the card reader on the wall, only to accidentally touch Tang Zheng's chin. "Huh, this sensor. Why does it feel a bit prickly?" Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched as he couldn't help but grab her wandering hand, speaking with a hint of annoyance. "Sister, take a good look. This is a face, not a sensor." Following her hand, he realized she was holding a golden room card, desperately swiping it against him. The number printed on the card was clearly 1501. He stayed in 1503, which was 2 rooms away. How did she manage to find her way to his door? "Let go. I want to sleep." The woman squirmed restlessly in his embrace, the thin straps of her dress slipping down one shoulder, exposing a large area of porcelain-like skin. Tang Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing the agitation within him. He was not the kind of person to take advantage of others, especially not a woman who was completely drunk. "All right, sleep. Your place is 1501, it'll take you there." "No." She suddenly raised her head, her gaze regaining some clarity but filled with stubbornness. "There are all disgusting people at home, I'm not going back." As she spoke, her eyes reddened, tears welling up, looking utterly wronged. "They are all after my shares, after my money." "Little brother, do you want my money too?" Seeing her like this, a string in Tang Zheng's heart was gently plucked. So it turned out this woman was not as strong and glamorous as she appeared. "I'm not interested in your money, though I have more than you," Tang Zheng replied calmly, holding her waist with one hand, while pulling out his room card with the other. With a beep, the door opened. He half-dragged, half-carried the woman into the room, casually tossing her onto the wide leather sofa. "Stay here, I'll get you some water." The woman sank into the sofa, her skirt flipping up, revealing her long, straight legs glimmering enticingly in the dim light. She squinted her eyes, watching Tang Zheng's busy silhouette at the bar, suddenly bursting into laughter. "You are really interesting." Tang Zheng approached with a glass of warm water, offering it to her mouth. "Drink, then shut up and sleep." The woman obediently took a few sips, water trickling down her mouth and dampening the red dress on her chest. She avoided the cup, her gaze hazy as she stared at Tang Zheng, suddenly reaching out to hook her arm around his neck. "Hey little brother, what's your name?" "Tang Zheng." "Tang Zheng. Nice name." She repeated it twice, leaning in closer, her breath brushing against Tang Zheng's face. "My name is Shen Yiqing, remember it?" Before Tang Zheng could respond, Shen Yiqing suddenly lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, pressing her face against his abdomen, and coquettishly said, "Let me lean for a bit. Just a bit, it's really comfortable." Tang Zheng froze in place, his hand suspended in midair, ultimately resting gently beside her. At that moment, he couldn't help but reflect this was not a domineering woman, but rather a little girl in desperate need of security. As night deepened, Shen Yiqing's breathing gradually became steady, and even clearly fast asleep. Tang Zheng carefully moved her to the large bed in the bedroom, tucked her in, and returned to the sofa in the living room. He gazed out at the dark sea through the window, his fingertips still lingering with the cold fragrance. He couldn't help but picture the next morning, when the proud Miss Shen woke up to find herself lying in the bed of a strange man, wondering what kind of fascinating expression she would have. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng couldn't help but curve his lips into a playful arc. The next day, the morning sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling window onto the carpet, and the air still held the lingering cold fragrance of last night. Tang Zheng sat up from the sofa in the living room, rubbing the back of his neck, which felt a bit stiff. Although the sofa was made of top-quality material, sleeping on it all night was still not a pleasant experience. He slipped on his slippers and walked toward the bedroom. The door was slightly ajar. Pushing open the door, the spacious double bed was empty, the blanket haphazardly tossed aside, and a human-shaped indentation was left on the sheets, proving that a living person had indeed slept there last night. "Gone?" Tang Zheng wondered, stepping into the room, his gaze sweeping over the nightstand before pausing. On the nightstand, a glass of water was pressing down on 2 thin pieces of paper. One was a cash check from HSBC. The other was a note provided by the hotel. Tang Zheng reached out and pulled out the check to take a glance. The amount written was precisely 1 million, with a flamboyant signature at the bottom spelling out the name, Shiniching. He pinched the check between his fingers, his gaze falling on the note. It contained only one brief line. Room fee plus hush money. Keep last night's events to yourself, don't come looking for me. The handwriting was identical to that on the check, forceful enough to leave raised impressions on the back of the note. Tang Zheng stared at the 1 million check, his fingers hesitating at the edge of the paper, which emitted a soft, crisp sound. 1 million. Was this the bed fee she gave him? This woman truly had the words wealthy and extravagant written on her forehead. But what did she take him for? Tang Zheng casually tossed the check onto the table and went to wash his face in the bathroom. The cold water splashed on his face as he looked up at himself in the mirror. To casually throw away 1 million as hush money, and to have the power to decide the fate of the Jin Hui Group's shares, he wondered which rich family this woman belonged to. He had never heard of anyone named Shin and Anqing. Was she from outside? Regardless of her background, this money felt a bit bewildering. After changing his clothes, Tang Zheng took the room card and stepped out. The corridor was quiet, the thick carpet muffling his footsteps. He arrived in front of room 1501 and knocked twice. There was no response. "Hello, sir, are you looking for the guest in 1501? A voice came from behind him. A uniformed hotel steward stood a few steps away holding a clean towel embroidered with a name. Tang Zheng turned around and asked, "Where is she?" "The lady checked out around 5 in the morning." The steward placed his hands together in front of him, his attitude respectful. "She took a private helicopter and has already left the ship early." Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow. 5 in the morning. Left by helicopter. In such a hurry, was she afraid he would wake up? He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Got it. Tang Zheng didn't ask further and returned to his room. Since the money wasn't going back, he might as well keep it for now. The next few days on the cruise became extremely regular and pleasant. Tang Zheng no longer attended those hypocritical dinners. Zhao Kong had come to find him twice, but he had turned him away, citing health issues. He was well aware of the old fox's intentions. He merely wanted to leverage his funds to gain performance. He had no time for such matters. In the morning, he enjoyed a Western breakfast on the deck while feeling the sea breeze, then spent 2 hours surfing at the back of the cruise ship. In the afternoon, he changed into diving gear and followed a professional diving instructor down to the depths of over 10 meters, marveling at the colorful corals and slow-moving sea turtles, as if entering a mysterious underwater world, everything so novel and wonderful. By evening, he would sit on the private deck with a fishing rod, the salty sea breeze carrying the unique scent of the ocean. Tang Zheng held the carbon fiber fishing rod, feeling the pull from underwater, the reel emitting a zzz friction sound. As a huge splash erupted beneath the surface, a big fish was hooked. He suddenly yanked upward. A half-meter-long tuna was flung onto the deck, its scales shimmering like metal in the sunset, the tail slapping against the wooden floor with a dull thud. Unable to resist, Tang Zheng took out his phone, snapped a photo of the catch on the ground, and casually posted it to his social media, with a caption of just 2 words, "extra meal." Less than a minute after posting, a message alert popped up at the top of the screen. Su Qingyue, wow, what a big fish. Did you catch this, brother Tang? Su Qingyue drooling. JPG. Tang Zheng leaned back in his lounge chair, typing a reply with one hand. "I'll bring you a few back, put them in the fridge to eat slowly." The reply came back quickly. Su Qingyue, okay. Thanks, brother. By the way, the song I wrote the other day passed the company's review. It's a small achievement. He'll get a bonus next month. Seeing the uncontainable happiness on the screen, Tang Zheng couldn't help but smile, putting away his phone in a good mood as he called a waiter to take the fish to the kitchen for processing. Just as he turned to go back to his room to change, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 women under a nearby sunshade. These 2 women had been appearing quite frequently on the deck these past few days. The woman on the left, wearing a red backless bikini covered by a sheer sun shirt that barely concealed her, had her voluminous wavy hair dancing freely in the sea breeze, holding a glass of blood-red margarita. The woman on the right appeared more conservative, clad in a form-fitting pink one-piece swimsuit that accentuated her curves exquisitely. With a neat bob haircut, she exuded an air of competence and freshness. The 2 sat there seemingly admiring the sea view, but their gazes occasionally darted toward Tang Zheng. The short-haired woman, Wang Qian, picked up a glass of lemonade, took a sip, and casually glanced at Tang Zheng's back, a playful smirk on her lips. The curly-haired woman, Lina, chuckled flirtatiously, tossed her sunscreen onto the chair, shot a glare at Wang Qian, and said, "Wang Qian, you have the audacity to criticize me. Look at your own swimsuit. Isn't that the one you struggled to get during Milan Fashion Week last year with a group of... You usually treasure it like a gem, yet today you willingly take it out to soak in the water. My dear sister, look at what you're saying. I just thought the occasion today was suitable." Besides, such a beautiful swimsuit deserves to be shown off. Hiding it would be a shame. Lina leaned back lazily, her eyes hidden behind sunglasses, calculating as she lowered her voice in what appeared to be a well-meaning reminder. I've done my homework. This young man has no female companion and lives alone in a luxurious suite on the 15th floor. Just look at him, so handsome. If you could get close to him, you'd never have to worry about money for cars or bags again. You might even live a life of luxury. Each to their own, I suppose. Wang Qian stood up, adjusted the hem of her swimsuit, and with a confident smile said, but I advise you, with the kind of rich second generation he has encountered many superficial women, so your routine may not work. Whether it works or not, you won't know unless you try. Lina scoffed lightly, stood up, and walked toward Tang Zheng in her high heels, holding her wine glass and swaying her hips, resembling a peacock. As Tang Zheng approached the glass door leading to the inner cabin, a strong scent of perfume wafted toward him, causing him to frown slightly and stop in his tracks. Hey there, are you alone? Lina leaned against the glass door, deliberately tugging her sun's shirt down to reveal a large expanse of fair skin, her wine glass tilted slightly, the blood-red liquid swaying gently within, silently enticing. I haven't seen you at the dinner parties these past few days. Is it because the wine inside is too poor or the people too dull? Tang Zheng halted, his gaze sweeping over Lina's face, his expression unreadable. It's too noisy, Tang Zheng replied candidly. Lina giggled, leaning in closer, the strong scent of her perfume becoming even more overwhelming. I find it noisy too. Everyone on this ship is so fake, it's exhausting to interact with them. You and I are kindred spirits. We should connect on WeChat. What do you say? After we disembark, I'll treat you to a meal, she said, extending her phone with a QR code, her eyes filled with anticipation. Tang Zheng looked at the QR code without moving. He wasn't a lecher. The woman's intentions and ambitions were written all over her face, from the rhythm of her steps to the way she spoke. She was fixated on him, as if she wanted to carve a piece out of him. I don't have a phone, and I don't dine with women, Tang Zheng stated bluntly, pushing open the glass door and walking past her. Lina, holding her phone, froze in place, her smile instantly stiffening. What kind of absurd excuse is this? She thought he should take a look at what was in his hand. At that moment, Lina felt that his ability to tell such nonsense was unparalleled. Nearby, Wang Qian watched the scene unfold and nearly burst into laughter. She walked over with a glass of lemonade and patted Lina on the shoulder. I told you your approach doesn't work. That handsome guy doesn't even regard you. Lina gritted her teeth, stuffing her phone back into her bag, and said angrily, stop pretending to be aloof. Ooh, I refuse to believe there's a man I can't win over in this world. Besides, does a fierce woman fear a charming man? I refuse to believe he. Tang Zheng, uninterested in the conversation behind him, returned to his room, took a shower, and changed into clean clothes. In fact, this kind of drama had played out several times over the past few days, ever since Gaokao introduced him at the banquet. The keen individuals on this ship flocked to him like sharks sensing blood. However, Tang Zheng found it troublesome and spent most of his time in private areas, giving them little opportunity. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The cruise slowly approached Tianjin port amidst the blaring of. At the port, the crowd bustled about, various vehicles lined up neatly. Tang Zheng carried a simple travel bag and walked down the VIP passage. As soon as he exited the passage, a wave of heat mixed with the scent of asphalt surged into his nostril. In the VIP parking area outside the dock, a long row of black sedans gleamed with a cold sheen under the sun. Just a few steps out, a middle-aged man in a suit approached him, sweating profusely. It was Zhang Changfeng. Today's temperature in Anqing was nearly 40 degrees, unbearably hot. Zhang Changfeng had already stood under the sun for a full 10 minutes, and his shirt was completely soaked, clinging to him and revealing the outline of his ample figure, looking somewhat disheveled. Upon seeing Tang Zheng, a smile that looked worse than crying spread across his chubby face as he hurried forward, hands offering a thick document. Young Master Tang, welcome on shore. Did you enjoy your time at sea these past few days? Tang Zheng halted, his eyes scanning the document in his hands. The top sheet in the transparent folder bore bold black letters, Share Transfer Agreement of Zhang's Building Materials Group. These past few days, Zhang Changfeng had indeed been as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, reaching out to various connections as he watched the hole in the project in the southern city grow larger, while the bank was firmly blocked by Gaokao. With nowhere else to turn, he could only come to the dock to intercept him, hoping to seize this possible final. What's this about, President Zhang? Tang Zheng, I was blind the other day and failed to recognize your greatness. Zhang Changfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, bending lower. Please take a look at this agreement. 20 of Zhang's group's shares currently valued at 1.5 billion. If you are interested, I am willing to transfer it to you for 1 billion. I ask you to help me, young Master Tang. Tang Zheng looked at this man, old enough to be his father, now bowing like a grandson to save his company. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of capital. Just as he was about to speak, his phone in his pocket vibrated. Taking it out, he saw it was Xinqing's number. He pressed the answer button and held the phone to his ear. Hello. A capable female voice came from the other end, steady in pace with the sound of papers rustling in the background. Mr. Tang, good morning. I apologize for interrupting you. Chairman Zhang Lei-Yun from Goldman Capital has sent an invitation for you to attend their business banquet the day after tomorrow. It came suddenly, and our company has not had prior dealings with Goldman Capital. As you are not currently in Kyoto, I am unsure about your availability. The woman paused, her tone respectful, yet somewhat probing. Goldman Capital. Relevant information quickly flashed in Tang Zheng's mind. If he recalled correctly, this was a well-known company in Huagua engaged in capital operations or asset management. What could they want from him? Could it be another cooperation intention? He switched his travel bag to his left hand and said into the phone, sure, I'll return to Kyoto tomorrow. Zhang Changfeng's expression instantly darkened upon hearing this. His lips quivered slightly as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a hoarse voice from his throat. Fine, 30 it is. At this moment his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. He knew that since Tang Zheng had already spoken, there was likely no room for negotiation. Moreover, as he was the one in need for the sake of the company's survival, he could only grit his teeth and accept the condition. Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Changfeng's expression, feeling no pity in his heart. In this cruel business world, it was survival of the fittest, and sympathy was always a luxury. He closed the document and spoke calmly. General Manager Zhang, please prepare for a bit. In a few days someone will contact you regarding the share transfer. Once the paperwork is completed, the funds will be transferred to your company's account on time. Zhang Changfeng hurriedly nodded, forcing a smile that was more unpleasant than tears. All right, thank you, General Tang. I will prepare as quickly as possible. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your assistance this time. If there is anything I can do in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. Zhang will not shy away from any challenge. After speaking, he gave Tang Zheng a deep glance, bowed, and then turned to leave his back, appearing incredibly lonely and worn, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Tang Zheng watched Zhang Changfeng's departing figure, feeling a myriad of emotions rising in his heart. However, it was not out of sympathy, but rather a reflection on the unpredictable nature of the business world. The reason he intervened was not to do charity, but because after a precise evaluation in his mind, he concluded that although Zhang's construction materials were in trouble, there was still value in bottom-line investment. Even if the situation worsened later, selling it off would not result in a loss and could potentially yield significant profits. Once in the car, Tang Zheng leaned back in the comfortable seat, closing his eyes to rest. The vehicle slowly started heading towards Anqing. Upon returning home and resting briefly, Tang Zheng informed Xinqing about the situation with Zhang's construction materials, asking her to arrange for a professional team to conduct a thorough investigation as soon as possible. He also needed to coordinate the details of the share transfer with Zhang Changfeng, ensuring that nothing went wrong. The next day at Kyoto International Airport, Tang Zheng walked out of the first-class cabin passage. As he turned on his phone, he saw a familiar figure waiting at the pickup area. Xinqing was wearing a light green strapless long dress, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a delicate wooden hairpin, exuding grace and intellect. She held a cup of coffee and was scanning the surroundings. Tang Zheng approached and tapped on the railing in front of her. What are you doing here? Xinqing turned her head, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes as she quickly handed over the coffee. General Tang, knowing you were coming today, I estimated the time and waited here. Tang Zheng accepted the coffee, taking a sip of the iced Americano. The cool bitterness soothed the summer heat that lingered in his throat. He silently praised her. This woman indeed missed no details and understood her boss thoughts well. Let's go back to the place first. The two exited the terminal and got into a black Alphard. As the car drove into the city, the buildings gradually transformed from tall skyscrapers to quaint red walls and green tiles. The driver followed the navigation Tang Zheng provided, turning into a wide alley and finally stopping in front of a grand courtyard. Xinqing pushed open the car door, but as soon as she stepped out with one leg, her movements halted. She widened her eyes, gazing incredulously at the heavy vermilion doors before her. The threshold was absurdly high, and two white jade stone lions at the entrance exuded an oppressive aura, as if they were judging her. A plaque hung above the door, its calligraphy swirling like dragons and phoenixes. The Princess Residence. He lives here. Xinqing was utterly stunned. After all, she had been in the finance circle for so many years, having seen countless wealthy individuals. Those rich second-generation youths typically bought a few central apartments or villas in the suburbs. It was rare to find someone who owned a complete historical courtyard within the second ring of Kyoto. She swallowed a breath of air, the words she had prepared getting stuck in her throat for half a second. What are you standing there for? Come in. Tang Zheng stepped through the door and turned to call out. Xinqing quickly composed herself and followed in stepping in with her high heels. In the courtyard, lush trees provided shade, and covered corridors connected several courtyards. A few servants in uniform stood in the corner bowing in unison as they saw Tang Zheng enter. Xinqing followed behind Tang Zheng, a layer of fine sweat beginning to form on her back. The two arrived in the main hall. Tang Zheng leisurely sat on a rosewood chair, and the butler's son Fu approached quietly holding a delicate tea tray. He skillfully poured 2 cups of tea for them, the aroma wafting through the air. Tell me about the situation with Goldman Sachs. What do they want from me? Upon hearing this, Xinqing quickly adjusted her state of mind. We have investigated and found that Gaokao Automobile, fully owned by Goldman Sachs, is on the verge of a financial crisis. This time, they are likely seeking cooperation for investment. Tang Zheng raised the teacup, gently blowing on the floating leaves. Building cars is a bottomless pit, burning money like flowing water. Xinqing nodded, continuing. Gaokao Automobile has been expanding too rapidly these past 2 years. They have established 4 research and development centers, and the annual research expenditure is astronomical. Last year's R&D spending reached 946 million yuan. Xinqing opened her tablet, pulling up a data report and placing it on the table. Now their first mass-produced vehicle has yet to roll off the line, and the bank has tightened its loans. Gaokao currently has liabilities exceeding 10 billion yuan on its books. Zhang Leiyun is probably struggling to cope. His banquet this time is meant to find new partners to share the burden. Tang Zheng looked at the report on the screen, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Does this person see me as a potential partner? With ample funds at hand, the cash flow of Huanyu Entertainment could readily reach nearly 3 billion, but the automobile industry is deeply intricate, making it unwise to step in lightly. The cash flow of Huanyu Entertainment has always been abundant, and since you recently took over Goldman Sachs, must have sensed an opportunity. Xinqing added. After hearing this, Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair and smiled. All right, tomorrow you will come with me. I want to see what conditions they can offer. Xinqing quickly nodded. Understood, boss. He'll prepare right away. The next day at Kyoto Gaiwa Hotel, on the 18th floor. In the hotel lobby, a massive crystal chandelier cast warm yellow light, while the melodious sound of violins flowed through the air. Tang Zheng, dressed in a tailored light-colored suit, stood tall, with extraordinary bearing. Accompanied by Xinqing, he submitted the invitation letter and entered the hall. The venue was already filled with people chatting in small groups, while holding glasses of wine. Anyone plucked from this crowd would be a regular feature in financial news. Mr. Tang, your seat is at the front. Please follow me. A staff member assigned to hospitality approached respectfully and led the way ahead. The two followed the staff member through the crowd. With every step forward, Xinqing's stride grew increasingly tense. The staff member finally halted beside a table positioned just behind the main one, the most prestigious among all others. Only 6 name cards were placed upon that table. As Tang Zheng pulled out his chair and sat down, conversation at nearby tables paused momentarily. Several pairs of eyes turned toward him simultaneously. Occupying such a prominent seat, so close to the head table, meant one was invariably an emerging luminary in the industry. Yet here stood a young man of barely 20, abruptly inserted into this elite circle. A jarring, almost surreal incongruity. Who was this young man? Zhang Leiyun's relative. A middle-aged man with a receding hairline whispered to his neighbor at the adjacent table. No idea. I've never seen him before. Still, anyone seated here must be the scion of some influential family, probably brought along to gain exposure to high-level circles. Xinqing deftly lifted 2 flutes of champagne from a passing waiter's tray, handed one to Tang Zheng, then leaned in slightly, speaking rapidly and softly into his ear. Mr. Tang, please look toward the main table on your left. The bald man, constantly checking his phone, the one seated immediately to the left of the head position, is Wang Zhengwo of Baidai E-Commerce. Xinqing's voice remained steady. Beside him, the portly man puffing a cigar is Lu Haifeng of Wanhe Real Estate. The other 2 engaged in quiet conversation are respectively the regional leader in fresh food e-commerce and a major commercial real estate developer. Tang Zheng took a sip of the chilled champagne. The effervescence burst delicately on his tongue, releasing a subtle tang of ripe fruit. E-commerce. Real estate. What on earth were these people doing building automobiles? Tang Zheng quietly assessed the situation. Land acquisition had grown arduous for real estate developers in recent years. Traditional e-commerce platforms faced plateauing traffic, yet all 4 companies present were cash flow titans actively seeking new growth engines. In today's climate, where national policy vigorously promotes new energy initiatives, automotive manufacturing was indeed a promising venture, warmly welcomed by local governments. Whose seat is that empty spot to the right of the head position? Tang Zheng's gaze settled on the unoccupied chair, its name card half obscured by a nearby vase. Glancing sideways at the plaque, Qing replied swiftly, "It belongs to Hu Xiaojing, Secretary General of the Jingdu Municipal Party Committee. He's attending today on behalf of the municipal government, lending official endorsement to Gaoshan Capital. Official backing coupled with the support of 4 industry giants. Clearly Gaokao Motors faces substantial funding challenges." Tang Zheng made no move toward the head table's bustle, instead continuing a low-key exchange with Qing beside him. Moments later, the hall lights dimmed sharply. The gentle violin melody ceased, abruptly replaced by a sleek, futuristic electronic synth score. A colossal LED screen at the hall's far end ignited instantly. A silver concept car streaked across it, trailing dazzling light trails and dynamic visual effects. A middle-aged man strode confidently onto the stage, broad-shouldered, slightly stout, yet radiating vigorous energy, clad in an impeccably tailored navy blue suit. He was none other than Zhang Leiyun, chairman of Gaoshan Capital. "Distinguished guests, esteemed friends, good morning." Standing before the massive digital display, Zhang Leiyun's voice boomed through the hall's premium sound system, resonant and commanding across all 18 floors. "Today we will not dwell on past glories, but focus solely on tomorrow's blueprint. After 3 years of quiet preparation, Gaokao Motors is ready to present its answer to the world." Polite applause rippled through the audience. The screen shifted to complex data charts and sweeping footage of factory construction sites. "Our flagship super factory has reached structural completion. Its first fully automated production line has completed commissioning. Gaotu's debut mass production model, the Stellar V1, features a globally pioneering intelligent cockpit system equipped with 36 integrated perception sensors, enabling true Level 3 autonomous driving assistance." Zhang Leiyun gestured emphatically as he spoke, his laser pointer tracing energetic circles across. "Moreover, we have forged our own closed-loop via Cledo home intelligence ecosystem. This is more than merely an automobile. It is your mobile second home, the central terminal of future digital life." Tang Zheng reclined slightly in his chair, observing the flamboyant slogans flashing across the screen, his thumb idly tracing the rim of his glass. The rhetoric stirred fervor. Yet any seasoned professional upon closer scrutiny would recognize how vastly it diverged from genuine proprietary innovation. The so-called cutting-edge intelligent cockpit relied on Qualcomm chips. The autonomous driving LiDAR units were sourced from DJI. Even the chassis architecture had been outsourced to a European engineering team. This wasn't automobile manufacturing. It was a grand-scale Lego assembly operation. Without independently developed powertrain systems, no proprietary battery motor or electronic control unit, and without foundational algorithmic intelligence, every critical component remained firmly under suppliers' control. Call it an ecosystem. More accurately, it was erecting an illegal structure atop someone else's foundation. Yet the vast majority of end users would never inquire whether components were self-developed. "Boss, I'm no expert on automotive tech, but those specs sound impressive. What's your take?" Qing murmured, eyes still fixed on the screen. "Impressive specs mean nothing." Tang Zheng set his glass down softly. "Cut off the supply chain, and this vehicle becomes scrap metal. They're peddling PowerPoint fantasies. Do you understand?" The keynote speech had reached its crescendo. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Leiyun triggered a colossal countdown timer on the screen. "Gaokao Motors Series A financing round launches today. We don't lack capital. We seek partners bold enough to reshape the world alongside us." Hardly had the words faded when movement erupted at the head table. Lu Haifeng of Wanhe Real Estate rose first, rubbing his gleaming scalp, and declared loudly, "Director Zhang's vision has set my blood aflame. China's new energy mission demands pioneers, and Wanhe Real Estate pledges 3 billion yuan in support of Gaokao Motors." "Excellent. Mr. Lu, you've set the pace." Zhang Leiyun led enthusiastic applause from the stage. Wang Jingwo of Baidu e-commerce promptly raised his champagne flute. "Since Mr. Lu has spoken, old Wang won't lag behind. Baidu e-commerce commits 3 billion yuan. Fresh food e-commerce 2 billion yuan. Han Yuan commercial 3 billion yuan. Within minutes, all 4 titans at the head table had pledged sums totaling 11 billion yuan. The hall's atmosphere ignited. Guests leaned in, whispering animatedly, their eyes gleaming with excitement and avarice. 11 billion yuan poured into Gaokao Motors, enough to keep even a pig aloft on the winds of opportunity for quite some time. Watching the spectacle, Tang Zheng suppressed a wry smile. In truth, these investments had almost certainly been pre-negotiated. Ancient foxes pretending to tell ghost stories in broad daylight. Zhang Leiyun must have signed an investment agreement with them in private, and this performance on stage today is merely a show for the other investors present. As expected, After the speech concluded and the atmosphere was heightened, Zhang Leiyun stepped down from the stage holding a glass of red wine, beginning to weave between the tables at the main table resembling a shark detecting the scent of blood in search of prey. Before long his massive figure stopped in front of Tang Zheng's table. "Ah, this must be the new head of Huanyu Entertainment, Mr. Tang Zheng, right?" Zhang Leiyun's face was adorned with a warm smile as he spoke, extending his right hand proactively. "I've long admired your name, Mr. Tang. It's quite impressive for someone as young as you to manage such a large company as Huanyu Entertainment." Tang Zheng stood up and politely shook his hand. "You're too kind, Mr. Zhang. It's just a small endeavor compared to the grand scale of the 100 billion investment from Gaokao Automotive today, truly an eye-opener for us old folks." Zhang Leiyun took the opportunity to sit beside Tang Zheng, signaling for his female secretary to refill his drink. The secretary was tall and striking, but her eyes hinted at a bit of worldly wisdom. "You're being too modest, Mr. Tang. I've heard that Huanyu Entertainment has recently launched several great scripts which are sure to be hits. Congratulations, it seems you'll be making a big profit again this year." Zhang Leiyun leaned closer to Tang Zheng, lowering his voice and appearing earnest. "Mr. Tang, while the entertainment industry is quick to generate revenue, it remains merely entertainment, and the ceiling is quite limited. But the new energy sector is different. It's a strategic initiative of the state, a trillion-level track in the future with boundless prospects. What do you say? Are you interested in joining us on this grand ship of Gaokao? I can guarantee you a share of the original stock. This is a rare opportunity." Thus he began to set the... Tang Zheng looked at Zhang Leiyun's sincere face and thought to himself that this old fox would definitely win Best Actor at the Golden Rooster Awards next year if he were to act. "I appreciate Mr. Zhang's goodwill." Tang Zheng took a sip from his glass, speaking calmly. "However, I am completely an outsider in the automotive manufacturing industry. I just saw Mr. Zhang's PPT Gaudis automation is indeed impressive, and the technological innovations have some highlights, but I still have self-awareness. I can't reach that high right now." Zhang Leiyun's smile froze for half a second. He had originally thought that Tang Zheng, being a young wealthy scion, would impulsively invest after being stimulated by the investment amount of over 100 billion. Unexpectedly, the other party directly poked him in the chest as soon as he opened his mouth, infuriating him. "Mr. Tang is quite the insider." Zhang Leiyun quickly adjusted his expression, letting out a laugh to mask his embarrassment. "Currently our batteries are sourced from Ningguang, and our motors are from Bosch. It's global procurement, which is the major trend in the automotive industry. Resource integration is the kingly way for modern car companies. Look at Apple phones, don't they also procure components globally? They are thriving just the same." Tang Zheng placed his glass back on the table, looking directly into Zhang Leiyun's eyes, his gaze unwavering and calm, said, "Mr. Zhang, forgive my bluntness, but if an automotive company does not possess its core technologies, it cannot be called car manufacturing. It is merely an assembly factory. One day when the tide recedes and the price war begins, if suppliers slightly raise their prices, that meager profit margin would be completely consumed. Mr. Zhang, I, being young and inexperienced, do not dare to engage in such a business that puts its lifeline in others' hands." This statement was very straightforward, leaving no regard for face. Zhang Leiyun's hand holding the wine glass froze in midair, his knuckles turning slightly pale from the force. How could this young man be so inconsiderate, completely disregarding conventional approaches? However, as a veteran who has navigated the business world for decades, his expression remained unchanged, merely letting out a dry laugh. "Mr. Tang is young and spirited with unique insights. Having your own convictions is a good thing. Even if a deal doesn't happen, we remain friendly. Perhaps we can collaborate again in the future." After saying that, he raised his cup and clinked it against Tang Zheng's glass, downing it in one go before heading back to the main table. Shen Xing watched from the side, sweating profusely. Her boss truly had a big heart, directly devaluing the other party's business model on their turf. At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the main table. "What that young brother just said has some interesting point." The speaker was Hu Xiaogang, the Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee of Kyoto, who had been mostly silent until now. He stood up and walked toward Tang Zheng. Hu Xiaogang was wearing a dark administrative jacket, followed by Wang Jianghua and Lu Haifeng, who had just expressed their intent to invest. As these few moved, many in the hall turned their gazes toward them. Secretary Hu, Tang Zheng stood up, slightly nodding in greeting. One must still give face to official personnel. Hu Xiaogang waved his hand, signaling Tang Zheng to sit, and pulled up a chair beside him. "Mr. Tang, are you quite pessimistic about the current new energy vehicle industry?" Hu Xiaogang raised his glass and took a sip. "The country is currently heavily supporting new energy to achieve a leapfrog development. Although Gaokao Automotive currently relies on the supply chain, it is also contributing to the domestic automotive industry chain. This statement carried some additional implications. Lu Haifeng from Wanhe Real Estate chimed in next, his tone carrying the confidence of a mentor teaching a younger generation. Indeed, Mr. Tang, in business one cannot only focus on immediate technological barriers. What we value are Gaoda's market share and brand value. Once the scale is established and cash flow is in place, core technologies can be gradually acquired. Wang Jianguo, a giant in e-commerce, also nodded in agreement. Building cars with an internet mindset emphasizes speed over everything else. First secure the land, then build the skyscrapers, Mr. Tang. You are still too young and too conservative. Tang Zheng looked at these three giants who together were nearly 200 years old and sighed inwardly. He knew that these people were accustomed to capital operations and had their own set of logic. However, Tang Zheng thought differently and did not intend to compromise, for he had his own confidence, which was his system. Secretary who, Mr. Lu, Mr. Wang. Tang Zheng was not angry. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, relaxed in posture with confidence gleaming in his eyes. Leapfrog development is indeed correct, but it can easily turn into a disaster. Although I am young, I firmly believe that core technology is the foundation of a business, the cornerstone of everything. Without core technology, even if the scale is large, it is merely a castle in the air, unable to withstand even the slightest storm. Tang Zheng's voice was not loud, but his enunciation was clear, easily heard in this small area. He paused, glancing at Lu Haifeng and Wang Jianguo, and continued, suppose foreign chip companies cut off supply, or if Ningguang in the country slightly restricts battery production capacity, how severely will the new energy vehicle industry be affected? At that time, companies without core technology will be at the mercy of others, and all previous efforts may go to waste. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Hu Xiaogang's hand holding the wine glass paused momentarily. He looked deeply at Tang Zheng, his previously casual gaze now tinged with scrutiny and appreciation. He did not expect this young man to have such sharp insights, not like other rich kids who only knew how to indulge. Mr. Tang, you speak frankly. I have learned from you. Hu Xiaogang did not refute, smiling lightly. It seems that the future business world will belong to your... You are indeed correct. Core technology is key, and Gaoda Automotive should invest more effort in that area. After chatting for a while longer, Hu Xiaogang led Wang Jianguo and Lu Haifeng back to the main table. At this point, the gazes of others in the hall toward Tang Zheng had changed, some with surprise, some with admiration, and others with a hint of jealousy. Yet Tang Zheng paid no heed to these glances. He knew he was merely speaking the truth from his heart. During the subsequent banquet, Zhang Leiyun seemed intentionally to ignore their presence, and Tang Zheng was glad to enjoy the tranquility. At 3 p.m, the banquet concluded. Tang Zheng walked out of the Gaoyue Hotel with Xinqing. The afternoon breeze in Kyoto carried a hint of heat, dispersing the alcohol scent from their bodies. The parking attendant drove over the company's black Alphard. The two got into the car. Boss, it seems we offended Zhang Leiyun today. Xinqing sat in the passenger seat, sorting through the materials in her hands. If we offended him, then so be it. We do not share the same path in life. If he dares to cause trouble, we are not afraid. Tang Zheng leaned back against the leather seat in the backrest. The black Alpha slowly drove into the alley, its tires rolling over the bluestone pavement, producing a dull and rhythmic sound. The car finally stopped in front of the two heavy vermilion doors. Tang Zheng pushed open the car door, stepping out into the air mixed with the unique, dry scent of ancient ginkgo trees. Mr. Tang, do you need me to pick you up tomorrow for Huanyu? Xinqing got out of the passenger seat and quietly asked beside him. Tang Zheng waved his hand. No need, just rest for a few days. Send any documents directly to my email. With that, he turned and walked into the Princess Mansion. Stepping into the Princess Mansion, the courtyard was quite cool, with several centennial trees filtering the harsh sunlight into fragmented patterns on the ground, creating a patchwork of light and shadow. Butler Sun Fu was standing at the corner of the covered walkway, holding a tablet. Upon seeing Tang Zheng enter, he quickly walked over. Young master, you are back. Sun Fu took Tang Zheng's suit jacket, draping it elegantly over his arm, his movements graceful and fluid, as if rehearsed countless times. How are things at home? Tang Zheng loosened his tie and walked towards the main hall. All preparations for the start of school have been made. Would you like to review the list? Sun Fu followed him at a half-step distance, his voice steady, each syllable articulated perfectly. Tang Zheng sat down on the sofa in the main hall, picking up the freshly brewed cold tea and taking a large gulp. The bitter tea flowed down his throat, suppressing the restlessness brought in from outside. All right, let me take a look. Sun Fu swiped on the tablet a couple of times and handed it to Tang Zheng, beginning his report. Kyoto University requires all first-year students to live on campus, so we have prepared some dormitory supplies for you: a custom Thai latex mattress, which you can use in your dormitory, and 4 sets of different thicknesses of Sedanda high-end bed linens. The sizes have been carefully checked with the school's logistics department, ensuring there will be no issues. For toiletries, we've prepared the Swiss brand you often use at the Princess Mansion. For clothing, we have 10 sets of the most popular casual outfits from Givenchy this season and 2 formal suits. Additionally, we've included an air purifier for the dormitory. Tang Zheng nodded, inwardly recognizing that true professionals are indeed different. Their attention to detail and logistics is impeccable. That'll be sufficient, thank you, Uncle Son. Tang Zheng handed the tablet back to Uncle Son. These are all my responsibilities, Sun Fu replied, smiling kindly at Tang Zheng's gratitude. Having never married or had children throughout the years, one could say the Princess Mansion was everything to him. Now with a new master, he placed all his hopes on Tang Zheng, genuinely wishing for his success. With nothing much to do for the rest of the day, Tang Zheng stood up and strolled around the courtyard. The Princess Mansion occupies an absurdly large area with several sections in both the front and backyards. The moss in the corner, the carved window frames, and the koi swimming in the pond all exuded a sense of tranquility born from wealth. In the following 2 days, Tang Zheng went nowhere, just wandering around the neighborhood to familiarize himself with the streets. 200 meters away at the alley entrance, there was a breakfast shop selling doji fermented mung bean juice. The owner was a true local from Kyoto, and every morning one could hear him boasting loudly to the neighbors. This street vibe, intertwined with the tranquility of the Princess Mansion, gradually relaxed Tang Zheng's tense nerves. After dinner, he laid back in a wicker chair in the courtyard to enjoy the cool evening. The moonlight poured down like water, casting a glow on his tall frame. Suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated several times. He pulled out his phone to unlock it. On the WeChat interface, the chat box named Kyoto University Physics Freshman Group had a red indicating 99 new messages. Yesterday, he had added the freshman group based on the information from his admission notice, but after joining, he had set the notifications to silent. Tang Zheng clicked in. The group was buzzing with activity. Instructor Lee had just sent out a group announcement. Dear students, there are 3 days left until the school starts. To facilitate the arrangement of the welcoming work, please fill out the arrival statistics form as soon as possible. Students arriving by train, high-speed rail, or airplane, please indicate your train or flight number, as the school will arrange a bus for unified pickup and drop-off. Students who are traveling independently should also provide their information for coordinated management. Thank you for your cooperation. Following that, there was a string of received responses. Then the tone of the conversation began to shift. A user named Wang Hao was particularly active. Wang Hao, teacher, leave the statistics form to me. He'll create a mini program where everyone can fill it out directly, and he'll export the data with one click to save you the trouble of checking each record. Instructor Lee, that will trouble you, Wang Hao. Wang Hao, it's no trouble, it's my duty. Also, if any students coming from out of town are unfamiliar with the Kyoto routes, feel free to ask me. I'm a local and know this area very well. If you really can't get a taxi, I can drive my dad's Highlander to pick up a few people along the way. As soon as he said this, a flurry of thumbs-up emojis filled the chat. Classmate A, wow, how go is generous. We have a local big shot in our class. Classmate B, thanks, how go. I was just worried about how to get to school after the high-speed train. Wang Hao, it's just a small matter. My family runs a chain supermarket on the 4th Ring Road, so when school starts, if anyone needs daily necessities, just go get them and mention my name for a 20% discount. Tang Zheng looked at the chat history on the screen and chuckled softly. This kid really knows how to play the game, establishing his persona and winning people over right after joining the group. With a family supermarket and a Highlander, he certainly seemed like a well-off second-generation rich kid in the eyes of ordinary university students. However, Tang Zheng had no interest in such childish games. He casually opened the mini-program, intending to take a look at the information that needed to be filled out. To his surprise, the mini-program page kept loading without any response, possibly due to a malfunction. After waiting for a while, Tang Zheng grew somewhat impatient, directly exited the mini-program, and tossed his phone onto the small tea table beside him, continuing to rest his eyes. The next morning, Tang Zheng was sitting in the study practicing calligraphy, the air filled with a faint scent of. A few days ago, he discovered that there were many calligraphy books by famous masters in the study. Coincidentally, Sun Fu had a good hand in writing, so under his guidance, Tang Zheng learned how to hold the brush and now practiced every day, immersing himself in the calligraphy exercises. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and lit up, displaying a WeChat friend request. The verification message read, "Hello, I am Wang Hao from Kyoto University, responsible for collecting information on new students' arrivals." Tang Zheng clicked to accept. As soon as he did, a flurry of messages arrived from the other side. Wang Hao, hey buddy, you're the only one left who hasn't filled out the statistics form in the group. Instructor Lee is urging for the data. Wang Hao, are you from out of town or a local? Do you need me to pick you up? Tang Zheng typed a reply, local, I'll drive myself there. The other side fell silent for a moment. Wang Hao, you are also from around here. That's great, let's communicate more in the future. If driving oneself on the day of registration, there will be many cars at the school and non-local vehicles are not allowed to enter the dormitory area. One must report the license plate number to the security office in advance to apply for a temporary pass. Send me your license plate number and I'll report it together. He thought to himself, helping a classmate while also showing that he had some influence at school, why not do it? Tang Zheng pondered for a moment after seeing the message. On the day of registration, he would have quite a bit of luggage and Sun Fu would definitely go along, plus they would need 2 people to help carry things. One car would definitely not be enough, so 2 cars needed to be arranged. Without hesitation, he typed out 2 license plate numbers on his phone, Jing ATZ 567, Jing ATZ 666. These 2 license plates were from the Princess Mansion, which had retained many such precious resources over the years despite various changes. However, he also wondered if it was just a coincidence that the TZ happened to be the initials of Tang Zheng's name. After sending the message, the other party is typing. Indicator at the top of the chat flickered a few times and then disappeared completely. Tang Zheng did not pay it any mind. It took a full 2 minutes for Wang Hao's message to come back. This time, however, the tone was noticeably different. Wang Hao, dude, don't joke around. I'm seriously compiling this for the school security office. If you report it incorrectly, your car won't be able to enter the main gate later. At that moment, Wang Hao was sitting on the sofa in his supermarket's office, leisurely sipping iced tea, while looking at the 2 outrageous license plate numbers on his phone screen. His brows furrowed tightly. Isn't this person a bit insane? A Jing A number, and one of them even has a series of 3 in a row. Is this something an ordinary person could snag at the vehicle management office? In the entire city of Kyoto, there are hardly any cars with such plates. One could count them on one hand, and each belongs to a major player. A freshman just entering college reporting these 2 license plates can only be seen as a joke. Tang Zheng glanced at Wang Hao's reply, too lazy to explain. He directly turned to Sun Fu, who was waiting by the door. Uncle Sun, take a photo of the vehicle registration for those 2 cars and send it to me. Sun Fu nodded and turned to leave. In less than a minute, 2 high-definition photos were sent to Tang Zheng's phone. He casually forwarded the photos to Wang Hao. Tang Zheng, not joking, just these 2. Thanks. After sending it, he flipped his phone over on the table and continued writing. On the other side, Wang Hao looked at the 2 photos that popped up on WeChat, casually tapping to open them. The first photo was of a Toyota Alphard license plate number Jing ATZ 567, owner Tang Zheng. The second photo was of a Ferrari Enzo license plate number Jing ATZ 666, also owned by Tang Zheng. Wang Hao felt a buzzing in his head, his hand shaking, and the iced tea he had just sipped sprayed. The cold liquid flowed down his thigh, but he felt as if he had lost all sensation, quickly bringing his phone closer, pinching the screen with 2 fingers to zoom and fixating on the embossed seal and vehicle identification code. It was real. The background pattern and anti-counterfeiting seal on the vehicle registration were clearly visible, with no signs of post-production. The surrounding air seemed to have been suddenly sucked out. Wang Hao swallowed hard, feeling his throat dry. Toyota Alphard. Ferrari Enzo. His mind was, if he remembered correctly, a Ferrari Enzo would cost at least 10 million, and a Toyota Alphard would be worth at least 1 million. He suddenly recalled boasting in the group chat yesterday about picking someone up in a Highlander, exuding a sense of superiority as a local in Kyoto. Looking back now, his pride in his own modest background paled in comparison to these 2 cars. He couldn't even afford a single tire. He actually asked if they needed a ride. Wang Hao's face flushed red to his neck, feeling as if he had been slapped twice in the face from a distance. Who on earth is this young master from a big family out experiencing life? He trembled as he took a tissue and awkwardly wiped his pants, then typed on his phone, deleting and retyping. In the end, he sent a terse message. Wang Hao, got it, Tanggu, I have reported it. Even the address changed from dude to Tanggu, with a tone full of respect. Putting down his phone, Wang Hao took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and quickly sent the neatly organized export table to his counselor, teacher Li. At the Faculty of Physics office building at Kyoto University, Li Mei was sitting in front of the computer organizing the new student files. The WeChat icon in the lower right corner of the computer flashed, and she opened the station statistics table sent by Wang Hao. This kid handles things quite efficiently, Li Mei murmured to herself, scrolling through the information in the table. Most of the students were arriving by high-speed rail or plane, with only a few filling in that they were driving themselves. When her gaze reached the last line of the table, landing on the name Tang Zheng, in the remarks column, the mouse scroll suddenly stopped. She leaned closer to the screen, confirming that she hadn't misread those 2 license plate numbers and the corresponding models. Li Mei had been a counselor at the school for 5 years and had seen plenty of students from affluent families. There were indeed those who arrived in sports cars. But generally they were cars worth a few million. After all, these students were just coming of age, and even if their families were rich, they wouldn't be overly indulgent. But now seeing these two license plate numbers, they were Jing a consecutive numbers. This was no longer something that could simply be done with money. As far as she knew, the new Jing A license plates had long ceased being issued to the public. This student seemed to have an extraordinary background. With a sense of doubt and caution, Li Mei picked up the landline on her desk and dialed the phone number of the director of the school security office. Hello, Lao Lu, this is Li Mei from the physics department. Li teacher, what's up? Are there difficulties with the welcoming work? A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. No, we have a new student in our department who reported 2 vehicles to enter the school. 2 vehicles is just 2 vehicles, they just input them into the system. Isn't this a small matter worthy of a phone call to me? Li Mei lowered her voice and said seriously, the student's license plate numbers are Jing ATZ 567 and Jing ATZ 666. Is this for real? There was a long silence of 5 seconds on the other end of the line. Then Lao Liu's voice suddenly rose by 8 degrees, accompanied by the sound of the chair moving. What license plates did you say? Jing ATZ 567 and Jing ATZ 666. Wait a moment, I'll check immediately. Lao Liu's tone became serious. The call was abruptly hung up. Li Mei leaned back in her chair, gazing out at the picturesque campus of Kyoto University, feeling a vague premonition. This year's physics department at the school was likely to welcome a formidable figure who would be hard to deal with. On September 10th, the lingering scorch of autumn's final blaze still shimmered visibly above the asphalt. Outside the southern gate of Jingdu University, the once spacious 4-lane boulevard, dual-directional and ample, was now choked solid with private cars and ride-hailing vehicles arriving from every corner of the country to drop off freshmen. A cacophony rose from the chaos, curses in countless dialects, the sharp, urgent trill of traffic officers' whistles, and the rhythmic clatter of luggage wheels weaving through narrow gaps between vehicles, melding into a seething, bubbling cauldron of sound. Crimson welcome banners stretched across streets like festive veins, while loudspeakers endlessly looped orientation broadcasts recorded by senior students. To the right of the university gate, an open lot held several high-definition cameras mounted steadily on tripods, their lenses all aligned precisely toward the entrance. This was Jingdu University's Youth League Committee's meticulously orchestrated live-stream event, New Student Arrival Live coverage, designed to showcase the vibrant spirit of its incoming class to the entire nation, allowing countless admirers of Jingdu University to partake in this annual rite of energetic renewal. A female host stood there, her hair swept into a high ponytail, wearing a light blue shirt dress, holding a microphone emblazoned with the university's emblem, smiling warmly into the lens. Hello, good morning to all our viewers tuning in live. Her clear, bright voice resonated across the digital airwaves. You're watching live from Jingdu University's annual freshman registration site. As we all know, admission to Jingdu is reserved for the most exceptional students, the very vanguard of each province's academic elite. Today we're honored to interview several freshly arrived freshmen right here on campus. Let's hear their voices. With that, the host extended the microphone toward a tall young man standing beside her. He stood a full 188 centimeters tall, clad in an oversized Balenciaga t-shirt. His hair, styled with gel into artfully disheveled peaks, exuded effortless charisma. A state-of-the-art smartwatch gleamed sharply on his wrist under the sun. This was Wang Hao. This is Wang Hao, our new student in the Department of Physics. The host introduced her, smile warm and genuine. Wang Hao is one of Jingdu University's newest members. What special feelings do you have on your first day of enrollment? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Wang Hao slid one hand casually into his pocket and waved nonchalantly at the camera, a quiet, unshakable confidence, the hallmark of a native Beijinger, radiating effortlessly. Welcome to Jingdu University, he said in flawless Beijing Mandarin. I'm a local. I live just beyond the 4th Ring Road, and I've roamed these streets since childhood. I know every alley and shortcut better than the cafeteria aunties know their dumpling fillings. Over the past 2 days, I even drove my dad's Highlander to help several out-of-town classmates who arrived early, lugged their suitcases no problem. After all, helping peers is only natural. Though his words sounded humble, they subtly cemented his identity: hometown privilege, family affluence, and unstinting goodwill. Livestream chat scrolled feverishly along the sidebar. This guy is stunning. 188 centimeters, tan, handsome, and so poised. Irresistible. Did you catch that watch? That's the latest Xiaomi flagship model. Base price 20,000 yuan. That's my entire annual living expense. Sigh. Local native. Family owns a supermarket. Kind-hearted. Single ladies rush him. He's the textbook ideal partner. Wang Hao glanced sideways at the monitor displaying the scrolling comments, suppressing a triumphant grin. He had long known about Jingdu's tradition of interviewing freshmen, and had time to stroll past the south gate deliberately aiming for visibility before the entire university community. Such exposure would become invaluable capital later, whether for student union elections or competitive events. Wang Hao truly embodies warmth and generosity. Surely with peers like him our freshmen will settle into campus life swiftly and smoothly. Just as the host prepared to continue, an unusual rumble echoed from the far end of the road. Not the impatient blare of car horns, but a deep, resonant engine growl. It surged like a slumbering beast gliding low through the traffic, its raw power crushing all surrounding noise beneath its weight. The director's instinct flared instantly. He pivoted a backup camera toward the street's bend, zooming in with surgical precision. There it emerged, a liquid metal silver Ferrari Enzo, its front fascia sleek and predatory, carving a path through gridlock traffic and rolling slowly over the speed bump before the university gate. Trailing closely behind was an obsidian black Toyota Alphard, its windows coated in opaque privacy film, colloquially dubbed the Super Nanny Van. Together the two vehicles cleaved a silent corridor through the roaring chaos. Drivers who moments earlier had cursed furiously at the perceived intrusion now slammed their brakes in eerie unison, holding their breath, terrified that even a slight nudge might bankrupt them utterly. Once they recognized the prancing horse emblem, the live chat feed froze for 3 full seconds, then exploded. I need license plate verification. GIF holy Ferrari Enzo. This car actually exists on Chinese roads. Unbelievable. Are you blind? Look at the plates. Look at the plates. The camera tightened, centering on the Enzo's front grille. A crisp blue and white plate filled the frame. Jing ATZ 666. The Alphard's plate followed immediately after. Jing ATZ 567. Wang Hao, still frozen mid-pose, one hand buried in his pocket, felt his gaze lock onto those familiar characters reflected on the monitor. Instantly, electricity jolted from his scalp to his soles. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. His Adam's apple bobbed violently. Of course he recognized both vehicles. Those registration documents had haunted his dreams nightly, flashing again and again, so vividly he'd wake up gasping, slapping himself awake twice to banish the terror. Shut your mouth, he'd muttered to himself, grateful the young master hadn't deigned to notice such a minor figure. Who could have imagined the untouchable Enzo would appear, right here, at the university gate? Wang Hao, it seems Jingdu University truly teems with hidden talents today. You have thoughts on these two? The host, still animated, turned, only to find her subject utterly transformed. Wang Hao's hand had slipped from his pocket, his posture suddenly stiff and apologetic. He stammered, cutting her off. Senior sister. I just remembered. I haven't finished filling out a form at the orientation desk. My advisor's been texting me. Gotta go. Without waiting for reply, he plunged headlong into the crowd, fleeing like a startled hare, vanishing into campus grounds without daring a backward glance. He left behind a stunned host and a stream of bewildered question marks flooding the live chat. At the gate, the two vehicles glided smoothly into the temporary VIP parking zone, guided by campus security, coming to a silent, precise halt. The Enzo's butterfly doors lifted gracefully upward. A foot clad in pristine Givenchy white sneakers stepped onto the curb, untouched by dust, untouched by chaos. Tang Jing stepped out of the car. Today he wore a minimalist white sports outfit devoid of any extravagant logos, yet the drape and fit of the fabric clearly indicated it was crafted by a top-tier workshop. The sunlight bathed him, casting a faint golden glow over his figure. He wore no sunglasses and did not glance around. He simply stood still, casually adjusting the small sports bag on his shoulder with a composed gesture. The once chattering freshmen and their parents suddenly fell silent, as if the sound had been abruptly severed. All eyes were fixed on Tang Jing, filled with amazement and curiosity. A senior girl passing by pushing a suitcase stared intently in his direction, and as her high heel got caught in the drain cover, she forgot to even cry out in pain. A few club officials nearby handing out flyers dropped their pamphlets all over the ground. Tang Jing remained indifferent to the gazes directed at him. He turned and instructed the recently arrived Sun Fu and others behind him. Uncle Sun, take the others to the security office to get a pass, then go to the logistics office to register my Ferrari, and then directly take the luggage to dormitory building 4. I will come over after I finish my registration. Understood, young master. I will ensure that everything in the dormitory is ready for you. Just come over after you complete the procedures. Sun Fu nodded respectfully. Tang Jing replied with a sound of acknowledgement, picked up a document bag containing his admission notice from the adjacent seat, and with one hand in his pocket, he walked along the tree-lined path towards the campus registration direction, following the directional signs. It was not until his figure disappeared around the corner that the stagnant air at the school gate began to flow again, erupting into even more fervent discussions than before. Look at his attire. He must be a super-rich second generation. Psy people are just different. He was born at the finish line we could only dream of. Under the freshman welcome tent of the physics department counselor, Li Mei was holding a bottle of icy mineral water tightly against her forehead to cool down. This dreadful weather combined with a morning filled with tedious work made her head throb painfully. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. Wang Hao rushed into the tent breathing heavily as he collapsed onto a folding chair, grabbing a napkin from the table to wipe off sweat. What happened? Were you being chased by a wolf or something? Li Mei lowered the mineral water, shooting him an annoyed glance. Nothing. Just too hot, and I ran too fast. Wang Hao spoke in a vague manner, but his eyes could not help but dart around outside the tent, resembling a frightened bird. Just then a tall figure blocked the sunlight outside the tent. Tang Zheng paused at the table. He placed the document bag on the table, curling his index finger to lightly tap the surface twice. Tap tap. Hello teacher, I'm here to register as a new student. Li Mei looked up, momentarily dazzled by the striking appearance of the boy in front of her, then picked up a pen to prepare for registration. What's your name? Tang Zheng. As soon as these two words were spoken, the bottle of mineral water in Li Mei's hand slipped from her grip, crashing onto her leg with a thud, the icy water splashing all over her. Yet she didn't even have time to wipe it off before she stood up abruptly. In her mind, a phrase from the previous day's conversation with old Lu flashed through. One of those two names was distributed by the number one up top back in the day. Don't ask too many questions, treat him like an ordinary student, and absolutely don't treat him specially. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Old Lu made it sound easy, treating him like an ordinary student. Who would dare actually do that? Li Mei mentally groaned frantically, pulling a large handful of napkins from the table, awkwardly dabbing at the spill, her previously formal tone shifting to one of extreme politeness. You are Tang Zheng, right? The form is here, you just need to sign it. The campus card and dormitory key have already been prepared for you. Wang Hao, sitting nearby, shrank back at the mention of Tang Zheng, wishing he could meld into the back of the chair, hardly daring to breathe, yet his curiosity piqued as he secretly glanced at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng picked up the pen and swiftly signed his name, the strokes sharp and powerful against the paper. Lin Wan, a junior responsible for distributing the campus cards, had her eyes already gleaming. She had been watching the live stream at the school gate the entire time. This was the owner of that Enzo car, standing right in front of her now. Lin Wan immediately tossed aside the plastic fan she had in her hand, stood up, and naturally tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a sweet smile. Teacher Li, I see that Junior Tang is probably new and may not know the way, and since I have nothing to do right now, I can take him to the dormitory. Li Mei was eager to send this revered figure away to alleviate her own anxiety, thus she nodded repeatedly. All right, Lin Wan, please take Junior Tang to familiarize him with the environment. Lin Wan walked around the table to Tang Zheng's side, a rich scent of Joe Malone Bluebell perfume wafting towards him. Junior, let's go. My name is Lin Wan, Vice President of the Student Union. Lin Wan smiled sweetly, her demeanor exuding familiarity. Tang Zheng tilted his head, quickly scanning her. He noticed that Lin Wan wore a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover bracelet, carried a basic Coach tote bag, and wore a pair of RV square buckle flats, though the edges of those RV shoes showed clear signs of repair. Thank you, Senior. Tang Zheng's tone was neutral, lacking the enthusiastic response Lin Wan had hoped for, and he did not continue the conversation. The two walked towards the dormitory area, one in front and one behind. Along the way, Lin Wan continuously tried to find topics to bridge the distance. Junior, did you arrive in that Enzo just now? That car is really stunning. I have never seen such a cool car before. I saw in the live stream that everyone was guessing which prestigious family you belong to. Lin Wan giggled, covering her mouth, yet her gaze occasionally lingered on Tang Zheng's profile, attempting to capture his reaction. Tang Zheng maintained an expression of relaxed ease, his pace unbroken, and simply replied, it's a car from home. I just took it for a drive. In a single sentence, the conversation fell flat. Lin Wan hit a soft wall, but did not get upset. She knew that second-generation rich kids of this caliber generally had a strong sense of guard. It was fine, she had plenty of time to gradually get familiar with him. Junior, you are truly humble. If you have any questions while at school, like how to grab elective courses or which cafeteria window has the best food, feel free to reach out to me. I may not have much, but I have been here for 3 years and have many friends. Tang Zheng directly took out his phone, lit up the screen to check the time, seemingly uninterested in her words. Senior, how far is building 4? He completely ignored her attempts to be friendly, switching directly to the next task at hand. Lin Wan's smile finally faltered, and she struggled to suppress her awkwardness, pointing stiffly ahead. The red brick building ahead, is it her tone, carrying a hint of resignation. Building 4, The male dormitory was a new apartment building constructed a few years ago specifically for international students and some graduate students, far better than the ordinary dormitories. Looking at the brand new dormitory building before her, Lin Wan could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. It should be noted that the school is located in Kyoto City, where housing resources are already scarce. The seniors had been living in 6-person dormitories for many years, yet this new batch of freshmen could move directly in. The disparity in treatment was simply immense. Tang Zheng's dormitory is located on the 3rd floor, room 316. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Lin Weiner did not turn to leave immediately. Instead, she took her phone out of her bag, skillfully opened the WeChat QR code, and held the screen out in front of Tang Zheng. She deliberately softened her voice a couple of degrees, her tone rising slightly. At the end, "Junior, meeting you is fate. How about we add each other on WeChat? In the future, if you have any questions, feel free to message me. It would be more convenient." Her eyes held a hint of anticipation. Tang Zheng paused for half a second, somewhat aware of the senior's intentions. Then the corners of his mouth subtly lifted into a faint smile as he casually fabricated an excuse that even a 3-year-old would see through. "Senior, I'm sorry, but my WeChat friends are already full. Senior, you're so busy. Oh, I won't take up your time for the orientation. See you, and thank you for showing me the way." Without waiting for Lin Weiner to respond, Tang Zheng pushed open the dormitory's main door and walked towards the staircase with swift and decisive movements, showing no signs of hesitation. Lin Weiner's hand, which held the phone, instantly froze in midair, and the smile on her face also so. She never expected to be rejected like this. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, with people queuing up to pursue her. She never anticipated such a blow from this new student. She struggled to compose herself, fighting the urge to throw her phone to the ground. Ultimately, she could only awkwardly retract her hand and turn to leave, secretly thinking, "It's alright, someone with such principles deserves a person like Lin Weiner." Room 316 had its doors slightly ajar, leaving a gap 2 fingers wide. Tang Zheng pushed the door open, and a faint aroma of wood and cedar entered his nostrils, completely masking the musty and sweaty odors often associated with college dormitories. However, the scene inside the dormitory was even more awkward than he had anticipated. He saw Sun Fu, clad in pure white cotton gloves, standing beneath the window, tidying up the desk. 2 men in black suits were using a powerful German might remover, sweeping back and forth in the corners of the bed and desk as the ultraviolet light emitted a faint blue glow. The originally provided sponge mattress had already been neatly stacked outside the door, replaced by a custom-made latex mattress from Thailand covered with a high-end 4-piece bedding set from Sedanda. The wardrobe door was wide open, filled with neatly arranged seasonal new arrivals, while the bottom shelf held several opened odor-removing boxes, filling the wardrobe with a delicate fragrance. Sun Fu was always meticulous in his work. However, it was evident that his elaborate setup had startled the other 3 residents in the dormitory. Near the door sat a dark-skinned, robust boy. At that moment, he was tightly clutching a wrung-out cloth, repeatedly wiping the same section of the desk. He seemed oblivious to his surroundings, even his breathing was almost inaudible. His name was Zhao Lei, from a small mountain village in northern Shaanxi. Coming from a humble background, he had worked hard to gain admission to Jing University. The scene before him left him utterly stunned. He had never witnessed such a spectacle. On the ladder of the opposite bed, a fair-skinned boy with half-rimmed glasses was caught in a position with one leg on the ladder, holding a pillow, unsure whether to move forward or retreat, slowly shifting. He was Zhou Yu from Yangzhou. His family was relatively well off, and he had seen some of the world, but he too was at a loss at the sight before him. In front of the adjacent bed stood a chubby boy wearing a flamboyantly patterned short-sleeve shirt, fanning himself with a folding fan, looking quite awkward. His name was Song Ming, from a wealthy family in Yinjing, accustomed to the ways of affluent families, but he had never seen anyone like Tang Zheng, who decorated the dormitory so meticulously right after moving in. Hearing the door open, Sun Fu turned around immediately, displaying a respectful smile. "Young master." His voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly in the quiet dormitory. "The sanitation has been thoroughly disinfected, the bedding and daily necessities are all arranged, and the dormitory is connected to a gigabit fiber network, so there won't be any signal issues." Tang Zheng nodded, walked to his desk, and casually tossed the envelope containing his admission notice onto the table. "Thank you, Uncle Sun. It's my duty." Sun Fu removed his gloves and nodded. "If the young master has no further instructions, I will take my leave." Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. Sun Fu quietly led the other 2 men out, also closing the door behind them. The sound of leather shoes gradually faded in the corridor. At that moment, the air in the dormitory seemed to finally resume its circulation. Tang Zheng pulled out the ergonomically designed chair and sat down, turning to curiously observe the 3 individuals before him. His gaze first landed on Zhao Lei, noting the clean domestic canvas shoes on his feet, the tidy but slightly worn t-shirt around the collar, and the obvious calluses on his hands. Looking into Zhao Lei's clear and honest eyes, Tang Jing thought to himself, this must be a hard-working and simple-minded guy. Next, he turned to Zhou Yu, who had already placed his pillow down and climbed down from the ladder. He wore a pair of basic Nike shoes worth $700 or $800, and on the table sat a brand-new Asus gaming laptop, a typical configuration for a middle-class family. Zhou Yu appeared refined with half-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Finally, Tang Jing looked at Song Ming, who wore a cheerful smile, dressed in an exaggeratedly patterned Adidas tracksuit, with the IWC pilot's watch reflecting the light on his wrist. The chubby figure and the brand-name outfit clearly indicated that he was a rich kid from a well-off family. Tang Jing retracted his gaze and smiled as he began to introduce himself. Hello, everyone, my name is Tang Jing. His voice was steady, devoid of any condescension. These few words seemed to press some sort of switch. Song Ming was the first to react, immediately beaming with a warm smile, as he took a few steps forward and began to introduce himself. I'm Song Ming from Yanjing. Before I came here, my dad told me that Jing University is filled with hidden talents. Now that I see young Master Tang's setup, I'm completely convinced. Young Master Tang, please take good care of me in the future. Zhou Yu, he quickly chimed in, adjusting his glasses with a smile. I'm from Yangzhou, and I enjoy playing games. If you play too, we can team up later. I'm Zhao Lei, he said, a bit awkwardly, moving closer to the group, rubbing his hands on his pants. I'm from Northern. Don't be fooled by my thinness, I'm quite strong. If you need help carrying water or moving things in the dorm, Tang Jing smiled and replied, we're all classmates and we'll be together for 4 years. It's only right to look out for each other. By the way, I wanted to ask if we're all in the same class. Song Ming nodded repeatedly, yes. We're all in class 1 of the physics department. He then pulled out a pack of soft Zhonghua cigarettes from somewhere and pushed it toward everyone. Do you smoke? Zhou Yu quickly waved his hands in refusal. I can't, my respiratory system isn't great. If you smoke, by the way, I have some Yangzhou beef taffy that my mom asked me to bring. You should try it. Sure, just be mindful not to smoke in the dorm. I'll stick to the taffy. Song Ming laughed as he popped a piece of taffy into his mouth, chewing and saying, this candy is really sweet. Zhao Lei chuckled, rubbed his palms on his pants, pulled out a cigarette without lighting it, and said, back home, we only smoke dry tobacco. I'll give this good stuff a try later. Tang Jing waved his hand, as well, mentioning that he didn't smoke much. I want smoke, you guys feel free. Song Ming saw Tang Jing wave his hand and casually tossed the newly unwrapped soft Zhonghua onto his desk. He rubbed his belly and looked at the others helplessly, saying, after a busy morning, my stomach is already singing the empty city stratagem. Brother Tang, shall we go? The 4 of us should head to the first canteen together for a meal. Before I came here, I did some research and heard that the sweet and sour ribs and braised lion's head at the first canteen of Jingda are exceptional, but they are not often made. Only during the beginning of the school year and on festive days will the chef prepare a few pots. If we don't try it today, it would be a great loss. Zhou Yu immediately took the beef candy he was holding, crumpled it, and stuffed it into his mouth, pushing up his half-frame glasses. Looking at the time, he said anxiously, hurry up, hurry up. I heard that the first canteen not only has delicious food, but also many people. If we arrive late, we won't even get a seat by the window. The 4 of them left the dormitory building together and walked along the tree-lined path toward the first canteen. The September sun was still scorching as if it wanted to roast people, but the shaded path was quite cool. Walking among the crowd, Tang Jing stood out remarkably. He had broad shoulders and a slim waist. Walking with his back naturally straight, his pace neither hurried nor slow, he exuded a unique sense of relaxation, like a slender poplar standing atop a snow-capped mountain, contrasting sharply with the freshers around him, who had just endured 3 years of intense high school study, some hunched, some dragging, some drenched in sweat. As the 4 passed the artificial lake, a few girls walked towards them in pairs. The girls, who had been chattering excitedly, suddenly stuttered in unison when their gazes swept over Tang Jing. One girl with a bun in her hair, whose iced lemon water tilted in her hand, almost spilled on her canvas shoes. She stared intently at Tang Jing's profile, excitedly jabbing her elbow into her companion. Lowering her voice, she said, wow, which department is that guy from? He's so handsome. His looks could easily overshadow a whole bunch of pretty boys in our school. Another girl chimed in, yeah, but I don't think I've seen him around school before. He might be a new student this year. Oh, how I wish I could get to know him. These fragmented discussions drifted into the ears of the 4. Song Ming lightly bumped Zhou Yu with his shoulder, lowering his voice and raising his eyebrows. Did you see that? Those little girls are completely captivated by Brother Tang. Hanging out with him for these 4 years, we're bound to have a chance of finding a girlfriend. Who knows, we might even get to know some pretty senior sisters. Zhou Yu looked enviously at Tang Jing and sighed, I can't compare. If I had Brother Tang's height and looks, would I still be single until now? he would have likely found a girlfriend long ago. It's funny to say the three of them were at most considered handsome, so it's understandable why they couldn't find girlfriends. But the fact that Tang Zheng, so handsome, was still single, puzzled them. Was it because he was too outstanding, making it hard for others to approach him, which resulted in him having no friends? However, Tang Zheng had long since grown accustomed to the gazes directed at him. He ignored the attention and continued to walk at a relaxed pace. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the first canteen, where a rich aroma of food wafted towards them. The huge glass doors were wide open, and inside people were bustling about a sea of faces. The long line in front of the serving window stretched into the aisle. The clattering of trays, the shouting of the cafeteria ladies, and the laughter of students blended together, creating a cacophony that made one's eardrums buzz. Zhao Lei craned his neck to look inside, a hint of surprise showing on his dark face, and couldn't help but exclaim, "My dear mother, there are so many people. I've never seen this many at a market back in my hometown. How long will it take to get food? This is what university life should be like. More people means the food is delicious. Watch me, follow me." Relying on his large build, Song Ming forcibly squeezed a path through the crowd, turning back to beckon the three of them, "This way, this way. The second window has more ribs. Let's queue there, we're sure to get some delicious ribs." The four stood behind the second window. Tang Zheng stood at the back of the line, looking up at the menu ahead. At that moment, several girls who looked like seniors began frequently turning back in the queue at the adjacent third window, their gazes occasionally darting towards Tang Zheng. One girl in a spaghetti-strap dress boldly took out her phone, pretending to take a selfie with the ceiling, but in reality her camera was secretly tilted towards Tang Zheng, trying to take a candid shot of him. Feeling the direction of the phone's camera, Tang Zheng subtly frowned. While he didn't mind being seen, he disliked such sneaky angles. Thus, he shifted half a step to the right, just in time to block the girl's shot with Song Ming's broad back. The girl saw a large patch of flashy Adidas fabric suddenly filling her screen, and stomped her foot in frustration, thinking to herself, "What a pity. I finally encountered a handsome guy, but I couldn't capture his full look. Brothers, what do you want to eat? This meal is on me, just to celebrate our dormitory officially coming together. From now on, we are good brothers who share joys and sorrows." Song Ming turned around, patting his chest with grandeur. Zhou Yu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "Anything is fine, I'm not picky as long as it fills my stomach." As soon as Zhao Lei heard this, he quickly waved his hand, a sincere smile on his face. "No way. I can get my own food. I brought money. I can't let you treat me. We're all classmates. How can I let you spend money?" Tang Zheng also smiled nonchalantly, patting Zhao Lei on the shoulder. "All right, let the fat guy treat us for this first meal today. His money has been jumping around all day. He won't mind this little bit. You can buy us drinks tomorrow." Zhao Lei hesitated for a moment, but ultimately let his hand drop, mumbling an okay. He thought to himself, "Fine, I'll definitely treat everyone to drinks tomorrow. I can't let Brother Tang and the others think I'm too stingy." The line continued to move slowly forward. Suddenly, there was quite a commotion at the entrance of the canteen. The originally crowded aisle parted like Moses parting the sea, with students instinctively shrinking to either side, creating a vacuum space more than a meter wide. Following that came the crisp sound of high heels clicking on the marble floor, cutting through the surrounding noise, drawing closer. Tap, tap, tap. Tang Zheng turned to look in the direction of the sound, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Oh, it's her." A girl walked into the canteen with a brisk, elegant stride. She appeared to be over 1.7 meters tall, with long, straight legs. Wearing a pair of white ankle boots accentuated her tall figure. Her long, wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders, and her striking features were stunningly beautiful, exuding an almost aggressive allure. Wherever she walked, although the boys couldn't help but steal glances at her, none dared to hold her gaze for more than 3 seconds. As she passed the crowded line, she showed no regard for the gazes directed at her, not lifting her eyelids even once, and walked straight into the canteen. "Wow." Song Ming's eyes widened like saucers, his voice tinged with excitement. "Why is she eating in the canteen?" Zhou Yu poked half of his head out from behind Song Ming, curiously asking, "Who is this? This person looks so cool." His tone was filled with admiration for the individual before him. Song Ming pressed Zhou Yu's head down and leaned in between Tang Zheng and Zhou Yu, eagerly explaining. "Her name is Shun Yiqing. She is a senior in the management department of our school, an absolute standout. She's incredibly beautiful, comes from a wealthy family, but has a bit of a fiery temper. It's best not to provoke her at school, or you'll be in for trouble." Rumor has it that when she first entered school in her freshman year, a rich second-generation kid whose family was in real estate chased her for 3 months, unyielding and undeterred, driving his Porsche 911 to the dormitory every day to confess to her with heart-shaped candles. The scene was quite spectacular. In the end, this lady found him too loud while she was trying to take a nap, and went down with a fire axe, smashing the front windshield and hood of that 911 to smithereens. Later that senior couldn't swallow this grievance and spread rumors about her at school, trying to tarnish her. But within a few days, he was suddenly beaten into a concussion by a few mental patients who charged at him, and he stayed in the hospital for half a year before transferring schools after being discharged. Some say those mental patients were hired by senior sister Shun, but that's just a rumor. The truth is unknown. However, since then no one dared to provoke her at school, knowing she was not to be trifled with. Zhao Lei listened in disbelief, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Smashing a car. How much would that cost? The school didn't expel her. The school actually didn't expel her. That's incredible. Song Ming chuckled and said, who knows? But it seems like Senior Shin's family has quite the background, and since her academic performance is excellent, she hasn't committed any major mistakes at school, so the school probably just turned a blind eye. Moreover, after that incident, no one dared to cause trouble during her nap time, which indirectly created a better resting environment for everyone. Tang Zheng silently listened to Song Ming's explanation, his gaze fixed on the tall silhouette, and said nothing. A flicker of complex emotion passed through his eyes. In fact, he had met Shin Yiqing before. She was the one who left him $1 million as a reservation fee on the cruise. He had searched for her in the morning, but couldn't find her yet. Today, he unexpectedly saw her again in the school cafeteria. However, now in the cafeteria with people coming and going, hundreds of eyes watching, if he were to walk over now and slap a $2 million check in front of her, no matter how he explained it, it would definitely be interpreted differently by others. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng sighed inwardly. There will be plenty of time in the future. After all, they are in the same school. It would be better to find an opportunity to return it to her next time. But this matter is indeed troublesome, he muttered to himself. Tanggu, what are you daydreaming about? It's Song Ming waved an empty plate in front of Tang Zheng, interrupting his thoughts. Nothing, let's get our food. Tang Zheng regained his composure and pointed to the dishes in the glass display. The four of them finally found an empty four-person table in the corner after some effort. Zhao Lei grabbed a paper towel and quickly wiped the grease off the table before inviting everyone to sit down. Tanggu, your braised pork looks more than mine. The cafeteria lady definitely favors you. Zhou Yu scooped a mouthful of rice, glaring indignantly at the small mountain of meat on Tang Zheng's plate, mumbling. But to be fair, the taste of the braised pork was indeed good, with a shiny red color, rich, but not greasy. Taking a bite, the full meaty aroma spread in his mouth, leaving him craving for more. The four of them returned to the dormitory after finishing their meal. Burp. Song Ming pushed open the door to room 316, letting out a loud belch, casually flicking a used toothpick accurately into the trash can behind the door. Then he plopped down onto his chair, which let out an unusually creaky sound. The braised pork at the cafeteria is amazing, but it does scratch my throat a bit if I eat too much. As he spoke, Song Ming picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip. Zhou Yu took off his glasses and wiped the dust off the lenses, nodding in agreement. Zhao Lei walked to the wash basin, turned on the faucet, and splashed some cold water on his face, washing away the grease from the corners of his mouth. Looking at himself in the mirror, a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Tang Zheng pulled out a chair and casually flipped open the manual on the table. It was a hand-drawn campus map of Jingda prepared by Sun Fu, marking each building's location, the offices of various leaders, and the positions of stores in the living area with red ink, very detailed. Looking at the map, Tang Zheng couldn't help but picture the layout of Jingda's campus in his mind, contemplating the routes for classes and daily life. The dormitory fell silent for no more than 2 minutes. Suddenly, Song Ming's phone on the table vibrated several times. He grabbed his phone and swiped the screen, his previously squinted eyes widening, instantly revealing a look of surprise on his face. Holy crap! Brothers, check the group chat. The counselor posted a notice in the freshman group asking everyone to gather at the 3rd teaching building, room 401 at 5 p.m. for a class meeting, and we have to do some ice-breaking self-introductions. In the evening, we also have to go to the logistics office to collect our military training uniforms. After reading the notice, Song Ming sighed helplessly. Zhou Yu adjusted his glasses back on his nose with a pained expression, lamenting, so soon. I thought I could rest for a couple of days. The train from Yangzhou to Yanjing nearly broke my bones. I still haven't recovered, and now we have to attend a class meeting, collect military uniforms, and also do military training. How are we supposed to get through this? Tang Zheng closed the manual, his gaze landing on the camphor trees outside the window. For him, military training, which is designed for ordinary college students, barely counts as a warm-up. However, since he had no other matters to attend to, he didn't think about skipping military training, considering it a part of the college experience. At 4:50 p.m. in the 3rd teaching building, room 401, when the four of them entered through the back door, the classroom was already filled with a considerable number of students. The air was mixed with the sense of perfumed sweat and the fresh pulp of newly unwrapped textbooks. Song Ming stood in the aisle, stretching his neck like a radar, scanning the room, twice before slumping down onto a seat in the third to last row, his face filled with disappointment. "It's over, it's all over," Song Ming muttered to himself. Zhao Lei sat down beside him, awkwardly placing his hands on his knees, confused, and asked, "What's wrong, Song Go? What's over?" Song Ming pounded the table in despair and said, "The male-to-female ratio. Just look at this classroom, it's filled with guys, and there are only 5 or 6 girls in total, all sitting in the front row. Our physics major is practically a monastery study group. How are we supposed to find girlfriends later?" Tang Zheng sat down at the window seat, twisted open a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and did not respond. The gender ratio in science and engineering is already a disaster area, especially in the exceptionally brain-intensive physics major. Clearly, Song Ming did not prepare himself mentally before coming, and his current reaction is quite normal. At 5 o'clock sharp, the front door of the classroom was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a shiny bald head dressed in a faded jacket walked in, clutching a worn briefcase under his arm. This person needs no introduction, judging by his hairline and attire. He fits the mold of a standard old professor or a seasoned advisor. However, what made the group of boys below green with envy was the figure following the middle-aged man. In a white shirt and high-waisted jeans, wearing a pair of white canvas shoes, she held a thick stack of name lists in her arms. "Please be quiet." The middle-aged man tossed the briefcase onto the podium and tapped the microphone. "I am your new advisor, Li Jiangguo. The teacher you met before, Li Mei, cannot continue as your advisor due to family matters. For the next 4 years, academic matters will be handled by the respective subject teachers, while I will be in charge of the mundane aspects of life." Li Jiangguo spoke with a strong northern accent, straightforward and crisp. "I am usually busy in the lab and don't have time to keep an eye on you every day. Therefore, this is your junior sister who will be your class assistant for this cohort of Physics 1. Li Jiangguo stepped aside to make room for the girl next to him. "Linwan, please say a few words to everyone." Tang Zheng paused for a moment, holding the bottle of mineral water. He glanced over the row of black heads in the front and looked towards the podium. What a coincidence. The senior who had just rejected his WeChat friend request with a clumsy excuse was now turning into their class assistant. Lin Wan took a step forward, wearing an impeccable sweet smile. "Hello, junior brothers, I am Lin Wan. I will assist Teacher Li in handling the military training and class affairs for the first semester. If anyone has any difficulties, feel free to come to me." The crowd erupted in excitement. The boys clapped wildly, and Song Ming clapped especially loud, his fleshy face shaking along. "Wow, a beauty. Brother Tang, this is a win. Although the advisor has turned into a bald teacher, there's another." Tang Zheng said nothing, quietly watching the performance on the podium. He noticed that when Lin Wan introduced herself, her gaze swept across the back row and landed precisely in the corner where he was sitting. In those beautiful eyes there was a hint of mockery, as if they had met again. "All right, time is tight." Li Jiangguo knocked on the blackboard. "Now please come up one by one for a self-introduction and write your names on the blackboard. By the way, we need to appoint a temporary class leader today, mainly responsible for communication and coordination during the upcoming military training. Is there anyone who would like to volunteer?" The classroom fell silent immediately. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Hao stood up, his black leather shoes polished to a shine. As he stepped forward, his shoes made a crisp sound against the tiled floor. "Teacher Li, I will." Wang Hao stood tall, his chin slightly raised, looking directly at Li Jiangguo at the podium, his tone exuding confidence. "My name is Wang Hao, a local from Kyoto. I have been the class leader for 3 years in high school, and I am very familiar with the processes of class coordination, personnel arrangement, and logistics distribution." Li Jiangguo nodded, pulling out a name list from his briefcase, quickly locating Wang Hao's name and marking it with a pen. "All right, then, it's you. Having someone proactive makes my job easier. Good luck." Li Jiangguo tapped the edge of the blackboard. "As for the rest, please come up in order of your student numbers, write your names on the blackboard, and briefly introduce yourselves. We will all be living under the same roof for 4 years, so let's recognize each other's faces. We don't want to end up meeting like strangers later." The chalk scraped against the blackboard, producing a dry sound. One by one, the boys took turns walking up to the podium, some nervously stumbling over their words, while others spoke confidently and fluently. When Song Ming went up, the flesh on his stomach wobbled with every step. He grabbed a piece of chalk and scrawled his name unevenly on the blackboard. Then he turned around and grinned, saying, "My name is Song Ming, I'm from Yinjing, and my hobbies include eating all kinds of delicious food and playing games. My biggest wish is to find a partner during these 4 years. Brothers, if you go to social events in the future, don't forget to bring me along." The audience burst into laughter, but Song Ming didn't mind casually walking off the podium. Next, Zhou Yu, pushing up his half-frame glasses, stepped up with a clear voice. "My name is Zhou Yu, I'm from Yangzhou, and I enjoy reading." After a brief introduction, he quickly walked off the stage. Zhao Lei appeared somewhat shy, wiping the sweat from his palms on his pants before slowly stepping onto the stage. My name is Zhao Lei. I'm from Northern Shaanxi. My specialty is strength, so if you need help moving heavy things in the future, just call me. After saying that, he blushed and hurried back to his seat. Finally, it was Tang Zheng's turn. He calmly pushed back his chair, stood up from the corner of the third-to-last row, and walked down the aisle. His posture was straight, and his handsome face drew the previously buzzing chatter of the classroom to an abrupt silence, all eyes focused on him. Tang Zheng reached the podium, picked up the longest piece of chalk from the box, turned around, and wrote his name on the blackboard. The strokes were vigorous and strong, starting and ending decisively with chalk dust falling in a flurry. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the curious eyes below, and smiled, saying, "My name is Tang Zheng. I'm from Kyoto." Just these 5 words with not a single superfluous comment. He tossed the chalk back into the box, brushed off the white dust from his hands, and turned to walk back to his seat in the back row. The classroom fell silent for a few seconds as several boys in the front exchanged glances filled with envy and jealousy. Not only was this person tall, but he was also strikingly attractive, overshadowing all the boys in the class simply by standing there. A boy sitting by the aisle whispered to his deskmate, "With a guy like him, if we go to social events with other departments, as long as he is present, all the girls' attention will definitely be on him. We probably won't even get a sip of soup. Yeah, in the future, we should keep our distance from him during social events. It's infuriating to be compared to him. With him around, it will be too difficult for us to stand out in these 4 years." Lin Wan, sitting at the assistant position beside the podium, had her gaze fixed on Tang Zheng's back the entire time. Li Jiangguo glanced at his watch, seeing that it was about time, stood up, and said, "All right, since everyone has met, we will conclude for today. Wang Hao, please take the class to the logistics office to collect the military training uniforms for everyone. We will meet at the first playground at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Don't be late." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd began to surge out, with students chatting in groups as they made their way to the classroom door. Tang Zheng and his dorm mates also walked down the aisle towards the back door. Just as they reached the door, they found the aisle blocked. Lin Wan was leaning against the door frame, holding a stack of forms. Tang Zheng, classmate. Lin Wan lit up her phone screen, revealing her WeChat personal QR code. "Join the class group and also add my WeChat. This way, if there are any sudden situations in class, I can notify." Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks, his gaze landing on the QR code, but he showed no intention of taking out his phone. "Where's the class group QR code?" he asked indifferently. "You can scan mine and it'll add you to the group." Lin Wan's smile remained sweet, as if she had not noticed Tang Zheng's indifference. Tang Zheng averted his gaze, his tone calm. "There's no need to trouble you. Just have class leader Wang Hao add me. He is the class leader." After saying that, he turned and brushed past Lin Wan, his shoulder grazing the other side of the door frame, leaving Lin Wan with her hand holding the phone suspended in midair. The draft from the corridor blew and causing the forms in her hand to rustle loudly, making the scene unusually desolate. A long line formed in front of the logistics department's warehouse. Several thin logistics uncles wearing flip-flops tossed stacks of green training uniforms packed in snakeskin bags onto a long table. Song Ming clutched a pair of oversized camouflage pants, tugging at the waistband with force. "This fabric is so non-breathable. Wearing this under the sun for a whole day would surely stink." "What size did you get, Tang Gui?" Tang Zheng glanced at the label on the transparent packaging bag. 185. Zhao Lei carefully held the clothes tightly against his chest, afraid of getting them dirty. He spoke with a strong dialect, smiling as he said, "I think it's great. This uniform is sturdy and durable. It was the most suitable attire for working in the fields back home." After everyone received their uniforms, they dispersed, and the night passed without incident. The next morning at 7:50, the first training ground. The September sun was unforgiving, the morning light glaring white, and the track seemed to be melting under the intense heat, with hot air seeping into their pant legs. More than 3,000 new students stood uniformly in green training uniforms on the playground. From a distance, they formed a vibrant, yet somewhat mottled color patch, exuding a youthful spirit under the sunlight. Class 1 was positioned in the southeast corner, near the barbed wire. "Stand at attention." A powerful shout rang out from the front of the formation. A dark-skinned man in a short-sleeved training uniform marched with strong rhythmic steps to the front of the line. "My surname is Chun O. I am your military training instructor from now on. I have only one rule: obey orders. I don't care what kind of young master you are at home. In my territory, if you're a dragon, you must coil. Oh, if you're a tiger, you must lie down." Instructor Chin's gaze was sharp as an eagle scanning the line. He marched along the first row, each step firm and powerful, making a bang-bang sound on the ground. A common tactic for new recruits is to single out a typical example on the first day to establish authority. By suppressing the most conspicuous person in the line, subsequent training would proceed smoothly. The boys in the front rows straightened their backs as their eyes met Chin's piercing gaze, not daring to breathe. When Chun reached the edge of the third row, he stopped. His gaze fell upon Tang Zheng. At that moment, the surrounding classmates were already sweating profusely due to the heat and tension, their breathing becoming rough, and their bodies swayed slightly. But Tang Zheng was entirely different. His breathing was steady, and even his posture impeccable, standing straight like a young pine tree, his weight firmly on the balls of his feet. That calmness emanating from his very core seemed almost out of place for a high school graduate just entering university. Instructor Chen's gaze shifted to Tang Zheng's hands. Tang Zheng's fingers naturally curled slightly, perfectly aligned with the seam of his pants, his stance so standard that it was beyond reproach. After assessing his appearance, Instructor Chen immediately made a judgment. The typical example he was looking for was him. The one on the far left of the third row. Step out. Instructor Chen pointed at Tang Zheng. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng took 2 steps forward and stood firm, maintaining his upright posture, calmly meeting Instructor Chen's gaze. "What's your name?" Instructor Chen asked. "Tang Zheng. Your military stance is quite standard. Have you practiced?" Instructor Chen continued to probe, a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. "No," Tang Zheng replied without changing his expression. Instructor Chen approached him, standing less than half a meter away. Their eyes locked, and a palpable tension filled the air. Tang Zheng's gaze also fell on Instructor Chen's right hand, which bore thick calluses at the base of the thumb and the inside of the first joint of the index finger, a sign of years of training with real firearms similar to Ivan's hands. It seemed this instructor was not ordinary. Instructor Chen fixed his cold gaze on Tang Zheng's eyes and said, "Since you haven't practiced, let me see your physical endurance. Demonstrate for everyone. Run 5 laps around the 400-meter track. If you can't finish, the whole class will stand here under the sun with you." As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of suppressed unrest rippled through the ranks. Song Ming bit his teeth, anxiously murmuring in a low voice from the back row, "Is this instructor crazy? Coming in without teaching anything and directly punishing with 2,000 meters. This weather could be deadly." Wang Hao, standing in the front row, opened his mouth slightly. Tang Zheng understood that this instructor wanted to make an example of him. Tang Zheng looked at Instructor Chen. He knew that if he acted now, he could definitely overpower this instructor within 10 moves, but there was no need. The rules of military training are about obedience and suppression. Rather than wasting breath here, it was better to resolve trouble quickly. "If I finish the 5 laps, can I rest under the shade of a tree?" Tang Zheng asked. Instructor Chen, having taught so many students, he had heard pleas or angry protests when faced with a 2,000-meter penalty, but this kid was calmly negotiating terms, which surprised him. "All right then." Instructor Chen's lips curled slightly as he took off the stopwatch from his wrist, saying, "As long as you can finish in under 8 minutes, you won't have to participate in today's training. You can stay under the shade." Running 2,000 meters in 8 minutes is nearly impossible for an ordinary university student's fitness test, let alone under the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees. Instructor Chen thought to himself that this kid was about to face some hardship. "It's a deal." Tang Zheng's eyes were firm as he turned and stepped onto the track. Starting off, Tang Zheng didn't sprint intentionally. He maintained a steady, broad stride, much like a cheetah on the hunt. His shoes made a rhythmic sound as they brushed against the rubber track. Each step landed precisely on the balls of his feet, perfectly converting the reaction force into forward thrust, his upper body steady as a rock, and even the swing of his arms was measured with precision. First lap, 1 minute and 15 seconds. Second lap, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He still maintained a consistent speed, his breathing showing no signs of disturbance. Students from Class 1 on the sidelines were dumbfounded, staring at Tang Zheng in disbelief. Wang Hao swallowed hard, tugging at his collar, sweat rolling down his cheeks as he muttered, "This speed. Does he not even need to breathe heavily?" Song Ming excitedly clenched his fists in the ranks, his eyes filled with admiration as he shouted, "Go Tang Ge! Tang Ge is awesome." Instructor Chen looked down at the stopwatch in his hand. His originally stern face gradually turned serious, his brows furrowing as he rubbed the edge of the stopwatch with his thumb. This stride control, this breathing frequency, such muscle memory could only result from rigorous physical training. This kid had definitely practiced. It seemed he had met a tough challenge today. As the 4th lap ended, Tang Zheng still maintained his initial pace, neither speeding up nor slowing down. Just as he approached the last bend of the 5th lap, a deep roar of a sports car engine suddenly echoed by the wire fence surrounding the playground. A red Porsche Cayenne came to a steady stop by the roadside. The car door swung open, and a pair of white short boots stepped onto the cement pavement. Shen Yiqing wore a fitted black knitted short sleeve today, perfectly outlining her slender waist, paired with high-waisted denim shorts that revealed her long, fair legs. She wore a pair of oversized sunglasses that covered most of her face, holding a document in her hand. She was just driving past the first playground intending to submit her study abroad application materials to the dean's office in the main building. Her peripheral vision swept across the track. A figure in camouflage sprinting past the finish line at an incredible speed caught her attention. With a tall posture and a well-defined profile, the relaxed aura emanating from him stood out starkly among thousands of new students in identical uniforms who appeared weary and disheveled. She reached up to remove her sunglasses, squinting her eyes as she stared intently in that direction. That face she could never mistake. "Report, instructor, I've finished running." His breathing remained steady, the rise and fall of his chest minimal, and only a thin sheen of sweat dotted his forehead, completely devoid of the panting and drenched appearances that other students might have imagined. 6 minutes and 42 seconds. Tang Zheng glanced at the stopwatch in Instructor Chen's hand. "Can I go rest under the shade of the tree?" Instructor Chen swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Tang Zheng. For a long time he could not utter a single word. Though his heart was filled with confusion and shock, he had to admit Tang Zheng's excellence. This performance would earn a commendation even among the elite soldiers in their battalion. Not to mention he was a college student who had not warmed up at all in the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees. "Go, you're done for today." Instructor Chen reluctantly pocketed the stopwatch, his voice dry. Tang Zheng nodded, turning towards the row of sturdy camphor trees at the edge of the playground. His pace was leisurely, exuding a sense of grace and ease. At the moment he turned his head, his gaze inadvertently swept across the wire fence surrounding the playground. A girl, seemingly electrified, suddenly turned towards the roadside sports car and immediately pressed the window button. The black bulletproof glass rose instantly, blocking her face completely. Tang Zheng halted, squinting at the familiar silhouette, a hint of doubt surging in his heart. Why did this person react as if she was guilty? What was she hiding? Was she someone he knew? Tang Zheng quickly ran through the possibilities in his mind, but couldn't recall, eventually shaking his head, thinking he might have seen it wrong. Tang Zheng found a relatively flat patch of grass under the camphor tree and laid down directly. He closed his eyes, savoring the coolness of the shade. Meanwhile, Shun Yiqing returned to the car, gripping the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Frustrated, she honked the horn, inwardly scolding herself. What am I hiding from? How could he be a Jingda, still wearing the military training uniform of a freshman? Shun Yiqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with confusion and embarrassment. The incident from that night was already awkward, and she had even left him a million. She thought they would never see each other again, achieving a clean break, but now he turned out to be her junior at the same school. If she found out he was spreading rumors at school, she would definitely find someone to break his legs. However, Shun Yiqing also knew that such thoughts were merely a moment of anger. She could never actually do that, it would only make things worse. She could only pray that Tang Zheng wouldn't speak of that incident, and decided to avoid him as much as possible. The sun rose higher, and the ultraviolet rays were so intense that they could scorch a layer of skin off. In Class 1's formation, cries of despair echoed continuously. The students stood straight under the blazing sun, sweat streaming down their faces, soaking their military training uniforms. Song Ming's military training uniform was completely soaked with sweat, and sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging painfully, yet he dared not even lift his hand to wipe it away. Because Instructor Chun was pacing back and forth among the ranks with a stern face, his hands clasped behind him, his gaze was like that of an eagle watching its prey. Anyone who made the slightest move would be harshly reprimanded. Instructor Chun was very irate at the moment. He had failed to establish his authority and instead was overshadowed by a student. With no outlet for his pent-up anger, he could only unleash it upon this group of ordinary students. Stand straight. Keep your back straight. You're here for military training, not on vacation. Instructor Chen's roar echoed across the playground, causing the students to involuntarily shiver. Song Ming glanced sideways, stealing a look at the camphor tree a few dozen meters away. There lay Tang Zheng, his hands behind his head, eyes closed, sleeping soundly. The gentle breeze rustled the leaves, casting dappled shadows, a sight so serene it made one want to punch him. Tang Zheng was truly extraordinary. Song Ming lamented inwardly. Had he known that running 5 laps would earn such comfortable treatment, he wouldn't have been able to finish. Wang Hao stood at the back row, sweat dripping from his nose. He too caught sight of Tang Zheng, his face filled with envy. He, the self-proclaimed excellent class monitor who volunteered for this, stood like a fool, while the handsome guy from the same class was now lying in the shade sleeping. Furthermore, knowing the gap between his family and that of the handsome guy made the disparity feel like a thorn in his heart. The difference between people was indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. At 11:10 in the morning, a military jeep with a white license plate slowly stopped at the edge of the playground. The door opened, and a middle-aged officer with 2 bars and a star on his shoulder stepped down. This was the chief instructor of this military training at Jingda, Captain Lei. With his hands clasped behind his back, Captain Lei inspected along the edge of the track. The instructors of each formation stood straight and saluted as they saw him. Captain Lei nodded slightly and continued walking forward. When he reached the area of Class 1, his footsteps suddenly halted. His gaze swept over the crookedly aligned ranks, following the gazes of many students, and locked onto the green figure lying under the camphor tree. He frowned, slightly puzzled about why this student was lying there. "Xiaochun, come here for a moment." Captain Lei waved at Instructor Chun, his voice low, but laced with undeniable authority. Instructor Chun hurried over and saluted with a standard military salute. "Captain, what's the matter with the one lying under the tree? Did he suffer from heat stroke, or is he an injured cadet?" Captain Lei pointed in Tang Zheng's direction and asked. Instructor Chin's face flushed with a mix of red and white, his heart entangled in turmoil. Admitting this was indeed somewhat embarrassing, yet he dared not conceal it. He could only brace himself and report the events of the morning in full detail. "You say he ran 2,000 meters, and he did it in 7 minutes. Team Leader Lei's eyebrows instantly knitted together into a frown, his gaze filled with skepticism, looking at Instructor Chun as if he were a lying rookie. In his view, this was utterly absurd. How could an ordinary university student achieve such a feat? 6 minutes and 42 seconds. I personally timed it, maintaining a steady pace throughout. He didn't even seem out of breath at the finish line." Instructor Chun responded honestly, his tone laced with a hint of helplessness, but more so with certainty. He understood that this achievement was indeed astonishing, yet it was what he had witnessed firsthand. Team Leader Lei fell silent for a moment, not uttering a word, and walked directly towards the camphor tree. He wanted to see for himself what kind of good seedling could astonish this instructor who held himself in such high regard. Upon reaching the tree, Team Leader Lei remained silent, observing Tang Zheng from a high vantage point. Tang Zheng still had his eyes closed, seemingly unresponsive to the external commotion. His breathing was steady, making him appear as if he was truly asleep. However, Team Leader Lei, a veteran who had been through peacekeeping missions, never judged solely by appearances. He closely scrutinized Tang Zheng's rising and falling chest, as well as the arm resting at his side, which seemed relaxed, but was actually taut with muscle. This was far from the sleeping posture of an ordinary university student. It was a state of hyper-alertness where this body could unleash lethal force in mere seconds at the slightest hint of danger. Moreover, Team Leader Lei could even sense that although the other party's eyes were closed, his focus was entirely locked onto him. This kid is no ordinary person. Team Leader Lei stood in place for a full half-minute, inwardly admiring, before saying nothing and turning back to where Instructor Chun was. He asked, "What is this student's name?" "Tang Zheng." "All right, you carry on training your troops as usual, but pay more attention to him. As long as he doesn't disrupt discipline, let him be." Team Leader Lei dropped this remark and turned, getting into the jeep and driving off in a cloud of dust. Instructor Chin stood rooted in place, utterly bewildered. The captain's response was quite unusual. Usually during training, when faced with a troublemaker, he was the first to fix the situation. However, since the captain had said so, Instructor Chun felt a sense of relief and turned to continue drilling the unfortunate new students. Time flew by, and soon it was 11:30 in the morning. Beep! A sharp whistle pierced the air above the training ground. "Morning training is over, disperse." Instructor Chun issued the command. The formation, which had been standing like wooden stakes, collapsed as if its bones had been pulled out. Wails and complaints erupted in chorus. Song Ming plopped down on the scorching plastic track, rubbing his sore calves. Tang Zheng opened his eyes under the tree, stretched lazily, and stood up, slowly brushing off the grass clippings from his pants. As he took out his phone, the screen lit up. "Incoming call, Xinqing." Tang Zheng pressed the answer button and brought the phone to his ear. Xinqing's brisk voice came through. "Boss, the acquisition of shares in the Zhang Group that you mentioned earlier is basically finalized. We just need your signature on the last few transfer agreements. Is it convenient for you during military training?" Tang Zheng leaned against the rough trunk of the camphor tree, unconsciously picking away a piece of bark while glancing at the sea of green people dispersing on the training ground. "Let's meet at the south gate of Kyoto University at 5:30 this afternoon. Sure, we'll be there on time." The afternoon sun blazed even hotter, the heat waves rising from the ground, making one feel dizzy. Team Leader Lei didn't make an appearance during the afternoon training, and Instructor Chin kept his promise, not even glancing at Tang Zheng, allowing him to lie in the shade for the entire afternoon. At 5:30, the dismissal whistle blew right on time. Song Ming dragged his legs, feeling as if they were leaden, collapsing like a dead dog on the grass. With a pained expression, he said, "I can't take it anymore. Tenga, you have to help me get a portion of the sweet and sour ribs from the cafeteria tonight. I want to be able to get out of bed in the morning with these legs." Tang Zheng took off his camo cap and brushed off the dust on it. He smiled and said, I'm not going to the cafeteria for now, I have some personal matters to attend to. You guys can handle it yourselves for now. Nearby, another classmate who had been envious all day was twisting the cap off a bottle of mineral water. Hearing this, he paused momentarily. He turned his head and pretended to casually mutter, "What personal matters could there be at the start of the semester?" Tang Zheng ignored him, stuffed his cap into his pocket, and turned to walk toward the south gate. The muttering classmate watched Tang Zheng's straight back, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. What a show-off! Were all classmates, and he didn't even bother to greet anyone. Outside the south gate of Kyoto University, a striking red Aston Martin DB11 was quietly parked at the roadside, its streamlined body reflecting a cold metallic sheen in the setting sun. In this university town filled with bicycles, this car was like a moving spotlight. Students passing by turned to look, some even secretly taking out their phones to snap pictures. The car door swung open. Xinxing stepped out wearing a pair of 7-centimeter black stilettos descending from the driver's seat. She wore a perfectly tailored white business suit, the pencil skirt stopping just 2 inches above her knees, with flesh-toned stockings encasing her slender straight calves, making her exceptionally alluring. In her 30s, she was at that age where a woman sheds her youthful innocence, exuding a deadly allure like a ripe peach. She wasn't wearing sunglasses, her long wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders, her makeup was exquisite, and her gaze held a sharpness and composure honed from years of experience in the business world. Tang Zheng, dressed in ordinary green training gear, strolled out of the school gate with his hands in his pockets, taking his time. Xinxing spotted him at a glance, striding over in her high heels while retrieving a black leather folder from the passenger seat. "Boss." Her voice wasn't loud, but the few nearby boys who had been eavesdropping all froze, doubting if they had misheard. Tang Zheng nodded, his gaze falling on the folder. "Is everything in there?" "It's all there," Xinxing replied, handing over the folder and casually pulling out a Mont Blanc pen clipped to the cover, twisting off the cap and offering it to Tang Zheng. "There are 5 places that require your signature. I've marked them with a pencil." Tang Zheng took the pen, quickly skimmed through the contract, and confirming that everything was in order, he pressed the folder against the hood of the Aston Martin and swiftly signed his name. The sound of the pen scraping across the paper was particularly clear against the backdrop of the deliberately lowered murmurs around them. "Who is that handsome guy? Is he a student from our school? Look at him in that military training uniform. He must be a freshman this year. Damn, this guy is quite handsome. This wealthy woman is probably only in her 30s, right? He's living the good life on soft rice." A few passing boys murmured with envy, their faces filled with sour expressions. Song Ming and Zhou Yu had just come out of the school gate, ready to buy some snacks to fill their stomachs for the evening, when they stumbled upon this scene. Song Ming's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he pointed in the direction of Tang Zheng. With a face full of shock, he exclaimed, "That isn't that Brother Tang? Who is that woman?" Zhou Yu also looked in the direction he was pointing, his eyes equally filled with surprise. They saw Tang Zheng standing next to a flashy Aston Martin, the car gleaming under the sunlight, exuding an air of luxury. Song Ming stared intensely at the Aston Martin, his face brimming with excitement. That was an Aston Martin worth millions. His uncle had one and flaunted it on WeChat every month. After glancing at the voluptuous figure of Xinxing beside it, he felt a wave of envy wash over him. He couldn't help but mumble under his breath, "Wealthy woman, look at me, feed me." It turned out that not only was Brother Tang wealthy himself, but his friends were as well, making Song Ming even more curious about Tang Zheng's background. After finishing the last agreement, Tang Zheng handed the pen back to Xinxing. "All right, you can handle the remaining paperwork." Xinxing took the documents, carefully looking up at Tang Zheng. She asked, "Boss, do you have any plans for tonight? There's a nice private restaurant nearby. After a day of training, how about we grab a bite together?" Tang Zheng rubbed his stomach, realizing he was indeed a bit hungry, even though he hadn't really trained much today. "Sure, let's go then." Saying this, he opened the passenger door and sat down. Xinxing returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. A deep and powerful roar erupted as the divine red sports car under everyone's gaze merged into the evening rush hour traffic. The car was filled with a faint scent of Jo Malone perfume, fresh and elegant. Tang Zheng rolled down half of the window, allowing the outside wind to blow and carrying away the smell of sweat. As Tang Zheng watched the rapidly retreating street view outside the window, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Is there anything happening recently with the Zhang group?" Xinxing answered while checking the rearview mirror to change lanes. The executives at the Zhang group were in chaos before, like a bunch of headless flies. But after hearing about our acquisition, Zhang Chongfeng has managed to stabilize the situation. Once the acquisition news is released, the stock price is expected to rise. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly into a faint smile. He should be able to make a little profit in the coming years. Keep an eye on it over there, and report back immediately if anything happens. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze. 20 minutes later the car stopped at an alley near Hohai. It was a private restaurant in a courtyard without a sign. If you weren't a regular it would be difficult to find. At the entrance stood 2 waiters in traditional tunics. Upon seeing Xinqing they immediately approached respectfully. Manager Xin, your private room has been reserved. The 2 of them walked through the corridor and entered an elegantly decorated private room. The dishes had been pre-ordered by Xinqing and were quickly laid out on the table. Tang Zheng was not polite and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. He ate quickly, but not rudely, each movement displaying a sense of measure. Xinqing held a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, her gaze fixed on Tang Zheng. She still couldn't figure out this young man before her. He looked like just a fresh college freshman, yet his methods and that calm demeanor, unshaken even in the face of calamity, made even her, a veteran with over a decade in the capital circle, feel a sense of unease. Moreover, he was quite wealthy and his sources were exceptionally clean. She had secretly investigated her new boss, but couldn't find any clues at all. Boss, what if the subsequent profits from the Zhang Group aren't good? After all, their main business is real estate, and the market isn't too favorable right now. Xinqing took a sip of red wine, tentatively asking, what if Zhang Changfeng's funding chain breaks again? You would certainly suffer losses. Should we contact someone to inflate the stock price and sell it for a big profit? Tang Zheng swallowed a piece of beef and put down his chopsticks. There's no rush on this matter. As long as Zhang Changfeng dares to play tricks, I can bankrupt the entire Zhang family. His tone was filled with confidence. In fact, he could indeed accomplish that. Xinqing's hand holding the wine glass paused for a moment. This move was ruthless enough. It cut off the problem at its root, leaving no room for the opponent to breathe. The boss indeed had a vicious method. Understood, I will arrange for people to monitor it 24/7. After they finished their meal, Xinqing drove Tang Zheng back to the street near Jing University. Tang Zheng got out of the car and strolled leisurely towards the school. Meanwhile, the internet had already exploded. On the largest domestic financial gossip forum, Capital Gossip Circle, a post was rapidly climbing to the top of the homepage. The title was glaringly red: Huanyu Entertainment's shocking scandal. Famous female president Xinqing is in love with a freshman from Jing University, showering him with money and gifts, and they are seen together in intimate situations. This title instantly attracted countless eyes like a huge magnet pulling in netizens. The post included several high-definition photos. The first photo showed Xinqing respectfully handing a folder to Tang Zheng in front of the Aston Martin. The second photo captured Tang Zheng signing on the hood of the car, with Xinqing watching beside him, her gaze focused. The third photo was of the 2 walking into the private restaurant together. Although Tang Zheng's face was only seen in profile, Xinqing's face, which was somewhat famous in the president's circle, was clearly captured. Once these photos were released, the comments section instantly exploded with thousands of replies. Wow, isn't that Xinqing the beautiful president of Huanyu Entertainment? This woman is known to be an iron lady in the industry. How could she be so nice to a freshman? Could it really be love? Look, that boy is still in military training uniform. Do wealthy women nowadays prefer this style? Is it because young boys have good stamina? Uniform temptation. Haha, this world is too crazy, another netizen joked, adding several laughing emojis. The person above doesn't understand anything. Looking at the actions in the photo, it's clear the guy is signing while the girl is waiting. That boy might have a big background. I bet he's definitely some hidden super rich second generation or a young master from a wealthy family. Otherwise, how could he get a strong woman like Xinqing to serve him like this? Another netizen analyzed, seemingly confident in their judgment. It's terrifying to think about. I can't even imagine. No way. Huanyu Entertainment is at least 100 billion company. The president's salary must be in the tens of millions per year. How could she take an interest in a rookie? Unless he's the heir of some top-tier conglomerate. In a high-end villa in the capital, Li Yunlong was lounging on the sofa, casually watching television. Suddenly, his assistant rushed over with a tablet saying, "Mr. Li, look at this." Li Yunlong frowned and took the tablet. When he saw the photos and post on it, his face instantly turned pale, and he slammed the purple clay teapot in his hand onto the ground. Shards flew everywhere, and tea spilled all over the floor. He fixed his gaze on the photos on the tablet, his eyes bloodshot, resembling an enraged lion. He had cherished Xinqing for several years. Like a diligent bee, he circled her, incessantly showering her with luxury cars and jewels beyond count, yet she remained perpetually aloof, neither warm nor cold. He had assumed that given time she would inevitably yield to reality. He possessed boundless wealth and influence. Oh, should Xinqing ever acquiesce, she would dwell in unrivaled opulence. Yet who could have foreseen that a mere greenhorn would swoop in and steal her away? Now, gazing upon this post, he felt as though he were being paraded like a circus monkey. his face branded with two glaring characters sycophant. How could he possibly bear it? Investigate now. Li Yunlong pointed furiously at Tang Zheng's profile on the screen, his voice hoarse, as if scraped raw by sandpaper, thick with fury and bitter resentment. Find out exactly who this wretched boy is, and what connection he has to Xinqing. His assistant wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hastily retreated, tablet in hand. Meanwhile, in a dormitory of Peking University, Shiniqing, fresh from the shower, sat before her computer in a silk nightgown, habitually opening a finance forum to scan for promising investment opportunities. At once her eyes locked onto the top-end thread, its title blazing red. She clicked in, and froze, gaze riveted to the profile photograph. Even half-obscured, even clad in that hopelessly outdated military training uniform. She could never mistake him, the man she had vowed to sever all ties with. Her breath caught sharply suspended midair. She stared at the image, the man standing calmly beside a sports car signing documents with effortless composure, then glanced sideways at Xinqing, a titan, whose name echoed across the industry. Her mind reeled. Why did Xinqing, CEO of Huanyu Entertainment, appear so deferential toward him? Who precisely was he? Xinqing bit her lower lip, fingers flying across the mouse wheel as her eyes darted feverishly across the screen. Comments speculating Tang Zheng was the scion of some colossal financial dynasty, piercing her vision like shards of glass. If he truly were a hidden magnate, then handing him 1 million yuan that night, wasn't that an act of profound insult? Her fingers stiffened, belatedly frozen over the mouse. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office at Huanyu Entertainment headquarters, the air conditioner roared, holding the room at a rigid 22 degrees Celsius. Xinqing sat poised in a white cheongsam, legs elegantly crossed atop a broad leather armchair, tablet in hand, its screen displaying the incandescent gossip thread now trending crimson across the web. The photograph was masterfully composed. Her lowered head as she handed over the pen conveyed quiet submission, while Tang Zheng's profile, leaning casually against the car's hood, signing with sovereign ease, radiated unshakable authority. Ms. Shen, this matter has escalated rapidly. Several rival firms have secretly deployed online mercenaries to steer public discourse, claiming you've taken a university student as a kept lover, severely damaging Huanyu Entertainment's reputation and casting our corporate culture in a sordid light. The secretary, dressed in a sleek black suit, stood before the desk, hands clasped, her tone edged with urgency. Our PR department has drafted both a legal notice and an official clarification. With your approval, they'll be published within 5 minutes, and the trending topic will vanish. After all, this concerns the chairman's reputation. Should he hold us accountable? Xinqing frowned, faintly silent, her slender fingers gliding slowly across the screen as she scrolled through the acrid vinegar-laced comments below. Her mind raced through the calculus of the moment. Clarify. How? Declare him her new superior. That would instantly trigger a full-scale excavation of Tang Zheng's background. A freshman, yet a capital titan commanding staggering resources. Such a revelation would detonate with far greater force than any female CEO seduces young stud scandal. Moreover, the chairman had never officially appeared in media. She dared not act unilaterally. And besides, she harbored private motives of her own. Her gaze lingered on Tang Zheng's youthful profile in the photograph. For years, arrogant second-generation heirs like Li Yunlong had swarmed around her like gnats, persistent, insufferable, impossible to shoo away. This rumor, however, would serve as a perfect deterrent, leaving those vultures hesitant, uncertain of her true alliances, and aligning herself publicly with such an enigmatic, formidable boss. A move fraught with advantage and no discernible risk. No denial needed. Xinqing flipped the tablet face down onto the desk with a soft, decisive tap. The secretary blinked in astonishment. But Ms. Shen, what about Mr. Tang? Those photos capture only a profile. No one recognizes him. Not even his full face. What precisely are we denying? Denial only deepens suspicion. Xinqing rose and strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon Beijing's ceaseless river of traffic, her eyes gleaming with sharp intellect and subtle cunning. Instruct PR to release the suppressed footage we've held back. That top-tier actor Li Kailei of Xingha Entertainment caught sneaking a co-star into his hotel room late at night for an overnight hair treatment, as he so quaintly put it. The secretary's eyes widened in shock. That man was Xingha's golden goose. Ms. Li Kailei is currently campaigning for the Best Actor award. If Xingha traces the leak back to us, what precisely is our PR department paid to do? And what precisely is your role? Ensure absolute discretion. Xinqing turned her gaze razor-sharp, voice unyielding. The public's memory lasts 7 seconds. Let Li Kailei's scandal explode. Once it does, who will care whether I dined with a CEO or a student? Execute it. Redirect every ounce of attention Within 30 minutes, I want the trending topic replaced. Understood. The secretary dared utter no more, retreating swiftly on stiletto heels, awestruck by her boss's brilliance, yet quietly pitying the soon-to-be-exposed Kale. The office door clicked shut behind her. Xinxing walked to the liquor cabinet, poured herself half a tumbler of whiskey, ice clinking crisply against the glass. She raised it, swallowed deeply, the fiery liquid burning down her throat, banishing the chill of the overbearing air conditioning. Boss, forgive me, but surely you can't expect me to shoulder all the risk without a single benefit. A faint knowing smile curved her lips. That afternoon on the southern athletic field of Peking University, the sun blazed like a colossal forge, melting the synthetic track beneath its glare, filling the air with the acrid tang of scorched rubber and pungent sweat. 1-2-1. Halt. Instructor Chun blew his whistle sharply. Attention stance, for 20 minutes. Anyone who moves risks 5 extra kilometers for the entire platoon. A stifled groan rippled through the formation, yet not a single cadet dared defy the order. After yesterday's demonstration of his iron discipline, everyone knew the consequences. 5 kilometers under that merciless sun was no trivial punishment. Tang Zheng stood relaxed within the ranks, perfectly at ease in the attention stance, his mind drifting, even daydreaming. After yesterday's charade of resting in the shade, while others trained, his classmates' glances had shifted entirely. The boys watched him with undisguised awe, envy, and curiosity. Impressed he'd earned the instructor's leniency, envious of his privileged exemption, intrigued by whatever power lay behind him. The girls stole glances his way, timid, inquisitive, their gazes laced with quiet fascination. Song Ming stood straight in the formation, sweat dripping from his chin onto his camouflage uniform, yet his eyes darted curiously towards Tang Zheng, his face filled with curiosity as he repeatedly thought, "Brother, please teach me how to get close to a rich woman." However, he did not dare to actually voice the question. Instructor Chun walked back and forth in the formation, correcting the students' movements. When Instructor Chun reached in front of Tang Zheng, their gazes briefly met in midair. The instructor casually turned his head, pretending not to see, and continued correcting the actions of other new students. The captain had already spoken her. As long as this kid did not cause trouble, he could do as he pleased. Tang Zheng naturally sensed the gaze of those around him and the instructor's special treatment, but he remained indifferent. Time passed day by day, although military training was dull and tedious. Tang Zheng did not find it hard to endure. One night at midnight, the 20 points earned from signing in were promptly credited. At that moment, a line of pale blue semi-transparent text suddenly appeared in his mind on the system's homepage. Ding. Detected that the host has accumulated points exceeding 5,000. Triggered hidden benefit 1 point limited time, flash sale lottery event. Countdown to the end of the event 09 minutes, 59 seconds. Tang Zheng, who was originally about to fall asleep, instantly froze in his tracks. He stared at the pale blue text on the homepage, quickly recalling his recent points. He previously had around 4,000 points, and with the high-frequency large point gains after the college entrance examination, he indeed reached 5,000 points. This system was usually silent as gold. Apart from activating gift packs and daily sign-ins, there were hardly any other activities. If he wanted something, he had to purchase it with points in the system mall. Why was it suddenly so generous today, launching a lottery event? 1 point flash sale. Tang Zheng pondered to himself. The cost of 1 point was practically equivalent to getting something for free. Moreover, even if it turned out to be a scam, the loss wouldn't be significant. He silently chanted, "Open the flash sale lottery." Suddenly a blue light flashed before his eyes, and a massive virtual wheel appeared floating above the homepage, divided into 5 sections of varying sizes. Tang Zheng focused intently, nearly bursting into laughter. What on earth were these ridiculous options? Option 1, height 10 centimeters. Tang Zheng was currently 187 meters tall. If he added another 10 centimeters, he would stand at 197 meters. Walking down the streets of southern cities would make him look like a moving signal tower, and he would have to get custom-made large-sized pants. Moreover, having his bones suddenly extend by 10 centimeters would likely bring about physiological pain, no less than being forcibly stretched. Option 2, hair grows 50 centimeters. What kind of artistic renaissance was this? Training in the heat of summer, and suddenly growing 50 centimeters of hair. He would turn into one of the F4 from Meteor Garden. No matter how much the instructor ignored him, he would still end up getting his hair shaved bald the next day. Option 3, appetite increases by 15. This was purely the attribute of a waste machine. He was not going to participate in a big eater competition. What use would this have? Eating 15 more food would not only waste resources, but also force him to run to the bathroom every day. He felt that his current appetite was just fine. Option 4, funds increase by 20. Seeing this option, Tang Zheng's breath slightly quickened. He currently held 30% of the Zhang Group's shares in addition to the entire Huanyu Entertainment, and with the cash in his bank card, his total assets amounted to an extremely substantial figure. If there were a direct increase of 20 on this base, it would undoubtedly be a sum of money capable of making waves in the capital. This appeared to be the most practical and enticing option at the moment. Option 5 IQ increases by 40. Tang Zheng's gaze lingered longest on this option. The standard for human IQ tests typically presents a normal distribution with an average of 100 and a standard deviation of 15, where about 68 of people have an IQ between 85 and 115, falling within the normal range. Those with an IQ above 130 belong to the high IQ population, which accounts for only about 2% of the global population. It is said that Einstein's IQ was above 160. He did not consider himself a genius of extraordinary caliber. During his studies, his mind was just a bit more agile than that of an average person, estimating his IQ to be around 115. If one were to simply add 40, that would make it 155. This is not a mere arithmetic problem. Breaking through an IQ of 150 signifies a qualitative leap in the connections of neurons in the brain, logical reasoning abilities, memory, and spatial perception. In this world where capitalism devours the weak, money can be deceived away, shares can be diluted, but the computational power housed within one's mind is a trump card that others can never take away. How do you calculate the probability of this roulette? Tang Zheng tentatively asked in his mind. The system, as always, remained completely unresponsive, playing dead to perfection. There were 2 minutes left on the countdown. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth, no longer hesitating, and directly pressed the red draw button in the center of the roulette with his consciousness. Deducting 1 point. The instant lottery began. The virtual roulette started spinning wildly, its 5 options transforming into a blur of colorful light. Tang Zheng leaned back against the pillow, seemingly resting his eyes, but in reality, he was concentrating entirely on the lottery panel in his mind. The speed of the roulette gradually decreased. The pointer glided over the area marked grow hair by 50 centimeters, slowly moving forward, crossing over funds increased by 20. Just as it seemed poised to stop at the underwhelming option of increase appetite by 15, Tang Zheng clenched his back teeth slightly. If he really landed on appetite, he'd have to get out of bed tonight to snatch up Song Ming's late-night barbecue. With a click, a crisp mechanical sound rang out, audible only to him. At the last moment, the pointer weakly jumped over a very fine dividing line and came to a steady stop in the final area. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have drawn an extraordinary reward. IQ increased by 40. Reward is being dispensed. At the instant the text popped up, Tang Zheng had yet to react. There was no dazzling golden light effect, nor any refreshing sensation of transformation. He only felt as if a very fine ice needle had sharply pricked the back of his head, followed by an overwhelmingly powerful cold current rushing up his spine to his cerebral cortex. He felt his mind instantly become extraordinarily clear. This sensation was too bizarre. It was as if a gaming laptop originally equipped with only a quad-core processor had its CPU forcibly removed and replaced with a cutting-edge quantum chip. The blood vessels in his brain throbbed wildly, and his temples pulsed painfully. The world around him became exceedingly strange at that moment. All sounds, lights, and smells no longer blended into a vague whole, but were deconstructed into extremely precise data sets, surging into his mind at a frenetic pace. Outside the window, the rustling of the green pothose leaves in the wind. A thought flashed in his mind. Wind speed approximately 3.2 meters/second southeast. Wind leaf friction frequency estimated at around 400 Hz. With his eyes closed, Tang Zheng's mind automatically recalled the trajectory model formula of the wind. Those complex formulas and data seemed to materialize effortlessly. This immense capability for instant processing of information gave Tang Zheng a nearly omniscient illusion. He felt as if he possessed eyes that could see through the essence of the world, able to perceive every detail and comprehend all laws. Tang Zheng sat up, rubbing his temples. If he allowed his brain to indiscriminately process all information, he estimated he would not last a few days before succumbing to mental exhaustion. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to establish a filtering mechanism in his mind akin to setting up a firewall for a computer, blocking all unnecessary data for analysis. Time passed minute by minute, and after half an hour, the intense stimulation of his hyperactive brain cells gradually subsided. Tang Zheng exhaled deeply and lay back down. The following days of military training remained monotonous, yet he continued to navigate through it effortlessly. High intelligence brought not only an enhancement in logical reasoning, but also an extraordinarily abnormal control over his bodily muscles. While standing at attention, he could accurately locate and adjust the stress points of every muscle in his body, allowing his skeleton to form the most perfect supportive structure with minimal energy expenditure. When marching, he only needed to watch the instructor's demonstration once, and his brain could instantly establish a three-dimensional model of the movement, then control his body to replicate it step by step. The usually strict and demanding instructor Chun could only nod silently in approval each time he checked on Tang Zheng, unable to find any faults. The late September heat in Kyoto was still unbearable. At 3 in the afternoon, it was the hottest time of the day. The plastic track on the southern playground was softened by the heat, giving a sticky sensation when stepped on. Everyone at ease. Rest for 15 minutes. Instructor Chen finally blew the whistle. The previously orderly formation collapsed instantly, with the boys groaning as they slumped to the ground, fanning themselves with their hats in an attempt to cool off. Tang Zheng found a relatively clean spot to sit down. Song Ming and a few others gathered nearby, tugging at their collars as they gasped for breath. With a pained expression, he said, "Bro, I'm about to collapse. It's too hot. I feel like I'm being roasted alive, and I think I'm going to faint from the heat soon." Zhao Lei chimed in with a sigh. "Yeah, even the sheep back in my hometown are resting in the shade at this time. My life is so hard. And I'm so thirsty, but feels like my throat is on fire." As they spoke, several girls were approaching from the direction of the playground entrance, carrying large plastic bags. Leading the group was Lin Wan, the assistant designated by Teacher Li. Today, Lin Wan wore a light yellow floral dress, the delicate hem fluttering gently in the wind, with her hair casually pinned up, revealing her long fair neck. She was holding a bag filled with chilled beverages, the exterior of the plastic bag glistening with water droplets. "Whoa, it's Senior Lin Wan. The senior has finally come to visit us," someone shouted, and the boys who had been slumped on the ground instantly perked up, twisting their necks to look in her direction. Lin Wan reached the rest area of Class 1 and placed the bag on the ground. "Thank you all for your hard work. I've brought some chilled drinks, come and get them." She smiled and waved at everyone, her voice clear and pleasant. The boys immediately surged towards her like hungry wolves. However, Lin Wan ignored the boys clamoring for drinks. She bent down and pulled out a bottle of pure water still covered in ice crystals from the bottom of the bag. Standing up, she scanned the crowd with her gaze before walking straight towards Tang Zheng. The surrounding noise quieted down instantly. Dozens of onlookers secretly focused their attention on Lin Wan's retreating figure, filled with envy. Song Ming swallowed hard and nudged Tang Zheng with his elbow. "Tengu, I bet Lin Wan is coming for you." At that moment, Tang Zheng was browsing information on his phone. Hearing Song Ming's remark, he merely raised his head slightly, watching Lin Wan approach step by step. Lin Wan arrived in front of Tang Zheng, slightly bending forward as she offered him the bottle of ice water. "Junior, you must be tired from the military training. I wasn't sure what drinks you like, so have some water to quench your thirst." Her face bore the unique, caring smile of a senior towards a junior, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Tang Zheng. He looked at the water bottle extended towards him, reached out, and accepted it. "Thank you." His tone was polite and neutral, lacking any deeper emotion. After saying this, Tang Zheng simply twisted open the cap, took a sip, and then turned to look at Song Ming beside him. "What are we eating tonight?" Song Ming was taken aback, glancing at Tang Zheng and then at Lin Wan, who stood there in shock. Eating. At the cafeteria, I guess." Lin Wan's hand was still raised in the air. The smile on her face had also frozen. Ever since she was young, whenever she took the initiative to show goodwill, which boy had not been taken by surprise, and climbed up the ladder of affection. Even if they didn't exchange WeChat immediately, at least they would engage in some polite conversation and leave a good impression on each other. Yet this boy before her didn't even look at her. He was truly hard to deal with. The boys, who had originally been filled with envy and jealousy, now gaped in disbelief at the scene before them, their expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. Just when the atmosphere was about to reach an extreme awkwardness, the class monitor Wang Hao squeezed through the crowd, drenched in sweat. He was holding 2 bottles of water, jogging up to Lin Wan with a broad smile. "Lin Senior, thank you so much. You came to see us in this scorching heat, and these waters are just in time," Wang Hao said, pressing down Lin Wan's hand that was still suspended in midair. "Everyone hurry up and thank Lin Senior," Wang Hao yelled to the crowd. Only then did the boys react, enthusiastically shouting, "Thank you, Senior. You're so nice, Senior. Senior, can you be my girlfriend?" Someone was audacious. Lin Wan took a deep breath, suppressing her rising anger, and forced a smile. "You're welcome." Everyone continue to rest. "I'll be leaving now." After saying this, she turned and walked away, her back resolutely determined. Wang Hao watched Lin Wan walk away and secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead, inwardly relieved that he had diffused the awkwardness in time. Then he turned his head to glance at Tang Zheng, who was chatting easily with his roommates. He couldn't help but sigh. This guy is also not easy to talk to. Days passed by. The military training was soon nearing its end. According to Peking University's tradition, on the day before the military training performance, all new students were taken to a military camp on the outskirts of the city for a day of live-fire shooting training. This was the most anticipated segment for all the boys. Early in the morning, dozens of buses set off from the campus heading straight for the outskirts. 2 hours later, the convoy entered a desolate valley. Surrounding them were barren yellow hills, and the air was filled with a faint smell of gunpowder and dust. The shooting range was vast, divided into several areas. Class 1 was assigned to Range 3. 100 meters ahead stood a row of half-body chest-ring targets. Instructor Chen stood at the front of the line, holding a Type 95 automatic rifle, explaining the shooting essentials. Listen up. The gun muzzle must not be pointed at anyone. This is the most fundamental safety rule. Anyone who violates it will bear the consequences. His voice boomed, resonating across the shooting range. Each of you gets 3 rounds, single-controlled shots. I'll demonstrate 3 times. Watch closely. With that, Instructor Chun began operating the rifle with practiced ease, shouldering, aiming, firing, in one fluid, seamless motion. Each bullet struck the bullseye with uncanny precision, drawing gasps of awe from the students. Don't say I didn't warn you. The recoil is fierce. The stock must be braced firmly against your shoulder socket, otherwise you'll leave with a bruised clavicle after just 1 shot. Below, the students surged with adrenaline, cracking their knuckles and shifting eagerly on their feet. Soon the shooting commenced. 5 at a time, they lay prone on the moisture-proof mats. Bang, bang, bang. The range erupted in rapid, overlapping gunfire, but the results were dismal. Most students couldn't even hold the rifle steady. Many instinctively squeezed their eyes shut upon firing, sending bullets careening wildly. No one knew where they landed, perhaps somewhere on the distant hills. Occasionally, a student struck the target by sheer chance, scoring no more than 5 or 6 rings. The scores were abysmal. After finishing, Song Ming rubbed his right shoulder, grimacing in pain. Damn, it's no joke. My shoulder feels shattered. All 3 rounds missed the target entirely. Utterly humiliating, he muttered, crestfallen. Wang Hao fared slightly better, landing a 6-ring shot and strutting back with smug satisfaction. Next group, Tang Zheng Wang Chong. The range officer called his name. Tang Zheng stretched his wrists, walked to position 3, and settled onto the moisture-proof mat. He picked up the Type 95 automatic rifle lying beside him. The weight solid and reassuring in his hands, its blued metal surface still warm from the sun. Click. He racked the bolt, a round chambered with crisp finality. The metallic engagement of steel components rang sharp and authoritative. The stock pressed firmly into his right shoulder socket. His cheek rested flush against the stock, his right eye aligned through the rear sight aperture, fixed upon the bullseye 100 meters away. In that instant, Tang Zheng's mind slipped once more into hyper-accelerated cognition. The cacophony of gunfire and voices faded, automatically muted. His senses expanded infinitely. A breeze swept in from the western gully, lifting dust that stung his face. Wind speed 3 meters per second westerly. Relative humidity approximately 35%. Sunlight angle 45 degrees oblique, casting faint glinting glare. Distance 100 meters. Weapon type 95 rifle. Ammunition 5. 8 mm cartridge. Muzzle velocity roughly 930 meters per second. Gravitational acceleration. Air resistance. Wind drift coefficient. An avalanche of data converged in his mind, instantly constructing a flawless 3-dimensional ballistic parabola model. He did not fire yet. Instead, he modulated his breathing and fine-tuned the tension in his arm and shoulder muscles, forging his body into an immovable, absolute firing platform. His fingers settled on the trigger, pre-pressure applied. Bang! The first shot cracked through the air. A jarring recoil slammed the stock into his clavicle. A dull, sharp pain flared. But Tang Zheng kept his eyes wide open, his gaze locked on the muzzle's recoil arc. His mind instantly recorded the barrel's upward tilt and lateral deviation. Position 3, 9 rings. The range officer's voice crackled over the radio. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers behind him. Tang Zheng paid it no mind. Using feedback from the recoil, he adjusted his shoulder musculature, less than 2 millimeters, and realigned the front sights squarely on the bullseye. Bang! The second shot. This time, muzzle rise diminished markedly. The bullet's trajectory adhered more precisely to his internal model. Position 3, 9 rings. Instructor Chun, who had been correcting another student's stance, whirled around abruptly, his gaze locking onto Tang Zheng's back. 2 consecutive 9s. No luck. No such absurd fortune could exist. Tang Zheng drew a deep breath, inflating his lungs to capacity, then exhaled slowly. At the moment his breath suspended, his heart rate plummeted to its lowest ebb. The world seemed to freeze. Only the rear notch front sight and distant bullseye remained in focus. Bang! The third shot tore through the air with a shrill, piercing whistle, striking true. Position 3, 10 rings. The radio's voice climbed an octave in disbelief. Silence blanketed the entire Position 3 range. Song Ming's eyes widened, mouth agape, wide enough to swallow an egg. Wang Hao's smugness vanished without a trace. All 3 impact points clustered tightly along the boundary between the 10 and 9 ring zones, nearly contiguous. Such grouping precision was rare even among seasoned veterans, a feat bordering on the miraculous. Tang Zheng engaged the safety, set the rifle down, massaged his sore shoulder, and stood. Instructor Chen approached him, his gaze now laced with quiet scrutiny. You trained before? Tang Zheng brushed dust from his uniform and replied, honestly, no. First time handling one. He wasn't lying. He'd previously trained with Ivan using handguns utterly different from this Type 95. Instructor Chen asked no further questions, only studied him deeply once more. At 5 p.m., live fire training concluded. Freshmen assembled by class preparing to board buses for campus. As Tang Zheng approached the bus, a stern-faced man in camouflage, no insignia visible, stood by the door. It was Lei Yun, the overall drill commander and base battalion chief. Tang Zheng, Lei battalion chief called out as he approached. Tang Zheng halted and nodded. Come, let's have a word. Lei waved him over, turning toward a nearby jeep. Tang Zheng glanced at Song Ming and the others aboard, said nothing, and followed. They stepped to the wind-sheltered side of the jeep. Lei reached into his pocket, pulled out a crumpled pack of Baelisha cigarettes, and offered one to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng accepted it, took the lighter from Lei's hand, and lit it smoothly, his movements practiced and natural. Lei exhaled a slow smoke ring, eyes appraising Tang Zheng up and down. 9, 10. First shot, testing wind drift. Second, controlling recoil. Third, fine-tuning sight alignment. Am I correct? You didn't blink once while firing. Lei tapped ash from his cigarette, his tone calm, yet each word carried immense weight. Truthfully, I've served 15 years, trained countless recruits. Men with your instinctive marksmanship. I could count them on one hand. Tang Zheng inhaled deeply, the acrid smoke swirling through his lungs. His mind raced, calculating the man's intent. A battalion chief perpetually overwhelmed with duties had singled him out deliberately. There had to be purpose behind it. Unwilling to invite trouble, he replied, evenly, just luck, that's all. Lei let out a dry, incredulous laugh. Luck? Do you take me for blind? If that were luck, it would be the most improbable stroke imaginable. He withdrew a plain white slip from his shirt pocket. No title, only a handwritten number, and held it out. Interested in joining the military? With your talent and capability, you'd undoubtedly shine, becoming an exceptional soldier, serving our nation with distinction. Captain Lei's gaze was straightforward. He had taken a liking to this promising recruit. Tang Zheng looked at the slip of paper. Join the army. He truly had no intention of doing that for now. Currently, he held shares in Huanyu Entertainment and the Zhang Group. He also had the system and plenty of youth and wealth to enjoy other aspects of life. Moreover, his aspirations were not directed towards the military, and he believed that even without joining the army, with his own wisdom and the aid of the system, he could contribute to his country in other fields. Captain Lei seemed to sense Tang Zheng's inner rejection. He patted him on the shoulder and said, You don't need to rush your answer. Think it over carefully when you get back. This is my contact information. Once you've made up your mind, reach out to me. The doors of the military are always open for you. Tang Zheng reached out and took the slip of paper, tucking it into his pocket. Thank you for your kindness, Captain Lei. I'll keep this note. If I really can't make it out there, I will definitely come to. Having said that, Tang Zheng did not wait for Captain Lei to speak again and turned to walk towards the bus. Captain Lei leaned against the jeep, watching Tang Zheng's silhouette, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. This kid had a good sense of timing, slippery as an eel. Interesting, he mumbled, extinguishing his cigarette on the car body before opening the door and getting in. The bus started kicking up a cloud of dust as it headed toward the city of Kyoto. Inside the bus, the students, exhausted from a day of activities, were slumped over asleep. Tang Zheng sat by the window, watching the scenery rapidly retreat outside. The next day at the Jing University Gymnasium, the military training performance officially commenced. The intense training during this period, combined with Instructor Chen's nearly excessive strictness, made the formation of the physics class look quite impressive, especially as they passed the podium. Tang Zheng was assigned to the front row on the edge. His marching steps were as precise as if measured by sophisticated instruments, landing with a thud, every stride impeccably aligned. He single-handedly led the rhythm of the entire formation. Right turn, look. Instructor Chen bellowed, his voice strained and hoarse. Dozens of students turned their heads in unison, their boots pounding against the plastic track, producing a dull thud. Without a doubt, the physics class won this year's outstanding formation flowing red flag. After the performance, each class sat cross-legged on the playground, entering a long and tedious segment of speeches from the leaders. The late September sun was still scorching, making people drowsy. On the podium, an old man with sparse hair and black-rimmed glasses was reading from a script at the microphone. Song Ming sat behind Tang Zheng, using his camouflage cap to shield his face, murmuring in a low voice. Brothers, see that Mediterranean-haired old man speaking in the center. That's our Jing University president Wu Jiangwo. He's quite a formidable character. Zhao Lei wiped the sweat from his forehead and leaned closer to ask, aren't presidents usually promoted from management? Isn't he different? Zhou Yu pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose, knowing a bit about it, and started to enlighten a few people. Lazy, you don't understand this. President Wu is an academician of both academies and used to be an expert in high-energy physics and quantum mechanics. If it weren't for the fact that the old gentleman had gotten older and his health was declining, he wouldn't have been transferred to be president. They wanted him to take a break. I heard that whenever funding is allocated, as long as he brings the project proposal to the finance department, they won't even hold a meeting, they will just stamp and release the funds. Our physics department has always been favored at Jing University because of this great Buddha keeping watch. Song Ming nodded in agreement and continued, I checked the course schedule for this semester at the student union. While other first-year majors are taking courses like moral education and modern history, we are directly tackling theoretical mechanics and advanced mathematics. Moreover, the professor teaching theoretical mechanics is named Wei Jianhua. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Yu's expression changed instantly. Wei, the king of hell. Yes, that's him. Song Ming patted his chest with lingering fear. He's the top of Jing University's infamous 4 great detectives. I heard the failure rate in his course is consistently around 40%. The final exam papers are all written by him, and he doesn't even provide a review outline. The focus of the questions varies every year. Anyone who dares to go to his office to plead for grades will likely be scolded out of school. Zhao Lei swallowed hard, the plastic bottle in his hand cracking under the pressure. 40%. If I fail, will my financial aid for next year be gone? Not only the financial aid, but scholarships and honors are all off the table, Zhou Yu said, sympathetically glancing at Zhao Lei. Tang Zheng sat in front, listening to his roommates gossip, his gaze casually sweeping over President Wu Jiangwo on the podium. High-energy physics. Quantum mechanics. He recalled the complex and profound solutions to physics problems available in the systems mall. If he redeemed one using his system points, could he, with his current intelligence enhanced by the system, thoroughly understand all the steps, and thus make a mark in the field of physics? At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the conference finally concluded. Instructor Chun led the troops back to the dormitory building, unusually not scolding anyone, but stood silently in front of the formation for a while. The military training is over. Instructor Chin's voice was somewhat somber as he surveyed the sunburned freshman, lingering his gaze on Tang Zheng for a second longer. Everyone go back and study hard. Don't embarrass me. We will meet again, fate permitting. With that, he gave a standard military salute and turned to board the military bus. As the bus pulled out of the school gate, the month-and-a-half-long military training came to a complete end. Jing University's military training ended just in time for the last day before the National Day holiday. What followed was the much-anticipated 7-day National Day holiday that drove all the freshmen wild. The 316 dormitory was in chaos as everyone prepared for their holiday. Zhao Lei was squatting on the ground, desperately stuffing several faded t-shirts into a worn-out canvas bag, the zipper nearly bursting. Tang Song Ming, Zhou Yu, I won't be returning to the dormitory to stay over the next few days. Zhao Lei stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands. I found a flyer distribution job in Haidian, and I'm also working part-time at a food stall in the evenings. With these 2 jobs, I can earn 200 a day. Working through the 7 days of National Day, I'll have enough for next month's meal expenses and to buy textbooks. Song Ming stood in front of the bathroom mirror, half a bottle of hair gel in his hand, spraying it vigorously on his hair. Lazy, you're pushing it too hard. A great holiday, and you're not even considering dating. You're not short on cash for these few days. Song Ming styled his hair into what he thought was a cool look and turned to the others. I'll tell you, that girl named Su from the neighboring management class, I've already added her on WeChat. I plan to invite her to Happy Valley to have some fun, aiming to win her over during the holiday. Zhou Yu sat nearby, methodically wiping the dust off his shoes. Don't say I didn't warn you. The girls from the management college have high standards. Your tricks might have been played out by them since middle school. Tang Zheng looked at his roommates, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He did not engage in their discussion, but instead pondered his own plans. TCH, what do you know? My approach is all about sincerity combined with a bit of financial prowess. Song Ming dismissed it with confidence, glancing at Tang Zheng, who was tidying up the table, a sly smile appearing on his face. Brother Tang, what are you doing for the National Day? Should I ask Su to bring a girlfriend along? With your looks and superpowers plus my silver tongue, our dorm could easily increase its single rate by 50%. As Songming spoke, he raised an eyebrow. Having spent nearly a month together, he had never seen Brother Tang actively flirt with girls, which truly shattered his preconceived notions of young super-rich heirs. Thinking of his cousin who reportedly dated 2 girls within the first month of college only to be caught, and quickly dumped both, then pursued a beautiful classmate, left him utterly astonished by such audacity. In contrast, Tang Zhong was completely different from those people seemingly uninterested in women, which piqued Song Ming's curiosity. Tang Zhong neatly arranged several professional books borrowed from the school library on the bookshelf. Maybe next time. I wish you success, but I have some personal matters to attend to. He refused decisively, without a hint of hesitation, as if romantic entanglements were mere fleeting moments hardly worth his consideration. Upon hearing this, Song Ming shrugged, turned away, and continued to fuss with his hairstyle in the mirror, a look of relief on his face as he muttered quietly. Zhou Yu changed into his polished sneakers and adjusted the collar of his shirt. I have to head out too. My aunt lives near the 6th ring. My relatives are all home for the National Day, insisting I join them for a meal. It's so annoying. Though Zhou Yu complained, the slight upward curve of his lips revealed his inner anticipation. Having studied locally in Yangzhou before college, he had never been away for this long. Deep down, he looked forward to reuniting with his family during the 7-day National Day holiday. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, Tang Zhong felt a strange sensation rise within him, indescribable and possibly tinged with a hint of loneliness. Growing up in an orphanage, he could only experience the bond between parents and children through books and other stories. According to the matron, he was found as a naked child with no proof of identity or letters, quietly sitting beside a trash bin without crying or making a fuss, leading everyone to initially believe he was mute. He was too young at the time to have any memories, and over the years no one had come looking for him. As he grew up, he became less inclined to seek out his family. Now, even with the system, he felt a strange alienation towards family, lacking the desire to actively search, leaving it up to fate. Even if he were to find them, he wouldn't know how to face them. As evening fell, the dormitory emptied out, leaving it desolate. Tang Zhong stood alone by the window, gazing at the gradually darkening sky, his mind racing. After a moment, he took a deep breath, exhaled, then turned to grab the keys from the table and headed towards the school parking lot. A breeze picked up, flowing in through his collar, whisking away a trace of fatigue from the military training. He stopped in the eastern corner of the parking lot. His sleek, liquid metal silver Ferrari Enzo, bearing a consecutive Beijing license plate, sat quietly in its space, the full carbon fiber body reflecting a cold, hard metallic sheen in the sunset. The issue wasn't the car, but what surrounded it. To the left was a Porsche 911 i, and right next to it was a Panamera. On the left side of the Porsche was a Bentley Continental GT, with a Cayenne blocking its diagonal rear. Several luxury cars worth millions, along with dozens of cars priced over 500,000, quietly crowded the eastern side of the parking lot, all deliberately keeping their distance from his car, fearful of any scratches. Tang Zhong stood 10 paces away, hands in his pockets, his fingers rubbing against the angular car, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. What's going on? Are the students at Peking University this wealthy? Can their families afford to buy them luxury cars worth millions during college? It truly baffled him. He pressed the unlock button with his thumb. Beep beep. The daytime running lights of the Ferrari Enzo suddenly illuminated like a slumbering beast awakening. Almost the moment the lights turned on, the doors of the surrounding luxury cars swung open simultaneously. 2 young men stretched lazily as they emerged from their vehicles. One of the young men from the Porsche 911, tall and slender with gray-white hair, stood around 6 feet tall, wearing an exaggerated chrome hearts necklace that sparkled dazzlingly under the lights. His eyes were fixated on Tang Zhong, reluctantly glancing back at the Ferrari Enzo, clearly enthralled. Another person emerged from the Cayenne, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking refined with a smile on his face. Bro, don't be nervous. The tall, slender youth spoke first, casually pulling out a pack of Taishan Buddha Light cigarettes and offering one to Tang Zhong. My name is Qin Feng, and this is my childhood friend Lin Xiang. This situation is a bit presumptuous. I apologize in advance. Qin Feng wore an apologetic smile, his demeanor radiating friendliness. Tang Zhong did not take the cigarette, scanning the 2 men's faces with a scrutinizing gaze. Their stances were relaxed breaths, steady with no signs of carrying weapons. Most importantly, their eyes reflected only curiosity and a certain fervor devoid of any hostility. Is there something you need? Tang Zhong's voice was calm, betraying no emotions. The gray-haired tall youth could no longer contain himself, taking half a step back and pointing at the Ferrari Enzo. Dude, this Enzo of yours must have landed here with a price tag nearing $500,000, right? We've been in Beijing for years, and it's our first time seeing this mythical car in person. He rubbed his hands together looking as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Continuing, he said, "A few days ago we spotted this car in the parking lot, but couldn't find its owner, so we guessed it might belong to this year's new students. We figured yesterday was the end of your military training, so we took turns waiting here, just wanting to see who the car owner really is." Tang Jing understood. This might be a form of stamp collecting mentality within the wealthy second-generation circle in Beijing. When encountering something more impressive than themselves, they always want to connect with the owner behind it. His car was indeed too rare, the only liquid metal silver one in Greater China, shining like a searchlight in the night, making it hard not to attract attention. "Well, now you've seen it." Tang Jing pulled his hand from his pocket, walked to the car, and smoothly opened the Saifa-style gullwing door with a fluid and stylish motion. "You've seen the person and you've seen the car, now please make way for him in a hurry." Seeing this, Qin Feng not only wasn't angry but smiled even more graciously. He put the cigarette back in the pack, stepped forward, and took out his phone, his face beaming with a smile. "You're quite an upfront guy. Since we're from the same school, it feels like fate. Shall we be friends?" Qin Feng displayed the QR code for WeChat and leaned it forward. "From now on in the capital, whether big or small matters, my brothers, and I can help out a bit. More friends mean more paths to take." Tang Jing raised his gaze, his eyes lingering on Qin Feng's face for a moment, pondering quietly. Although this person seemed a bit eccentric, having connections is never a bad thing. Thus he took out his phone and scanned the code. "Tang Jing," he stated succinctly, and with a beep the friend request was successfully added. Qin Feng glanced at the side profile avatar on WeChat, which had no personal information, and proceeded to introduce the others. "We also have two brothers who switched shifts and went back to the dorm to sleep. One is named Zhao Yi and the other is Zhou Kai. The four of us are known as the Four Little Dragons at school. We'll find a chance to introduce you to each other. They are all really good guys." Tang Jing nodded to the two and said nothing more, bending down to sit in the driver's seat. He pressed the start button. Boom. The mid-mounted engine unleashed a deafening roar, and the exhaust sent gusts of air swirling, kicking up dust on the ground. Qin Feng and the others quickly stepped back to clear the way. With a push on the accelerator, the silver supercar transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly disappearing from the parking lot's exit. Once the taillights vanished completely, Qin Feng rubbed his ears that were still buzzing from the roar, his face filled with envy. "Xiang, that guy is so cool. I wish I could try that Enzo too, but it would be worth it for this lifetime. My hands are itching." Lin Xiang shot a disdainful glance at his car-obsessed childhood friend and retorted, "I think you're just itching for trouble. With your skills, if you really got to drive, who knows what kind of mess you'd create. Besides, people like him probably have unfathomable backgrounds." Qin Feng stroked his chin and leaned closer, his face full of curiosity and inquiry. "What do you think? Where does this Tang Jing come from? In Kyoto, aren't the rich families with the surname Tang usually just little princesses? I haven't heard of anyone like him. Could he be a river-crossing dragon from another region?" Lin Xiang shrugged nonchalantly. "Who cares? We're in the same school. Sooner or later we'll figure out his background. Let's go, it's time to call those two. I'm starving." After saying that, he opened the Qian's door and hopped inside. Qin Feng stopped, hesitating, and followed into the car, which slowly drove out of the parking lot. At 7 in the evening rush hour in Kyoto was so congested it made one want to smash the steering wheel. Qin Feng drove the 911, inching forward on the elevated second ring road like a snail. He lived in a high-end villa within the second ring road not far from here. After finally getting off the elevated road, he turned into a quiet little path. On both sides of this road, centennial locust trees were planted, and the streetlights were dim, creating a stark contrast with the bustle outside. He planned to take a shortcut through here. In the middle section of the road, there was an expansive courtyard. The vermilion gate and towering courtyard walls stood tall, with two imposing white marble lions lying in front. This was none other than the renowned Princess Mansion, but unfortunately it had been closed for years, and no one knew what it was like inside. Every time Qin Feng passed by this place on his way home, he would unconsciously slow down to satisfy his curiosity. Today was no exception. Just as he slowed down, he heard a low, violent engine roar coming from behind. In the rearview mirror, two blinding headlights rapidly approached. Startled, Qin Feng quickly turned the steering wheel toward the roadside. A silver blur zipped past the 911, creating a strong gust of wind that made the 911 sway slightly. "Damn, who is that?" Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes widening as he looked ahead, instantly freezing in his seat. The sleek carbon fiber body and that distinctive Beijing A-series license plate. It could only be Tang Jing's Ferrari Enzo. Then Qin Feng's eyes widened as he watched the supercar not even reduce its speed, heading straight toward the garage of the Princess Mansion. He instinctively thought Tang Zheng was going to crash into the gate, his heart leaping to his throat, and he couldn't help but shout, "Hey, are you crazy?" To his surprise, the garage door slowly opened to the sides. Tang Zheng didn't even lower the window. With a push on the accelerator, the car drove straight into the princess mansion. The gate slowly closed behind him, completely blocking his view. Qin Feng's foot remained firmly on the brake, forgetting to release it. His mind was blank, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. With a head full of questions, Qin Feng hazily drove back to his own villa. Half an hour later, at the Guanlan Lake Villa area, Qin Feng threw the car keys to the nanny at the door and quickly walked into the living room in his slippers. The huge crystal chandelier lit up the living room as bright as day. On the genuine leather sofa sat a middle-aged man in a gray Tang suit, wearing glasses and engrossed in several documents. This man was Qin Feng's father, Qin Zhangwo, the head of the solar energy company Zhengtai Sunshine. "Why are you in such a rush? Is someone chasing you?" Hearing the noise, Qin Zhangwo did not lift his head, flipping over a page of the report slowly. Qin Feng stepped over to the coffee table, picked up a cup of already cold Maojin tea, and gulped it down. "Dad, today I saw a ghost. No, I saw a deity." Upon hearing his son's words, Qin Zhangwo put down the documents in hand, took off his glasses, and slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Was the child becoming more sensible? He then revealed a faint smile and said, "Oh, do tell what happened." Qin Feng pulled over a single sofa to sit down, rubbing his hands on his knees. Excitedly, he said, "Today in the school parking lot, I actually saw an Enzo, the only liquid metal silver one in the Chinese region. Guess what? The owner is a freshman in our school named Tang Zheng." Qin Zhangwo paused in his action, surprised, and said, "A freshman? To be able to afford a car worth tens of millions, their family's background must be significant. Which family's child has returned?" Qin Feng shook his head. "I haven't heard of it. What's strange is that I've never seen this person at any gatherings before. He doesn't seem to be local. But luckily I was smart and added him on WeChat. There will be plenty of opportunities to get to know him later." He then leaned forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a state secret. "That's not the main point. The main point is that just now, on my way back from the elevated road via the shortcut, I saw this guy drive that Enzo straight into the princess mansion, and the gate opened automatically." Hearing his son's words, a flicker of surprise and confusion crossed Qin Zhangwo's eyes as he suddenly raised his head, staring intently at his son, and murmured, "Could it be him? Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Say it again, where did he go in?" "I'm certain I didn't see wrongly. It was right by the second ring road, the princess mansion, with two white marble lions in front." Seeing his father's unusual reaction, Qin Feng became even more curious. "Dad, do you know him? Have you met him?" Qin Zhangwo did not answer immediately, but fell into thought, recalling an incident from 2 months prior. That day, as usual, he went there to take a walk and inadvertently saw a young man enter the gates of the princess mansion. Later, he sent someone to investigate, but found no useful information, as if the young man's assets appeared out of thin air. After a while, Qin Zhangwo opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feng. "Fenger, your sister will have her full moon banquet in a few days. You should try to invite him." Qin Feng's face immediately fell. "Didn't you say you weren't planning to hold a big event, just a few tables at home for relatives? Is that appropriate? Besides, what kind of status does he have to attend a full moon banquet for someone he just met?" Qin Zhangwo waved his hand and said, "Just invite him in the spirit of classmate camaraderie, saying everyone is young and should gather for some fun. Go ask him and see. If he doesn't want to come, then forget it. But if you can get him to come, I'll pay the full price for that Aston Martin you've had your eye on last month starting tomorrow." Qin Feng's eyes instantly lit up like 200-watt bulbs. Aston Martin, he had been craving it for half a year, but his father had always been tight-fisted with his pocket money. Now, hearing his father say this, he immediately became energetic. "Don't worry. I'll take care of this. Even if I have to beg, I'll get him to come." It was 11 o'clock at night. Qin Feng threw himself onto the 2-meter-wide genuine leather bed in his bedroom and opened a WeChat group named Jing the Handsome Guys. His thumb tapped rapidly on the screen. "Brothers, big news. Don't say I didn't think of you all. Guess who I just saw?" After sending the message, the group fell silent for several seconds. Then Lin Xiang sent a voice message. "Spit it out. I'm busy drinking tea with my old man. No time for your riddles." Lin Xiang's voice carried a hint of exasperation towards the intellectually challenged coming through the phone speaker. Qin Feng rolled his eyes and pressed the voice button. "It's Tang Zheng, whom we saw in the school parking lot today. I saw his car again when I was coming home. It drove straight into the princess mansion on the second ring road. I saw it with my own eyes. Absolutely true." This voice message detonated like a bomb, instantly igniting a flurry of reactions in the group. Zhao Yi and Zhou Kai sent dozens of meme images of Black Man questioning. "Princess Mansion, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? That place was bought by a mysterious big shot years ago and has been uninhabited ever since. Lin Xiang's tone was filled with shock and skepticism. Seeing this, Qin Feng quickly replied, I saw it with both my eyes. I could almost stick my face against the car's taillights. If I weren't afraid of a rear-end collision, I would have followed him to say hello. After saying this, Qin Feng ignored the group's chaotic chatter, exited the group chat interface, and clicked on Tang Jing's profile picture. He seemed to have already seen the Aston Martin promised by his old man beckoning to him. Moreover, if he could really befriend someone like this, he would be able to strut around at home in front of his old man, no longer needing to endure daily scolding for being uneducated. Thinking of this, he hurriedly edited his message, carefully considering his words, and finally sent what he believed to be a very appropriate message. Brother Tang, are you awake? The day after tomorrow is my little sister's full moon party. She's particularly cute and chubby. The location is at Villa No. 2 in Guanlon Lake, and we haven't invited outsiders, just young friends around our age. Would you like to come and hang out? I can introduce you to some friends from our school. After sending this message, Qin Feng flung his phone onto his chest, lay back on the bed, and stared at the crystal lamp on the ceiling, waiting for a reply. Generally speaking, even if someone doesn't come, they should at least exchange a few polite words, and this friendship would slowly build up. As time ticked by, Qin Feng felt that every second was incredibly long. After a few minutes, his phone finally vibrated. He suddenly sat up and swiped the screen. The screen displayed only a few short words. Thanks, I have an appointment, no time. These few short words had Qin Feng staring at them for a full half-minute, swallowing hard. He had originally prepared a ton of conversation topics to chat with Tang Zhong, but now all of it was stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. My Aston Martin. Qin Feng murmured, a sense of helplessness written all over his face as he leaned back against the headboard, his expression sorrowful. On October 1st, in the early morning, warm sunlight streamed through the window into the main bedroom of the princess mansion, where Tang Zhong opened his eyes. He ignored the holiday greetings that had come in on his phone and got out of bed. After a quick wash, he randomly grabbed a white short-sleeved shirt from the wardrobe and slung a black crossbody bag over his shoulder before stepping out. He had no other plans for the day. He intended to go with the flow and explore the city's attractions. Back when he was in the orphanage, even a trip to the city's zoo was a luxury. Now, with plenty of time and confidence, he wanted to measure the capital city with his own feet. Just as he walked out of the inner courtyard's flower gate, a figure as tall as an iron tower stood in the shadow of the porch. Ivan was dressed in a white shirt and black pants with muscles stretching the fabric tight, silently watching him with eager eyes. Boss. Seeing Tang Zhong approach, Ivan slightly lowered his head, his voice rough and textured. Tang Zhong paused, glanced at him, and said, I'm going out for a stroll. You don't need to follow. You should take a good rest. He knew that Ivan had been working hard to keep an eye on the situation at the princess mansion lately. Ivan's gray-blue eyes were filled with stubbornness as he shook his head. There are many people outside during the National Day holiday, and the variables are numerous. It's safer for me to follow the boss. Looking at Ivan's determined expression, Tang Zhong couldn't help but smile wryly. He also understood this big guy's temperament. His loyalty was overwhelming, and he was quite stubborn. However, he had been busy with military training recently, and Ivan had stayed in the mansion without going out. It would be good for him to get some fresh air. All right, just keep your distance from me as we go out together. If a big man was glued to his side, what kind of exploring could he do? It would only make him look like a monkey in a crowd. At 10 in the morning, outside the Meridian Gate of the Forbidden City, the crowd was packed tightly with tourists, sweat mingling with various perfume scents fermented in the air, giving people a headache. Tang Zhong, with his bag, blended into a tour group, holding small red flags, leisurely stepping on the blue bricks. As he gazed at the mottled red walls and glazed tiles, related information about the I Ching and Bagua automatically spun in his mind. The Forbidden City is situated with its back to Wanshui Mountain and facing the Jinshui River, and the feng shui layout established by Liu Bowen and Yao Guangxiao back in the day was truly exquisite. Ivan maintained a distance of about 10 meters behind Tang Zhong. His presence instinctively made ordinary people avoid him. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Tang Zhong emerged from the Xinwu Gate, feeling uncomfortably empty in his stomach. He didn't squeeze into the popular snack shops lined up on the curb, but instead walked along the city moat for a street and entered a private dining restaurant hidden in an alley. This restaurant was recommended by Sun Fu before he left. It was said to serve very authentic dishes. This place had no sign, relying solely on word of mouth, and required reservations in advance. Fortunately, Sun Fu had already made the reservation. After the manager verified their identities, the professional smile on his face instantly transformed into genuine flattery, bowing as he ushered them to a window seat on the first floor. Tang Zhong ordered 2 signature imperial dishes and a pot of dahong, Pao leaning back in his chair as he watched the national locust tree leaves falling in the alley outside the window. What he didn't know was that behind a screen 3 seats away, Lin Wanqiu was holding a powder puff, touching up her makeup in front of a small folding mirror. Today she wore a pure white knitted bodycon dress with a neckline, just revealing enough to show off her collarbone without appearing too suggestive. This was her latest research on pure and innocent fashion, which was 100% effective in attracting men, and the glances from those around her confirmed that the effect was indeed good. Her best friend sitting opposite her was engrossed in her phone, muttering, "This place's food is way too expensive. 2 people ate almost 5,000 and we're still not full. We need to split the bill later. I didn't bring that much money. So where else are we going afterwards, Wanqiu?" Lin Wanqiu remained silent. Her gaze pierced through the gap at the edge of the screen, fixated on Tang Zhang. It was him again, the boy from the airplane. Moreover, according to her previous undercover informant at the company, this person had appeared at Huanyu Corporation and President Shun had even referred to him as boss. Although her contract termination turmoil had passed, she not only lost a significant amount of money, but also suffered a drastic drop in her reputation. Various endorsements had been cancelled, and if it weren't for a few fervent fans still supporting her, she would have likely fallen below the third-tier level. At this moment, seeing Tang Zhang again, her mind began to race with calculations. Currently, this person was likely of substantial background. If she could establish a connection, make him fall for her, and ideally marry her, wouldn't it be easy for her to ascend into the upper echelons of society? "What? Are you eyeing some handsome guy?" Her best friend followed her gaze and smirked. "He is indeed quite handsome, but he looks a bit young. Besides, don't get your hopes up. His family is definitely not interested in someone like us. Moreover, have you forgotten about Wu Changfeng's wife?" The mention of this made Lin Wanqiu's teeth ache, filled with resentment. When Wu Changfeng was arrested, inexplicably his wife found out about her being Wu Changfeng's mistress, and even came to hire a few people to beat her up, nearly disfiguring her. This was also the reason she had been hiding away for a while, all to recover from her injuries. She wasn't even a mistress, she was merely a minor third party. Did it really matter? "What do you know?" Lin Wanqiu shot her best friend an annoyed glare, took a deep breath, and motivated herself again, before putting away the mirror with a loud snap. She stood up, her fingers hooked onto the second button of her knitted dress, tugging outward to accentuate her already impressive curves. Then she picked up the half-finished glass of red wine on the table, stepped in her high heels, and gracefully walked around the screen towards Tang Zhang. At this moment, Tang Zhang was bringing a piece of braised pork to his mouth. A strong scent of Jo Malone bluebell perfume suddenly overwhelmed the aroma of the food, hitting his nostrils, and he frowned slightly. "Excuse me, handsome, sorry to interrupt, but it's nice to see you again." Lin Wanqiu's delicate voice rang out by the table, her tone deliberately lifted at the end as she tried to make her voice sound charming and innocent. Tang Zhang did not look up, chewing and swallowing the meat before lifting his eyelids to glance over. Lin Wanqiu stood slightly in front of him, her body leaning forward. From this angle, if Tang Zhang's gaze dropped just a little, he could clearly see her fair skin. "What do you want?" Tang Zhang's tone was lighter than the tea in his cup, and upon seeing her his expression soured, as if he had stepped in something unpleasant. He held no good impression of this woman. Lin Wanqiu wore a practiced, innocent smile. "Mr. Tang, it's been a while. I truly apologize for the previous incident. I came to express my apologies again. Rest assured, I have already dismissed that assistant. She will never be a nuisance to you again." As she spoke, she naturally pulled out the chair opposite Tang Zhang, preparing to sit down, completely ignoring Ivan, who was glaring at her. "Did I invite you to sit?" Tang Zhang spoke, his voice low, but carrying an undeniable coldness. A flicker of disgust flashed in his eyes as he stared directly at Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu's body stiffened in midair, her rear just a centimeter from the chair. Her smile froze as, based on her past experiences, when a beautiful woman initiated conversation in public, even if there was no blush or racing heart, the other party should at least politely invite her to sit. She never expected him to be so rude. Handsome meeting each other is fate. Lin Wanqiu quickly adjusted herself, standing straight and adopting a posture of having been wronged, biting her pink lip. She deliberately raised her voice slightly, hoping to pressure Tang Zhang with the gazes of the surrounding diners. "I just wanted to come over to say hello and make a friend." Her eyes shone with a glimmer of hope as she thought Tang Zhang would, in light of their public setting, give her a way out. However, Tang Zhang was not swayed by such tactics. He leaned back against his chair, leisurely pulling out a napkin from the box on the table to wipe his mouth. Then, looking at Lin Wanqiu's face, which was adorned with an elaborate facade of Namacup makeup, he found it somewhat amusing. "I never make friends with people of questionable morals and character." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanqiu's breath caught for a moment, her face instantly paling, her eyes filled with disbelief and anger. "You? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Wanqiu's voice sharpened, her face turning crimson. Tang Zhang ignored her fury, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. "I want to enjoy this meal in peace. You have 5 seconds to disappear from my sight, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Lin Wanxiu felt a chill run up her spine. She could no longer care about any plans to snag a wealthy husband. Stumbling in her high heels, she took 2 steps back, turned, and ran out, without even calling for her friend behind the screen. Meanwhile, her friend, who had been calculating how to sneak out without paying, dared not even breathe, hastily grabbing her bag and rushing to settle the bill before chasing after her. Silently cursing, "What a loss. I'm the one paying again, ooh, I must hurry after her." Tang Zheng didn't even glance in that direction. He picked up the last piece of braised pork on his plate, placing it in his mouth. The meat was tender, and the fat melted in his mouth. The taste was truly authentic. He wondered if the chef had thoughts of changing jobs. After finishing, he wiped his hands and picked up his phone, dialing Xinxing's number. The phone rang only twice before it was answered. "President Tang." Xinxing's voice came through the receiver, laced with a hint of confusion, unsure why President Tang was contacting him at this time. "Do you remember Lin Wanxiu? I do not wish to see her face on any screen again in the future." Tang Zheng leaned back against the Wang Wali wood chair, his gaze fixed on the orange cat in the alley outside, licking its fur, his tone calm, but filled with unyielding resolve. There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Understood." Xinxing did not ask why and showed no hesitation. After a moment, he added, "Within half a day, all investors, directors, and producers who have had contact with her will no longer work with her. Anyone who dares to employ her will be opposing Huanyu." Tang Zheng replied, and then hung up the phone. At the same time, in the president's office of Huanyu Group, Xinxing placed his phone on the table, his gaze sweeping over the executives on either side of the long table who were reporting their work. With a serious expression, he said, "Have the heads of the legal and public relations departments come to my office immediately. Additionally, notify the industry association that the company will draft a comprehensive ban on the disreputable artist Lin Wanxiu." The executives exchanged glances filled with confusion. They had no idea what Lin Wanxiu had done to provoke the boss into personally issuing such a decree. The next day, October 2nd. The temperature outside soared close to 40 degrees, with the autumn heat wave still asserting its dominance, almost melting people away. Outside the east gate of Heyuan, tourists lined up in a long queue, various colored sunshades jostling together, resembling a rolling cloud of poisonous mushrooms. Tang Zheng stood under the shade of a tree at the ticket entrance, wearing a gray baseball cap. Ivan trailed a few steps behind him, his white shirt already soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his muscles. Yet his gray-blue eyes remained alert, scanning the crowd like a hawk, his expression unfaltering, displaying his dedication. "Buying tickets will take half an hour. I should have had Sun Fu get the tickets ready early." Tang Zheng sighed as he watched the slowly crawling line ahead, a hint of helplessness in his tone. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a scene not far away. Beside a stone pillar, there sat an elderly woman and a young girl. The old lattice white hair contrasted with the deep wrinkles on her face, carved as if by a knife. She was waving a tattered fan with frayed edges, fanning the little girl beside her. The little girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt with a pilling collar and plastic sandals that nearly exposed her big toes. In her arms, she held a bamboo basket filled with dozens of pink lotus flowers tied with iron wire. Her small face was flushed red from the scorching sun, a few strands of hair on her forehead stuck together with sweat as she eagerly watched the passing tourists. "Grandma, I'm not thirsty. You drink this bottle of water." The little girl pushed a nearly half-empty bottle of mineral water towards the old lattice lips. "Nwan, be good, Grandma isn't thirsty. You drink it." The old lady pushed the water back, using a dry towel around her neck that had long lost its original color to gently wipe the little girl's sweat. On such a hot day, Nwan mustn't get heat stroke. Tang Zheng watched this scene, the face of the old dean flashing through his mind. Back in the orphanage during summer, they couldn't even afford to turn on a fan, and the old dean would sit by the bed with a fan fanning the group of children to shoo away mosquitoes. The edge of that fan was almost identical to the one in the old lattice hand. After a few seconds of silence, he stepped forward, stopping in front of the basket. A faint fragrance of lotus flowers wafted into his nostrils, dispersing the mixed scent of sweat in the surrounding air. "How much are these flowers?" Tang Zheng asked softly, his tone devoid of any disdain. Startled by the voice, the old lady quickly stood up. Having squatted for too long, she wobbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Tang Zheng instinctively reached out to help, but fortunately the old lady managed to steady herself by holding onto the stone pillar. "1 yuan each. How many would you like, sir?" The old lady forced a smile, her hands nervously rubbing her pants, her eyes filled with anticipation. Once she sold the flowers, she could buy Nwan an ice cream. "They'll take all of these in the basket." Tang Zheng opened his bag, pulled out 5 red bills, and handed them over. The old lady was taken aback. She looked at the 500 yuan, shaking her head, repeatedly shrinking back. No, There are only about 30 flowers left in this basket. It's not worth that much money, and I can't give change. Just take it. Tang Zheng forced the money into the old lady's hands, then bent down to take a lotus flower from the basket, pushing the rest along with the basket towards the little girl. You keep the flowers to play with. It's too hot, hurry, and take grandma home, don't get heat stroke. The little girl looked up, her big clear eyes reflecting Tang Zheng's image. Thank you, big brother. She stood up and politely bowed to Tang Zheng at a 90-degree angle. Tang Zheng reached out to ruffle her hair, turning to walk towards the ticket entrance. Upon entering, Tang Zheng strolled slowly along Kunming Lake. This former royal garden from the previous dynasty had an extremely meticulous feng shui layout. Wanshou Mountain represented Xuanwu, Kunming Lake represented Juqiu, Yuling Mountain on the left was Qinglong, and Xishan on the right was Baihu. With all four symbols present, it was a top-notch energy-gathering formation. Unfortunately, by the late Qing dynasty their fortune had run out. No matter how good the feng shui was, it could not stop the tide of history. After wandering for several hours, it was past 3 in the afternoon. The sun was not only unrelenting, but even more intense, the heat waves on the ground visibly distorting the air. Tang Zheng retraced his steps, exiting from the east gate, preparing to call a vehicle back to the princess' residence. Just as he stepped out of the square, a piercing, broken-sounding cry instantly shattered the surrounding noise. 1111, where are you? Tang Zheng glanced in the direction of the voice, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. It was the old lady selling flowers. She was now frantically darting through the crowd, her tattered fan long lost. The 500 yuan was clutched tightly in her hand, almost crumpled into a wad of scrap paper. Have you seen my granddaughter? She's wearing a pink outfit, 6 years old, about this tall. The old lady grabbed a passerby's arm, gesturing to indicate the height, tears streaming down her face in desperation. The passerby shook her off in disgust and hurried away, fearing being blamed. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks, his brow furrowed into a tight knot. This was the entrance to a tourist attraction crowded with people. How could a child go missing in broad daylight? Nuan said she wanted an ice cream, so I went to the nearby convenience store to buy one. When I turned around, she was gone. The old lady knelt on the ground, despairingly slapping her thighs. Human traffickers. The word flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. Snatching people in broad daylight at the entrance of a tourist site. At that moment, the old lady, overwhelmed by panic, got up from the ground, stumbling across the road, while frantically shouting her granddaughter's name. She completely ignored the traffic lights. At that moment, a white BMW 7 Series was turning into the intersection. It was moving at high speed, showing no signs of slowing down. The roar of the engine was particularly harsh on the empty road. Bang! The crowd barely had time to react before a sickening thud echoed. The old lady was heavily struck by the side of the car. She flew like a kite, with a severed string rolling several meters on the asphalt, her forehead crashing hard against the curb, blood instantly gushing out. The few red bills scattered on the ground, stained with blood. The BMW careened forward for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving a long black mark while puffing out a cloud of smoke. The surrounding crowd surged forward, pointing and whispering, but not a single person dared to actually step forward to help. The car door was kicked open by someone. A young man in a floral shirt and a chunky gold chain stepped out, cursing as he approached. He didn't even glance at the old lady lying in the pool of blood. Instead, he first touched the dent on the front of his car with a pained expression. Damn it, my car. The man turned quickly, walking over to the old lady, lifting his pointed leather shoe, and kicked her on the shoulder. Old hag, can't you see? Did you bump into me? You couldn't afford to repair this paint job, even if your whole family sold their kidneys. The old lady held her forehead, curling up on the scorching asphalt, still murmuring, 11. Mine 11. Someone in the crowd couldn't bear to watch and shouted, Why are you hitting her? Call 120 and report it. The man in the floral shirt abruptly turned his head, pulling a baseball bat from the car's trunk, pointing it at the crowd. Report. Let's see who dares to report today. He spat arrogantly, scanning the surroundings. This old hag damaged my car. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to pay first. Anyone who dares to meddle, I'll take care of him too. A few muffled curses emerged from the crowd. How can one drive like this? It's so careless. Exactly, it looks painful. Hurry and call an ambulance. However, when the crowd saw the glaring aluminum baseball bat and the thick gold chain around the man's neck, the originally angry people instinctively shrank back. No one wants to provoke a wealthy idiot driving a BMW 7 Series and spewing vulgarities. At this moment, Tang Zheng stood at the edge of the crowd, his brow furrowed. He quickly pulled out his phone from his pocket and pressed a few numbers on the screen. The call connected. 120 Yuan, Eastgate Square, a car accident has occurred. The victim is an elderly woman who suffered a severe blow to the head, and is bleeding profusely in a semi-conscious state. Please send the nearest ambulance immediately. After hanging up, he dialed again. 110 Yuan Eastgate Square, a disturbance caused by a traffic accident has occurred. Moreover, a few minutes ago, there was a suspected child trafficking case here. The missing person is a girl about 6 or 7 years old wearing a pink short-sleeved shirt and plastic sandals. Family. No, I'm not. The family of the little girl is that car accident victim. After finishing the call, Tang Zheng stuffed his phone back into his pocket and was about to head towards the victim. The man in the floral shirt had pointed ears and heard the voices coming from the back of the crowd. He gripped the baseball bat, pushed aside a few timid tourists, and strode aggressively to stand in front of Tang Zheng. Hey, were you calling the police? The man in the floral shirt looked Tang Zheng up and down, seeing his plain sportswear, without any obvious logos, and a mocking smirk appeared on his lips. He disdainfully said, "You love to show off, huh? Want to be a good person? Do you have any idea how much it costs to repaint that car? You couldn't afford it even if you sold yourself, yet you dare to act like a big shot here, playing the role of a good Samaritan." Saying this, he raised the baseball bat, about to jab it into Tang Zheng. Before the bat could even touch Tang Zheng's clothes, a large bony hand suddenly reached out from the side and firmly grasped the aluminum bat. Ivan appeared like an iron tower that materialized out of thin air, standing in front of Tang Zheng. The man in the floral shirt was momentarily stunned and pulled back hard on the bat. It remained unmoved. The solid aluminum bat in Ivan's hand felt as if it had been embedded in concrete, firmly trapped in midair. The man in the floral shirt panicked, lifting his pointed leather shoe and kicking it directly at Ivan's knee, cursing, "Let go. What does this have to do with you?" Ivan didn't even flinch. The shoe struck hard against Ivan's kneecap, producing a dull thud. The man's expression changed instantly. He felt as if he had kicked a solid steel pillar instead of a leg. The sharp pain radiating from his foot made him stagger back 2 steps, gasping for breath. His face Ivan swiftly turned his wrist, and the aluminum baseball bat slipped from his grasp into his hand. "Boss, how should we deal with this person?" Ivan turned his head and asked in Chinese. Tang Zheng didn't even glance at the man who was hopping on one foot, clutching his toes. "Don't worry about him. Let's check on the elderly woman's injuries first. Don't let anyone move her. We'll wait for the ambulance to arrive before proceeding." Ivan nodded, casually tossing the baseball bat to the ground, which landed with a crisp clatter. He strode over to the pool of blood, knelt on one knee, and took out a clean piece of gauze from his pocket. It was a habit he formed on the battlefield to always carry gauze and other first aid supplies for emergencies. He pressed the gauze against the elderly woman's forehead wound to stop the bleeding. The man in the floral shirt stood frozen in place, his face shifting from green to pale. He looked at Ivan's exaggerated muscle definition and dared not approach any further, pulling out his phone to call for backup. "Hey, Changgu, I've been bullied at Yuan Eastgate. A fool smashed my car. Hurry and bring some brothers." 10 minutes later, the sound of urgent sirens could be heard from afar. A white 120 ambulance with flashing blue lights forced its way through the crowd of onlookers and stopped at the edge of the square. 2 paramedics quickly rushed down with a stretcher. "Make way. Everyone step back and keep the air flowing." The doctors reached the elderly woman and quickly checked her pupils and pulsed, their expressions instantly turning grim. "Increased intracranial pressure, possible internal bleeding. Secure the cervical spine immediately and load her into the ambulance." The 2 nurses immediately came forward to assist. Just as the stretcher was about to be lifted, the man in the floral shirt, suddenly emboldened, rushed forward and pressed down on the stretcher's handrail. "Who told you to take her away?" He glared, blocking the paramedics like a rogue, shouting, "She crashed into my car. 50,000. Not a penny less, and no one gets to leave today. If you take her away, who do I go to for the money?" The paramedic was a middle-aged man in his 30s who was used to various medical disputes, but it was his first time encountering someone blocking a rescue. His face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Are you crazy? The victim is in life-threatening danger, and if you delay the rescue, can you bear the legal responsibility? Step aside immediately." The doctor pushed hard against the man in the floral shirt's hands, trying to pull him away. The man clung tightly to the stretcher, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What responsibility do I have? She crashed into me. I just got this car less than a month ago, original paint, and now it's dented like this. If you take her away, who pays for this?" He turned his head viciously, pointing at Tang Zheng, standing aside, shouting, "Weren't you the one calling the police? Don't you love meddling in others' affairs? Fine, if you pay the 50,000 for her, I'll let you through. If you can't, then this old woman can just lie here and wait to die." The surrounding tourists were in an uproar, all feeling anger towards the man in the floral shirt's behavior, yet no one dared to step forward. 50,000 is not a small sum. No one wants to bear this debt for no reason. The paramedic was sweating profusely and took out his walkie-talkie to call for police support. A cold glint flashed in Tang Zheng's eyes as he stepped forward. He didn't bother arguing with the man in the floral shirt. He realized that reasoning with such a person was futile. This man had no morals. He was a complete rogue. He walked directly to the front of the white BMW 7 Series, calmly assessing the vehicle. It was a mid-range 740 model priced at about $600,000. At this moment, there was indeed a noticeable dent on the right side of the front, evidence of a collision with the elderly woman. Looking around and finding no other handy tools, he bent down and picked up the aluminum baseball bat that Ivan had thrown on the ground earlier. He weighed it in his hand. Then, in front of the shocked gazes of everyone, Tang Zheng swung the bat and struck the front windshield of the BMW violently. Bang! A loud sound erupted. The sturdy laminated glass instantly spiderwebbed with cracks, and a large dent formed in the center. The noise in the crowd abruptly ceased. Even the man clinging to the stretcher was dumbfounded. Tang Zheng did not pause. He moved to the side of the car and swung the bat again, smashing the left rearview mirror. The alloy casing shattered, the glass splintered, and the entire mirror dangled from the car door. Next came the car windows, the hood, and the headlights. Bang! 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 The sounds of metal deforming and glass shattering echoed in the open square. Tang Zheng's actions were rhythmic, devoid of any frenzied emotional outburst, as if he were performing a disassembly task on an assembly line. With each swing, he precisely damaged the vehicle's most expensive external components. In less than a minute's time, the once brand-new BMW 7 Series was now unrecognizable. The front was completely wrecked, all the glass shattered, and the doors were riddled with dents. Tang Zheng stopped. He casually tossed the now slightly bent baseball bat onto the hood, covered in shards of glass, producing a muffled sound. He turned around, looking at the now completely dazed man in the floral shirt, his gaze calm as he coldly stated, "It's worth $50,000 now." Tang Zheng spoke in a calm, unfluctuating tone. "I will personally cover the 50th genuine damage to this vehicle." He gestured toward the stretcher cart. "Now remove your filthy hands from that stretcher." The man in the floral shirt finally snapped back to awareness. Staring at his mangled, beloved car, his eyes turned bloodshot, completely forgetting the lesson he'd just received. "Fuck your mother. I'll kill you." He released the stretcher and lunged wildly at Tang Zheng, only to take 2 steps before stopping short. Yevon's massive frame had already interposed itself between them. With casual ease, he extended one hand, seized the floral-shirted man by the collar, and lifted him clean off the ground as if he were a chick. The man's legs kicked frantically in midair, his face flushed crimson, but he couldn't budge an inch. "Load her onto the ambulance, now." Seizing the moment, the emergency physician signaled the nurses, who swiftly wheeled the elderly woman into the ambulance. The doors slammed shut with a heavy thud, the siren wailed anew, and the vehicle sped away in a cloud of dust. At that very instant, 2 police cruisers, strobing redan blue lights flashing, arrived on scene. 4 officers quickly disembarked. The lead officer glanced first at the shattered BMW, then at the floral-shirted man dangling helplessly in Yevon's grip, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. "Everyone halt. What is going on here?" The officer barked, his hand already resting on his utility belt. Yevon turned briefly to look at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gave a slight nod. Yevon released his grip. The man crashed onto the pavement with a thud, dazed and disoriented. "Officer, he smashed my car. Arrest him immediately. He paid over $600,000 for this vehicle." The man scrambled toward the officer seeking refuge and pointed vehemently at Tang Zheng. The officer approached Tang Zheng and scrutinized him from head to toe. "Did you smash this car?" "Yes, I did," Tang Zheng replied calmly, producing his identification card and handing it over. "Officer, I accept full liability for the damages. But the crux of my earlier call to emergency services was not this traffic incident nor the act of smashing the car." Tang Zheng pointed to the dark pool of blood on the ground and to the trampled flower basket. 10 minutes ago, the injured woman's granddaughter, a girl aged 6 or 7, was abducted by traffickers right here in this plaza. The victim was rushing to search for her grandchild when she failed to notice the accelerating vehicle and was struck down. The officer froze mid-check of the ID card. He raised his head, his expression hardened into grave solemnity. A traffic accident and property damage constituted civil disputes or minor public order violations, but open-air child abduction constituted a grave criminal offense. "Are you certain it was abduction? Did you get a clear look at the trafficker's face?" The officer asked rapidly while pulling out his radio. "I didn't see the trafficker. The little girl had been waiting near the scenic area's entrance. She vanished while her grandmother stepped away to buy an ice pop. This is the main gate of the scenic zone. Cameras are everywhere. You still have time to retrieve the surveillance footage now." Tang Zheng recounted the facts with crisp clarity. The officer pressed his radio firmly. "Command Center, this is Unit Alpha. We have a suspected child abduction at the Eastgate Plaza of Hiyuan Scenic Area. Suspect description pending. The abducted child is female 6 or 7 years old wearing a pink short-sleeve top. Immediately seal all surrounding thoroughfares and activate the citywide surveillance network along her probable route. After issuing the order, he turned to Tang Zheng. You'll need to accompany us to the station for a formal statement. Tang Zheng glanced at Yevon. Yevon remained here to assist the police with the vehicle damage investigation. Settle all compensation fairly. Follow due process. He then faced the officer again. Officer, the elderly woman's life hangs in the balance, and the little girl remains missing. Might I go straight to the hospital first? Perhaps I can be of some assistance. My contact details and registered address are fully accessible through your system. I'll visit the station later to complete the official record. The officer studied Tang Zheng's tranquil yet unyielding gaze, then glanced at Yevon beside him. After a brief hesitation, he nodded. Go, but do not leave the city and keep your communications active at all times. Tang Zheng stepped to the roadside and hailed a taxi. Driver, please head to Wode Medical Center Hospital and follow the ambulance ahead of us. Half an hour later, Wode Medical Center Hospital Emergency Department. The acrid sting of antiseptic filled the corridor. Tang Zheng sat on a hard plastic bench outside the operating room staring up at the crimson letters glowing overhead in surgery. From the far end of the corridor came hurried footsteps. 2 local precinct officers approached the triage desk, clutching several printed documents. Nurse, how is the elderly woman brought in by the traffic accident? Li Shufan. The nurse, typing into her computer, looked up and sighed. Her condition is critical, severe traumatic brain injury. An immediate craniotomy is required. Moreover, we found no records for her in the National Medical Insurance Database. She appears never to have enrolled. This surgery alone, plus subsequent ICU care, will cost several 100,000 yuan. Have you contacted her family? Someone must sign the consent form and pay the deposit without delay. The senior officer clenched the edge of his documents tightly between his fingers. There is no family left to contact. How can that be? Her husband? Her children? The nurse grew anxious. The officer's voice grew hoarse. Her husband passed away 20 years ago. He flipped the document to its second page and pointed to a crimson official seal. She had only one son, killed 8 years ago during an anti-narcotics operation along the border. A first-class meritorious hero. A martyr. A sudden hush fell over the triage area. The nurse stood speechless, mouth agape. Several family members of other patients paused mid-step. 10 meters away, Tang Zheng heard every word clearly from his plastic seat. He leaned back against the unyielding chair, gazing upward at the harsh white fluorescent tubes overhead. A martyr who laid down his life for his country. His mother, now in her 70s or 80s, still sold lotus blossoms for 1 yuan each beneath the scorching midday sun at the scenic area's entrance, enduring 40-degree heat. Not only had she been struck down by a speeding car, her life hanging in the balance, but also slandered as a fraudster by the wealthy young man behind the BMW. And the sole living heir of that fallen hero, the little girl who dutifully waited beside her grandmother offering her the last sip of water, had been snatched like a helpless chick in broad daylight by human traffickers. Tang Zheng rose slowly. He walked to the triage desk. Nurse, where do I pay the surgical deposit for Li Shufan? The nurse blinked, startled by this sudden approach, and instinctively pointed toward the billing counter. After a pause, she asked, who are you to her? A passerby. Without another word, Tang Zheng turned and strode toward the VIP payment window on the right side of the lobby. A queue stretched before the billing counter. Tang Zheng approached an unoccupied VIP window. Emergency surgery, Li Shufan. Deposit payment. The clerk tapped a few keys. System indicates preoperative deposit required 100,000 yuan, sir. Are you a family member? If not, refund procedures may prove cumbersome. Tang Zheng withdrew a black bank card from his wallet and slid it through the narrow slot beneath the counter. Not a family member. Charge 50,000 yuan. The clerk's fingers froze above the keyboard. She lifted her eyes and stared at Tang Zheng as though he were an alien. Sir, are you absolutely certain? 50,000 yuan. Make sure to tell the attending physician to use the best medicines and the finest surgical materials. If an external expert is needed, hire one immediately. All expenses will be charged to this card. If funds are insufficient, feel free to call me. Tang Zheng's gaze was resolute, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. He picked up a notepad from the windowsill, swiftly wrote down his phone number, and handed it to the staff member. Seeing this, the staff member swallowed hard. As an employee of the Ward Medical Center, he naturally understood what the black card signified. It was a symbol of wealth. He carefully picked up the black card, just about to swipe it on the machine. At that moment, a young woman's voice came from behind Tang Zheng. The hospital cannot accept this payment. Tang Zheng furrowed his brows slightly, turned around, and his gaze showed a clear hint of surprise. Shun Yiqing. What is she doing here? Shun Yiqing was dressed in a stylish white women's suit, the slim fit accentuating her tall figure to near perfection without a hint of excess weight, exuding elegance and competence. She was wearing a pair of black pointed high-heeled shoes, and her bright eyes first scanned Tang Zheng, smiled, and then looked directly at the staff inside the glass window. Forli Schufen surgery, just use the hospital's green leaf fund account. Shun Yiqing's voice was not loud, but it carried an unmistakable authority. All her emergency expenses, subsequent ICU care, and rehabilitation costs will be fully waived. You go speak with Director Hu of the emergency department, just tell him it's my request to use the best medicines, and we must save her life. The staff behind the glass was stunned for 2 seconds, and after recognizing the visitor, quickly stood up from his chair and nodded repeatedly. Understood, President Shun. I'll call the emergency department right away to report. He understood that Shun Yiqing, as the owner of the Ward Medical Center, held absolute authority. Her orders were the rules. Tang Zheng watched this scene unfold, feeling a bit puzzled. He lightly tapped on the glass countertop twice, signaling Shun Yiqing that he was still present. Shun Yiqing turned around, meeting Tang Zheng's questioning gaze instinctively, raising her chin, pride evident in her eyes. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I am the boss of the Ward Medical Center. As she spoke, she took a step forward in her high heels, the sound of the heels striking the marble floor resonating sharply, closing the distance between them to half a meter. The shortening distance made Tang Zheng feel slightly uncomfortable, causing him to take a small step back. Seeing his reaction, Shun Yiqing explained with satisfaction, "The local police came to verify the identity of the injured person and happened to run into me during my inspection of the hospital today. A mother of a first-class merit recipient should not have to rely on strangers to raise money for surgery in my hospital. If the media gets wind of this, will the reputation of Ward Medical be worth sacrificing? This is also to protect the hospital's public image." Tang Zheng looked at her slightly tense jawline and couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Since President Shun is so wealthy, I won't steal the spotlight anymore, he said, smoothly retracting the black card and putting it back in his pocket. Then he flipped his wrist and pulled out a 1 yuan check from his bag, extending it towards Shun Yiqing. Tang Zheng looked into Shun Yiqing's eyes, his tone calm and serious. I happened to run into you. I've been wanting to return it since dawn, but you had already left. This time it's back to its rightful owner. Seeing the check handed back to her, Shun Yiqing felt somewhat embarrassed. Remembering the scene of her drunkenly hugging Tang Zheng and groping him, her face involuntarily flushed. When she woke up, she had felt extremely awkward and had hurriedly thrown the check away. Later, after thinking it over carefully, she realized that her actions were indeed inappropriate. Looking at Tang Zheng again, who had been in the top-tier business circles and socialite scenes since childhood, her discerning eyes were sharper than a luxury goods appraiser's magnifying glass. What he was wearing was clearly a private haute couture piece from Givenchy, with the base price of the shirt alone starting at 6 figures. Following the sleeve, every detail was made from top-grade materials and craftsmanship. She understood that this person before her could not possibly lack money. The light in Shun Yiqing's eyes flickered violently, biting her lip. She then extended 2 slender fingers and decisively took the savings card from Tang Zheng's hand. All right. She casually stuffed the check into her suit pocket, her red lips slightly parting. Then I'll take this check back. I apologize for what happened before. Seeing the somewhat awkward expression on Shun Yiqing's face, Tang Zheng couldn't help but find it amusing, waving his hand and saying, "It's all right, it was merely a misunderstanding." Looking at Shun Yiqing, he added a hint of admiration. "I must thank President Shun. Having such a caring and responsible boss is a blessing for Ward Medical Center as well as for those patients." Hearing Tang Zheng's praise, a faint blush appeared on Shun Yiqing's face. She lightly coughed and said, "All right, no more of this. I have things to attend to. I'll be on my way now." Tang Zheng nodded. After Shun Yiqing left, he dialed Ivan's number. Once the call ended, Tang Zheng raised his hand to hail a taxi. "Driver to the police station in the Eastern District." 20 minutes later, the glass door of the case handling hall was pushed open. A wave of cold air mixed with the scent of tobacco rushed in. In the waiting area against the wall, Ivan sat like a towering fortress. His massive frame nearly deformed the standard-sized chair, his thick arms resting on his knees, appearing as quiet as a statue. 3 to 4 meters away, a man in a floral shirt leaned back in his chair, watching Ivan with a vigilant gaze. His right shoe was already off, and his big toe was wrapped in a thick bandage stained with a hint of red. That was the battle scar left from when he had forcefully kicked Ivan's knee and ended up fracturing his own bone. A young police officer in a short-sleeved uniform named Xiao Li, according to his badge, walked over with 2 documents, coincidentally meeting Tang Zheng, who had just entered. "Hello, you must be Tang Zheng." Xiao Li glanced at Tang Zheng and handed over one of the mediation documents. Regarding the vehicle damage case, the Pricing Bureau has issued an urgent assessment. The total repair cost for the vehicle is $486,000. Since you have agreed to the full compensation, just sign here, and the money will be transferred to the company account. This matter is resolved in the civil domain. Tang Zheng took the pen and swiftly signed his name. Officer, is there any progress on the case of the kidnapped little girl? Tang Zheng returned the pen and casually asked. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, lowering his voice. The criminal investigation team has taken over and is currently checking the roadside surveillance. That van with a fake license plate headed towards the outskirts of the city, and checkpoints have been set up at various intersections. As for the elderly lady who was hit, she is at the Ward Medical Center undergoing brain surgery, Tang Zheng interjected. That's good. All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave now. After saying this, Xiaoli turned and walked into the inner office. Tang Zheng turned around and nodded. A heavy sound of leather shoes echoed around the corner of the corridor. Then a hoarse voice rang out. Wait a moment. Xiaoli, who allowed you to release them? A middle-aged man with a large belly emerged, hands behind his back. He wore a white shirt with one button undone at the collar, holding a black briefcase under his arm, and in his hand, he carried a stainless steel thermos cup imprinted with the logo of a certain organization. Seeing the newcomer, Xiaoli quickly stood up straight, a hint of nervousness on his face. Director Liu, this public security dispute has been resolved, and the compensation has been arranged. However, Deputy Director Liu seemed not to hear Xiaoli's words at all. He walked straight up to the man in the floral shirt who had just been grinning widely, but immediately perked up upon seeing Deputy Director Liu balancing on one leg. Director Liu, you finally made it. Changge just called me asking how this matter was being handled. The man in the floral shirt pointed at his bandaged toe, then at Tang Zheng and Ivan, spitting out saliva as he spoke. These two bastards not only smashed my car, but also assaulted me. Look at my foot. The hospital just took x-rays, and it's a comminuted fracture of the toe, which constitutes intentional injury. These two bastards must be punished. Deputy Director Liu nodded with a smile, then turned and expressionlessly opened the thermos cup, blowing at the tea leaves floating on top before taking a sip, leisurely covering it back up. He then raised his head, scanning Tang Zheng and Ivan with his gaze finally resting it on Tang Zheng's face. Smashed the car, paid the compensation, and just want to walk away. Deputy Director Liu tapped the base of the thermos cup on the nearby table, producing a dull sound. Disturbing public order plus conspiring to intentionally harm another's body. The circumstances are serious, and the attitude is arrogant. He turned to Xiaoli, raising his voice by 8 degrees. Detain them, initiate administrative detention procedures, and detain for 15 days. That big guy is suspected of violent injury. Go check for injuries, and if it meets the standard for minor injuries, directly transfer to criminal detention. The air in the hall froze for a moment. Xiaoli half opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but hesitating, still clutching the mediation document he had just signed frozen in place. After thinking for a moment, Xiaoli swallowed hard and bravely stepped forward. Director Liu, we've seen the surveillance. It was this car owner who struck first, swinging a baseball bat at someone. That big guy was just defending himself by grabbing the bat. As for the injury on his foot, he actively kicked the other person's knee, and that. How can that be classified as intentional injury? Deputy Director Liu's face instantly darkened, and he slammed the thermos cup down on the table, causing hot water to splatter from the lid, making Xiaoli flinch back. Are you the deputy director, or am I? Am I handling the case, or are you? Why don't you take my position? Deputy Director Liu pointed at Xiaoli, spitting as he spoke. Surveillance video can only serve as a reference, and the victim's injury assessment is right here. How would a law-abiding ordinary citizen randomly kick someone's knee? Clearly the other party used violent means. Director Li is attending a meeting at the headquarters today, and for all the cases in this bureau, I have the final say. Go handle the procedures immediately. Xiaoli's face turned red from being scolded, and he lowered his head, his lips moving, but he didn't dare to confront his superior again, and could only grit his teeth and reach for the handcuffs. Tang Zheng stood in place, raising an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He glanced at the smug man in the floral shirt, and then at the pompous Deputy Director Liu. In his mind, clues quickly pieced together: a spoiled rich kid driving a BMW 7 Series, a deputy director from the city's Eastern District Police Bureau, and the Changge mentioned by the man in the floral shirt. There was evidently something fishy going on. At this moment, Deputy Director Liu was also silently calculating in his heart. The Changge mentioned by the man in the floral shirt was the second son-in-law of the city's police chief. It was said that Director Li was particularly fond of his second daughter. Liu had been in this deputy director position for 5 or 6 years, and he had long wanted to move to a higher position, but had not found an opportunity until today. With Director Li at the headquarters for a meeting, he needed to seize this chance to handle the matter beautifully, showcasing his capabilities to the police chief. Deputy Director Liu, is it? Tang Zheng raised his eyelids calmly looking at the rotund man. According to Article 42 of the Administrative Penalty Law, before an administrative agency makes a decision to detain, revoke a license or permit, or impose a large fine, it must inform the parties of their right to request a hearing. You didn't even make the most basic inquiry record, nor did you verify the on-site surveillance, and based solely on his words, you directly issued a 15-day detention order. You were willing to sacrifice yourself just to climb the social ladder. This statement was like a thunderclap, causing Deputy Director Liu's flesh to visibly twitch. He did not expect this young man to be so bold as to publicly mock him, exposing his unsavory thoughts, causing his expression to turn immediately sinister. Don't spread nonsense here. Obstructing official business and defaming public officials is a serious crime. Deputy Director Liu angrily shouted at Xiao Li, "What are you waiting for? Put the handcuffs on him and lock him up quickly." Xiao Li, holding the shiny silver handcuffs, walked up to Tang Zheng, his hands trembling. He felt his conscience shattering, but he could not resist. Ivan, seeing this scene, flashed a hint of anger in his eyes. He could no longer hold back, taking half a step forward, without even looking at Xiao Li, his muscles bulging in his arms, stretching the short sleeves tight. It was as if at this moment, with just a glance from Tang Zheng, he could twist the neck of this rotund man into a pretzel in an instant. Ivan stepped back. Tang Zheng's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable strength. Ivan paused, though filled with reluctance. He still obediently stepped back beside Tang Zheng, his gaze still locked onto Deputy Director Liu like a predator. Tang Zheng stood up, a hint of pity mixed in his smile, and voluntarily extended his hands to Xiao Li. With wrists together, he calmly said, "Handcuff me." Xiao Li gritted his teeth, and with a clack, trembling hands fastened the handcuffs around Tang Zheng's and Ivan's wrists. The man in the floral shirt, seeing this, immediately hobbled over with a triumphant smile on his face. He leaned closer to Tang Zheng, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear, mocking him. "Hey, weren't you pretty tough when you smashed my car?" The man in the floral shirt no longer dared to touch him directly, only poking Tang Zheng's shoulder with his finger from a distance. "Call the police to arrest me. Do you think this is a TV drama? Let me tell you, Chang Ge has spoken. During these 15 days inside, I will definitely make sure someone takes care of you. When you come out, I will also sue you for emotional damages, and I will make sure to ruin you, you stupid fool." Tang Zheng looked at the arrogant face of the man in the floral shirt, and then glanced at Deputy Director Liu, who stood nearby, observing coldly, and filled with confidence, inwardly sneering. Just before entering the police station to be safe, he had called Shenqing to explain the situation. He believed Shenqing would not let him down. "Director Liu, putting on these handcuffs is easy, but you should think carefully about what will happen when they come off." After finishing, Tang Zheng turned around and walked towards the detention room, striding boldly amidst the complex gazes of several police officers. His back was straight, showing no signs of panic. Deputy Director Liu stood in place, uncertain why, watching Tang Zheng's eerily calm back and recalling his earlier nonchalant remark. His fingers gripping the thermos cup suddenly slipped out of control, the cup bottom making a piercing noise against the table. An inexplicable chill slowly crawled up his spine. Suddenly, the entrance to the precinct's investigation hall burst open with a heavy, muffled crash. Shenqing strode in on 7-centimeter black stiletto heels, swift, precise, unyielding. Her long hair was swept back into a sleek chignon, each sharp tap of her heel against the marble floor echoed in rapid, commanding succession. Behind her followed a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed spectacles and carrying a black leather briefcase. The few people inside the hall stared stunned. Wasn't this Shenqing, CEO of Huanyu Entertainment? What was she doing here? Her gaze swept across the room, but the person she sought was nowhere to be seen. Her already cool expression hardened further, her chest rising sharply with suppressed fury. "You must release Mr. Tang." Her voice was low, yet in the hushed hall it carried an ironclad authority, unassailable, absolute. "Ms. Shen, this isn't by the book. The man is undergoing administrative detention procedures." Xiao Li stammered, instinctively clutching the pocket holding his keys. Deputy Director Liu emerged slowly from the inner office, cradling his stainless steel thermos. "What's all this commotion? Ms. Shen, this is a police station, not Huanyu Entertainment. Here we follow my rules." He tapped the bottom of his cup against the desk, slipping effortlessly into bureaucratic cadence, his eyes brimming with condescending arrogance. Behind Shenqing attorney, he stepped forward, withdrew a gilded business card from his jacket pocket, and laid it flat on the desk. "I am counsel for Mr. Tang Zheng. I hereby demand his immediate bail and file an administrative review against your department's unlawful enforcement practices." Deputy Director Liu snorted derisively, without even glancing at the card, and flicked it dismissively to the corner of the desk, as if shooing away an insolent, repulsive fly. Bail. He's charged with provoking disturbances and conspiring in intentional bodily harm. Evidence is irrefutable. The victim's condition is documented right here. Not even the Celestial Emperor could secure his release. Xinqing appraised Deputy Director Liu from head to toe. You're the one in charge here today. May I ask your surname? Liu. No need for honorifics. Planning to lodge a complaint with the supervisory department. The gate faces south. Feel free to leave whenever you please. He unscrewed his thermos and blew gently across the tea leaves floating on the surface. Xinqing ignored his jab. She placed her Hermes bag on the desk, unzipped it, and rummaged inside before pulling out a thick manila envelope. With a flick of her fingers, she untied the string and slapped a stack of high-resolution photographs onto Deputy Director Liu's desk. Clean, decisive, deliberate. Deputy Director Liu, on the 8th day of last month at Highway Villa Estate, you hosted a nude party lasting 4 hours with a third-tier model named Nana. Coincidentally, she's under contract with our company. She'd recorded ample footage hoping for overnight fame, but her agent intervened, deeming such conduct deeply disruptive to public order. And this one, another woman. You kissed her passionately at a concert, right under your wife's nose. Quite the spectacle, wouldn't you agree? Xinqing slid photo after photo across the desk, tapping each twice with her index finger. A silent, pointed reminder, Deputy Director Liu, I trust you'd prefer not to go viral online. At the sight of those photographs, Deputy Director Liu's jowls quivered violently. His thermos tilted midair. The scalding tea spilled directly onto his proud, rounded belly. He recoiled, trembling on the spot, but dared not utter a sound. Frantically, he scrambled to gather the photos, his hands shaking uncontrollably, knocking several interrogation transcripts onto the floor. You fabricated evidence. Slandering a state civil servant. His voice dropped to a ragged, wheezing whisper, the sound of a broken bellows, as his eyes darted nervously toward Xiao Li and the others, terrified they'd glimpsed the damning images. Attorney, he adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles and curled his lip in quiet disdain. Such a degenerate had no business holding public office. Deputy Director Liu, whether this constitutes slander will be determined conclusively by the Discipline Inspection Commission's Forensic Division once submitted. Moreover, having reviewed the surveillance footage from the scene, my client and his associates committed no unlawful or improper acts. Your department has no legal basis to detain him. Should this dossier reach the Discipline Inspection Commission, Director Liu, how many minutes do you imagine your uniform will remain intact? The air around Deputy Director Liu seemed to vanish. He stared at the photographs strewn across his desk, his mind roaring with static. He'd spent decades clawing his way to deputy directorship. The municipal bureau prized integrity above all, and he could not let this leak. Exposure meant career annihilation, or worse, years behind bars stitching uniforms. A misunderstanding, Ms. Shun. This is a colossal misunderstanding. He wiped sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his officious tone collapsed, instantly replaced by a thin, sycophantic chuckle that strained every inch of his fleshy face. Then he whirled around and bellowed at Xiao Li. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear, attorney? He. Release Mr. Tang immediately. It was your reckless misjudgment that misled me. Just wait until I deal with you back at the office. Xiao Li gaped, incredulous. Hadn't he issued the arrest order? How could he now be blamed so brave? Yet he dared not protest. Fumbling for his keys, he rushed to unlock the detention cell, then clicked open the cuffs binding Tang Zheng and Ivan. Tang Zheng, having listened to the exchange outside, rotated his wrists and stepped forth, nodding quietly toward Xinqing. You arrived quickly. Xinqing studied the faint marks on his wrists, clenched her teeth, and silently seethed. If I'd been just 1 minute later, were you planning to spend the night here? A billionaire tycoon, shattering someone's car like a street thug. Thank goodness the company held leverage over half the city. The man in the floral shirt finally grasped the situation and erupted, hopping on one foot as he jabbed a finger at Deputy Director Liu's nose. Liu the Fat, have you lost your mind? You dare release him? After all the favors I slipped you. One call to Brother Chong, and you'll be packing your desk tomorrow. Strip you bare, I swear. Deputy Director Liu nearly lunged to tear the man's mouth off. He stormed forward, spittle flying as he roared into the floral-shirted man's face. Shut your filthy mouth. You gutters come. Male escort turned armed provocateur. I'm placing you under 24-hour administrative detention. Xiao Li, what are you waiting for? Cuff him now, and lock him up tight. The floral-shirted man froze, then shrieked like a feral cat, thrashing wildly as he howled. Liu, you traitorous, double-dealing bastard. Brother Chong is Director Li Jiangwo's son-in-law. Try arresting me, and you'll wish you'd never been born. Tang Zheng paused, turned, and fixed his gaze on the florid, rabid man. Director Li Jiangwo's son. He committed the name to memory, then turned away without another word, leading Xinqing and Ivan out of the precinct gates. A black Audi business sedan bearing the logo of Huanyu Entertainment glided silently to a halt. Tang Zheng bent slightly and slid into the rear seat. The supple embrace of the leather upholstery and the cool air inside eased the oppressive heat clinging to his back. Lawyer, he boarded another vehicle behind while Xinqing stepped in gracefully, her high heels clicking softly, as she tucked the stack of photographs just used to intimidate Deputy Director Liu into the glove compartment. Ivan took the driver's seat. Mr. Tang, shall we return to the office or go home? Xinqing asked, glancing back. To Huanyu. Tang Zheng leaned back against the seat, eyes closed, rubbing his temples with weary fingers. A flash of cold steel flickered in his gaze. His voice, though calm, carried an ironclad edge. That man in the floral shirt. Utterly despicable. Ivan, assign a few discreet people to handle him. Ensure he stays inside for several months, and leave no trace. From the driver's seat, Ivan nodded solemnly in the rearview mirror. Understood, sir. Tang Zheng gave a slight nod, then turned to Xinqing. Also find out whether there's a man known as Brother Chong close to the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yes, we'll investigate immediately. That afternoon at 5 o'clock in the chairman's office of Huanyu Entertainment, Tang Zheng reviewed the company's newly developed live streaming platform. Ivan stood like an iron sentinel outside the door. Xinqing pushed it open and entered, tablet in hand. We've confirmed everything. She pulled out the chair opposite him, sat down, unlocked the tablet, summoned a dossier, and passed it across. The so-called Brother Chong is Zhao Chong, primary school dropout, once a street thug extorting protection money. Later, by means unknown, he ingratiated himself with Li Jiangwo's second daughter. The tablet displayed dozens of high-resolution images, graphics sorted, deeply unsettling. How could Director Li, a man of principle, possibly tolerate such a figure? It defies reason. Tang Zheng tapped one image open. In the photo, a man slicked his hair with oil, wore a thick gold chain around his neck, and clutched two scantily clad hostesses in a karaoke booth. White powder scattered across the table, bundles of cash strewn beside them. That speaks to the man's methods, Xinqing said with a contemptuous smile. Li Jiangwo's second daughter suffered a car accident at 16, resulting in double amputation. Confined to a wheelchair ever since, her temperament gradually twisted, volatile, erratic, consumed by bitterness. Zhao Chong, through sheer dogged persistence, showing up daily at the rehabilitation hospital to bathe her, change her bedding, even tend to her most intimate needs, won her absolute devotion. Xinqing pointed at the man in the image. To force her father's consent, she slit her wrists at home. Bloody desperation, demanding marriage. For years, this daughter remained Li Jiangwo's sole vulnerability. Ultimately, he swallowed his pride and accepted Zhao Chong as his son-in-law. Tang Zheng scrolled slowly through the images on the tablet, one after another. There were surveillance stills of Zhao Chong presiding over underground gambling dens. Others showed him flanked by thugs cornering a debtor atop a rooftop. Most damning was a photograph of uniformed officers laughing shoulder to shoulder with him. Behind them, unmistakably the insignia of a municipal government agency. Tang Zheng's finger paused over that last image. Clearly, he's been flaunting his father-in-law's authority across the city. He selected the most incriminating photos and moved them into a newly created folder. Does Li Jiangwo know about any of this? Unlikely. Xinqing shook her head. Before his wife's family, Zhao Chong plays the role of a humble, poverty-stricken model student, returning home punctually each day to cook and massage his disabled wife. All his vile deeds remain buried beneath layers of secrecy. None of his underlings dare risk provoking the director's wrath by exposing them. Deputy Director Liu likely sought favor with Zhao Chong, hoping to curry favor with his powerful father-in-law. Tang Zheng remained silent, picking up the lighter from his desk and flipping it open twice. The metallic click sharp and precise. He calculated swiftly. To eradicate the threat, the root must be severed, not pruned but uprooted, and the sharpest blade must be wielded by his own hand. Ivan, Tang Zheng called out toward the door. It swung open, and the towering Russian strode in. Tang Zheng handed him the tablet, tapping the newly created folder. Print these photographs. Tomorrow morning, hire a local courier to deliver this package to the Municipal Public Security Bureau, addressed to Li Jiangwo. Xinqing frowned. Deliver it directly to the Bureau. Li Jiangwo will erupt upon seeing this. He's upright, principled, a lifelong lawman. Trace the courier, then trace us. No more than half a day. Tang Zheng rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the ceaseless river of traffic below. Let him investigate. If he shields his son-in-law, suppresses the matter, then his tenure as director ends here. I'll bring him down too. Should he uphold justice and imprison his own son-in-law, the fire won't reach us. Xinqing watched Tang Zheng's composed face and felt inexplicably her pulse quicken. This was Yangmo, a straightforward stratagem placing the knife in the opponent's hand and compelling him to cut his own flesh. The next morning at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, at the main gatehouse, security guard Old Zhang sipped tea from his enamel mug when a delivery rider in a yellow uniform halted his bike beyond the barrier, holding a slim document envelope. Uncle, urgent same-city delivery for Li Jiangguo. Old Zhang nearly spat his tea. In 10 years guarding this gate, he'd never seen anyone address the director by name on a courier slip. What is it? Hand it over, I'll log it. Setting down his mug, he stepped cautiously forward. The rider extended the envelope. No idea. Sender paid 50 yuan extra for urgency, insisted it be delivered personally. Old Zhang squeezed the envelope. It felt thin, perhaps only a few sheets. He swept it with a handheld scanner. No contraband registered. Then signed the receipt and instructed a junior officer to carry it to the main building. Director Li Jiangguo had just returned from a lengthy meeting at the Municipal Party Committee. At 55, he bore the stern, square-jawed visage of authority, his temples streaked with silver dark bags heavy beneath his eyes from decades of night shifts. He unfastened the top button of his uniform tunic, hung his cap on the rack, and sank heavily into his broad executive chair. He recalled hearing about yesterday's disturbance, a car vandalism case at a local precinct reportedly chaotic. He was preparing to summon someone for details. Knock knock. Officer Li entered holding the plain envelope. Director Li delivered by the gatehouse. Marked as your personal same-city express. Li Jiangguo's brows knotted into a deep mountain character. Personal express, to the bureau. He accepted the envelope, scanned the shipping label. Sender, left blank. Leave it here. Call Senior Officer Zhao from Unit 2. Officer Li withdrew. Li Jiangguo retrieved his reading glasses from the drawer, donned them, then slit the seal with a paper knife. With 2 fingers he drew out the photographs and photocopies within. One glance, and his breath seized. The quiet air of the office vanished, as if vacuumed away in that single suspended second. The first photograph revealed his devoted son-in-law, the man who every day tied an apron around his waist to cook nourishing soups for his disabled daughter, shirtless in a smoke-choked karaoke booth, gripping a hostess's chin with one hand, while stuffing wads of cash down her neckline with the other. The second showed Zhao Chong standing amid the wreckage of a demolished bathhouse lobby, his boot planted firmly on the bloodied head of a man crumpled on the floor. Li Jiangguo's fingers began trembling uncontrollably. His nails dug deep into the photo's edge, gouging white creases into the glossy surface. He flipped urgently to the photocopied pages, ledgers from an underground casino. At the bottom, one line seared itself into his vision like molten iron. Monthly profit distribution, 2 million yuan. Deduct 500,000 yuan transferred to Li Haiju's account, proxy collection. Li Haiju was his beloved daughter. Bang! Li Jiangguo slammed his fist onto the desk, so hard the Celadone teacup toppled, spilling scalding tea across the polished surface, dripping steadily onto the carpet below. He ignored the spreading stain. His mind roared, a deafening hollow static. He had served as a police officer his entire life, only to be outmaneuvered right under his own nose on the eve of retirement. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he suppressed the surge of fury rising in his chest and abruptly tore off his reading glasses. The frame struck the desk with a sharp, brittle click, jarringly loud in the suffocating silence of the office. After a dozen seconds, he snatched up the crimson internal telephone and punched in a sequence of numbers. Lao Zhao, assemble the entire second squad at the underground garage and switch to civilian vehicles. And, he paused briefly before adding, arm yourselves. Depart in 3 minutes. Lao Zhao on the other end hesitated. Had an emergency arisen? Yet he withheld the question, replying only with a crisp yes. Li Jiangguo hung up, seized his police cap from the coat rack, and strode out of the office. Half an hour later, Crown Bath Spa, South City. 3 slightly battered minivans screeched to a halt, blocking the opulent entrance. Doors flung open, a dozen plainclothes officers, bulges visible beneath their jackets, marched out in swift succession. The lobby manager stepped forward, mouth already opening, but Lao Zhao slammed his badge against the man's chest. Police operation. Seal all exits immediately. Where's the surveillance room? Send 2 officers to take control. Li Jiangguo led the advance, his shoes striking the marble floor with sharp, deliberate taps. Ignoring the commotion erupting around him, he headed straight for the elevator and pressed the button for basement level 2. The elevator doors parted, releasing a thick wave of cigarette smoke, liquor fumes, and cloying perfume. At the far end of the corridor stood 2 heavily tattooed men guarding the VIP suite. Seeing the officer's grim approach, they instinctively reached toward their waists. Don't move. Police. Zhou Zhong, the second squad's deputy captain and Li Jiangguo's elder daughter's husband, lunged forward in one fluid motion, executing a flawless joint lock that pinned one thug face first against the wall. Simultaneously, Lao Zhao drove a powerful kick into the second man's abdomen, sending him crashing to the floor before driving a knee into his back and snapping cuffs onto his wrists. Li Jiangguo advanced to the suite door, raised his leg, and kicked hard. A muffled, resonant thud echoed as the heavy, soundproof door sprang inward. Inside, the air hung thick with haze and decadence. Several scantily clad women clustered around a poker table, pouring liquor down their throats using their bare torsos. Zhao Chong sat shirtless, a thick gold chain swinging with each card. He drew a cigar clamped between his teeth. With one hand, he stuffed a wad of crimson banknotes deep into the cleavage of the woman beside him. "What the hell? Who dares interrupt me mid-game?" Zhao Chong snarled, twisting around, only for his voice to strangle mid-sentence, choked off like a duck caught by the throat. The cigar tumbled from his lips, landing squarely on his groin. Searing heat sent him leaping upright. Dad, what are you doing here?" Frantically shoving the woman aside, he scrambled for a shirt draped over the sofa, pulling it on haphazardly, while forcing a smile so grotesque it resembled a grimace. "My staff should have warned me. You're welcome to join us, of course. Just casual play, passing time. I've never even been here before today." Li Jiangguo said nothing, merely strode to the table, rage boiling over, and delivered a thunderous kick. "Play, eh? I'll let you play. I'll beat you to death." After the brutal assault, Zhao Chong staggered upright, leaning on the sofa, his legs trembling violently as he stared at his father-in-law's face, so dark, so rigid it seemed to weep shadow. Though he swaggered fearlessly outside, he never dared reveal that arrogance at home, because he knew deep in his marrow that his father-in-law tolerated no speck of corruption. That old man terrified him. "Dad, it's just friendly games, nothing serious. Honestly, this is my first time here." As he spoke, Zhao Chong reached for a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes on the table, intending to offer one. Before the words fully left his mouth, Li Jiangguo raised his hand and struck again, a stinging resentment. The blow landed with crushing force, spinning Zhao Chong halfway around. His cheeks swelled instantly, 5 stark fingers branded across his flesh, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Screaming, the women recoiled into the corners, paralyzed into silence. Li Jiangguo jabbed a finger at Zhao Chong, his voice raw and ragged. "Take him away. Search this place, top to bottom. No one escapes scrutiny." Lao Zhao produced his handcuffs and approached his longtime comrade's second son-in-law, shaking his head in quiet sorrow. Only now, seeing genuine resolve in Li Jiangguo's eyes, did Zhao Chong truly panic. Clutching his burning cheek, he stumbled backward, voice cracking as he shouted, "Dad, what are you doing? I'm your son-in-law. Haiju is waiting for me at home. I promised her sweet and sour spare ribs tonight. How can you do this to her? She'll collapse." At the mention of his daughter's name, Li Jiangguo's eyelid twitched violently. He hadn't expected Zhao Chong to remain defiant until the very coffin lid closed. From his satchel, Li Jiangguo withdrew a manila envelope and hurled its contents, photographs and documents, straight into Zhao Chong's face. "You dare speak his name? Look at these." Papers scattered like snowflakes across the carpet. Zhao Chong glanced down once and crumpled to the floor like a puppet with severed strings. He knew it was over. 2 hours later, at the Municipal Public Security Bureau's residential compound, Li Jiangguo pushed open his front door. The living room remained unlit save for the eerie blue glow of the television screen. His younger daughter Li Haiju sat in her wheelchair, turning at the sound. Her expression shifted to startled disbelief upon recognizing him. "Dad, you're home early? Chong hasn't returned yet. Strange, he promised to cook sweet and sour spare ribs for dinner. Could you call him? See where he is?" Li Jiangguo slipped off his shoes, sat beside her on the sofa, and rubbed his palms over his face. "Haiju, Zhao Chong won't be coming home. I arrested him myself." Time itself seemed to freeze. Haiju stared blankly for several seconds, then unleashed a piercing, guttural shriek. "How dare you arrest him? What crime has he committed? Li Jiangguo, have you hated him all along? Do you want our family destroyed before you're satisfied?" Li Jiangguo rose, emptied the envelope's contents onto her lap, one photograph after another. He ran an illegal gambling den, issued predatory loans, forced innocent women into prostitution. Every 50,000 yuan deposited monthly into your account. Stolen money. Haiju didn't glance at the photos. She swept them violently to the floor. "I don't believe you. Release him, or I'll kill myself right now." She snatched a fruit knife from the bowl and pressed its blade against her wrist, her eyes blazing crimson as she locked gazes with her father. Li Jiangguo gazed at the crisscross scars etched across her wrists, the old wounds of her 16-year-old accident, and felt his heart cave in, struck by an invisible hammer. He made no move to seize the knife, only watched her, his eyes holding the unyielding steel of a lifelong lawman. "Haiju, that car crash when you were 16, I failed you. I owe you that debt. But this uniform I wear, It bears the national emblem above my heart. What Zhao Chong has done warrants execution 10 times over. If you truly cannot live without him, go ahead. Strike now. I will carry your body. Then I'll strip off this uniform and kneel before you in the earth beneath." Those words struck like a sledgehammer, shattering Haiju's last illusion. Her gaze fell to the photographs strewn across the floor, the devoted husband who bathed and fed her daily, now entwined with two half-naked women laughing, bank records revealing secret transfers to overseas accounts. She should have seen it long ago. Though her nature was gentle, confronting her father's sudden profound aging and the ironclad resolve behind his sacrifice, she dropped the knife with a hollow clang. Then came the collapse. Raw, wrenching sobs racked her frame as she buried her face in her hands, weeping uncontrollably in the wheelchair. Li Jianguo offered no comfort. Only watched, then turned slowly and walked toward the study, his back bent, shoulders weighted by decades of duty and grief. Inside the study, he left the lights off. Seated at his desk, he laid out a stack of blank stationery and uncapped his fountain pen. At the top of the first page, he wrote a profound self-reflection and report on Li Jianguo's dereliction of duty. A soft knock sounded at the door. Zhou Zheng entered, his elder daughter's husband, who had participated in Zhao Chong's arrest, and lowered his voice. "Dad, we traced it. That city courier order originated from the headquarters of Huanyu Entertainment in Beijing." Li Jianguo's pen froze mid-stroke. Ink bled into a dark, spreading stain on the paper. "Huanyu Entertainment." He paused, then said quietly, "Zhou Zheng, tomorrow do me a favor." In the headquarters of Huanyu Entertainment, inside the reception room, Zhou Zheng sat on a large genuine leather sofa, his legs naturally apart, his back straight. Having worked as a police officer for nearly 10 years, he instinctively scanned the layout of the entire room the moment he sat down, confirming the positions of 3 surveillance cameras and the visual blind spots. With a soft click, Xinqing pushed the door open and walked in, followed by her secretary, who was holding 2 cups of freshly brewed black coffee. The secretary gently placed the 2 cups on the table and then stepped back. "Captain Zhou, sorry to keep you waiting." Xinqing smiled as she pushed 1 cup of coffee in front of Zhou Zheng, then sat down on the single sofa opposite him, crossing her legs in a very relaxed posture. Zhou Zheng glanced at the steaming coffee, but did not reach for it, his gaze fixed directly on Xinqing. His tone was concise and clear without any ambiguity. "Miss Shin, I came today, as you might know, to handle some personal matters for Director Tang, and I wanted to find Mr. Tang from your company." Xinqing's lips curled slightly upward as she took a sip of her coffee. "Personal matters? I'm sorry, Mr. Tang is not in the office today. As for where he is, well, I, as his subordinate, shouldn't pry too much into the boss schedule." Zhou Zheng appeared to have anticipated this response, showing no surprise. He reached into the pocket of his jacket lining and pulled out a palm-sized black notebook, tearing out a blank page, and took a pen from the pen holder on the table, swiftly writing down a series of numbers. After finishing, he pushed the note to the center of the table, looking at Xinqing. "It doesn't matter if Mr. Tang is not here, just relay my message." With that, Zhou Zheng smiled and put away his pen. The director said he received the express delivery from yesterday. If Huanyu Entertainment encounters any reasonable and legal troubles in Kyoto, you can call this number. He will definitely help as much as he can. This series of numbers was his private phone, available for contact 24 hours a day. Each of his words was clear and powerful, as if conveying a firm promise to Xinqing. Xinqing looked at the thin piece of paper on the table, secretly astonished. It seemed that Li Jianguo was returning a favor. Although Director Tang had sent his son-in-law in person, he also helped Li Jianguo preserve his reputation for half a lifetime. He was a wise man. "Captain Zhou's words, I will certainly relay them to Mr. Tang intact." Xinqing put the note into her bag, her smile becoming more sincere. Zhou Zheng nodded with a smile, stood up, and bid farewell. Watching his figure disappear at the door, Xinqing returned to her office, closed the door, and dialed Tang Zheng's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered, with the background filled with the sound of howling wind and a tour guide speaking through a loudspeaker. "Speak." Tang Zheng's voice was clear. Xinqing did not dare to delay, quickly reporting the details of Zhou Zheng's visit and Li Jianguo's words along with the phone number. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Okay, got it." Then the call ended. On the other side, Tang Zheng stood on the beacon tower of Badaling Great Wall, resting one hand on the rough stone parapet, looking at the distant rolling mountains. Possible hazards resolved. In the following days, Tang Zheng completely relaxed, temporarily setting aside the company's affairs and enjoying the National Day holiday. He first visited the Forbidden City, then spent half the afternoon enjoying the breeze in a pavilion at Jingshan Park, followed by a meal of authentic Lu Zhu in Nanlo Guxiang, the rich aroma lingering in his memory. Time flew by, and soon the day of formal classes arrived. At Kyoto University, in the physics department's teaching building, a lecture hall. The classroom was noisy with over 100 freshmen from 3 classes clustered together, some discussing where they had gone during the holiday, while others were eyeing the handsome boys and beautiful girls in the classroom. Tang Zheng chose a seat near the back by the window, tossing a brand new introduction to physics on the table, listening to a new song through his headphones. The bell for class rang. The classroom door swung open, and an elderly man with graying hair wearing a worn-out gray jacket walked in holding lecture notes. Behind him followed a young student wearing heavy black-rimmed glasses, holding a stack of materials, presumably one of his graduate students. The old man walked to the podium, did not use a microphone, and slammed the lecture notes onto the desk. A loud thud echoed. The classroom instantly fell silent save for the sound of air blowing from the central air conditioning vent. "My name is Chen Jingming, and I will be responsible for teaching you mathematical physics methods for the next year." The old man's voice was loud and powerful as he picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write his name on the blackboard with vigorous strokes. "I know you are all top students from various provinces, proud and arrogant, but here what you learned in high school is just scratching the surface." Chen Jingming turned around, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. "In the first class I won't teach from the textbook. I will show you something." He picked up the blackboard eraser and wiped away the name he had just written, then turned around and began to scribble frantically on the blackboard. The sound of chalk scraping against the board was piercing. In just 2 minutes, a massive array of formulas occupied half of the blackboard before everyone's eyes. It was a set of extremely complex partial differential equations interspersed with various Greek letters, multiple integral symbols, and tensor matrices. The freshmen exchanged glances, some even began to flip through their textbooks, trying to find the corresponding. This is a dimensional reduction simplification model of the Navier-Stokes equations in fluid mechanics under specific nonlinear boundary conditions. Chen Jingming accurately tossed the remaining small piece of chalk into the chalkbox and dusted off his hand. "Who can tell me what the distribution of singular points in this system is when the Reynolds number approaches infinity? As long as you can provide a reasonable direction for derivation, your usual grade in this course will be full marks, and for the final exam, all you need to do is sign your name." This was completely beyond the scope of the physics knowledge they learned in high school, but under the lure of high rewards, a brave soul emerged. A boy in the front row wearing glasses immediately raised his hand and stood up, a science prodigy from Northwest Province this year. "Professor Chen, according to perturbation theory, when the Reynolds number approaches infinity, we can neglect the viscous terms, and the equations degenerate into Euler's equations. The singular points should be concentrated in the regions where the vorticity is high, which is near the separation points of the boundary layer." The boy spoke quickly, full of confidence. After listening, Chen Jingming shook his head repeatedly. "Wrong, completely wrong. You treated the nonlinear terms as a linear system, degenerating into Euler's equations. That's under ideal conditions. The boundary conditions I provided are dynamic, and you can't even establish the first step of your assumptions." The boy's face flushed, and he awkwardly sat back down. In the next 10 minutes, several self-important students attempted to answer, all, without exception, being scolded thoroughly by Chen Jingming. The young teaching assistant standing nearby couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was a second-year graduate student, and looking at the equations on the board, his mind was a jumble. This was not something that the undergraduates had encountered before. Even in the graduate research group, this was considered cutting-edge material. What stimulated the professor today to use such questions to challenge freshmen? Just when the atmosphere in the classroom reached an extreme of oppression, and everyone was looking down, not daring to meet Chen Jingming's gaze. In the back row by the window, a hand slowly raised. Tang Zheng stood up, his expression calm. "This student, do you have an idea?" Chen Jingming squinted, sizing up the handsome young man standing up. Tang Zheng looked at the formulas on the board, his tone flat. "Teacher, your question itself has a logical problem." At this statement, the room erupted in astonishment. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at Tang Zheng as if they were seeing an alien. Tang Zheng said nothing further, directly leaving his seat, walking down the aisle and approaching the podium. Chen Jingming furrowed his brow into a deep crease, his gaze appraising Tang Zheng from head to toe. "A logical problem? Then be specific." Chen Jingming watched him with amused interest. He did not believe a freshman who had just stepped through the university gates could truly discern anything of consequence. He had to remember that this system of partial differential equations was something he had spent more than 10 sleepless hours deriving in the lab just a few nights ago, crafted specifically to probe extremal behavior under dynamic boundaries. Even some graduate students might not grasp it, yet a first-year dares to claim the setup is flawed. Tang Zheng showed no trace of fear and offered no superfluous explanation. He picked up a pristine white piece of chalk and turned to face the enormous formula that occupied half the blackboard. He began, "Your assumption that the Reynolds number tends to infinity is not in itself problematic." He held his wrist in the air and let the chalk tip touch the board. But when you introduce nonlinear boundary conditions in order to forcibly close the equations, you preset a constant k as a damping coefficient in the lower right corner of the third tensor matrix. Chen Jingming raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that the boy could actually see that. He must have some talent. Yet his face remained inscrutable as he said coldly, and so, without that damping term, the system diverges in three-dimensional space, and you cannot obtain any singularities. That is precisely where the problem lies. The chalk in Tang Zheng's hand moved. Tap tap. The brisk crystalline sounds of chalk striking the board came like a staccato drumbeat reverberating through the suddenly hushed classroom. His hand worked like a precision plotter, never pausing, while a long, exquisitely complex sequence of derivations poured across the blank expanse of the blackboard. If you take the partial derivative of the constant k with respect to the time dimension t, then, as the Reynolds number approaches infinity, the damping coefficient will be multiplicatively amplified by the nonlinear terms. Tang Zheng filled one line and immediately moved to the next, writing as he explained his train of thought, terrifyingly lucid. The amplified outcome causes the vorticity generated at the boundary layer separation point not to concentrate, but instead to produce a high-frequency, unbounded oscillatory term. Chalk dust sifted down, settling on the back of Tang Zheng's hand. Chen Jingming's hands, which had been folded at his chest, had somehow dropped to his sides. He stepped forward 2 paces and leaned into the board, eyes fixed on every new symbol Tang Zheng wrote. Substitute this oscillatory term into the left-hand side of the Navier-Stokes equation. Tang Zheng drew a forceful arrow on the board, directing attention to the final result. The equation collapses by the third step. There is no such law of singularity distribution. It becomes an insoluble, self-perpetuating loop. He finished the last step. Click. The chalk in his hand snapped into 2 from the force of his stroke. He tossed the remaining half back into the chalk box, brushed the dust from his hands, and turned to look at Chen Jing. Professor, it's like you built a sports car with no brakes, and then asked me at 300 kilometers per hour what the thermal radiation pattern of the brake pads will be. Chen Jingming said nothing. He stood before the blackboard like a statue, his eyes darting between the formulas he had written and the derivation Tang Zheng had produced, his mind racing to find any flaw. No matter how he examined it, Tang Zheng's derivation held up without a crack. The young teaching assistant, standing to one side, swallowed hard, already stunned into silence. He could not understand the mathematics on the board, but he could read the expression on his mentor's face. A look as if he had seen a specter. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Chen Jingming suddenly reached out and jabbed at the second line of Tang Zheng's derivation on the board. His voice tinged with nervousness, he asked, "How did you reduce that triple integral directly to a scalar? You didn't draft it out. You wrote the result straight away." "Mental calculation," Tang Zheng replied tersely, with no hint of pride or swagger on his face, as if this were the most ordinary thing. Chen Jingming drew a long breath, turned to the stunned freshman below, and announced loudly, "Class dismissed." He snatched the lesson plan from the podium and pointed at Tang Zheng. "You come with me." At the end of the corridor, a vent blew a cold wind, attempting to cool the heat burning in some hearts. Chen Jingming reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, bit one between his teeth, and fumbled for a lighter, but could not find it. Tang Zheng smiled wryly, produced a Ferrari windproof lighter from his pocket, flicked it to life with a click, and handed it over. Chen Jingming leaned in to light his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled a pale plume of smoke. "What's your name?" "Tang Zheng." "Where did you get admitted from?" "Anqingno. One high school." Chen Jingming was inwardly surprised. He recalled that the national top scorer this year was not from there. How could this boy possess such astonishing talent? He brushed the ash from his palm and looked at Tang Zheng. "That dimensionality reduction algorithm you wrote on the board. It's neither high school material nor conventional university fare. Who taught you?" Tang Zheng answered with a smile. "I taught myself. I like leafing through domestic and foreign academic journals in my spare time and tinkering on my own." He could hardly confess that it was the overflow of computing power after some system enhancement. Chen Jingming snorted dismissively, unwilling to accept the explanation, yet the facts before him left little room for doubt. How else to explain a person tinkering alone being able to handle variants of a Navier-Stokes equation with such mastery? The boy's mind was quite literally a human computer. Chen Jingming pushed aside further curiosity and extended an olive branch. "Join my research group." There was a note of expectation in his tone. "I currently have a national-level key project in fluid mechanics that is stuck on the data modeling portion. You come help with the core computations. They'll give you full marks for this course. If you prefer, you need not even take the final exam." Tang Zheng leaned against the railing, watching students pass below as he reflected inwardly. On the face of it, joining the group was advantageous. He had no desire to sit through basics, had already mastered, and the privileges would secure credits and make future leaves easier. Yet the old man appeared to be a research fanatic. If he were treated as free labor and tethered to the lab, every day the bargain might turn sour. Tang Zheng turned to Chen Jingming, his eyes steady. I can join the group, but I have conditions. Chen Jingming's hand holding the cigarette froze, surprise flickered across his face. It was the first time a freshman had dared to bargain with him. Graduate applicants usually threw themselves at the chance to join. Speak. First, I will not clock in or keep regular hours. I will not do the group's routine menial tasks. I will only take on the core computations you deem most difficult. Second, I am often busy and may be away from the university. If you need me to compute data, send it to my email or call me. I guarantee to return the results within the required time frame. Chen Jingming's eyes widened. Ash fell onto his shoe unnoticed. You want keep hours? Do you take my lab for a marketplace where you come and go as you please? Tang Jing shrugged. Professor, if you value mechanical data entry more than my mental calculation, you can hire a few typists. What I offer is to push your project, stalled for months, back on a schedule. That remark struck precisely at Chen Jingming's sore spot. The national project was indeed hung up on an exceedingly complex nonlinear system. The whole group had been computing for more than half a month only to produce divergent gibberish, a constant headache for him. And the young man before him might very well be the key to the solution. Chen Jingming ground his teeth, then steeled himself, flicked the cigarette to the ground, and stamped it out. Fine. As long as you do the work, well, I don't care if you don't keep hours. If you sleep in your dorm all day, that's your... But I'll warn you plainly, if you cannot deliver real ability, I will not only throw you out of the group, I will make you retake this course. Tang Zheng's lips curled up slightly as he extended his hand, saying, Deal, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Chen Jingming, annoyed, gave him a slap on the back. Come to my office tomorrow morning to pick up the group materials. Watching Chen Jingming leave with his teaching materials, Tang Zheng chuckled, filled with joy. This old man has a stubborn temperament, but he is not rigid. Initially, Tang Zheng thought he would have to go with this special past life at school would be much more comfortable. At least I wouldn't waste time on meaningless sign-ins and basic courses, allowing ample time to do my own things. 20 minutes later, in the professor's office of the physics department, Chen Jingming pushed open the door, tossed his teaching materials onto the desk, and for the first time hummed a few off-key notes of a Peking opera while grabbing a big gulp of strong tea from a porcelain mug. Professor Zhang at the adjacent desk, wearing reading glasses, looked up from his computer where he was grading assignments, hearing the noise. Old Chun, is the sun rising from the west today? Isn't your class freshmen? Aren't freshmen supposed to be the most troublesome? Didn't you lose your temper today? Professor Li, sitting opposite, also put down his tablet. Yes, I thought you were going to come back angry, slamming the table. Did you encounter a good seedling? Chen Jingming set down his tea mug, opened his briefcase, and pulled out all the derivation formulas of Tang Zheng that his graduate student Xiao Wang had copied. Xiao Wang may lack other qualities, but he has a keen eye. He slapped the paper onto old Zhang's desk. You guys take a look. Old Zhang adjusted his glasses and leaned over to take a look. The dynamic boundary derivation of the Navier-Stokes equations. Old Chun, are you tormenting freshmen with this graduate-level topic? Are you crazy? Enough nonsense, just look at the following rows. Old Zhang followed Chen Jingming's finger down the page. Seconds later, old Zhang's brows furrowed. He pulled a red pen from the pen holder and quickly wrote a few lines of calculations on the blank side, pressing harder as he wrote. Who came up with this? Old Zhang suddenly looked up. This method of simplifying the triple integral completely avoids the conventional Taylor expansion and directly utilizes the symmetry of the tensor matrix. This approach is too wild. Is it your ace graduate student Xiao Lu? Chen Jingming leaned back in his chair proudly. Xiao Lu. Even if he had 2 more brains, he wouldn't think of such a trick. He picked up his tea mug again and took another sip. A freshman named Tang Zheng. The most crucial point is that he did it without any rough drafts, calculating purely in his head in front of the blackboard, producing the result in 3 minutes, and even pointed out the error in the constants I set. Silence fell in the office. Old Zhang and Professor Li exchanged glances. Pure mental calculation. Old Chin, you have such luck. Such a brain should be doing quantum computing with me instead of wasting its talents on fluid mechanics. Professor Li's eyes lit up. Get lost. Chen Jingming laughed and scolded. I've already brought him into my research group. No one else can snatch him away. The two could only smile and return to their places, both silently remembering the name Tang Zheng. At 12:30 in the afternoon at the third cafeteria of Kyoto University, it was mealtime and the cafeteria was bustling with voices, the air filled with the mixed aromas of various dishes. Tang Zheng held a tray with a serving of braised pork, a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, a serving of di sen xian, along with 2 liang of rice. He avoided the crowded flow of people scanning the dining area in search of an empty seat. In a corner by the window, 4 girls were sitting around a long table eating. One of the girls wore a simple white Chanel top, her long hair casually pinned up, with a uniquely styled hairpin, silently looking down and eating her meal, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding noise. It was Sheniching. The short-haired girl opposite her, Zhou Xiaoya, was animatedly talking about something, her plate untouched. "Ah Ching, have you heard? This morning the so-called campus heartthrob from the finance department, a rich second generation, parked a Porsche 911 under the girls' dormitory and laid out 99 roses only to be chased away by the dormitory supervisor with a broom. It was hilarious." Shun Yiqing merely responded with a soft hum and then picked up a piece of green vegetable to eat. "Your reaction is too indifferent." Zhou Xiaoya pouted. "But then again, you didn't even notice when the student council president added you on WeChat. You probably wouldn't be interested in that kind of rich second generation. I really wonder what kind of celestial being will be able to melt this ice-cold beauty of yours." Just as she finished speaking, a figure holding a tray stopped beside their table. "Mind if I share a table?" The boy's voice was clear and magnetic, very pleasant to hear. Zhou Xiaoya looked up, about to say something, but upon seeing the boy's face, her words got stuck in her throat. "So handsome." Without waiting for their response, Tang Zheng directly sat down in the empty spot next to Sheniching. The other girls at the table exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Normally in the cafeteria, there are boys who brazenly approach to try and share a table with Sheniching, but without exception, she would either pick up her plate and leave immediately, not giving them a chance to speak, or worse, beat them up and walk away elegantly. Zhou Xiaoya stared at Shun Yiqing, ready to watch the show. However, what happened next almost made Zhou Xiaoya's jaw drop into her plate. Not only did Shun Yiqing not get up to leave, but her hand holding the chopsticks also paused slightly. She turned her head, a hint of barely perceptible ripples flashing in her cool eyes, gently biting her lower lip. "You. How did you end up in the cafeteria?" Shin Yiking's voice suddenly lowered a bit, carrying a softness that didn't match her usual icy demeanor. Tang Zheng picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork in his mouth. "I just got out of class and came to eat since I was hungry. The braised pork here is quite good." Shin Yiqing did not speak, merely silently shifted her tray aside to give Tang Zheng more space. Then, under the astonished gazes of Zhou Xiaoya and the other two classmates, Shun Yiqing picked up the sweet and sour ribs from her plate, which she hadn't touched at all, and placed it on Tang Zheng's plate. "The sweet and sour ribs here are also quite good, you should try them." Her tone remained cool, but there was an underlying familiarity. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhou Xiaoya's chopsticks fell onto the table with a clatter. She looked at Shun Yiqing and then at Tang Zheng, her mind feeling like it was filled with hundreds of screaming chickens. What is happening? The notoriously fiery Shin campus beauty, known for her cold demeanor towards boys, not only didn't chase him away, but even took the initiative to serve him food. Moreover, her tone sounded so familiar, almost like a doting wife. A few boys who had been secretly watching from a distance were astonished, their eyes nearly popping out, and the sound of their heartbreak could almost be heard echoing throughout the cafeteria. Tang Zheng looked at the ribs on his plate and smiled. "Thanks, but with so little food on your plate, what will you eat if you give it all to me? I usually eat very little." Shun Yiqing turned her head slightly, a faint blush appearing on her ears, and her chopsticks awkwardly poked at the white rice on her plate. Watching this incredibly strange scene, the other girls at the same table exchanged glances, there, but fidgeting as if they were nailed to their seats. "I'm full. I have some things to attend to in the club, so we'll be leaving now." "I'm full too, let's go together." The two of them picked up their half-eaten plates and fled as if they were escaping for their lives. Zhou Xiaoya remained behind, leaning forward with her head, her eyes darting between Tang Zheng and Shun Yiqing, her lips curling up almost to her ears. "Watching, something's off with you," Zhou Xiaoya whispered in a low voice barely audible to the three of them. "Has your severe cleanliness obsession been cured? You just used your own chopsticks to pick up food." Shin Yiking's hand holding the chopsticks paused. She raised her head, a hint of panic flashing in her clear eyes, and directly tapped Zhou Xiaoya's plate with the back of her chopsticks. "Eat your food. If you don't talk, no one will think you're mute." Zhou Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and, sensing the mood, closed her mouth, but her pace of eating was as slow as if she were counting grains of rice, afraid of missing any juicy gossip. Tang Zheng swallowed the rib in his mouth and took a tissue to wipe his mouth. "So, Senior, how is Grandma?" Mentioning the serious matter, Shin Yiking's unnatural expression faded a bit, returning to her usual cool. In the early hours last night, the ventilator was removed and all vital signs stabilized. This morning, she was transferred from the intensive care unit to a general ward. Director who said the old lady's health is fragile, and this ordeal has drained her vitality, as she will need to stay in bed for at least half a year. "It's good that she's out of danger." Tang Zheng nodded. "Have you hired a caregiver?" "Yes, a 24-hour special care has been arranged." Shin Yiqing looked at Tang Zheng, still curious. "That day. Are you really prepared to pay that 55 for a stranger?" Of course it's just a small matter, I don't lack that bit of money. Tang Zheng lifted the bowl of rib soup and took a sip. If the hospital fees aren't enough, you can always reach out to me. Shen Yiqing shook her head. Don't worry about this, we already understand her special situation. The hospital's Green Leaf Fund account will cover everything. Her tone was calm and natural, exuding a stubbornness that brooked no argument. After hearing this, Tang Zheng did not insist. He probably understood Shen Yiqing's character. She was inherently headstrong, resolute in her decisions. As the two were talking, Tang Zheng's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated violently. He pulled it out and glanced at the screen. The caller ID showed a long number from the local area, an unfamiliar number. Tang Zheng put down his chopsticks and stood up. He gestured to Shen Yiqing. I need to take a call. He walked down the aisle and stepped outside behind a secluded bulletin board. The autumn wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Tang, this is the Kyoto District 8 police station. I am Officer Zhou Bei. The voice on the other end was mixed with the harsh sound of electrical static accompanied by the distant roar of an off-road vehicle's engine. Tang Zheng fiddled with his Ferrari lighter in his hand. Click. Zhou, did you find that little girl? Yes, we found her. We intercepted her in a refrigerated truck at the border of Yun Province. The tone of Zhou Bai's voice didn't carry the ease of success, but rather a heavy sense of foreboding. The little girl is alive, but was administered a large dose of sedative hidden among the refrigerated pork. If we had been 15 minutes late, the truck would have crossed the border. Tang Zheng's hand paused over the lighter's lid. Yun Province border. Crossing over half of Huagua. If it were ordinary human traffickers, they would likely be motivated by financial gain, and they would have found a buyer nearby to offload the child. Risking multiple checkpoints to send her to the border doesn't make sense in terms of cost versus profit. Unless the other party's intention was not to sell the child at all. Could it be for revenge? Bringing her out alive was meant for a more brutal retribution in some lawless place abroad. What do we know about these people? Tang Zheng asked. Zhou Bei took a deep drag on his cigarette, the sound of his heavy breathing clear over the phone. After pondering for a moment, recalling the background of Tang Zheng that the Bureau had investigated, mysterious yet upright, he said, they are not ordinary traffickers, they are professionally trained mercenaries from abroad. It is highly likely that this little girl's father was a narcotics officer and a martyr. When Zhou Bei uttered the last few words, his voice became a bit hoarse. Her father was involved in a gunfight with a major drug lord, Brother Kun, years ago at the southwestern border. He was surrounded by 16 drug dealers in a cave, ultimately running out of ammunition and choosing to perish alongside Brother Kun's younger brother and son, taking glory with him. A cold breeze blew by, and Tang Zheng felt a chill rise up his spine. The higher-ups knew that Brother Kun was a vengeful madman. To protect the family, they changed the names of the little girl and her grandmother and relocated them to Kyoto. Zhou continued, there has always been a covert protection in place, but the narcotics officers dare not get too close for fear of exposing their whereabouts. Unexpectedly, something still happened. Tang Zheng's mind raced. The covert protection from above should have been ironclad, even if not direct. The peripheral monitoring and early warning systems were supposed to be solid. The fact that someone could take the child right under their noses indicates what? It implies that the drug lord not only understood the patterns of the covert protection, but may even have insiders within. If Tang Zheng hadn't happened to be there that day drawing out this case and alerting the authorities, the little girl could very well have already been hung up in a rainforest abroad, bleeding out. Is the girl safe now? Tang Zheng put away the lighter. The Border Defense Special Forces have taken over and are on their way back to the military hospital in Kuan City. Zhou paused for a few seconds. The roar of the engine suddenly intensified. However, the matter is not over. Tang Zheng's expression darkened. When we set up the checkpoint, we came up empty. The only ones left in the refrigerated truck were two peripheral thugs responsible for driving. The real leader had already received news and jumped out of the car 5 minutes early to escape into the mountains. This was a premeditated abandonment to protect the leader. The leader keenly sensed that something was amiss and directly abandoned the target of the mission. That's not the focus. Zhou Bai's voice came through the wind with a hint of coldness. The key point is that the technical team found a smashed old Nokia in the truck. They spent an hour recovering the last sent multimedia message data inside. What was sent? A photo sent to an overseas number. Zhou Bei enunciated each word. The photo is of you taken that afternoon at the emergency department billing window of Ward Medical Center. Your profile, as you bent down to take out your bank card. This statement on the other end of the line was like a deep water bomb detonating underwater, but here Tang Zheng merely raised an eyebrow in calm surprise. The time the photo was sent means what? It seems that there were also eyes from the drug lord among the crowd in the emergency hall that day. These people truly leave no trace, While abducting the girl, they clearly investigated who disrupted their plans, even sending Tang Zheng's likeness back to their overseas headquarters. Tang Zheng, you have already been targeted by Brother Kun's people. Zhou Bai's tone was grave to the extreme. These drug dealers are heartless mad dogs. You disrupted their meticulously planned revenge scheme of several years. They will definitely not let it go easily. I am already in the process of applying to the Bureau to send you undercover protection. No need. Tang Zheng interrupted Zhou Bai. Have the police shadow me 24 hours a day. How could I possibly safeguard my secrets then? Moreover, if there truly were informants among law enforcement, would the undercover officers sent to protect me serve as shields or executioners? No one could say for certain. Don't play the hero. Zhou Bai's voice tightened with urgency. You have no idea who you're up against. Armed thugs with dozens of lives on their hands. I know exactly what I'm doing, Tang Zheng replied, his tone unervingly calm. Officer Zhou, thank you for sharing this information. The rest is under my control. Before Zhou Bai could press further, Tang Zheng ended the call. He slid the phone back into his pocket and turned gazing across the bustling university campus. Every passerby wore multiple masks. The cleaning aunt in her uniform, the headphone-clad student jogging past, even the elderly man pushing a cart selling starch sausages. Then, who was the ghost? Having been marked by a viper, passive surrender had never been his way. He would find that serpent and crush its vital spot. Tang Zheng slipped his phone into his pocket, feigning nonchalance as he walked back toward the cafeteria. He returned to his seat. Shen Yiqing and Zhou Xiaoya were still there. Took you long enough to make that call, girlfriend? Zhou Xiaoya nibbled thoughtfully on her chopsticks, eyes bright with curiosity. Tang Zheng pulled out his chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping, subtle, deliberate, across the surrounding tables. Three boys hunched over their phones, engrossed in a game. A couple fed each other tenderly. A bespectacled young man read a novel. Nothing unusual. Just a sales call, Tang Zheng said, lifting the still warm pork rib soup and sipping it without a flicker of expression. Shen Yiqing sensed something immediately. She set down her chopsticks and watched him. Her relaxed posture subtly tightened. You're in trouble. Not a question, only certainty. Tang Zheng's spoon hovered midair. He met Shen Yiqing's gaze. This woman's intuition was unervingly sharp. Was this truly the fabled sixth sense? Not at all. He smiled faintly, picking up a piece of pork rib and placing it in his mouth. I'm just a freshman. What trouble could I possibly have? Let's eat. Afterward, I need to fetch my afternoon textbooks from the dormitory. He absolutely could not drag Shen Yiqing into this. Drug traffickers knew no moral boundaries. If they discovered his closeness to her, she would instantly become a target. Shen Yiqing studied him for a long moment, then let it go. The meal unfolded in silence, each lost in private calculation. When finished, the three stepped out of the cafeteria. Tang Zheng excused himself with a flimsy pretext and headed alone toward the Physics Institute's experimental building, his mind already mapping strategy. They lurked in darkness. He stood exposed. So, you want to play? Tang Zheng entered the first-floor restroom of the experimental building, turned on the faucet, and cupped icy water to splash across his face. Cold droplets traced his jawline before falling silently into the sink. He lifted his head and met his own reflection. That youthful face bore no trace of fear, only a chilling, unshakable confidence and ruthlessness. If these desperate criminals believed a first-year university student was soft prey, easily crushed, they were grievously mistaken. Tang Zheng tossed the crumpled paper towel into the nearby bin, stilled his thoughts, and activated the system interface directly onto his retinal display. Points Mall activated. His eyes darted swiftly across the dazzling array of special redeemable items, then settled upon a dark gold icon tucked discreetly in the corner. Special Bond Asset Overseas Tactical Mercenary Unit, Black Edge, 6-member squad. Background Integration Protocol. You are the sole angel investor behind the unit's founding. 6 years ago, during the Syrian meat grinder campaign, you extracted them from the dead pile, via helicopter, and staggering sums of U.S. dollars. Your command supersedes even their devotion to God. Required points 800. Tang Zheng checked his balance and confirmed redemption without hesitation. Redemption successful. Encrypted comms channel established. Global Zeralatency command transmission now available. As the system chime faded, his phone vibrated faintly in his pocket. He retrieved it. The screen now held a single iconless black application. Tang Zheng tapped it open. Only a crimson call button appeared. He didn't press it immediately. Instead, he pushed open the restroom door and stepped into a shaded fire escape corridor outside the building, then pressed the red button. Simultaneously, in Cape Town, South Africa, a sea breeze heavy with salt and cigar smoke swirled through the spacious living room of a hillside villa in Camps Bay. Bang! A heavily tattooed brute slammed his controller onto the coffee table, sending empty bottles toppling sideways. Damn it, do these Cape Town gangs only chew grass? I scoured the slums 3 times, no one dare draw a gun. Just spineless amateurs waving razor. Wild Dog, the assault specialist, cursed under his breath, kicked the sofa, and raked his fingers through his tangled blonde hair. A woman seated beside the floor-to-ceiling window didn't lift her head. She wore a scandalously minimal black bikini. Fine scars from bulletproof vest straps traced her sun-kissed skin. In her hands, a velvet cloth slick with gun oil moved with unhurried precision along the barrel of a disassembled M110 semi-automatic sniper rifle. Wild Dog, if you're horny, hit the beach and find yourself a girl to cool off. Don't rant here like a rabid dog. Red Demon, Anna the demolitions expert, blew dust from the rifle chamber, voice languid. You don't get it. Wild Dog rolled his eyes. My hands itch. I've been stuck on this godforsaken vacation for half a month. My bones are rusting solid. In the open kitchen, a mountainous figure, built like a grizzly, flipped a sizzling steak on an iron plate with industrial pliers. Grease spat fiercely. He was the heavy weapons specialist Tyshawn. Isn't idleness bliss? The boss deposits enough U.S. dollars monthly into our accounts to buy every casino in this city. Tyshawn dropped a perfectly seared slab onto a plate. Stay still. Wait for the boss's orders. At the mention of the boss, the room's casual atmosphere stiffened, just slightly. An Asian woman seated at the corner bar paused mid-typing, her fingers suspended over 4 glowing monitors. She adjusted her black-rimmed glasses, the cold blue light reflecting starkly on her impassive face. She was the team's intelligence officer, Spider. The boss hasn't contacted us in 6 months, she murmured, softly yet clearly audible to all. The middle-aged man seated in the armchair, eyes closed, cigar smoldering, slowly opened them. A brutal scar carved from left eye to jawline, his gaze flat and lifeless as stagnant water. He was Black Edge's commander, Lao Gui. No contact means the boss is safe. Our purpose is to be the blade he keeps hidden in shadow. Lao Gui crushed his cigar into the ashtray. Play the part of wealthy men in peace. But once the blade leaves its sheath, blood must flow. The moment the words died, a short, sharp beep pierced the air. The custom satellite phone encased in matte black blast-proof housing rested atop the coffee table. Beep. The entire villa sank into a deathly silence. Yigo's motion of slamming the controller froze midair, and Na's hand cleaning her gun stopped abruptly as she shoved the barrel back into its slot. Tyshawn's grilling tongs clattered onto the iron plate. Jiju's fingers hovered above the keyboard as she held her breath. That phone's frequency was locked one way. In this world, only one person could call in. Lao Gui sprang to his feet and crossed to the coffee table in 2 strides, moving with an agility that belied his age. He pressed the answer key and switched the call to speaker. Boss. Lao Gui's voice was low, threaded with undisguised reverence. A faint rush of wind came through the line, followed by Tang Zheng's voice, so calm it revealed no emotion. Lao Gui, your leave is over. Standing by for orders, Lao Gui straightened his spine. The target is in the Golden Triangle region, known as Kuan-Gu. That old bastard has reached too far. He's fixed his eyes on me. I don't care where he is, how many men he has, or how much firepower surrounds him. Tang Zheng paused for a heartbeat. His voice through the speaker carried a chill that seemed to freeze the marrow. I want him dead and erase his core network physically. Leave not a single one breathing. Yigo's eyes flared. He licked his lips instinctively and reached for the tactical vest beneath the sofa. Lao Gui glanced at the world map on the wall. Understood. Within 12 hours we enter the target area. Within 24 hours send me a photograph. Go. Take care. If you need funds or equipment, use the dark web account. The call ended. Lao Gui turned to look at the 5 team members now on their feet in the living room. Yigo, who had complained of boredom moments ago, was now furiously pressing brass rounds into a magazine. And Na had already pulled on tactical trousers and was clipping several high-explosive grenades to her belt. Tyshawn hauled 2 heavy black weapon cases from the basement. They thudded against the floor. Jiju checked flight routes. The nearest cargo plane. Whatever it costs, I want it on the tarmac within 2 hours. Lao Gui issued the order. I've breached the South African ATC system and booked an IL-76 from a Russian smuggler. It departs in 40 minutes. Jiju's hands became a blur on the keyboard as data cascaded across the screen. Simultaneously, I'm scraping every coordinate related to Kuan-Gu from the dark web. Lao Gui picked up the tactical dagger from the table and slid it into the sheath at his thigh. Move quickly. Those vermin who dared fixate on the boss must be courting death. 14 hours later. Northern Myanmar, near the heart of the Golden Triangle, in a jungle-hidden stronghold. Night pressed dense, so a storm had just ceased, and the air reeked of rotting leaves mixed with the acrid sting of poppies. In the cellar beneath a stilt house on the compound's outskirts, a dim bulb burned. The cellar was excellently soundproofed. Outside insects chirred deafeningly, while inside only heavy breathing and the clink of iron chains could be heard. Kuan Guess, second-in-command nicknamed Du Xie, was lashed to a rusted iron chair by 4 wrist-thick chains. His body bore no unbroken flesh. The nails of all 10 fingers had been torn out, blood dripping from the fingertips with soft planks onto the mud. Yet he clamped his jaw and stared unflinchingly at the man in black combat gear, who toyed with a scalpel. You? What line are you from? Intelligence? Or the police? Du Xie spat a mouthful of blood. His voice was sandpaper rasped. I've been with Kuan Gu for 15 years. What haven't I seen? With tricks like these. If you think you'll pry open my mouth, dream on. The medic codenamed Shou Shu Dao pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and smiled with culture. He ignored Du Xie's provocation, drew a syringe filled with green liquid from the medical kit, and methodically expelled the air from it. You're wrong. We're neither intelligence nor police. Lao Gui stepped from the shadows. His boots made a sticky sound in the mud. He hauled over a battered wooden chair and sat before Du Xie with the grave poise of a seasoned commander, holding a photograph freshly taken from the man. The photograph showed Tang Jing's face at a hospital payment window. Lao Gui held it before Du Xie's eyes and flicked it with a finger. You should never ever have taken that photo to boast. You thought the mark was an ordinary student. In truth, you have touched death's very reverse scale. Du Xie's pupils contracted sharply. A torrent of reports flashed through his mind. Could this be the kid who wrecked their abduction in Kyoto? How could it be? Wasn't that kid just a freshman? How had he provoked such a band of living devils? Tonight those men had slipped into the stronghold like ghosts, silently cutting the throats of 16 outer sentries in 3 minutes. Their lone operator combat prowess and tactical coordination were a different order from the Golden Triangle dealers who spray AKs indiscriminately. You are men of that kid. Du Xie's voice finally betrayed a tremor. Not entirely fooled, Lao Gui pocketed the photograph and tilted his head. Shou Shu Dao, don't let him pass out. I want Kuan Guess exact coordinates now, 3 minutes. Understood. Shou Shu Dao stepped forward and drove the needle into Du Xie's carotid. The green fluid flooded his bloodstream. This is a high-concentration neural sensitizer. It will not kill you, it will amplify your pain receptors tenfold. Next, it'll sever your tendons one by one. You may keep posturing. I've still many intriguing compounds I have yet to try. A keening inhuman scream filled the cellar. 2.5 minutes later, Lao Gui emerged holding a blood-streaked tactical tablet. Outside, Yigo crouched on a branch keeping watch, while Na planted booby traps beneath several corpses. Lao Gui tapped the tablet a few times. Kuan Gu is not in this camp. He is holed up 50 kilometers upstream on the Mekong in an abandoned arms depot, accompanied by over 70 fully armed mercenaries, 2 heavy machine guns, and several RPGs. The more the merrier. Yigo jumped down from the tree grinning. Jiju, send the coordinates to the boss. Lao Gui lowered his night vision goggles. All present. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. In 1 hour, begin the sweep. Kyoto University, a tiered lecture hall. Sunlight streamed through vast glass panes onto the desks. Chun Jingming stood at the lectern, chalk flying as he swiftly derived fluid dynamics equations on the blackboard. Tang Zheng sat by the window in the third-to-last row, propping his chin with one hand. He appeared to listen, but was actually idly twirling a pen out of sheer boredom. Suddenly his phone in his pocket buzzed twice. Tang Zheng pulled it out to find an anonymous garbled text. The system auto-decrypted it and revealed a brief message. Boss, the snake's nest has been secured. Coordinates abandoned arms depot upstream on the Mekong. Perimeter cleared. Expect to present the head within 3 hours. Lao Gui. Tang Zheng looked at the words on the screen, rubbed his fingertips, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The efficiency of these guys was as reassuring as ever. Just as he was about to reply with an okay, the phone screen suddenly flashed, and a call came in without warning with the caller ID showing Zhou Bei. Tang Zheng raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He greeted the professor on stage, left the classroom, pressed the answer key, and held the phone to his ear. Tang Zheng. On the other end of the call, Zhou Bai's voice was filled with extreme agitation and tension, and in the background the piercing wail of police sirens could be heard. Zhou Bei almost shouted into the phone, his tone filled with urgency. Where are you right now? Find a safe place to hide immediately, and don't run around. Hearing Zhou Bai's words, Tang Zheng shifted to a more comfortable stance. Officer, Zhou, what's going on? Is there something happening? The Bureau just received a tip-off. Brother Kuan has completely gone mad. He not only sent assassins to infiltrate Kyoto, but he also posted a high bounty on you on the dark web. Now not only drug dealers, but possibly other killers who would risk their lives for money are looking for you. Zhou Bei spoke rapidly, breathless. We are checking the entry list. Listen before the police reach you. Do not trust any strangers. On Tang Zheng's side, he looked at the live photo just sent by Lao Gui on his phone screen. In the photo, the door of a certain arms depot deep in the rainforest had been blown to smithereens, flames soaring into the sky, and a few bodies dressed in camouflage lay sprawled in the mud. A bounty on me. Tang Zheng smiled slightly at the phone, a hint of disdain curving his lips. Officer Zhou, you might be overthinking it. The one who put up the bounty is unlikely to live long enough to collect it. After saying that, he disregarded Zhou Bai's astonishment and confusion on the other end of the line, directly hung up casually, put the phone back in his pocket, and calmly returned to the classroom. At this moment, Chen Jingming on the lectern just turned around, saw Tang Zheng coming back, and tapped the blackboard with his pen. Tang Zheng explained the boundary condition transformation for this final step. Tang Zheng stood up, looking at the densely packed numbers on the blackboard. Without a hint of panic, he calmly began to explain the answer. His voice was steady, his thoughts clear, and every formula and every step came to him effortlessly. Who would have thought that this freshman answering physics questions in class was at that moment thousands of miles away, remotely controlling a bloody massacre aimed at a transnational drug lord? On the other end of the line, Zhou Bei heard the busy tone from the phone, looking at his smartphone in shock, then irritably grabbed a handful of his hair, turned, and walked to his desk, gulping down a mouthful of cold water from the teacup on the table. What on earth is this kid thinking? The cold water rushed down his throat and into his stomach, finally easing some of the inexplicable agitation. 10 minutes later, bang. The office door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, the wooden door crashing against the rubber bumper on the wall with a muffled sound. Old Zhao from the intelligence department didn't even bother to knock, holding tightly in his hand a few freshly printed A4 sheets, still warm with ink, and strode in. Old Zhou, this is insane. Old Zhao, usually unflappable in a crisis, had a cracked voice at this moment, and even the stubble on his chin was shaking. Zhou Bei put down the teacup, furrowed his brows, and looked at old Zhao, asking, what happened? Is there new activity on the dark web? Or have the assassins crossed the border? Old Zhao quickly walked in front of Zhou Bei, slapped the A4 sheets heavily on the desk, panting, the bounty is gone. Brother Cohen withdrew it. Zhou Bai's brow furrowed into a knot, a wave of inexplicable confusion rising in his heart. Not withdrawn, the account that posted the bounty was automatically cancelled by the system. Old Zhao panted, pointing heavily at the top sheet of the photo, his eyes filled with shock. We all understand the rules of the dark web. Only one situation can lead to a high-level account being forcibly cancelled. The system determines that the person who posted the bounty is completely dead. Moreover, Old Zhao paused. Zhou Bai's gaze followed Old Zhao's finger to the photo. It was an aerial view taken by a drone. In the photo, a cluster of buildings in the tropical rainforest had been completely reduced to ruins, with dismembered limbs scattered on the scorched earth, and several charred bodies lay twisted at the edges of the craters. This is a hidden arms depot of Brother Cohen on the Mekong River. Old Zhao swallowed. 10 minutes ago, a contact from the Golden Triangle desperately relayed the news. The entire camp, 75 fully armed mercenaries along with Brother Cohen himself, has been wiped out completely. Not even a guard dog was left behind. After hearing this, the hair on Zhou Bai's back stood on end, and a chill shot up his spine. He suddenly turned his head and glanced at the wall clock. It had just been 10 minutes since he called Tang Zheng. 10 minutes. Zhou Bei muttered to himself. What 10 minutes? Old Zhao didn't hear, clearly looking at Zhou Bei in confusion. Who did it? Is there any information? Zhou Bei grabbed the sheets, pulling them towards himself, staring closely at the traces left by the explosion. Did they track it down? Or was it the warlord from Myanmar who made a move? Old Zhao pulled over a chair to sit down, lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and exhaled a smoke ring. Looking at Zhou Bei through the grayish smoke, neither from the shell casings and explosion debris left at the scene, the drug dealers in the Golden Triangle could not afford this at all. High-explosive armor-piercing rounds, American M67 fragmentation grenades, and traces of high-precision sniper positions. This was definitely the work of a well-organized, highly trained, elite tactical team. The headquarters just held an emergency meeting and speculated that Brother Cohen had extended his reach too far in recent years, touching the cheese of certain international oligarchs, and someone must have spent a fortune to hire a living Grim Reaper to clean up the mess. As for the bounty on the dark web, it was most likely taken down automatically by the platform due to the funding chain being broken after Brother Cohen's death. Zhou Bei said nothing. He stared at the crater in the photo, which was more than 3 meters in diameter, and the tension in his mind tightened. Tang Zheng had just said that sentence, and Brother Cohen was uprooted immediately. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Yet reason was frantically denying this absurd thought. Tang Zheng was just a freshman who had just transferred from Anqing to Kyoto University, and he was an orphan. Even the records at the orphanage were clean enough to serve as copy paper. How could he have the connections to contact foreign mercenaries? Let alone how could he easily mobilize a firepower team of this level? Taking 1,000 steps back, even if he truly had that capability, completing a transnational assassination within 10 minutes exceeded human comprehension. Old Zhou, what are you thinking? Old Zhao waved his hand in front of Zhou Bai's eyes. Zhou Bei came back to his senses, pushed the A4 sheets back, and forced himself to remain calm. It's nothing. No matter who did it, Brother Kuan is dead, and that student's crisis is resolved. Zhou Bei forced himself to suppress the insane thought deep in his heart. Let's report to the director. This case can be closed. Old Zhao nodded and left with the report. Zhou Bei picked up his phone again, pulled up Tang Jing's number, his thumb hovering over the dial key for a long time, but in the end, he turned off the screen. Some things without evidence can only be coincidental. At Kyoto University, in a lecture hall, the long ringing of the class bell echoed in the corridor. Chen Jingming accurately threw the touch pen back into the pen case, brushing off invisible dust from his hands. That's all for today. I'll submit the exercises from the first 3 chapters of fluid mechanics next week. The classroom was immediately filled with the sounds of desks scraping and bags being packed. Tang Zheng stuffed his books into his bag, zipped it up, and with one hand lifted the bag to prepare to sneak out the back door. Tang Zheng, wait a moment. Chen Jingming's voice was not loud, yet it penetrated the noisy background, accurately capturing Tang Zheng, who was preparing to leave from the back row. The few students around who were also about to leave paused, showing hints of surprise on their faces as they turned to look at Tang Zheng, their eyes reflecting a flicker of sympathy. Based on their experiences over the past few days, being singled out by old demon Chen definitely meant no good. Professor Chen Jingming was notorious for his strictness at the school, demanding high standards from his students, and having a somewhat eccentric temperament. Privately, everyone referred to him as Old Demon Shun. Tang Zheng stopped in his tracks and turned around. Chen Jingming had already stepped down from the podium and was walking toward him down the aisle. Although this old man had gray hair, he maintained a straight posture, walking briskly. The rigorous aura cultivated from years spent in the laboratory pressed down on the surrounding students, making them feel like they had to breathe more lightly, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the professor's displeasure. Come with me. Chen Jingming dropped this sentence and immediately turned to walk out of the classroom. Tang Zheng stroked his chin, secretly speculating, the way this old man looks at me, it feels like he is appraising a useful tool. This is not a good sign. Without further hesitation, Tang Zheng followed. The two of them traversed most of the campus, the atmosphere somewhat silent along the way, eventually arriving at a small, independent white laboratory building at the furthest end of the school. Although the building appeared somewhat aged on the outside, it was heavily guarded at the entrance, equipped with a security gate and 2 security personnel dressed in dark uniforms with bulging waists standing tall and sharp-eyed. Chen Jingming approached, swiped his work badge, and performed a face recognition before leading Tang Zheng into the elevator on the first floor, pressing the button for the second basement level. As the elevator doors opened, a rush of cold air mixed with the scent of machine oil and ozone hit them. The corridors were lined with heavy metal doors, and the ventilation ducts above emitted a low rumbling sound. Chen Jingming pushed open the largest double doors at the end of the corridor. This was a comprehensive laboratory covering over 300 square meters, with a massive wind tunnel simulation device at the center resembling a slumbering steel giant exuding a powerful aura. Various complex instruments lay scattered around, flashing with colorful lights, and several rows of computer desks were piled high with documents. There were 3 people in the laboratory, each busy with their tasks. A boy with a receding hairline and thick glasses was furiously typing on the keyboard in front of a computer screen. At the adjacent workstation, a short-haired girl was recording data from a set of pressure sensors. In the corner, a slightly plump boy was holding a bucket of instant noodles, sweating profusely as he occasionally made huffing sounds while eating. Stop what you're doing for a moment. Chen Jingming clapped his hands, the sound echoing in the laboratory. The 3 individuals simultaneously halted their movements and turned to look. When they saw Tang Zheng's youthful and handsome face, confusion appeared on their faces. What is this handsome guy doing here? Is a rich kid coming to gild himself in the laboratory? How boring can it be to think like that? Let me introduce. Chen Jingming pointed to Tang Zheng behind him. This is Tang Zheng, a freshman from the physics department. Starting today, he will join our research group and familiarize himself with various processes alongside you. The laboratory fell silent for 2 seconds. The slightly plump boy holding the noodles gaped, a noodle dangling from his chin. The short-haired girl blinked, her gaze darting back and forth between Tang Zheng and Chen Jingming, seemingly confirming whether the professor was joking. The boy with the receding hairline furrowed his brows, pushed his glasses up his nose, and stood up. Professor, you can't be serious. His tone was quite harsh, revealing obvious resistance. We are currently working on a key project for the department. The progress has already stalled, and there isn't much time left. What good is it to bring in a freshman who hasn't even completed basic theories? Is he going to wash beakers for us, or order takeout? He was the top performer in this research group, a postdoctoral fellow named Gao Yuan who graduated from Huazhong University of Science and Technology at the age of 23. Chen Jingming had snatched him from a group of formidable competitors from Huazhong University. His research skills were exceptional, but he was a bit rigid and straightforward in character. Recently, his flow field simulation model had been stuck for a full 3 months, and he was on the verge of delaying the progress of the experiment. Continuous nights of hard work had made his temper as explosive as a powder keg ready to blow at any moment. Hearing Gao Yuan's words, Chen Jingming did not get angry, nor did he refute, merely turning to glance at Tang Zheng. The meaning was clear: in my territory, the rules are based on ability. If you can't present any real skills, then you might as well go back where you came from. Tang Zheng looked at Gao Yuan, his face showing little expression. He bypassed Chen Jingming and walked straight to Gao Yuan's computer screen. The screen was filled with dense code and three-dimensional flow field simulation diagrams, which could appear as a jumble of nonsense to an ordinary freshman, but to Tang Zheng it resembled a clear map, as he had already studied a significant amount of physics knowledge over the summer. Tang Zheng propped himself on the edge of the desk with one hand, his gaze quickly sweeping over several lines of critical code as time ticked by. The laboratory was so silent that only the buzzing of the computer fan could be heard. 5 minutes later, Tang Zheng spoke. You're using the Kepsilon model for the closure equation of this Reynolds. Gao Yuan was taken aback for a moment, somewhat surprised that Tang Zheng could identify the model type, but he still disdainfully replied, so what? This is currently the most mature model for handling high Reynolds number turbulence. The top laboratories in M Nation and the U.S. are also using this model. The model is mature, but your boundary conditions are set incorrectly. Tang Zheng straightened up, pointing at a parameter on the edge of the screen. According to your current wall function settings, when the flow velocity exceeds a Mach number of 2.5, the boundary layer will inevitably undergo force separation. You've overlooked the vortex loss caused by this separation, which is why your simulation results can never converge in the latter part. Tang Zheng's words were like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake, creating 1,000 waves in the laboratory. The slightly plump boy holding the noodles completely forgot to chew, his mouth agape, eyes wide. The short-haired girl leaned in closer to the screen, carefully staring at the parameter pointed out by Tang Zheng, her face full of shock. Gao Yuan's expression changed instantly. He shoved his chair aside, almost leaning over the keyboard, his hands moving like shadows as he swiftly modified those boundary parameters, then heavily pressed the Enter key. The progress bar on the screen began to jump wildly, and everyone's eyes were glued to the display. 30 seconds later, the simulation curve, which had been stuck at 80% and crashing smoothly, passed through the critical point, finally stabilizing at 100%. It's converged. Gao Yuan stared at the final data on the screen, his throat moving awkwardly. The knot that had troubled him for 3 months was unraveled just like that by a freshman who had only looked at it for a few minutes. The laboratory was eerily silent. Everyone was still immersed in shock, unable to regain their senses for a long time. Tang Zheng turned to the still-dazed, slightly plump boy and short-haired girl, a slight smile on his lips. Hello, my name is Tang Zheng. He spoke as casually as if asking for a seat in the cafeteria. From now on, washing beakers and ordering takeout will still fall to you, senior brothers and sisters. The remark shattered the laboratory's silence. The slightly chubby boy couldn't help laughing, and the short-haired girl shook her head lightly, a trace of helpless amusement on her face. Beside him, Gao Yuan's face flushed crimson. He held himself for a long moment without saying a word. Chen Jingming, who had watched it all, allowed a faint, almost imperceptible smile to tug at the corner of his mouth. He stepped forward and drew from the bottom locked drawer of the desk an unmarked craft paper folder. All right, don't just stand there. Chen Jingming held the folder in his hands. Gao Yuan, Zhangbo Lin Yue, you three continue running the data from before. Having said that, he turned and fixed Tang Zheng with a sharp gaze, then let a hint of gratified smile cross his face. Tang Zheng, come with me. Chen Jingming indicated the private office at the very back of the lab, fitted with a coded lock. Tang Zheng followed him in, and the door clicked shut and locked behind them. The office had no windows, but its 4 walls were lined with soundproofing. Sit. Chen Jingming gestured to the chair opposite, drew his own seat, and sat, hands clasped on the tabletop. Tang Zheng pulled out a chair and sat, his gaze falling on the craft paper folder, curiosity stirring. You just spotted the flaw in Gao Yuan's model, which shows your intuition and knowledge in fluid mechanics already far exceed the undergraduate level. Chen Jingming stared straight into Tang Zheng's eyes. If that's the case, then the reason I called you here today is not to have you tinker with that child's play code for them. As he spoke, Chen Jingming pushed the folder across the table. Open it and look. Tang Zheng untied the ceiling twine and drew out several blueprints. Merely glancing at the topmost three-dimensional schematic, Tang Zheng's formerly relaxed posture straightened. The drawing depicted an unervingly odd spindle-shaped metal hull, no conventional wings, no obvious intakes, the entire surface presenting an almost paradoxical streamlined form. In the lower right corner, a red stamp bore the characters for military industry. This is a project just greenlit from above, codenamed Xinyuan. Chen Jingming's voice suddenly dropped low. His eyes carried a solemn, secretive gravity. We must design a special pressure-resistant hull capable of maintaining high maneuverability at 10,000 meters beneath the sea. At present, no domestic material or aerodynamic layout meets the military's requirements. We have tried enlisting civilian expertise, but found no suitable solution, so we must develop it in-house. Tang Zheng's fingers tightened on the blueprint. In his mind, he was feverishly cross-referencing a single piece of information. Once while browsing the system's point store, he had seen a special blueprint summary that could be unlocked for 100. The description concerned Shunhai Yuling, the complete framework of an ultra-cavitation submersible. The design on the page before him and the Shunhai Yuling in the system were at least 80% similar. Professor Chun. Tang Zheng set the blueprint down and looked up at the older man opposite, offering his hypothesis. The hydrodynamic drag here may not derive solely from the water. Could it also stem from density variations of water molecules under extreme pressure? Pointing to the pointed nose on the drawing, he continued, if we install a high-frequency cavitation generator here and employ the supercavitation effect to envelop the hull in a gas bubble, it would not only address pressure resistance, but could plausibly boost speed by threefold or more. Chen Jingming shot to his feet. In his excitement, he upended his teacup, tea splashing across the table, yet he paid it no mind. What did you say? Chen Jingming fixed Tang Zheng with an intense, almost disbelieving stare. His voice quivered with excitement. Supercavitation effect. You understand that? Tang Zheng leaned back against the chair, watching the professor's emotional outburst. Quietly, he calculated a national-level project landing at his feet was a perfect springboard. Not only could he openly deploy the system's black technology to contribute to Huagua, he would also be neatly connected to the military-industrial line. With such a mantle of authority, anyone who dared reach for him would find their claws cut clean off. I know a little, he said modestly, though his eyes were confident. But Professor Chun, if we're to pursue this, I will need the lab's highest-level access. Chen Jingming's head snapped up, and he stared at Tang Zheng, inspecting every flicker of expression on his face. He knew better than anyone what the highest-level privileges implied. The wind tunnel simulator outside and the 2 subterranean floors of supercomputing arrays were strategic resources the Institute had fought hard to secure. Even Gao Yuan, the prodigy poached from the Huakou Institute, only had level 2 operating privileges. Chen Jingming leaned forward, his sparse brows nearly knitting together. You want the highest level access? His voice dropped, as if he were appraising some dangerous, fragile object. Do you know that every extra hour this machine runs burns funds that could feed an ordinary person for a decade? Tang Zheng reclined, his fingers tapping his thigh unconsciously. He measured the old man's bottom line. Chen Jingming fiercely protected his people, but he protected technology even more. To the old man, rules might be lesser than scrap paper if one could truly deliver. If the model runs, the saved RD time and military costs would be enough to buy 10 labs like this. Tang Zheng shifted to a more comfortable position, meeting Chen Jingming's scrutiny without flinching. The experiments Senior Gao Yuan conducted are only a small part of this. Even if he labored 3 more months under the current materials framework, he still could not produce a hull that endures 10th pressure. It's a problem of approach, not computing power. Their eyes collided in the cramped office. Chen Jingming remained silent, his hollow cheeks twitched with emotion. Whether anger at external incompetence at himself or the exhilaration of discovering such a talent in Tang Zheng, it was impossible to discern. After a long pause, he opened a drawer and produced from its depths a black magnetic card with worn edges and a brass key, which he slapped down onto the table with weight. From now on, you may allocate the lab's computing power as you see fit, but you must report to me, Chen Jingming said, tapping the tabletop with a knuckle. They'll give you 1 month. If you can't produce a prototype in a month, you'll be out there washing beakers. Tang Zheng casually pocketed the card, opened the door with a flourish, and walked out. At the sound of the door, Gao Yuan spun around so fast his thick-rimmed glasses slid halfway down his nose before he could even steady them. He lunged forward in a few quick strides, holding an unopened can of Red Bull and offering it with both hands. Brother Tang. Gao Yuan, stripped now of all his earlier arrogance, forced a servile smile across his sallow, sleep-deprived face. Brother Tang, how on earth did you mentally derive the convergence domain for that Kepsilon model's force separation coefficient? Tang Zheng accepted the Red Bull and popped the tab, and mused inwardly. This man's face flipped faster than a textbook page. Truly a researcher's pride held no currency before truth. Bayesian inference coupled with Monte Carlo simulation stretched the logarithmic Reynolds number axis by a factor of 3, and the pattern reveals itself. Tang Zheng casually tossed out the parameters. Gao Yuan froze midair, lips moving rapidly as he repeated the terms under his breath. Seconds later he slapped his thigh, a sharp resonant crack echoing through the lab. Damn, who knew it could be done that way? Gao Yuan seized Tang Zheng's arm, leaning in so close his receding hairline nearly brushed Tang's shoulder, his expression earnest, almost feverish. Brother Tang, you're definitely destined for a research career, right? If you ever lead your own research group, will you take me on? I'll serve as your deputy, even as a low-level coder if that's all you'll allow, so long as I get to run models of this caliber. Tang Zheng stared dumbfounded at such unapologetic audacity. Meanwhile, Zhang Bo, the slightly plump graduate student, shuffled over, still clutching his half-eaten instant noodles, slurping a thick strand noisily. Brother Tang, does your brain even run on carbon-based biology? Zhang Bo squinted, then gaped when he spotted the black card in Tang Zheng's hand, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Old Master Chen entrusted you with his very lifeblood. Lin Yu approached, holding her notebook, nervously tucking a stray lock of short hair behind her ear as she handed over a freshly compiled set of rheological data. Brother Tang, please guide us closely on all experimental matters going forward. Tang Zheng took a swig of Red Bull, then flicked the empty can into a trash bin 2 meters away, with pinpoint accuracy. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. I'm happy to help, but let's first finish what we've each got underway. Tang Zheng strode to the main control console and slotted in the black card. Senior Brother Gao, push Mach number in wind tunnel no. 2-2. 8. Senior Brother Zhang Bo, prepare high-frequency cavitation bubble injection. Senior Sister, monitor pressure sensors closely. For the next 10 days, the sub-basement laboratory became Tang Zheng's singular stage. Within those 10 days, Tang Zheng redeemed the system's full architectural blueprint for the deep-sea Phantom ultracavitation submersible, absorbed its intricacies, and demonstrated an aerodynamic intuition so profound it transcended experimentation. It resembled the meticulous reenactment of a mature, century-old engineering tradition. Every microscopic parameter adjustment carried lethal consequence, yet each time equilibrium was miraculously restored at the final critical threshold. On the afternoon of Day 3 material stress testing, Zhang Bo's trembling finger added an extra 0 while inputting water pressure, sending simulated chamber pressure surging instantly to 80 megapascals. Alarms shrieked throughout the basement. Crimson fault lights strobed violently. Gao Yuan leapt from his chair in terror, scrambling across the floor to yank the master power cord. Those instruments were worth far more than his own life. A hand moved faster. Tang Zheng braced himself against the console with one arm, his fingers blurred across the mechanical keyboard. In precisely 3 seconds, 3 hard-coded interruption protocols slammed into the system kernel. The pressure release valve screamed, a piercing metallic wail, as the near-catastrophic water chamber stabilized, suspended perfectly at its critical edge. Zhang Bo collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Tang Zheng didn't even glance back, merely shook his wrist, easing its dull ache. Clean the release valve thoroughly and rerun the 4th dataset. On the night of Day 7, cavitation generator frequency alignment hit an impasse. Gao Yuan stared at the waveform display, a chaotic, tangled mess, and tore at what little hair remained on his scalp, verging on breakdown. Tang Zheng slammed a steaming cup of strong tea onto Gao Yuan's desk. Shift frequency to 40 kHz. Leverage the latent heat of phase transition in water molecules under ultra-high pressure for reverse compensation. Gao Yuan's hands trembled as he adjusted the parameters. 30 seconds later, the waveform smoothed, converging flawlessly. His gaze upon Tang Zheng had transformed, utterly no longer human curiosity, but all reserved for something beyond dimensional comprehension. On the night of Day 10, the air in the subterranean lab hung thick with the acrid tang of ozone and scorched metal. At its center, suspended silently in pale blue liquid within the hydrostatic test chamber, floated a 3-meter-long spindle-shaped hull. Final pressure resistance test. Tang Zheng watched the main console screen, his finger hovering over the crimson activation button for half a second. Apply 110 megapascals, equivalent to the pressure at 11,000 meters depth. Gao Yuan swallowed hard, his hand shaking as he engaged the pressure valve. Motors howled, and the chamber's outer layer of specialty glass emitted a teeth-grinding screech of compression. 90 megapascals. 100 megapascals. 110 megapascals. Its hold. Lin Yu gripped the console edge so tightly her nails scored a white furrow into the metal panel. Hull deformation rate under 1,000th of 0.2%. Cavitation bubbles enveloped the entire exterior perfectly. It was done. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, pinching the bridge of his nose. 240. Shun Jingming, summoned by Gao Yuan's message, rushed into the lab barefoot-clad in a rumpled plaid pajama top and one plastic slipper, having sprinted all the way from faculty housing. His hair stood in wild disarray like a startled rooster's nest. He fumbled thrice with his access card. On the third try he shoved so hard his remaining slipper flew off. Where is it? Where are the data? The old man bellowed the moment he crossed the threshold, voice trembling barefoot, slapping the anti-static flooring, utterly forgetting his lost slipper. Tang Zheng handed him the freshly printed thermal paper scroll. Shun Jingming snatched it, pressing his face almost flush against the sheet, tracing the dense intricate curves with desperate eyes, his thin chest heaving violently. Elevate the SAM-meter water pressure, drag coefficient reduced by 70%. His voice dissolved into a ragged murmur. His eyes reddened visibly, his hands shook uncontrollably, the fragile thermal paper crinkling under his grip. He whirled abruptly toward Tang Zheng. Did you do this? His fingers clenched the data sheet, delicate thermal paper tearing along jagged creases. I merely optimized the aerodynamic layout and cavitation generator frequency, Tang Zheng replied calmly, pouring himself a glass of water. Shun Jingming seemed not to hear. He spun twice in place, then slammed his palm onto the table, jolting Zhang Bo, who'd been dozing so violently he nearly tumbled from his chair. Write the paper, now. If this gets published, it'll overturn fluid dynamics forever. Professor Chun, this is a classified military project. Tang Zheng sipped his water calm and unhurried. The words struck like ice water, dousing Shun Jingming's fervor completely. The old man stood frozen, half his exhilaration drained, replaced by sober gravity. You're right. This is dangerously conspicuous. Shun Jingming rubbed his cheeks, rough palms rasping across stubble, mentally calibrating the razor-thin boundary between confidentiality mandates and academic legacy. However, some theories can be separated. Please organize the fundamental equations of the cavitation effect, and I will submit a report overnight. Shun Jingming's eyes were fixed on the metallic shell floating in the water tank. As long as we get approval from above, we can publish at least one paper, and then you will gain recognition in the academic world. After that, securing your graduate studies and doctoral program will be a piece of cake. Tang Zheng looked at Professor Chun, who was blushing with excitement. He actually did not care about academic recognition, but having an official endorsement would make many things much easier in the future. Thank you, Professor Chun. Tang Zheng nodded. Shun Jingming hurriedly left with the critical data, locking all other materials in his safe, preparing to gather people and report overnight. Before leaving, Shun Jingming turned to look at the three stunned individuals beside him, his voice low yet firm. The test data from tonight is classified at the highest level of secrecy. If anyone lets slip even a word, I will personally send them to a military tribunal. The others shuddered and nodded repeatedly. The laboratory fell silent again. Gao Yuan slumped in his chair, exhaling a long, heavy breath. Tang Shidi, you have truly broken through the heavens this time. Gao Yuan looked at Tang Zheng, his tone laced with a mix of complexity and envy. Shidi, once the paper is published, the military will likely send people to seize you right away. Tang Zheng merely smiled without speaking. He knew in his heart that this was just the beginning. With the data from the system marketplace, he would achieve even more astonishing results in the future. After returning to the accommodation arranged by the school, Shun Jingming wasted no time. He grabbed the red hotline phone from his study desk and directly dialed a special number starting with 11. The phone rang 5 times before it was answered. A middle-aged man's voice, thick with nasal tones, came through the receiver, accompanied by the rustling sound of paper. Old Shun, do you know what time it is? If you're here to push for the approval of those special titanium alloy forms, I advise you to save your breath. The general staff is very strict on that matter. Shun Jingming did not respond to that. He switched the receiver to his left hand and pressed his right hand firmly on the desk. Excitedly, he said, Old Li, we have developed a prototype for the Abyss project. There was a 2-second silence on the line. Don't you dare try to fool me with half-finished products. Director Li's voice became much clearer, exuding the calmness characteristic of someone who has been in power for years. The military needs a pressure shell that can maintain 3 times the speed of sound at a depth of 10,000 meters. Your original aerodynamic layout could barely withstand 5,000 meters. How long has it been, and you tell me you have a prototype? Did you not say you didn't have enough time before? 110 megapascals, we achieved it. Chen Jingming announced the figure. Suddenly a loud thud echoed from the receiver, as if a thermos had dropped onto a hard floor. What did you say? Director Li's voice rose by 8 degrees, his breathing becoming heavier. The simulated chamber's water pressure reached 110 megapascals, equivalent to 11,000 meters deep in the ocean. My tone is firm, but my shoulder holding the receiver is shaking. The shell's deformation rate is less than 0.02. We installed a high-frequency cavitation generator, reducing the drag coefficient by 70%. Silence fell. Only the static of the line remained. After half a minute, Director Li finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. Old Chen, let me get this straight. Did you come up with this by burning the midnight oil, or did you get this technology from somewhere? Chen Jingming looked out at the quiet night and lowered his voice. Neither. It's a freshman from the physics department at Kyoto University. I just brought him into the group 10 days ago. He single-handedly redesigned the aerodynamic layout, and even the frequency compensation for the cavitation generator was coded by him. Another long silence came from the other end of the line. A freshman. Director Li gasped, his voice traveling through the connection. Old Chen, are you kidding me? I have monitoring videos from the lab as proof. All the experimental data and operation videos are here with me. Send someone to collect them tomorrow morning under strict secrecy. Chen Jingming urged again and mentioned the need to publish a paper. Director Li was not particularly rigid about such matters, as long as state secrets were not leaked. Appropriate paper publications would benefit the growth of the research community. Director Li shouted over the phone, tomorrow I will personally bring people over. By the way, ask that kid if he is interested in transferring directly to Huawei University of Science and Technology. I will arrange his student status overnight, and his military rank can be directly assigned as a major. The funding will be 5 million a year. Chen Jingming ignored him and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Chen Jingming still felt uneasy and called Tang Jing, indicating that he could rest assured about the paper. He would review it later. He also tentatively conveyed Director Li's recent intentions. After hearing Chen Jingming's words, Tang Zheng, who was organizing data, paused. Transferring to Huawei University of Science and Technology. The conditions were indeed tempting: a major military rank and 5 million funding each year. For anyone else, this would be a direct ascent to the pinnacle of life, akin to latching onto the thickest leg. But Tang Zheng had his own considerations. At such a fully enclosed high-security school, he would ultimately be restricted in many ways. Moreover, he did not want to bind his later life within the confines of discipline and regulations. As for the money, he did not lack that 5 million in annual funding. Professor Chen, Tang Zheng put down his hands, his gaze firm. Please help me refuse. Thank him for his kind offer. Chen Jingming was taken aback. Have you thought this through? This is Huawei University of Science and Technology, a place where many strive to enter. It is the top research institution in Huawei, and it is also the first military academy to confer ranks upon graduation. If you just nod, the road ahead will be a smooth one. I am used to being relaxed, I can't stand the daily assembly with a whistle in the morning. Tang Zheng casually picked up his coat from the back of the chair, his tone light. Besides, staying here as an ordinary worker is perfectly fine. I did the work, left the technology, and you all bear the troubles. It's a win-win situation. Chen Jingming listened to the voice coming from the phone, stunned for a moment. It was rare to see someone like Tang Zheng who faced the allure of military rank and millions in funding without even blinking, and spoke so bluntly about the pros and cons. He had never encountered such a young student before. All right. Chen Jingming did not try to persuade further. He knew that it was futile to advise someone so resolute. He felt ecstatic, but forced himself to remain calm. Then I will respond to the military side on your behalf. Tang Zheng smiled, hung up the phone, pushed the laboratory door open, and prepared to head back. At 3 in the afternoon, on the 3rd floor of the library at Kyoto University, sunlight slanted through the large floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminated the table. Tang Zheng leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping on the keyboard. He was writing a technical paper on the cavitation effect. Currently, almost all companies in this field were monopolized by foreign entities, and the domestic technological barriers forced many related downstream companies to suffer, having to purchase expensive foreign products. Tang Zheng hoped to break this situation with his research and later establish a technology company in this area. Suddenly, a strong, somewhat pungent scent of floral and fruity perfume wafted over. Although feeling a bit uncomfortable, Tang Zheng did not stop typing. He focused on writing his paper, unwilling to be disturbed by the outside world. A girl dressed in a form-fitting skirt and with exquisite makeup approached the table, holding a Starbucks takeout. The gazes of several boys around were drawn to her. Some pretended to read, but their eyes kept darting over. Excuse me, is this seat taken? The girl with beautifully made-up eyes stared at Tang Zheng's profile, her voice sweet. Two companions stood beside her holding hands and stifling their laughter. Over the past few days they had gathered information and discovered that the handsome guy by the window was a super-rich second-generation heir. Not only was he incredibly good-looking, but he was also immensely wealthy. It was said that the Enzo in the parking lot belonged to him. Most importantly, he was remarkably low-key, simply a walking embodiment of male charm, the perfect dream lover for them. Today they finally couldn't resist approaching him to strike up a conversation. If one of them succeeded, wouldn't they all have a chance? Yes, Tang Zheng did not even lift his head. The girl was taken aback, her gaze sweeping across the empty seat opposite her. You're lying. Clearly you don't even have a backpack. The girl pushed a cup of iced Americano toward Tang Zheng. They'll treat you to coffee, handsome. Shall we add each other on WeChat? My name is Zhao Xiaoxiao, a junior from the School of Management. If you want to know anything in the future, big sister can tell you. Tang Zheng's finger paused above the enter key. He turned his head, glanced at the cup of coffee, and then at the girl. Senior sister, the green tea scent is overpowering the coffee aroma. Tang Zheng spoke flatly without a hint of emotion, gazing earnestly into her eyes as he said, It's making my nasal allergy flare up. Could you please change your spot to exude your charm? The girl who spoke instantly turned beet red. Throughout her life, she had relied on her attractive looks to navigate school, and she had never been humiliated like this before. What kind of person talks like that? Don't think you can bully others just because you're good-looking. A chubby boy nearby couldn't stand it any longer and stepped forward, standing protectively in front of the girl, indignantly pointing at Tang Zheng. Goddess Xiaoxiao wants your WeChat as she's looking up to you. Why act all aloof? Then you drink this coffee. Tang Zheng glanced at him, as if he were an idiot, thinking this person was absurd. If you enjoy being a sycophant, go do it elsewhere, don't bother me here. The chubby boy's face instantly flushed red just as he was about to explode. A crisp sound of high heels tapping on the floor echoed from the entrance of the library. The sound was not loud, but the rhythm was surprisingly steady. A cold, woody fragrance spread quietly, completely washing away the pungent smell of perfume. Shen Yiqing walked over in a long beige silk qipao, carrying a Hermes bag, and stopped by the table. As soon as the girls from the School of Management saw that the newcomer was Shen Yiqing, their previously arrogant and confident demeanor was doused with a bucket of ice water, rendering them speechless. The boy who had been defending his goddess shrank back in fear at Shen Yiqing's frosty gaze, retreating into the crowd, not even daring to make a sound. Shen Yiqing didn't even spare them a glance. She pulled out a chair and sat down, extending two slender pale fingers to push the cup with the Starbucks mermaid logo to the edge of the table little by little. This casual gesture was akin to pushing away a bag of nauseating medical waste. Zhao Xiaoxiao's face turned a deep shade of red as she steeled herself to reclaim some dignity. A junior from the School of Management. Shen Yiqing took a tissue from her Hermes bag to wipe the spot where the cup had rested before finally lifting her gaze to Zhao Xiaoxiao. You've switched boyfriends 5 times just in your second year, and the psychology department's teachers have been asking you to visit them for the boys seeking counseling. Now you still have the leisure to add a freshman on WeChat. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips quivered slightly. The onlookers around her immediately covered their mouths and snickered, their whispers pricking at her back like needles, leaving her feeling mortified as her secrets were publicly exposed. She no longer cared about attracting a wealthy, handsome guy, grabbed her coffee, and dragged her companion out of the library in embarrassment. Tang Zheng pressed the last enter key and saved the document. Closing his laptop, he turned his gaze to the woman across from him. It's rare for someone to come knocking without a purpose. Senior sister, just tell me, what do you need help with? Just to clarify, I don't take on jobs that violate principles or involve selling favors. Shen Yiqing adjusted her sitting posture elegantly, placing her hands in her lap and gazing directly at him. I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend and accompany me to the Yuyuan Mountain Sanatorium just for half a day. After a brief pause, she added, as a token of appreciation, I own a well-known law firm in the country ranked among the top 3 in Huaguo. I can provide you and your company with relevant support for the next 3 years free of charge. Deal. Tang Zheng stood up, casually packing his laptop. Are we leaving now? Pretending to be a boyfriend for half a day was no big deal. Although he didn't know why she chose him, he saw no loss in it. Half an hour later, a red Pagani cruised smoothly along the winding road to Yuyuan Mountain. The interior was filled with the cold, woody fragrance, and the soundproof doors blocked out the wind noise outside. Tang Zheng sat in the passenger seat and pressed the adjustment button on the edge of the seat. Senior sister, this car costs tens of millions, yet the ergonomic design of the seat is inferior to my company's Phaeton. The lumbar support doesn't fit the spine curve at all. Tang Zheng objectively provided a user experience evaluation. After this experience, he firmly decided never to buy a Pagani. Paying for it was just torture. Shen Yiqing turned her head and shot him a glance. This person was indirectly admitting to running a company in front of her, but she didn't pursue the topic and began to explain the background. My grandfather's surname is Gu, and he is 93 years old. He retired from the army years ago. Shun Yiqing looked at the windshield ahead, her tone very calm. My mother was my grandfather's late-teen life child. Over 20 years ago, she insisted on marrying a poor boy from the countryside, who is my current father, Shin Jiangwo. Tang Zheng stroked his chin. This was a classic old trope. He could guess the plot direction with his toes. After getting married, Shin Jiangwo used the resources and connections from the Gu family to become successful and established a listed company called Jiangwo Heavy Industries. Shun Yiqing continued, after my mother gave birth to me, her health deteriorated. 10 years ago, she passed away due to illness. Less than 6 months later, Shin Jiangwo brought back a woman named Lin Lan and a love child who is only half a year younger than me. That's quite disgusting. Tang Zheng offered an honest comment. Shun Yiqing continued, last month my grandfather fell in the bathroom and was found to have a hematoma in his skull. He was recently moved out of the ICU. Shun Yiqing stepped on the brakes, stopping the car in front of a heavily armed checkpoint. In recent days, Shin Jiangwo has frequently visited my grandfather under the guise of caring for me, persistently bringing up my marriage in front of the old man. I've received news that he intends to betroth me to Lin Lan's nephew, which absolutely cannot happen. Shin Yiqing's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, her knuckles turning slightly white. My grandfather is most worried about me right now. I just want to take someone to reassure him and dissuade Shin Jiangwo. After much thought, she realized that only Tang Zheng, someone her family didn't know, would be the most suitable choice, so she specifically went to the library to find him. The armed police checked the special pass that Shun Yiqing presented, saluted, and lifted the barrier. Tang Zheng calculated the terms he had just heard in his mind. Shin Jiangwo sounded quite disgusting. Following the cliché plot of a dog blood novel, The Rise of a Phoenix Man was missing only the segment about killing a wife. Ugh. However, Jiangwo Heavy Industries. He had often heard that name mentioned at school, as it was one of the school's distinguished partner enterprises. Many graduates chose to intern there each year, and he didn't expect it to be Shun's family company. The two got out of the car and walked into the special care ward. The corridor was filled with the mixed scents of medicine and high-grade disinfectant, and the polished terrazzo floor reflected the cold white light of the overhead LEDs. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's right arm felt heavy as Shun Yiqing unexpectedly leaned in. A cold, woody fragrance instantly dispersed the scent of disinfectant, their shoulders almost touching as her hand deftly slipped through Tang Zheng's arm, her fingers naturally resting on his forearm. Tang Zheng glanced down at the fair hand, feeling the silky texture of the fabric and a perfectly appropriate weight on his arm. He tilted his head slightly and lowered his voice. Did old Master Gu install surveillance inside? There are personal bodyguards of my grandfather just behind the door. Shun Yiqing's icy demeanor softened considerably, replaced by a gentle and sweet expression. From now on, Tang Zheng, you are my boyfriend whom I've been seeing for half a year. Remember to smile, don't look like someone forced to take a client, and don't give us away. Tang Zheng thought to himself how quickly the retainer fee for 3 years of legal support was collected. But since he had taken on this role, he had to play it well. He adjusted his breathing, relaxed his tense muscles, and forced a natural smile, allowing Shun Yiqing to link her arm with his, as they walked side by side to the hospital room, looking just like a couple in love. The door was unlocked, and Shun Yiqing gently pushed it open. The spacious suite-style special care ward felt like a star-rated hotel, with even the sound of the air purifier running being extremely soft. Tang Zheng's gaze instinctively swept inside, and the first thing he noticed was not the elder on the hospital bed, but a crew-cut young man standing to the left inside the door. The young man was dressed casually, standing straight like a sturdy pine tree, quietly waiting there with a breathing pattern so steady it was almost imperceptible. Miss Qing. The crew-cut young man greeted in a low voice, his gaze soon shifting to Tang Zheng. The way he looked at him wasn't the casual gaze of an ordinary person, but rather one filled with a professional assessment. The young man's eyes scanned down from Tang Zheng's shoulder, glancing over the area where weapons might be concealed at his waist, finally settling on his stance. At this moment, Tang Zheng's posture seemed casual, yet his center of gravity was firmly anchored at the Yongquan acupoint, with his knees slightly bent. This was the muscle memory left by the system-enhanced body. Once external force was applied, this body could retaliate in mere fractions of a second. The crew-cut young man's eyebrows twitched slightly, and the fingers of his naturally drooping right hand curled inward slightly. A martial artist, he judged silently. At the same time, Tang Zheng was also assessing the crew-cut young man before him. The calluses on the back of this guard's hand were misplaced. They weren't the kind left by years of holding a pen, but rather seemed like the result of long-term practice in close-quarter combat. If a fight were to break out in this confined space, this person could likely disable a normal person's joints within a second. But he wasn't an ordinary person. The crew-cut young man similarly formed a judgment about Tang Zheng. This kid's physical fitness seemed superior to the few rookie soldiers he had trained, indicating he was not an easy character. However, out of respect for Shun Yiqing, he did not ask further and simply stepped aside to clear the way. The two entered the ward and walked towards the hospital bed. On the hospital bed lay a frail old man. Old Master Gu had his head wrapped in bandages, his face covered with age spots, yet his eyes sparkled with unusual brightness, exuding wisdom and authority, entirely unlike a frail patient just pulled from the ICU. Grandfather. Shun Yiqing released Tang Zheng's arm and hurried to the bedside, gently adjusting the blanket for the old man. Qingqing, didn't you just come the day before yesterday? Why are you here again today? Old Master Gus's voice was somewhat hoarse, but full of vigor. As he spoke, his gaze passed over Shun Yiqing and landed on Tang Zheng, who she had brought. So this is the boyfriend you mentioned on the phone, the one who seems a bit out of sorts. Old Master Gus's tone carried a hint of teasing mixed with scrutiny. Shun Yiqing's cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment, and she turned to glare reproachfully at Tang Zheng. Grandfather, his name is Tang Zheng. I never said he was out of sorts. You really should stop making assumptions. She had no idea how Shun Yiqing had previously described him to Old Master Gu, and it seemed they could only play. Tang Zheng stepped forward, slightly bending at the waist, wearing a genuinely warm smile, as he politely greeted, "Hello, Old Master Gu. I am Yiqing's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you." Old Master Gu fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng, his eyes piercing, scrutinizing him for a full half-minute. The ward was so quiet one could hear the faint dripping sound of the fluid. Tang Zheng faced the old man's gaze calmly, neither appearing overly eager to please, nor overly tense, even taking a moment to glance at the data on the ECG monitor beside him. "Have a seat." After a moment, Old Master Gu pointed to the chair beside the bed. "You're Tang, right? How old are you? What does your family do?" Tang Zheng pulled out the chair and sat down. "I just turned 18 this year, a freshman at Kyoto University. I grew up in an orphanage and now run my own entertainment company." Tang Zheng's voice was steady, as if he were talking about someone else's affairs. Shun Yiqing, who was peeling an apple with a fruit knife, paused slightly upon hearing this, causing a long strip of apple peel to fall into the trash can. She had only found out that Tang Zheng was a wealthy classmate who ran a company, but she had never considered that he was an orphan or that his company was built entirely by himself. She had assumed that his company was given to him by his family. Old Master Gus's eyes also flashed with surprise, his bloodshot gaze turning slightly as he asked, "A freshman? You're several years younger than Yiqing. She's a workaholic and often forgets to eat. How did you two end up?" Tang Zheng accepted the tissue Shun Yiqing handed him, casually wiping the water stains on the table, his face still adorned with a faint smile. "We met on a cruise before." Tang Zheng casually fabricated a lie, bringing Shun Yiqing along in it. "She has a strong personality, and I can be quite stubborn. We had some misunderstandings at first, but as time went on we got to know each other better and confirmed our relationship. As for the age difference, I don't think it's a problem as long as she doesn't mind that I have no one behind me." Old Master Gu couldn't help but break into a dry smile, his thin lips curling upward. "Well said." He gestured towards Shun Yiqing. "This girl has always been strong-willed. I don't even want to talk about the mess the Shin family is in. If you can handle her temper, you're quite something. But you must be tolerant of her, otherwise I won't let you off easily." Shun Yiqing interjected reproachfully from the side. "Grandfather, how can you say that about your own grand—" As she spoke, she cut a small piece of apple and offered it to Tang Zheng with a toothpick. "Open your mouth." Tang Zheng glanced at the piece of apple, and then at the warning hidden in Shun Yiqing's eyes, decisively took a bite. "Quite sweet." Tang Zheng remarked, a look of enjoyment on his face. Old Master Gu observed the naturally affectionate interaction between the two, and his scrutiny finally eased somewhat. Although this young man was still in his youth and came from an orphanage, the fact that he could run an entertainment company by himself indicated he had some inner drive and capability. However, he noticed the subtle defensive actions of Xiao Zhao. Anyone who could prompt such caution from his personal bodyguard was definitely not an ordinary student. This kid must have some hidden secrets behind him. As long as he wasn't involved with those ill-intentioned people arranged by Shin Jiangwo, this old guy could rest easy. Just then a commotion of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the ward. Immediately after, the slightly ajar door was pushed open. "Dad, I brought you 100-year-old wild ginseng, which I just got from Changbai Mountain through some connections." A middle-aged man dressed in a high-end custom suit with slicked-back hair strode in, carrying several beautifully packaged gift boxes and wearing a flattering smile. This man was Shin Jiangwo. Following him was a young man in his 20s dressed in a white suit, sporting an elaborate hairstyle, holding a bouquet of carnations, and wearing a somewhat obsequious smile. Lin Shuyuan. Tang Zheng's gaze swept from Shun Jiangwo's face to Lin Shuyuan. "This world is indeed ridiculously small. Hearing the commotion, Shun Yiqing did not even lift her eyelids. She merely took a wet wipe and leisurely wiped her fingers. Having struggled through life, he had seen all sorts of people. How could he not see through Shen Jiangwo's intentions? As long as Qingqing was still here, he chose not to say much, simply letting out a lukewarm hm. Shen Jiangwo was already used to the old man's indifference. He didn't care at all. To him, as long as he could achieve his goals, this bit of cold treatment was nothing. He wore a broad smile and turned to pull Lin Shuyuan forward. Dad, this child Shuyuan insisted on coming to see you as soon as he heard you were sick. This child is now quite capable at Lin's group, managing projects worth several hundred million. He is talented and has an unlimited future. As Shen Jiangwo spoke, he intentionally emphasized his tone, his eyes filled with praise while he secretly glanced at the old man, hoping to gauge his reaction. Yiqing, you know Ziyuan's feelings for you. You two are of similar age, well matched, and have known each other since childhood. The foundation of your relationship is not something those messy people outside can compare to. You're not young anymore. If you marry Shuyuan, both families would be closely tied together, and united our Shen family would surely reach new heights. Lin Shuyuan placed the flowers aside and stepped forward, a confident smile on his face as he looked. Yiqing, it's been a long time. You still look so beautiful. Shen Yiqing ignored him, merely lifting her eyes to give Lin Shuyuan a cold glance before stopping her hand that was wiping and accurately tossing the used tissue into the trash can half a meter away. Shen Jiangwo, did you take the wrong medicine before you left the house? Or did you hit your head on the door? Shen Yiqing's voice was as cold as ice. My grandfather needs quietness. Why did you bring a relative of Lin Lan here to make a fuss? Shen Jiangwo's smile instantly froze the flesh on his cheek, twitching involuntarily. Anger surged within him, but he still endured without erupting. He did not expect Shen Yiqing to be so disrespectful, reprimanding him in front of the old man. Yiqing, how can you talk to your elder like that? I am your biological father, and this is all for your own good. Look at you now, always buried in work, without even a warm-hearted person by your side. How can someone as excellent as Shuyuan be unworthy of you? Don't be ungrateful. Shen Yiqing sneered. If he is that good, why don't you marry him? She then leaned back, naturally linking her arm with Tang Zhong's. I don't need you to worry about my affairs. Do I have a boyfriend? Let me introduce you. This is Tang Zhong, my boyfriend. At these words, the air in the hospital room seemed to momentarily freeze. Shen Jiangwo finally focused on the handsome young man who had been sitting beside them, mistaking him for an ordinary aide or assistant. He sized up Tang Zhong, noticing his casual outfit devoid of any logos, and an unmistakable contempt immediately surfaced in his eyes. In his view, Tang Zhong was just a poor kid, utterly unworthy of his daughter, let alone being able to enter the Shen family. Boyfriend. Yiqing, if you want to find an excuse to brush me off, at least find someone decent. With a poor student like him, who hasn't even grown all his hair, how much do you pay him to pretend to be your boyfriend each month? When did the threshold of our Shen family become so low? He pointed at Tang Zhong with a look of disdain. You go back where you came from. You can't afford to step through the doors of the Shen family. Lin Shuyuan initially wanted to join in the mockery. Following Shen Yiqing's arm, his gaze landed on Tang Zhong's face. Tang Zhong was just biting into an apple, raising his eyelids to meet Lin Xuan's gaze with a half-smile. The slickness and confidence on Lin Xuan's face seemed to be paused, completely frozen in place within a second. Then his pupils uncontrollably dilated, and his breath hitched in his throat. This was not the Tang Zhong he had seen in Anqing, his brother Tang. So he actually wanted to mock brother Tang, and he even wanted to steal brother Tang's woman. Bam! The beautifully packaged bouquet of carnations in Lin Xuan's hand fell directly to the ground, petals scattering everywhere. Lin Shuyuan felt his shirt adhering to his back, as if it had turned wet and sticky in an instant. The cold air from the air conditioner rushed inside through his collar, raising goosebumps all over. His stomach churned violently, and his knees began to weaken. Shuyuan, what's wrong with you? Shen Jiangwo frowned, glancing at him, thinking he had been provoked, and quickly reached out to pat his shoulder. Don't mind this kid, a soft rice man who doesn't know where he crawled out from. Yiqing is just using him as a shield. Don't take it to heart. Uncle, enough. Lin Shuyuan suddenly erupted with a high-pitched scream, unable to endure Shen Jiangwo's ignorance and foolishness any longer. He forcefully shook off Shen Jiangwo's hand, pushing him back 2 stumbling steps until he collided against the wall. Shen Jiangwo was stunned. Shen Yiqing also raised her eyebrows in surprise. Even the old man Gu, who had been leaning against the head of the bed, watching the show, cast a curious glance at Lin Shuyuan. Only Tang Zhong tossed the remaining apple core into the trash can and took a tissue to wipe his hands. Young Master Lin, your flowers are ruined. Tang Zhong spoke in a flat tone. I'm sorry. Lin Shuyuan squatted down like he had been electrocuted, frantically picking up the fallen flowers, even scrubbing the petals on the ground with his fingers, fearing he would dirty Tang Zhong's eyes. At this moment, he felt like he was experiencing the worst luck of his life, regretting ever believing Shun Jiangwo's nonsense about a strong alliance between two groups. Bah! He stood up, his face pale, too afraid to look at Tang Zhong, turning to Shun, Yiching, his voice trembling and incoherent. Yiching. No, sister-in-law. Uncle Shun is talking nonsense. I swear I have always regarded you as my own sister since I was little, even closer than a biological sister. Lin Shuyuan swallowed hard, his throat moving awkwardly. I just happened to pass by today to see Grandpa Gu. I absolutely had no ulterior motives. Sister-in-law Yu and Tang, brother Tang, are simply a match made in heaven. If anyone dares to say a single word against it, I, Lin Shuyuan, will be the first to fight them. In that moment, Lin Shuyuan just wanted to quickly please Tang Zhong to avoid bringing misfortune upon himself. Shun Jiangwo leaned against the wall, his eyes nearly popping out. Having lived over 50 years, he had never seen someone change their face so quickly. Just a moment ago, he was filled with intentions towards Shun Yiching, but now he was calling her sister-in-law and claiming to protect Tang Zhong and Shun Yiching, a transformation he simply could not comprehend. Shuyuan, are you crazy? What did you just call her? Why are you afraid of this poor student? Shun Jiangwo felt his face being rubbed into the ground, his anger surging to his head. He strode over, pointing his finger at Tang Zhong, ready to curse. What do you think you are? How dare you come to the Shun and Gu families to act all mysterious? Get out right now, or he'll call security to break your legs and throw you out of Yuchuan Mountain.